Kevin had just arrived at the entrance of the Salix Leaf Hotel to see Lily and Phoebe. However, he wasn't allowed to enter due to the clothes that he was wearing. Thinking that he was just some lowlife who had nothing better to do, the security guard threatened to use force if he kept insisting on going inside. The commotion drew the attention of both the lobby manager and the wealthy people who were dining inside. When Kevin advised the manager to apologize and call his superiors, the others continued insulting and mocking him for not knowing his place. The manager took a deep look at Kevin, afraid that he would offend someone who was just pretending to hide his true wealth. However, after looking at Kevin for 1 or 2 minutes, he still couldn't see any difference between Kevin and someone of much lower stature.
"What are you two still standing there for? Do you want to continue working in this hotel or not? Hurry up and kick him out."
The manager suddenly waved his arm at the 2 security guards.
"Kid, you asked for it. Don't blame me for what's about to happen to you."
One of the security guards cocked his arm and threw a punch straight at Kevin's head. For a moment, the guests thought they were about to see Kevin being beaten to a bloody pulp. But in the next moment, the security guard let out a cry of alarm as he flew back almost 20 feet. Then he held his stomach and curled up on the ground, letting out a series of wails. "I don't want to fight you, so don't force me." Kevin didn't even look at the other security guard and just walked straight inside the Salix Leaf Hotel's entrance. "I didn't expect that kid to be a martial arts expert." One of the wealthy diners was in disbelief.
"Let's not get ahead of ourselves by calling him an expert. He might know some basic self-defense moves, but what's the use? I'm sure the owners of the hotel will crush him to death with a single finger once they find out."
His friend sneered. "Looks like we're about to have some live entertainment tonight. I bet that kid's legs will definitely end up broken." The wealthy diner laughed as he took a sip of his red wine.
"It doesn't matter if he has legs or not. He's about to lose his life,"
his friend retorted. The surrounding group of wealthy people stared at Kevin as if they were looking at a clown as they mocked him endlessly. The manager quickly calmed down.
"Kid, if you want to cause trouble, just go somewhere else. This isn't a place where you can behave so disrespectfully."
Soon, hurried footsteps came from all directions. A few seconds later, 20 or 30 security guards surrounded Kevin, each of them holding a baton in their hands. Just then, the bodyguard who had escorted Kevin to the hotel had just parked his car and was about to enter the hotel bar to get a glass of water. When he saw the scene, his eyes immediately widened in shock, and he was so scared that he forgot his thirst. He hurriedly pushed aside the crowd of security guards and stood in front of Kevin to protect him.
"What the hell do you think you're doing? Are you out of your minds? How dare you attack Mr. Williams? Don't you know who he is?"
The bodyguard reprimanded them all in a stern voice.
"I don't care who he is. He must pay the price for causing trouble here at the Salix Leaf Hotel,"
the manager said gruffly. "Break his legs and throw him out onto the street."
"Stop!"
A loud shout suddenly rang out and echoed throughout the lobby. When everyone looked over and saw Mitchell Cook walking over with a group of people, all of their facial expressions immediately changed. Mitchell Cook was very well respected in Chicago. His status was something that most wealthy people couldn't even attain with all their money and resources. "Looks like this kid is really finished now that Mitchell Cook is here to deal with him," a woman remarked to her spouse.
"I heard that Mitchell Cook is also one of the Salix Leaf Hotel's owners behind the scenes.
He has a very strong relationship with Vice President Collins," her husband added. The manager quickly ran over to Mitchell Cook with an obedient look on his face. He lowered his head respectfully and said,
"Greetings, Mr. Cook."
Mitchell Cook ignored him. He walked straight over to Kevin and bowed his head to him.
"Mr. Williams."
His voice wasn't loud, but it was still strong enough to be heard all across the room. Everyone was petrified when they heard him. Everyone in Chicago had heard of Mitchell Cook's name and reputation before. Why would he bow his head and be so polite to this poor young man? Moreover, why did the name Mr. Williams sound so familiar? Some of the people suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Their faces turned pale instantly and their legs started to tremble.
"Sorry I'm late, Mr. Williams. You've suffered a lot because I kept you waiting."
Mitchell Cook apologized to him respectfully. "It's okay," Kevin said lightly and patted his friend on the shoulder.
Then Mitchell Cook turned around and looked sternly at the manager, whose face had turned pale. "Get over here right now and apologize to Mr. Williams." After being scolded, the manager could no longer bear the pressure in his heart. He immediately dropped on all fours and crawled over like a dog. Then he knelt before Kevin and lowered his head in shame as he begged for mercy. He knew he'd made a grave mistake by misjudging him and treating him so harshly. As for the security guard that Kevin had thrown to the floor earlier, he kept lying on the ground and pretended to be dead. "Didn't you just shout that you wanted to break my legs? Why are you begging for mercy now?" Kevin didn't have any pity in his heart as he looked down at the manager. "Mr. Williams, I was wrong and blind to have offended you. Please forgive me." The manager was panicking, afraid for his life. Although the manager still didn't know Kevin's real identity, he realized that if Mitchell Cook treated him like that, how could he be an ordinary person? This young man in front of him was definitely not someone he could provoke. "Do you still want to attack, Mr. Williams?" Mitchell Cook kicked the manager in the stomach, sending him curling up on the ground, and then kicked his face again and again. In less than a minute, the manager's face was a bloody mess. Not only did some of his teeth fall out, but even his nose was crooked after what Mitchell Cook had done to him. "Do you know who he is? This man is the CEO of the Williams Company, Kevin Williams. How can a scum like you offend the most powerful man in Chicago?" Mitchell Cook couldn't control his temper any longer. He grabbed the manager by his hair and slammed his head into the ground. He didn't even take the manager's pleas seriously. In just a few minutes, the manager was on the verge of death at Mitchell Cook's hands, and he finally fell unconscious. Upon seeing this, the surrounding people were all stunned by what they'd witnessed, as well as by what Cook had just said. Over the past few days, the most famous person in Chicago was the useless son-in-law of the Jones family, Kevin Williams. Not only did he reveal himself to be the CEO of Williams Company, but according to the rumors, the Butler and Blair families were wiped out due to their conflict with Kevin. Some people even claimed that he'd caused the huge disturbance during the Hayes family's wedding in Detroit. Not only did he steal away the bride, Phoebe Anderson, but he also wiped out the entire Hayes family in the process. Because of all of these events, Kevin was no longer known as a useless son-in-law. On the contrary, his ruthless reputation had spread like wildfire, and his notorious name had become synonymous with the devil incarnate. As a result, when these wealthy guests thought of the ridicule they had been showing for Kevin moments ago, their bodies began to tremble. They all knew that if they accidentally offended Kevin, it would be better to buy a coffin and make their funeral arrangements. That would save their families a lot of time and trouble. Mitchell Cook waved his hand and turned to Kevin. "Mr. Williams, you should know what to do with the rest of these people." Kevin patted his shoulder again, turned around, and dialed Rachel Collins' number to ask which floor Lily was on. Mitchell Cook nodded his head and looked around. "I think I heard someone scolding Mr. Williams when I walked in here. If you have the guts, stand up and show yourself. Don't make me come looking for you." When his gruff voice echoed throughout the lobby, everyone bowed their heads and looked at their laps or pretended to be checking their phones. They didn't even have the courage to look Mitchell Cook in the eye, let alone stand out and admit to their actions. After all, the manager was still lying unconscious on the ground. Who would want to end up like him? "No one wants to admit it, huh? Let's see if every one of you is really innocent." Mitchell Cook looked around. "Someone, get me the surveillance footage of the entire first floor. Investigate all the background information of everyone who was mocking Mr. Williams just now. If they don't leave Chicago within 24 hours, we'll go after them and their families." Unhappy about Kevin's return, his mother-in-law, Dorothy, blamed him for what had happened to her and demanded that he divorce Lily. Thinking that Rachel was the owner of the Salix Leaf Hotel, Dorothy then asked her to kick Kevin out. Afraid of what Kevin might do to her, Rachel explained that she would never dare to do anything against him. Upon hearing this, Dorothy began to realize that there was more to Rachel's reaction,
and wondered if Kevin also held some influence over her. At the same time, Lily's heart was also filled with doubt. For some time now, Kevin's mysterious personal matters and elusive whereabouts had already subverted her understanding of who he was. It wasn't just the attitude of the major schools towards him, such as when the Healing Arts School had completely cut off their relationship with the Union after the martial arts competition. Now he was even able to command thousands of people from the Radiants to come to Chicago just to save her. But beyond the great powers, what surprised her the most was that Kevin seemed to have established a connection with the federal government. She clearly remembered that the person who rescued her and Phoebe had been sent by Kevin as well. What exactly happened to him? Lily thought in puzzlement. It seemed that Kevin was far different from the person she knew when they first got married years ago. Rachel looked at Kevin and saw that he still hadn't responded to Dorothy's tirade. Taking a deep breath, she braced herself and explained, "Aunt Dorothy, I won't hide it from you. Actually, the real boss behind me is Mr. Williams. He's the one who helped me attain my current position as vice president. The entire Salix Leaf Hotel is owned by him." When she finished speaking, the room fell into silence once again. Both Phoebe and Lily looked at Kevin in disbelief. They were so shocked that their eyes were wide open and their jaws had completely dropped. They were already surprised when they first found out that Kevin was the CEO of the Williams Company. But never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that the Salix Leaf Hotel would be his as well. Recalling Mitchell Cook's previous attitude towards him, the two women suddenly had the same thought. Could it be that the Whistler Hotel is also Kevin's? It had to be said that a woman's intuition was usually very accurate, and now they both began to wonder what other properties and businesses could be his. Meanwhile, Dorothy looked at Kevin as if she'd seen a ghost. Her body began to tremble violently. "Mom, let me tell you something. As long as I'm her husband, no one in Chicago will dare to get close to Lily." Kevin smiled at her harmlessly. In Chicago, he certainly had the ability to control even its most powerful people with a wave of his hand. After all, the much-coveted power pill was like a golden signboard for the Williams Company, as everyone was willing to give him what he wanted just to get one. Moreover, Scott Whitney's promise to make him second in command of the Reaper Squad meant that he had the federal government to support him as well. You! Dorothy attempted to say something in response, but her voice was trembling so hard that she couldn't even get past the first word each time. Kevin sighed softly and walked over to Lily to hold her hand. "I know I've given you a hard time over the past few days by not being here." "Have you been suffering in St. Louis?" Lily stared at Kevin with a complicated look. Suddenly she thought that she might not be worthy of him anymore. "St. Louis is a good place. If you have time, I'll take you there to relax and have some fun for a little while," Kevin said softly. "All right." Lily put her arms around Kevin's waist and gave him a tight hug as she slowly closed her eyes. Neither of them talked about what had happened in the past few days. All that mattered right now was that they were both safe from harm and finally together once again. After a night's rest, Dorothy went out early the next morning. Meanwhile, Kevin and Lily woke up with smiles on their faces and chatted happily and sweetly as they ate breakfast. "Hubby, let's go shopping today, okay?" Lily didn't even ask Kevin if he had other plans. Last night, she'd finally made a decision. No matter how big Kevin's career would get outside, no matter how powerful of a figure he would become in society, and no matter how many enemies he would make because of it, she didn't care as long as they were together. Given this, she knew that she had to help Kevin in some way. Without the physical strength to protect him like the Radiants or extensive resources to offer like Mitchell Cook, why not show Kevin support by trying her best to be a good wife to him when he returned home? What if she got along with him as much as possible? Lily wanted to show Kevin that she was worthy of him by being the one person who would stay by his side regardless of his status, and when no one else was looking. And even if this could only relieve some of the pressure off him, it was also good for Kevin to not have any worries in his heart. Kevin took a sip of orange juice and asked with a smile, "All right then, Which mall do you want to go shopping in today? Why don't we go and look for a house? Lily suddenly thought of this. Why do you want to buy a new house? Aren't you satisfied with your current apartment? Kevin asked, puzzled. He really didn't need a house right now. He still had his apartment in Corwin Tower, and his parents' unit at the Salix Leaf Complex could also be used as a place to live while they were out of town. I just want to move someplace else. I don't want those people to find me again so easily. Lily slightly lowered her head. Lily wanted to move because she discovered something. She seemed to have been causing too much trouble for Kevin. And now that her captors knew where she lived, she felt that her apartment was no longer safe. By moving to a new house, she figured that she could get a fresh start. This way, Kevin could come home to her any time while ensuring that she was in a safe place whenever he had to leave. Lily, you don't need to be afraid at all. Those people won't be able to hurt you as long as I'm around. Besides, no matter where you move to, they'll definitely always have ways to track you down. What are you going to do when that happens? You can't keep hiding forever. Kevin responded truthfully. Before she brought this up, he'd actually considered bringing Lily and Dorothy to the Radiance headquarters. However, that place was deep in the mountains and forests, and he was afraid that the two of them would never get used to living there. After hearing Kevin's reply, Lily didn't speak about the topic anymore. And after they finished eating breakfast, she held Kevin's hand as they left the Salix Leaf Hotel. Despite still feeling a bit troubled from earlier, it seemed like shopping was the perfect cure for everything. After just half an hour, the haze in Lily's heart was completely swept away. Hubby, that car is so beautiful. Lily saw a pink sports car in the showroom of a car dealership and fell in love with it. If you like it, then I'll buy it for you. Kevin held her hand confidently and quickly walked inside. Kevin pointed at the sports car and asked the salesperson, "How much is the Bugatti?" This salesperson was originally quite happy to have some prospective buyers, but when he saw Kevin wearing such shabby clothes, his smile immediately vanished. The salesman scolded him angrily.
Don't bother me if you've got nothing better to do. We both know that this car is something you'd never be able to afford in your lifetime.
It was Kevin's turn to be stunned. He wondered if the guy was having a bad day or something. Was there a problem with the way that he greeted him? How can you talk down to my husband like that? He didn't even say anything that would offend you. What's so great about this car anyway? Lily defended Kevin. She didn't want him to be looked down upon ever again.
There are just some questions that people like him shouldn't ask.
The salesperson looked at Lily carefully from top to bottom. After working in the dealership for so long, he believed that he still had a good eye for telling a potential buyer from a mere window shopper.
Well, if you must know, this pink Bugatti is a limited edition car with only 5 models existing in the world, and its price is over $10 million. Can you afford it?
The salesperson looked condescendingly at Kevin again.
Look at the clothes you're wearing. You may have fooled this beautiful young woman for some unknown reason, but there are some things that someone like you just can't buy or even touch.
Feeling that his time had been wasted, the salesperson was getting irritated by Kevin and Lily.
If there's nothing else, please leave quickly. You might discourage actual buyers from coming in.
Hey, why are you being so disrespectful to us? Who gave you the right to judge us like that? And so what if my husband prefers to wear simple clothes? Are you that insecure to call me a fool for marrying him? Lily's temper instantly flared up and her voice unconsciously started to get a little louder. This commotion began to attract the attention of many people around them. Suddenly they heard someone say, "Lily?" A man and a woman slowly walked over to them. "Emma Larson, is that you?" Lily immediately recognized the person. They'd lived in the same dormitory back in college. "The one and only. I didn't expect to meet you here." Emma Larson, who was dressed beautifully in an elegant gown, exclaimed in surprise. "How have you been recently? I haven't heard from you in a long time. Is this your husband?" Facing her friend's continuous barrage of questions, Lily only replied softly, "I didn't expect to meet you here either." While Kevin and Lily were out shopping, a pink Bugatti suddenly caught her eye. But when they entered the car dealership to inquire, the salesperson immediately judged Kevin by his poor clothes and dismissed them as mere window shoppers. When he tried to make them leave, Lily angrily defended both Kevin and herself. This commotion drew the attention of the people around them, including Emma Larson, Lily's old college friend who used to live in her dorm. Emma, who was visiting the dealership with her husband, was excited to catch up with Lily. "I didn't expect to see you here. The last time I saw you, your last name was still Sanders. How's married life treating you?" Lily asked her in surprise. "Oh, my life is just so-so. My husband is just a manager who works for the Williams Company here in Chicago." Emma Larson deliberately emphasized her tone when she mentioned the Williams Company. She raised her chin a little and looked at Lily. "How about your husband?" Hearing this, the other people around them looked in surprise at the man who was standing next to Emma. Ever since the Williams Company became known for offering power pills, its influence had significantly risen in the entire Midwest. Because of this, various companies across the country were scrambling to get in touch with the company, hoping to set up a partnership in exchange for some of the highly coveted pills. As a result, this also led to the rapid expansion of the Williams Company portfolio across multiple industries. It was no longer just a media company. The man who was with Emma saw Lily and had a hard time looking away. Even though he was married, his eyes were drawn to her face and her figure. Just as Lily was about to answer Emma's question, the man reached out his hand gracefully. "I'm Timothy Larson. I wonder if this beauty would like to exchange phone numbers?" Before Lily could react, Kevin had already stepped in to shake the man's hand. "Nice to meet you. I'm flattered, but I'm not the type of guy to give away my number so easily when I just met someone." "Who are you?" A little hint of annoyance appeared in Timothy Larson's eyes. He looked at Kevin's clothes and couldn't help but show some disgust on his face. "I'm Lily's husband," Kevin replied with a smile. "Based on what your wife has shared with us, you must be in the upper management of the Williams Company. Please keep up the great work." "At least you have some insight. But if you want to make up for rudely interrupting me, you need to show me a little more sincerity." Timothy started leering at Lily again. By now, Lily was lowering her head. She felt that Kevin had really changed a lot compared to the way he used to be. Now that she knew his true identity as the CEO of the Williams Company, she could tell that he was only playing along and waiting for the right moment to make his move. "Hubby, didn't you say that you would buy a car for me today? Let's not waste time being petty." Emma Larson deliberately tried to sound as cute as possible. She noticed her husband eyeing Lily, and she wasn't going to let her steal him away. "Can't I have some fun? I don't have anything to do in the afternoon anyway, so we can take our time here." Timothy Larson answered her playfully. "Lily, are you and your husband here to buy a car? If I'm not mistaken, it seemed that you were interested in getting one as I saw you talking to the staff just a moment ago. Did you think the price was too high?" Emma was clearly sizing her up. She immediately added, "Back in school, you were the most beautiful woman on campus. Do you still remember all those rich guys chasing after you? With countless options left and right, I didn't expect you to marry such a poor person. You must have lowered your standards a little since then." Timothy Larson felt that it was time to show his superiority. He straightened up his tie and said, "I'm actually friends with the manager of this dealership. Since the two of you are former classmates, I'll introduce you guys when I see him. It won't be a problem for me to get a discount for you and your husband." "Even with the discount, they won't be able to afford it," the salesperson from earlier suddenly scoffed. "Do you know which car they were interested in?" The salesperson then pointed at the pink Bugatti. The exterior design of the car was really sleek and sophisticated. It was very suitable for an elegant young woman. "Wow, hubby, that car is so beautiful. Can you buy it for me, please?" Emma Larson's eyes immediately grew wide when she saw it. "Anything for my lovely wife. If you really like that car, then I'll buy it for you. How much is it anyway?" Timothy Larson looked at Kevin proudly as if to show him that there was a huge gap between the two of them. "You would do that for me, hubby? I love you so much." Emma kissed his cheek in delight. Then she turned around to Lily and asked, "Lily, I'm really sorry. Although you took a liking to it first, your husband probably can't afford it anyway, isn't that so? Since my husband works for the Williams Company, he's not short on cash at all." Emma was really happy about this chance to show Lily up. Back when they were in college, she used to be secretly jealous of Lily. But despite being a beautiful woman herself, she didn't have Lily's status with the Jones family behind her, so she ultimately couldn't hold a candle to her. In the past, Emma thought that she'd never be able to surpass Lily in her entire life. Then again, who would have thought that Lily, who had caught the eyes of many wealthy suitors, would actually end up marrying such a poor husband? Now that Emma had a chance to buy the car that her former rival couldn't afford for herself, this was finally her chance to hold her head high. And she wasn't going to let go of the opportunity to stick it to her rival in front of everyone.
That car is worth $19 million. If you really want to buy it, just give us your card so I can swipe it immediately.
The salesperson wasn't very excited at all. He'd already offered this car to many wealthy buyers, but none of them were willing to shell out the money once they found out the price. Similarly, upon hearing the cost of the Bugatti, the smile on Timothy Larson's face instantly froze. Although the Williams Company gave him a very good salary of $10 million per year, this car was worth nearly 2 years of his annual pay.
Do you want it or not? If you can't afford it, then hurry up and leave. Don't waste any more of our time,
the salesperson urged impatiently.
What do you mean? How can you be so sure that I can't afford it? Is that how you do business around here? Why do you have to be so rude to your customers? No wonder this place isn't getting any buyers. Let me speak to your manager. I'm sure my friend will fire you this instant.
Timothy felt that he had to say something to divert the topic and find an excuse not to buy the car.
I can tell that you clearly can't afford it and you're just stalling to find a good excuse and avoid humiliating yourself.
The salesperson's temper immediately flared up.
Don't be so arrogant. You may be friends with the manager, but I'm not afraid to tell you that this dealership is owned by Dominic Archer. If you want to cause a scene, you'd better prepare yourself to face him.
Timothy Larson's expression changed instantly when he heard the man mention Dominic Archer's name. A bead of sweat suddenly trickled down his forehead.
If you really plan to buy the car, then I won't say anything more to you. That car is worth more than $19 million, and after the discount, it'll be $19 million even. Do you want to pay by card or cash?
The salesperson coldly sneered at Timothy.
We don't want it anymore.
Timothy didn't have the courage to provoke Dominic Archer's people.
You don't want it anymore? You wasted so much of my time. Mr. Archer doesn't like fickle people, so I cannot accept no for an answer.
The salesperson then threatened him.
Even if you don't want the car, you have no choice now but to buy it. Your only choice is whether to pay by card or cash.
Emma realized that something wasn't right and thought of something quickly. Didn't they take a fancy to this car first? She pointed at Kevin and Lily as she spoke.
When you look at the clothes this man is wearing, you obviously can tell that they can't afford this car. But you guys are different. Since your husband works for the Williams Company, he must be pretty well off.
The salesperson's words sounded very familiar. Although the surrounding onlookers also felt that the salesperson was being unfair and unreasonable by forcing Timothy to buy the car, at the moment, no one dared to speak up. Ever since the Steele family had been attacked, Dominic Archer's reputation and power had grown so much in Chicago that they were all intimidated by the mention of his name alone.
But we really can't afford it.
Timothy was so embarrassed he wanted to cry. The truth was that the Williams Company had just expanded into a new branch, and because he just entered his position not long ago, he hadn't even gotten his first paycheck yet.
It's easy to just say that you're not able to afford it. If you keep insisting that that's the case, I'll have no choice but to tell Mr. Archer about this and let him have a talk with you himself,
the salesperson said with a cruel smile on his face. Kevin couldn't help but laugh when he heard this.
What are you laughing at? Did you really think that I'd let you off the hook? Let me tell you something. Although you're poor, that still doesn't give you a good excuse to get out of this situation. Because you wasted my time, you have to buy a car worth more than $1 million from our dealership, which cost at least $3 million to operate. If you don't have the money, then I'll gladly have your legs broken.
The salesperson snorted and arrogantly lifted his chin. Many people in the showroom gasped when they heard this. This man was just a mere salesperson. How could he be so ruthlessly demanding? Wasn't he being a bit too overbearing? When the pink Bugatti's price was revealed to be $19 million, Timothy Larson tried to use the salesperson's rudeness as an excuse not to buy the car. However, the salesperson saw right through this and revealed that the dealership was actually owned by Dominic Archer. He then demanded that Timothy had to buy the car or face severe consequences. When Kevin couldn't help but laugh at this, the salesperson told Kevin that he had to buy a car worth at least $1 million. And he threatened to break his legs if he didn't have the money. The surrounding crowd was surprised at the salesperson's ruthlessness. If you're so arrogant and cruel, then you'd better call your superiors and see if they also have the courage to lay a hand on me. Kevin raised his eyebrows and teased the man.
Why would I need to involve them in this? I don't need to do much to deal with a poor kid like you.
The salesperson snorted in disdain.
Hey, buddy, how about you just save us some trouble and forget that any of this ever happened? I'll even treat you to a meal on behalf of the Williams Company as compensation. How about that?
Timothy still had some sense of superiority. After all, the Williams Company carried a lot of weight in Chicago, and he believed that anyone who had some resources wouldn't dare to refuse the opportunity. As expected, the salesperson slightly relaxed his gaze, and the way he looked at Timothy Larson changed a little.
Since they have the protection of the Williams Company, what do you guys plan to do?
The salesperson crossed his arms in front of his chest, looked at Kevin, and sternly said,
Are you going to buy a car, or do you want to have your legs broken?
Emma offered her advice. Lily, I think you should just buy a car. The Jones family isn't so poor that you can't even afford a less expensive one. Isn't that so? Emma had just returned to Chicago a few days before, so she didn't know about the Jones family's murder. Unintentional as it may have been, Emma's words undoubtedly hurt Lily's feelings. It made her eyes start to well up with tears. Lily, why aren't you saying anything? Could it be that the Jones family has already gone bankrupt? Emma thought that she'd figured out the reason for Lily's hesitation and began to get excited. No wonder you ended up marrying such a poor man. It turns out that your family doesn't have the status to prevent you from making a fool of yourself. Emma sneered and gloated at Lily's expense. That's okay, Lily. You're still young and beautiful. You can just divorce him and marry another guy. But I'm very curious as to who would want a woman who has slept with a poor man. Perhaps you're simply destined to suffer in this lifetime. Just as she finished speaking, everyone heard a crisp sound, and Emma spun a few times, then fell to the floor in a daze. There was a large palm print on her cheek where she'd been slapped. I hate people with big mouths the most. You can say all the bad things you want about me, but I won't let you keep insulting my wife like that. Kevin's eyes showed how disgusted he was with her. Emma Larson was stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses. Then she looked at Kevin angrily. You actually dare to hit a woman like me? What kind of man are you? Emma stared at Kevin in disbelief. I'm not afraid of being judged for defending my wife, and I don't dare to hit you. I already did it, Kevin replied harshly. Hubby, look what he did to me. Don't just stand there. Help me get even with him. Emma began to sob like a little kid.
How dare you hit my wife? You just made a big mistake. Do you know that?
Timothy roared fiercely.
Who in Chicago doesn't know the Williams Company's reputation? Tell me, how are you going to compensate me for what you've done?
The people around them sighed and shook their heads one after another, but none of them disagreed with what Timothy had just said. The Williams Company reputation in Chicago was beyond reproach. Even Dominic Archer and Drake Cook couldn't hold a candle to them. Is the Williams Company really that great? Kevin's voice sounded especially deep, as if a ball of fury was brewing in his chest. When these words came out of his mouth, everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at Kevin as if he was some kind of fool. What the hell? Where did this guy come from? How doesn't he know about the Williams Company? One of the onlookers gasped. Judging from the way he's dressed, it's very likely that he's just one of those country bumpkins that just stumbled into our city. Another one sneered. Well, regardless of where he came from, he's offended someone from the Williams Company. I reckon that this kid will be dead soon. A third onlooker commented. When he heard all the comments, Timothy suddenly laughed. He was amused by Kevin's ignorance.
Look, I'm not afraid to tell you that the Williams Company is really powerful. People like you can't even enter our company's gate. If you know what's good for you, you better kneel on the ground and lower your head to acknowledge my superiority. After that, you should let your wife spend the night with me, if you know what I mean.
Timothy smiled mischievously and winked at Lily.
If I'm satisfied, maybe I can put in a good word with HR to hire you as a janitor in our newest branch. It's much better than relying on your wife to pay your bills.
Kevin sneered at Timothy and asked him, Am I supposed to thank you for your kind offer?
No need to thank me. If you want to leave this dealership in one piece, you better do as I say. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer the consequences.
Timothy arrogantly puffed out his chest. Although he couldn't afford to offend Dominic Archer's people, Timothy believed that Kevin was just a useless son-in-law who he'd had the bad luck to run into. With the reputation of the Williams Company behind him, he could easily crush him. But before Timothy could say anything else, Kevin suddenly slapped him in the face as well. Although he tried his best to control his strength, because of the massive increase in his energy base, how could Timothy or anyone else in the place stand a chance against him? As a result, Timothy was sent flying through the air like a rag doll. He landed on a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, leaving a deep dent in its hood. When they saw this, the onlookers all gasped in astonishment. My God, who is this guy? He actually had the nerve to hit someone who works for the Williams Company. One of the onlookers was in disbelief.
This time he's definitely finished. He surely won't be able to talk his way out of this,
another concluded. Meanwhile, the dumbfounded salesperson also gulped in surprise. Once he came back to his senses, he looked at Kevin with sudden admiration.
Young man, I can see that you're good at fighting. Are you interested in joining us?
The salesperson smiled and added,
You'll certainly get in a lot of trouble after beating up someone from the Williams Company. In my opinion, the only one who can save you right now is Mr. Archer.
At the same time, the salesperson was thinking that if he introduced such a powerful person to Dominic Archer, he'd definitely benefit from it. He might even be promoted and put in charge of the entire car dealership. His response attracted everyone's surprise, and they all looked at Kevin enviously. How did this lowlife suddenly get so lucky? But a second later, Kevin did something that no one expected. Just as he'd done with Timothy, Kevin forcefully rejected the salesperson's offer, kicking him in the chest with such great force that the man went flying backward and crashed into a wall. Before the salesperson could recover his strength, Kevin grabbed his hair and dragged him up from the floor. I'm not interested in wasting time with nobody like you. I want to speak to someone with authority, so you better get Dominic Archer over here right away. Kevin stared into his eyes coldly and growled. I'd like to see if he would dare to break my legs. When they heard this, the salesperson and the onlookers were all dumbfounded. Timothy, who had just gotten up from the floor, was also stunned. And even Emma stopped crying when she heard Kevin say that. Lily was probably the only one who wasn't surprised by any of this, and she was the calmest of all. Hurry up and call for reinforcements. I'll let you bring as many men as you want. Kevin tossed the salesperson aside like he was handling a bag of trash. When this happened, the whole store went into an uproar. Am I seeing things? This kid actually dared to hit one of Dominic Archer's men? One of the onlookers was shocked. You're wrong.
He didn't dare to do it. He already hit him. And not only that, he just threw him out.
Another echoed Kevin's words from earlier.
If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe it?
Just then, some people finally pushed through the crowd, but they weren't fellow customers who were looking to help Kevin. On the contrary, they were the other salespeople. And as they quickly walked forward one after another, they surrounded Kevin looking extremely unfriendly.
Kid, how dare you hit one of our brothers? Be careful what you do or I'll throw you into the lake to feed the fish,
one of the other salespeople threatened.
It's been a long time since anyone has dared to cause trouble in here. It'll definitely feel nice to relax and unwind by teaching you a lesson.
Another one sneered.
Didn't this lowlife ask for our brother to call for reinforcements? He'll be sorry for what he wished for. He won't be strong enough to fight with so many of us all by himself.
A third one mocked. Lily walked up to Kevin and took his arm. Although she didn't say a word to the dozen or so fierce-looking salespeople, they believed that she was going to try to leave with Kevin.
If you guys beat him to death, I guarantee that the Williams Company will sign a partnership with your boss.
Timothy roared loudly. He had a fierce look in his eyes. Meanwhile, the salesperson who Kevin had kicked and sent flying earlier had been on the phone for some time. When he finally hung up, he gave Timothy a knowing look and then whispered something to the person next to him.
What are you all still standing there for? Why aren't you making a move yet?
Timothy yelled at them angrily. After emphatically rejecting the salesperson's offer to become one of Dominic Archer's men, Kevin told him to call his boss over and send reinforcements. This caused the other salespeople to surround Kevin as Lily walked up to him and held his arm. With that, Timothy Larson urged them to kill Kevin in exchange for a partnership between the Williams Company and Dominic Archer. Meanwhile, the salesperson who had been sent flying by Kevin earlier had just gotten off the phone. He then whispered something to the person next to him as Timothy angrily asked why nobody was making a move on Kevin. Before today, no one had ever made a move on Timothy in front of so many people, not to mention the fact that Kevin was just a useless man who lived off his wife's money. How could Timothy swallow his pride and not seek revenge?
Wait a moment. I should be the one settling the score with you after destroying one of our cars. We don't answer to you.
The salesperson wasn't falling for Timothy's offer of a partnership. To be honest, Timothy was just a manager at the Williams Company. At the end of the day, he wasn't the final decision maker in the company, so his offer was worthless. More importantly, these were all Dominic Archer's men. Due to Dominic Archer's recent rapid expansion of power, many shops were in urgent need of manpower. If not for the lack of sufficient employees, these normally blade-wielding men wouldn't want to sell cars for a living. And after Timothy had damaged one of their cars, they would surely face Dominic Archer's wrath if nobody paid for it.
I just offered your boss a deal with the Williams Company. Do you know what that means, or are you stupid?
Timothy was getting impatient. He couldn't wait to make Kevin kneel down and apologize to him.
I don't care what kind of company you're from. Your offer won't work with us.
The salesperson clenched his fists and said,
If you don't want to be beaten up too, then be quiet. Otherwise, you'll find out why the flowers around here are so red.
Timothy was immediately incensed by this, but in the end, he chose not to say anything. After all, he was still afraid of getting beaten up by Dominic Archer's henchmen. Still, he couldn't help but feel extremely disappointed. What was going on today? Why was the Williams Company's reputation suddenly not helping him? The salesperson turned his attention to Kevin and sneered at him.
Kid, you still have time to think about how you're going to die.
However, Kevin ignored him and just patted Lily's hand to comfort her. Lily, I advise you to leave your husband as soon as possible. He's going to die today anyway, no matter what. And even if the owner of this dealership won't do anything to him, my husband surely won't let him off the hook. Emma looked at her harshly and said, Perhaps you don't know how powerful my husband is. I'm not afraid to tell you that he's attained a high position. that your husband will never be able to dream of in his lifetime. Since we're classmates, as long as you take my advice, I won't let my husband make things too difficult for you," Emma added, as if this might make Lily feel any better. Then Timothy glanced at his wife and nodded intentionally before he looked over at Lily again. Seeing her graceful figure and delicate face, his heart became restless again at the thought of stealing her away from Kevin once all this was over. Just then, everyone heard heavy footsteps coming from outside the door, and they couldn't help but look over to see who it was. Dominic Archer had just entered the store with 20 or so bodyguards.
"Who the hell dared to hit one of my men?"
Dominic Archer roared furiously. Many people's legs started to tremble and feel weak when they heard this. Some of them even turned pale and quickly lowered their heads to avoid any eye contact with him. Dominic Archer's reputation in Chicago was really terrifying. The mention of his name alone was enough to cause people's expressions to change drastically. And here he was, in the flesh.
"Mr. Archer!"
More than a dozen salespeople called out respectfully. The salesperson who'd called earlier walked up to him with a flattering smile on his face.
"Boss, how did you get here so fast?" "I happen to be working nearby."
Dominic Archer looked at the shoe print on the man's chest, and the surrounding crowd suddenly became uncomfortable. Anyone who harmed one of his men was essentially slapping Dominic in the face. Given this, Dominic Archer's purpose in coming to the car dealership was to take a look. As one of Chicago's most powerful men, who would dare to provoke him like this? Timothy Larson didn't back down and mustered enough courage to walk up to him.
"Hello, Mr. Archer. I'm the manager of the Williams Company's newest branch. If you don't mind, I have a project that I'd like to discuss with you."
Despite being terrified deep inside, he still pretended to act superior. He was hoping that the reputation of the Williams Company would resonate with Dominic. It was worth a try anyway. In fact, Timothy wanted to use this opportunity to make friends with Dominic Archer. If he had such a big backer like him in the future, on top of having a high position at the Williams Company, he didn't need to be afraid of anyone else.
"You're from the Williams Company?"
Dominic Archer asked in surprise.
"Boss, he just destroyed one of the cars here and shouted at us. He even called us stupid,"
the salesperson explained to Archer in a low voice.
"That's nothing compared to what the Williams Company could offer you, Mr. Archer."
Timothy Larson looked him in the eye with confidence.
"The Williams Company's reputation does hold some weight with me,"
Dominic Archer answered very casually. After all, he knew that the Williams Company was owned by Kevin, so despite his own increasing reputation, Dominic Archer still had to treat him with respect.
"Now that you know who I work for, I was hoping that you might be able to help me teach that reckless guy a lesson. In exchange, I'll treat you to a meal tonight, and we can discuss our future partnership from there."
Timothy couldn't help but feel delighted that his plan was going to work. However, when Dominic looked in the direction where Timothy was pointing, he was stunned, especially when he saw the mischievous smile on Kevin's lips. This made his heart beat faster all of a sudden. Recalling the miserable fate of the Jones family along with the Blair and Butler families, Dominic Archer couldn't help but shudder now that Kevin was back in Chicago. At his level, Dominic had inside information on a lot of things that other people didn't know about. And while ordinary people only thought that those three families were destroyed because of Kevin, he was aware of one more thing, that this seemed to have something to do with a much bigger game that Kevin was playing down in St. Louis. What happened in Chicago was just a little bit of an aftershock. While he had little information on the specifics, it was enough to show how powerful Kevin truly was. Even though the two places were quite far apart, Kevin's activities in St. Louis had somehow caused the death of several families in Chicago. And if Dominic Archer happened to be caught in the middle of the aftershock, he wasn't quite sure whether he and the rest of the Archer family would be able to survive in one piece or not.
"Mr. Archer, quickly order your men to break his legs. I'll surely find a way to thank you later."
Timothy smiled at him broadly. Dominic turned his head around and stared at Timothy with a puzzled expression on his face as he asked,
"Are you really from the Williams Company?"
"What do you mean by that? My husband is the manager of the Williams Company's newest branch. If you don't believe me, you can ask around." Emma proudly raised her chin and remarked, "You're a person with a lot of connections, aren't you? This shouldn't be news to you." Dominic Archer's men all had murderous expressions on their faces. They looked at Emma like she was the biggest fool they'd ever seen. They didn't understand why this woman was being so arrogant. They'd never seen anyone who dared to talk down to Dominic Archer like that in front of everyone. Dominic pointed at Kevin and asked Timothy,
"You say you're from the Williams Company, right? Do you have any idea who this man is?"
Isn't he just a good-for-nothing son-in-law?
Timothy sneered at Kevin and said with disgust,
"How can I know a lowlife like him? It's just that our wives were former classmates back in college. I only met him today."
Hearing such rude and ignorant words, Dominic Archer wanted to slap the man to death then and there.
"You should call your company and ask who Kevin is."
Dominic no longer wanted to waste any more time with him.
"Kevin? Kevin who? How am I supposed to find out who he is without knowing his last name?"
Timothy thought to himself as he made a quick phone call. Then Dominic Archer turned around and walked quickly towards Kevin. When she saw this, Lily instinctively trembled and held Kevin's arm even more tightly, but she didn't take a step back and stayed by his side. Dominic Archer smiled and stretched out his hand.
"I wasn't expecting you to come into my store. I'm truly honored by your presence. Why didn't you call me ahead of time so that I could prepare something in advance?"
"I would have, Dominic, but this was all a surprise. My wife was just curious how much that pink Bugatti of yours cost, so we came inside to inquire. However, your salesperson forced me to buy a car as compensation for wasting his time. Otherwise, he was going to break my leg," Kevin replied calmly. "If I say anything more, won't I lose my life?" The smile on Dominic Archer's face immediately disappeared when Kevin told him that. He slapped the salesperson so hard that he saw stars as he fell to the floor with a loud thud.
"You've only been working in the store for a few days, and you've already caused me trouble. Is this how you treat our customers?"
Dominic started slapping the man around, and it looked like he wasn't ever going to stop. All the onlookers were wondering what the heck was going on. When Dominic Archer arrived at the store, Timothy Larson took the opportunity to introduce himself as the manager of the Williams Company's latest branch and offered to do a project together in exchange for teaching someone a lesson. However, when Dominic found out who Timothy was referring to, he shuddered and told him to call the Williams Company to ask who Kevin was. However, when Dominic went to greet him, Kevin shared with him how the salesperson had insulted and threatened him. When he heard this, Dominic slapped the salesperson and kicked him in the chest as he scolded him for mistreating Kevin.
"Don't you know who you just offended? Tell me, do you still want to break his legs? He could make you disappear in a second."
Dominic Archer kept cursing while he was beating the salesperson up. The people around them were stunned. How could Dominic Archer beat his own employee because of this young man who was dressed in such tattered clothes? When did such a fearsome person show up in Chicago? Even the famous Dominic Archer has to be polite to him, one of the onlookers exclaimed. However, the smarter ones had already thought of one thing. Kevin was definitely not as simple as he seemed on the surface. After all, someone who could make Dominic Archer treat him with such respect must have a prominent background. But no matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out for certain who this young man was. What kind of reputation did Kevin have? In Chicago, Dominic Archer wouldn't even act this way towards Drake Cook, let alone almost anyone else. The only exception would probably be someone like Mitchell Cook, or someone with an even higher social status than him. After a few minutes, Dominic Archer finally stopped punching and kicking the salesperson. However, his subordinate's face was already beaten beyond recognition, and his appearance was especially frightening. "Are you still alive? If you're not dead, apologize immediately to President Williams." Dominic Archer then turned around and shouted at the other salespeople, "All of you, get over here right now. When I came in, you guys seemed to have surrounded President Williams with murderous intent. If you don't want to lose your lives, you better get down on your knees and apologize to him." The dozen or so men immediately rushed up to Kevin and knelt down on the floor. They all lowered their heads steeply, and no one dared to say a word as cold sweat was starting to drip from their foreheads and down onto the floor. Even the salesperson who had just been beaten up by Dominic Archer endured the pain in his body and gritted his teeth as he got up from the ground to kneel properly before Kevin. All of these men thought to themselves, if Dominic Archer had to be respectful to Kevin, then what nerve did they have to be so arrogant toward him? Before this, none of them knew who Kevin was, and they dared to insult and shout at him over and over. But now that they knew who they just upset, they instantly regretted their actions and dreaded any consequences that would follow.
President Williams?
At the same time, Timothy Larson, who'd been on the phone asking about Kevin, turned his head around. Since he only moved to Chicago the day he started his new job at the Williams Company's new branch, he still didn't manage to put two and two together. But when he saw what was happening, he almost dropped his phone on the floor. His wife, Emma, was also petrified. Similarly, the surrounding people who were watching this unfold suddenly got very excited.
Please forgive me for not recognizing you. I take back everything I said. I never imagined that I would make such a grave error in judgment.
The badly beaten salesperson profusely apologized to Kevin. However, Dominic Archer didn't care about the other people. He was willing to give them all up just to please Kevin.
President Williams, you can do whatever you want with them. I can have them all thrown into Lake Michigan to feed the fish if you just give the word.
Dominic, are you sure? Kevin asked with a terrifying smile. This made everyone's heart skip a beat. No one had expected that Kevin, who looked weak and somewhat poor, was really only pretending to be a lowlife to play around with them. But he was also ruthless when provoked.
As long as it'll help make things up to you, it's fine with me. It's the least I can do as compensation for their offense.
Dominic frowned slightly inside. In the past, he would definitely not have been this afraid of Kevin. But now things were different. Not only was Kevin richer than ever, but he could even afford to play around with Dominic as much as he wished. At the same time, Timothy Larson was back on his phone. Despite being a new hire for their latest branch, he knew someone who happened to work in the Williams Company's headquarters, so it wasn't difficult for him to look into Kevin's true identity.
"What's wrong, Mr. Larson? Why are you suddenly calling me?"
Mark Turner asked in surprise. Back when Kevin bought the penthouse at Corwin Tower, Mark Turner had stood up for him even without knowing who he was. Since then, because he'd constantly proven his competence and abilities, he was promoted by Miss Wilson 2 or 3 times.
"Mr. Turner, what are you talking about? Can't I just catch up with a friend? Anyway, I just wanted to call and ask if there's a person named Kevin in the headquarters. He's been referred to as President Williams as well for some reason. Please ask the HR department to investigate him for me."
Timothy Larson had a bad feeling about all of this. As expected, after he finished speaking, Mark Turner fell silent.
"What happened, Mr. Turner? Why are you being so quiet all of a sudden?"
Timothy's bad premonition seemed to be coming true. "Did you get into a fight with him?" Mark asked in a low and stern voice.
"There was just a small conflict, but it wasn't a big one. If you find that he doesn't have any significant position in the headquarters, can you help me deal with this issue? I'll definitely thank you properly in the future,"
Timothy said with a smile. He didn't notice the change in Mark Turner's tone at all.
Mr. Larson, I'm sorry, but I can't help you with this matter. You should solve it yourself. But if I were you, I'd apologize immediately to Mr. Williams before things get even worse for you,
Mark advised him. Mark Turner still remembered how Kevin had handled Edward Ambrose, so he knew what he was capable of.
Wait, what's wrong?
Timothy's smile suddenly disappeared. He said without thinking,
Is that lowlife really so important? These people were calling him president after all. Then again, he wasn't dressed very well. Could it be that he's the son of the CEO?
That's enough, Mr. Larson. The less you say, the better. Let me tell you that Mr. Williams is definitely someone that you cannot afford to offend. It's almost all because of him that I'm in my current position today. Don't be silly enough to judge someone by his appearance. Mark really wanted to slap this guy a couple of times himself. How could he still not figure out who Kevin was? I have a meeting to attend soon, so I can't talk nonsense with you anymore. I'm just warning you not to take Mr. Williams too lightly. He can kill you with a single flick of his wrist. After saying this, Mark Turner abruptly hung up the phone. Timothy's heart sank. While Mark Turner was only an acquaintance of his, he knew him well enough to figure that Kevin must be pretty terrifying for a person in his position to be afraid. And while he didn't know much, he could tell that Kevin wasn't as simple as he appeared to be. Meanwhile, on the other side of the store, Kevin thought for a long time and patted Dominic Archer's shoulder gently. I think we should just forget about this incident. You just need to discipline your men better in the future. Don't let them treat their customers so badly. The dozen or so men who were kneeling on the ground let out a long sigh of relief. President Williams, you're really a big shot now. An ordinary person wouldn't have as much patience and mercy as you do. There's nobody like you in all of Chicago. Dominic Archer praised him with a big laugh and then turned around to scold his men. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and thank President Williams. Thank you, President Williams, the men quickly reacted. The salesperson who'd been beaten up was especially gracious, crying an endless stream of tears from his swollen eyes. Just then, Timothy walked up to them hesitantly. He had a desperate look on his face.
If you're so important, why are you dressed in rags like this? It seems that I seriously misjudged you.
Timothy admitted reluctantly. What's wrong with the way I'm dressed? Regardless of what clothes I prefer to wear, it was wrong for you to show off like that. Kevin suddenly asked him, Did you finally figure out who I am? Do you need my help to deal with him? Dominic Archer asked eagerly. Forget it. I don't want your reputation to be tainted by dealing with this kind of person. Someone else will teach him a lesson, Kevin knowingly remarked. The moment Timothy had introduced himself as a manager for the Williams Company and started talking to Lily earlier, Kevin had already sent a text message to Miss Wilson. She should have found his phone number by now. Kevin was just thinking about this when Timothy Larson's phone rang.
Hello? Who is this?
Timothy asked with a slight frown. Miss Wilson got straight to the point. I'm Sandra Wilson, Chief of Staff of the Williams Company. Mr. Larson, I understand that you've recently been hired as the Deputy Manager of the Project Design Department in our latest branch. Now I'm calling to inform you that the headquarters has officially removed you from your position and terminated you from the company. Please return as soon as possible and empty your desk. Security will be there to escort you. Timothy Larson was dumbfounded when he heard that. Why did the headquarters suddenly fire him?
May I ask the reason why?
Timothy asked weakly. After getting off the phone with Mark Turner, Timothy Larson walked up to Kevin. He then admitted to him that he'd been wrong for misjudging him based on his choice of clothes. When Dominic Archer offered to deal with the man accordingly, Kevin told him not to worry and that someone else would teach him a lesson. Just then, Miss Wilson called Timothy to inform him that he'd been fired from the Williams Company. Dumbfounded by this news, Timothy asked her the reason for a sudden termination. "You've offended someone you shouldn't have." Miss Wilson decisively cut off the call after saying this. Timothy Larson's heart was filled with shock when he heard that. He just arrived in Chicago, and as a new hire of the Williams Company's newest branch, he couldn't possibly know who Kevin was. Moreover, the only person he knew at the headquarters was Mark Turner, and the only reason why the two of them were acquaintances was because they'd gotten to know each other at a cocktail party in New York 3 years before. Timothy thought to himself,
Who the hell is President Kevin Williams?
Suddenly, it hit him. If even Miss Wilson, the chief of staff, claimed that Kevin was someone he couldn't offend, the only possibility remaining was that the person standing in front of him right now was actually the CEO of the Williams Company. How could he have only realized Kevin's true identity now? It seems that someone has already informed him, and he's finally figured it out. Kevin smiled and crossed his arms in front of his chest. "What are you talking about, you good-for-nothing lowlife? How can you smile so arrogantly at my husband like that?" Emma Larson walked over and scolded him. "My husband has been nothing but kind to you. He's already offered you a way out of this, and yet you continue to treat him with disrespect. Why don't you go and look up the Williams Company? That way you'll know who you're messing with. These people may have chosen to let you go for now, but that doesn't mean that I'm done arguing with you." Emma sneered. "How dare you slap me? Or have you already forgotten about that, you useless son-in-law? Today I'll make my husband find someone to get even with you." But before Emma could say anything else, Timothy suddenly put his hand over his wife's mouth.
What the hell are you doing? Who told you that you have the right to speak to President Williams like this?
Timothy roared loudly.
This whole mess was all because of you. The only thing you know how to do is to cause trouble for me from sunup to sundown.
Emma Larson defiantly shoved his hand away from her mouth. "Hubby, why are you siding with this person over me? He's just a useless son-in-law, but I'm your wife. Stop treating him like your mistress." The anger in Emma's heart immediately flared up.
Don't you know who he is? He may not be my mistress, but now that you've made me offend him, what will become of me? I'll lose everything that I have because of you.
Timothy reprimanded her loudly. This scene made all the onlookers confused. Why did the couple suddenly start quarreling?
This is what I get for choosing you over my mistress. Why do you always have to look down on others and drag me down with you? I can't deal with this right now. I don't want to see your face ever again.
Timothy's chest was heaving up and down violently. Kevin wasn't in the mood to deal with them any longer. He simply smiled at Lily and took her by the hand as they walked out the door. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. "By the way, Dominic, about that pink Bugatti over there. Have your men send it over to the second building of the Salix Leaf Complex. As for the money, someone will call you shortly to settle for the car," Kevin said happily as he smiled broadly. "Did you hear what President Williams said? Why did you ever doubt him as a potential buyer? Don't worry, someone will send it over this evening." Dominic Archer gave the salespeople a stern gaze before smiling back at Kevin. "Now tell me, can I afford this car?" Kevin's eyes stopped on the salesperson who had insulted him earlier. The man quickly nodded his head and anxiously replied,
"Yes, you certainly can afford it, President Williams."
All of the dealership's salespeople were actually blade-wielding hatchet men who'd been following Dominic Archer around Chicago and dealing with his enemies. Given Dominic's rapid expansion and takeover of areas and businesses that the Steele family had left behind, it just so happened that they had been temporarily assigned to the dealership to be salespeople because of the shortage of manpower. Not used to the patient and friendly attitude that the job required, it was inevitable that they wouldn't be able to adjust their ways so quickly. Still, none of them expected that they would actually run into some trouble today. Seeing all their regretful faces, Kevin laughed lightly as he left the store with Lily. "Kick these two out!" Dominic Archer pointed at Timothy and Emma Larson, who were still arguing over what had happened to them. Dominic felt lucky that he had been there to mediate the situation and make sure that Kevin was appeased. Otherwise, something bad might have happened. Then he took out his phone and called his sister, Gwen Archer. Back in the main hall of the Thompson family's mansion in St. Louis, Richard Swinton and Joseph Thompson were discussing some important matters. Joseph Thompson took a sip of coffee and asked, "Do you know when Mr. Williams will return to St. Louis? It's not like we can do anything about the stalemate between us and the Huxley family until he comes back."
Kevin said he had to go back to Chicago for work. I don't know when he'll come back here, but now that the Radiance has arrived in St. Louis, I'm sure that a mere nuisance like Virgil Huxley won't be able to stir up much trouble.
Richard Swinton didn't have any worries in his heart. "Previously, you promised those riled-up citizens that Kevin would give them an explanation in 3 days' time. Now that he's no longer in St. Louis, I'm curious to see what explanation you plan to give them when the time comes," Joseph said once again with some concern.
What are you so afraid of? After all, you were by my side at the time. Anyway, I doubt any of those people would dare to come to our home to cause trouble.
Richard smiled wickedly. His attitude stunned Joseph Thompson. He didn't expect Richard Swinton to play such a dirty trick on them.
Why are you giving me that look? Don't worry. I've already sent someone to investigate who was behind the protests. For thousands of people to have suddenly gathered to cause trouble like that, someone prominent must have added fuel to the fire behind the incident and tipped them off about the Dixon brothers' true identity. Otherwise, they wouldn't have figured it out and come after the Radiant so suddenly.
Richard waved his hand and explained. Before Joseph Thompson could reply, Richard Swinton's phone suddenly rang. Someone from his family's mansion had just called using a staff member's phone. Without waiting for Richard to speak, the man on the other end of the line urgently reported, "Sir, something bad happened. Curtis Green, who we've been keeping locked away in his room, has been killed." Richard Swinton instantly stood up when he heard this.
Are you sure? You're not joking with me, are you?
"Sir, I wouldn't dare to joke with you about something like this," the man reassured him respectfully. "We hope you can come back here immediately." After Richard Swinton hung up the phone, Joseph Thompson put down the coffee mug in his hand and asked, "What's wrong with you? Is your mansion on fire or something?" Richard slowly turned his head around and said ominously,
Curtis Green is dead.
Joseph had the same reaction as the man who had just called. "Quickly, go and take a look." Meanwhile, inside Lily's apartment at the Salix Leaf complex in Chicago, Kevin and Lily had just returned when they saw Dorothy sitting on the sofa and chatting with a few women who looked to be around her age. "Oh, Dorothy, your life is really good. I didn't expect your son-in-law to be the CEO of the Williams Company. If only I'd found out about it sooner," one of the women exclaimed. "I thought your son-in-law was really someone who just lived off you and your daughter. But it turns out that he was simply hiding his strength and biding his time. If he doesn't cause any trouble, I'm sure he'll amaze the world with what he can do," another woman commented with more than a hint of praise in her voice. "Dorothy, now that you've already started reaping all the benefits and enjoying yourself, don't forget about all of us all of a sudden," a third one reminded her. Hearing these words of praise, Dorothy felt as if they were being excessive. She smiled and laughed so hard that her jaw started to ache. "What do you mean by enjoying my life? That son-in-law of mine continues to be useless to me. He's so used to ordering me around like a household staff member. So if any of you start treating him a little better, I'm sure we'll go to his head. When that happens, who knows what he'll think of doing to make me suffer? Sisters, if there's anything you want to do for me, please protect me from him in the future," Dorothy said as she rolled her eyes. "Don't say that. I'm sure things will improve in the future. Anyway, I really have something to ask of you. I heard that the Williams Company media arm specializes in nurturing celebrities. As you know, my daughter is only in her 20s, and I have high aspirations for her to become a famous star. Do you think you can ask your good son-in-law to sign her as a client? One of Dorothy's friends immediately echoed. After all, he is the CEO. Something this minor shouldn't be a problem for him, don't you agree? Seeing that Dorothy was about to agree to something again without Kevin's consent, Lily quickly walked up to her mother and announced, "Mom, Kevin and I are back." "If you're back, what does that have to do with me? Don't tell me I still need to open the door for you." Dorothy replied faintly and didn't even look at Kevin. Kevin shrugged his shoulders. He couldn't understand why Dorothy still hated him so much. Not wanting to ask for any more trouble, he planned to go upstairs and rest for a while. However, Dorothy's friend stopped him. "Dorothy, this must be your son-in-law, right? I never realized how handsome and elegant he looked before," one of the women exclaimed as she gave Kevin a big smile. "Being a CEO definitely adds a certain charm. If only my son had half of his potential," another one added. All of Dorothy's friends enthusiastically walked up to Kevin. They kept gawking at him and fawning over him as if they were in the presence of royalty. At the Salix Leaf complex in Chicago, Kevin and Lily had just returned home when they found Dorothy entertaining some friends. Since they were all aware that Kevin was the CEO of the Williams Company, everyone started praising Dorothy for having such a good son-in-law, which she denied and laughed at the idea. When one of them started asking for a favor, Lily stepped inside the apartment before Dorothy could agree to anything. Upon greeting her, Dorothy coldly replied to Lily and didn't even look at Kevin. To avoid causing trouble, Kevin planned to go upstairs, but he was stopped by Dorothy's friends, who started heaping praise on him like he was a king. "Well, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and call someone to sign my friend's daughter as a client, and give her the best manager in the company." Dorothy raised her head and reprimanded him sternly. "Don't embarrass me in front of my friends." The last thing she wanted right now was for Kevin to steal the spotlight away from her. "Good evening, everyone," Kevin called out helplessly. He didn't know what else to say. "President Williams, your mother-in-law and I are good friends. Just now I was telling her that I wanted to send my daughter over to your company. What do you think?" The woman's name was Cynthia Boone. She'd known Dorothy since they were classmates in school. Cynthia continued, "I'm not just saying this to brag about my daughter to you, but her singing voice is very pleasant to the ears. Moreover, her figure and appearance are very attractive. As long as you train her a little and market her well, she'll definitely become your next big star." Seeing Cynthia Boone become more and more arrogant as she spoke, Kevin only awkwardly scratched his chin and didn't say anything. In the Archer family's mansion, Gwen and Dominic Archer were discussing how to build on their relationship with Kevin. "Sis, when I met Kevin today, I found that his energy base seemed to have increased again. I couldn't sense his aura at all." Dominic Archer took a puff of his cigar as he recalled what had happened earlier. This was the main reason why he'd been so polite to Kevin. Any martial arts expert would usually be able to feel the presence and fluctuation of spiritual energy from another person's body. For example, when Kevin faced the Night King previously, his mentor's aura made him feel like he was imprisoned in a deep abyss. However, despite being a level 3 expert, Dominic Archer couldn't feel anything at all this time. It only showed that Kevin's strength had exceeded his scope of understanding. Kevin is indeed a powerful man. Not long ago, I wanted to learn herbalism under his mentorship, but he still hasn't replied to me," Gwen Archer admitted reluctantly. Now, both Mitchell Cook and Adriana Wright have become his trusted colleagues. If you add the Williams Company on top of that, Kevin has already taken control of the entire economy of Chicago. And if we don't do anything, we might not even have the right to speak freely around here in the future. Dominic Archer flicked the ashes of his cigar and looked thoughtfully up at the ceiling. "Well, what can we do? Kevin is in a completely different league from us." Previously, the siblings wanted to be the ones to find Lily and Phoebe as a way to establish a stronger relationship with Kevin. Unfortunately, things didn't go according to their wishes, as Kevin apparently didn't need their help at all. Gwen suddenly thought of something. Doesn't Kevin have a good relationship with Dalton Steele? Right now, the Steele family's strength is declining rapidly. If we can help Dalton Steele return to his original position, wouldn't that be...
Absolutely not.
Dominic vehemently interrupted his sister's words.
Aren't you forgetting how difficult it was to gain a foothold over them? It took an outside force for our three-way battle to turn into a fair fight that we had a chance to win. Now that the Steele family has fallen, we don't have to worry about defeating them anymore. We only need to deal with Drake Cook to become the most powerful family in Chicago. If we help Dalton Steele, wouldn't that just throw another wrench in our plans?
Gwen Archer didn't answer her brother's question. She kept thinking about the problem she was facing and what else they could do to gain Kevin's support. After all, since Mitchell Cook was a trusted ally of Kevin, Drake Cook also served a purpose for him since he always followed his father's orders. If the Archer family didn't make any concessions, Kevin could definitely help Drake Cook make a move in the future to deal with the two of them. On the other hand, Dalton Steele was Kevin's brother, so while he was still recovering at the moment, it wouldn't be impossible for him to return to his peak condition, with Kevin by his side. Just then, Gwen Archer suddenly had another idea. Bro, why don't I call Kevin and ask him out? Gwen had already made a decision about what their next step should be. At the mountain peak where the Central Alternative Healing Academy's headquarters was located, the once beautiful scenery was now covered in a layer of blood. In just a few days, all the major schools' reinforcements had arrived. As a result, the Alliance's army was losing ground because there was only one area that still remained in their hands. By now, both sides had suffered heavy casualties. Blood flowed like rivers and bones were piled up in stacks. It was definitely not a sight to see for the faint-hearted. In the Alliance's camp, the Sergeant-at-Arms King looked at the Central Alternative Healing Academy's headquarters from afar, with a serious expression on his face. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were filled with an unwillingness to admit defeat.
The latest casualty count has been calculated, sir. More than 30,000 of our men have died so far, while 13,000 have been injured, a subordinate of the Alliance reported respectfully. Also, we don't have many medicinal pills left to treat the injuries. How should we proceed, sir? What other choice do we have now? The major schools have already regained a firm foothold in most areas, erasing all of our efforts. Moreover, our remaining forces won't last against all of them for too long. Only if the Alliance leader comes here in person along with our highest level experts as reinforcements will we have a chance of winning. The Sergeant-at-Arms King thought for a while before he spoke again. I'll write a letter immediately. Once it's ready, make a trip back to the headquarters and hand it directly to the Alliance leader. It's up to him to decide whether we'll keep fighting or retreat. Back at the Salix Leaf complex in Chicago, it was already getting late, so Dorothy sent her friends on their way. In the living room, Lily held the back of Kevin's hand. Sorry about all the trouble, Kevin. Dorothy's friends had made a lot of unreasonable requests. One of them had a son who was a fresh graduate from a top university. Instead of doing nothing at home, his mother figured that he could work for the Williams Company as a manager, and let Kevin take care of the rest to ensure that he would become as successful as Kevin someday. Another one had a nephew who was the manager of a small company. Since he was in a difficult position as a new father, his aunt wanted Kevin to consider letting him join the Williams Company so that he could earn enough income to support his growing family. But among all of these favors, the most outrageous one was from Cynthia Boone. Not only did she want her daughter to sign with the Williams Company, but she also wanted her to enjoy the full star treatment. On top of that, Cynthia demanded that her daughter could not work more than 5 hours a day,
And Kevin had to see to it that she would become famous without doing anything difficult. How was she going to work then? Her job sounded like it was going to be a pure vacation. All of this made Lily feel very uncomfortable, but she felt that it wouldn't be good for Kevin if she were to explode in front of her mother. "That's okay, Lily. Anyway, I didn't agree to any of their requests yet," Kevin casually replied. He wasn't blaming Lily for any of this. At this time, Dorothy had already returned after sending her friends off. When she saw Kevin sitting on the sofa, her face immediately turned sour. "Why are you still sitting here? Go and arrange the things that my friends ordered," Dorothy snapped at him with disgust. "You may be the CEO of the Williams Company now, but you're still my son-in-law. Do you understand? If you don't listen to me, you'll have to divorce my daughter." "Mom, what are you talking about? It's not like you didn't hear what those people were asking of him. Kevin's company is a big business. How could they possibly expect him to cater to all of their demands?" Lily couldn't help but set her mother straight. "Why not? Even if he's the CEO, I don't think that the Williams Company is as good as the rumors say." Dorothy suddenly thought of something as she turned to Kevin. "By the way, it's not good for the company to be run by a useless CEO like you. Whoever manages the company will end up setting an example for the rest of its employees. That being said, I think you should hand the company over to Lily." Kevin had long guessed that Dorothy would say that at some point, so he wasn't affected by this at all. "Mom, don't say that. I don't have the ability to manage the Williams Company." Lily was so angry that she couldn't take it anymore. "Besides, that is Kevin's company. How could I even think of taking it from him?" "You're more capable than this freeloading husband of yours. How big of a risk did we take because of him this time?" Dorothy continued with her arms crossed. "We almost lost our lives, Lily. Isn't it reasonable for him to give the company to you? It's the least that he could do after everything we've had to endure." Dorothy wasn't done yet. "Look at him. If he continues to manage the Williams Company like this, sooner or later the company will collapse. Instead of letting others manage the company, he might as well put you in charge of all the decision-making." "What Mom said makes sense," Kevin remarked with a fake smile. "Of course what I said makes sense. It's late now, so you can keep your company for tonight and hand it over to Lily tomorrow. But as for all the things that my friends have instructed you to do, you must take care of them now, or else I won't allow you to sleep here tonight." Dorothy just wouldn't let up. "Then again, you still have a lot of money now, so it doesn't matter if you continue to live here or not. But whichever way you decide, I won't let my daughter keep putting her own life on hold for you forever." When Dorothy returned to the living room after sending her friends home, she told Kevin that, as her son-in-law, he had to follow all of her orders to the letter. That meant he had to take care of all her friends' unreasonable demands to hire their relatives. In addition to this, he had to hand over the Williams Company to Lily as compensation for all of the hardships that they had to endure because of him. And if Kevin refused any of these demands, Dorothy threatened to kick him out of the apartment, as well as banning them from their lives altogether. When he heard Dorothy's ultimatum, Kevin agreed with a fake smile. The meaning behind her words was very clear. She was obviously using Lily to manipulate Kevin. As long as he didn't agree to any of her conditions, they would have to divorce. Lily tried to reason with her mother. "Mom?" Dorothy waved her hand to interrupt Lily. She stared at Kevin coldly and sneered. "What do you have to say about what I just said?" "I understand completely, Mom. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything," Kevin remarked with an embarrassed smile. "Then why are you still sitting there on the sofa? Aren't you supposed to go out to buy some vegetables and come back here to cook us some dinner? Or are you expecting me to serve you?" Dorothy spoke again. "Don't think that being a CEO excuses you from the responsibilities of being my son-in-law. Otherwise, if word gets out that you've become even more useless and entitled than before, then everyone will gossip and say that I didn't discipline you well." Kevin sighed lightly and stood up. Then he walked out the door. "Mom, what are you doing? I don't want to take away the Williams Company from Kevin," Lily protested. "Listen to me. As your mother, I'm doing this for your own good. There have been many examples of husbands who turn bad after becoming rich. If I don't put the financial power of this family in your hands, what will happen if Kevin finds another woman one of these days?" Dorothy warned in a stern tone. "Besides, I heard that the eldest daughter of the Anderson family is very close to Kevin. Moreover, didn't she make sure to be the first to run up and hug him when he came back to Chicago? Now that the Jones family is no longer around, how can you compare with Phoebe Anderson? And if you divorce Kevin, how can we live without money in the future? Do you finally understand the reason why I'm doing this?" Dorothy looked at her daughter and sighed. For a while, she was filled with words of wisdom and felt like giving her a lecture. "That's all in your imagination, Mom. Anyway, I appreciate your concern, but I trust Kevin very much. No matter what you say, I won't take away the Williams Company from him." After saying this, Lily quickly walked upstairs. Despite this, she was in fact still quite worried about what Dorothy had said. Now that Kevin had become more and more of a mysterious stranger to her, Lily was really worried that she wasn't good enough for him anymore. What if one day Kevin suddenly felt that he didn't want her anymore? What would she do? At the Swinton family's mansion in St. Louis, the entire place was on high alert and every inch of the compound was overflowing with their guards. In the courtyard, Richard Swinton and Joseph Thompson were looking at Curtis Green, whose dead body was lying underneath the white cloth on a stretcher. Both of them were in a very solemn mood.
"How did he die?"
Richard asked glumly. "The man who was assigned to deliver meals to Curtis Green entered his room today and found him lying dead in his bed. After some preliminary testing, we found that he seemed to have died from poisoning." A staff member from the Swinton family answered respectfully. This reply caused a strong pressure to emit from Richard Swinton's body.
"Does this mean that someone managed to infiltrate my household and enter Curtis Green's room to poison him?"
Richard's voice became much louder.
"Are all of the guards in this mansion so incompetent? What's the use of having so many bodyguards when they can't even keep an eye on one single person? They had one job and they couldn't even do it right."
"Richard, calm down. Don't get so angry." Joseph patted him on the shoulder, trying his best to stop Richard from releasing a violent aura at his men. However, he couldn't do much to control him at the moment. This was because Joseph Thompson was an official in the federal government. So according to federal regulations, he couldn't use herbalism to train to become a martial arts expert. "Let me ask you, do you have any idea of who might have wanted to poison him? Also, who has gone in and out of the courtyard over the past 2 days?" Joseph's emotions were naturally much more composed than Richard's at the moment. "Mr. Thompson, we've been doing our rounds all day and night to guard the courtyard. Aside from the other household staff and guards, only Mr. Swinton's daughter Gail came by yesterday. She said that she was here to deliver something to Curtis Green." The staff member didn't dare to hide anything and reported truthfully.
"What did you say? Gail came by to see him?"
Richard frowned intensely as if he had suddenly realized something. Joseph sighed deeply. "Richard, I'm afraid that Gail Swinton might have been used by someone. Don't be so quick to blame her without any evidence." At the same time, in Gail Swinton's room, Catherine Swinton was pacing back and forth. Her face was full of worry and anxiety as Gail had just told her everything. "What did you just say? Do you know how important Curtis Green was to your father and foster brother? How can you listen to Thornton Huxley and give him the poisoned food? Now that he's dead, you'll have to fess up and explain yourself to your father." Catherine sighed anxiously. She was disappointed in her daughter. Right now, the Huxley family and the Swinton family are like fire and water, and you just helped your father and brother's mortal enemy. Gail Swinton's face turned pale when her mother said that, and she fell to her knees with a thud. Tears began streaming out of her eyes. Mom, you can't do this to me. I'm your daughter, so you have to protect me. You know how scary Dad can get when he's angry. He definitely won't forgive me for this. Gail cried for help and was scared of facing the consequences. Thornton only asked me to give the pastry to that person. It's not like I knew that there was poison in it. Mom, you must believe me. Catherine saw her little daughter crying and her heart began to ache for her. It's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that you've caused too much trouble this time. Curtis Green played a critical role in determining your foster brother's success or failure here in St. Louis. Your father and Mr. Thompson have put in a lot of effort as well. Catherine helped Gail up from the floor. She gently patted her daughter's head and said earnestly, Even if I want to help you, I don't know what to do either. Why did that country bumpkin insist on coming to St. Louis in the first place? Wasn't his life in Chicago any good? Can't he just go back there if he fails here? Mom, I'm your daughter. He's not even your real son. Gail sobbed as she begged for mercy. Catherine sighed deeply. What Gail had said was really not very mature at all. She was clearly aware of the power that Kevin currently possessed. And with the Radiants backing him up, he'd already reached a status that most people could never dream of reaching in their lifetime. Even her relatives from the Armstrong family had heard about the events in St. Louis. In fact, they called yesterday to ask her to bring Kevin to their mansion as a guest, when she had the time. In the end, this wasn't a matter that only concerned Kevin. It involved the Swinton family, the Thompson family, and many influential people in St. Louis. Furthermore, it also involved the interests and safety of all the members of the Radiants. So no matter how much she loved her daughter, Catherine Swinton couldn't cover for Gail's inexcusable actions. Just then, Catherine and Gail were both startled by a loud sound. Richard Swinton angrily kicked the door open and walked in with fists clenched. He looked absolutely enraged. Dad! Gail hurriedly hid behind her mother and avoided her father's gaze. His appearance had frightened her terribly. Hubby, don't be like this. You're scaring Gail, Catherine gently urged him.
Scared? Isn't she very brave? She colluded with our enemies to poison Curtis Green.
Richard Swinton's expression didn't soften in the slightest as he turned his attention back to Gail.
Stop hiding behind your mother. I'm telling you, no matter what, you better explain yourself to me right this instant.
Gail started crying again. She was so frightened that her legs began trembling and she fell to the floor. Hubby, can't you see what you're doing to Gail? Look at her. She's crying nonstop because of you. Catherine kept persuading him to not harm their daughter.
You should know very well what she's done. Gail must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, if you keep spoiling her, she'll never learn in the future.
Richard was so angry that his body was starting to emit a violent aura once again.
How am I going to explain this to Kevin when he comes back?
After all, it was Kevin who had dealt with the Blade Mountain Bandits, which indirectly forced Virgil Huxley to hand Curtis Green over as a scapegoat. Furthermore, he knew that the Huxley family was hiding a lot of secrets as they engaged in illegal businesses. And as long as Curtis Green was in their custody, they would have a solid bargaining chip to keep the Huxley family in check. But now, because of what his daughter had done, all of their efforts to get rid of the Huxley family might end up in vain. Hubby, please calm down. Gail is your daughter. Do you really have the heart to take your anger out on her? Catherine said loudly. Besides, it's just the Huxley family we're dealing with. Don't tell me our family is afraid of them. Furthermore, with the help of the Thompson family, it'll only be a matter of time before Virgil Huxley is defeated, and the end result would be the same even without the help of Curtis Green.
How can you be so sure of that? Virgil Huxley has been planning his takeover of St. Louis for many years. So how can all the seeds that he's planted be discovered and weeded out so easily? Richard was seething with anger. Gail must face the consequences, and you can't protect her no matter what.
Richard continued.
When I rushed back here after finding out what had happened, did you know that Joseph Thompson also came with me? Regardless of whether Gail did it on purpose or not, she won't be able to escape punishment. Even if I don't do anything to punish her, she must answer to the law.
But hubby, she's our daughter. Catherine was completely flustered. As an official of the federal government, Joseph Thompson was famous for being upright and honest. Was Gail Swinton really doomed? Mom, Dad, what's going on? Why are the two of you arguing in Gail's room? Brenda quickly walked in. When she saw Richard looking at Gail contemptuously, she had a terrible feeling. Dad, why are you so angry at Gail right now? For the past few days, Brenda had been keeping herself occupied by practicing the meditation techniques that her mother had previously taught her and Kevin. She wanted to break through as a level 3 expert. However, the sudden commotion in Gail's room disrupted her focus and pulled her away from her meditative training. In her room at the Swinton family's mansion, Gail had just told her mother, Catherine, that she unintentionally poisoned Curtis Green because of Thornton Huxley. Just then, Richard Swinton suddenly kicked her door open. Unable to contain his anger, Richard told Gail that she had to be taught a lesson. With Gail visibly scared and begging for mercy, Catherine tried to calm him down. However, Richard sternly explained that, regardless of the circumstances, she would still have to face the consequences. After overhearing the commotion, Brenda entered Gail's room. Seeing her father looking at Gail so contemptuously, Brenda asked why he was angry with Gail.
Just ask your sister what she did,
Richard replied as he threw a chair across the room in anger. Even if Curtis Green hadn't died today, he might not have been able to survive in St. Louis for long anyway, given that he was a wanted man. Why do you have to treat me like this, Dad? I'm your daughter, Gail spoke up hesitantly.
You still have the nerve to justify your actions?
Richard stepped around Catherine and angrily raised his hands like he was going to slap his daughter. Gail ducked down and dropped to her knees on the floor. Catherine, Gail, and Brenda all stared at Richard with their eyes open wide. While they knew Richard had a powerful aura and he wasn't afraid to use it on his enemies, he was known to be a good family man. So this was the first time that he'd come so close to using any type of force to teach one of his daughters a lesson. Dad, did you really raise your hand at me because of that country bumpkin? Gail was cowering in the corner of the room. Her eyes were filled with disbelief.
Kevin is your brother, not some country bumpkin.
Richard raised his voice as he tried to change the subject. Hubby, how can you threaten your own flesh and blood? Catherine finally came back to her senses as she hugged her younger daughter and tried to comfort her. Brenda spoke up for her younger sister too. Dad, you really have changed. Even if Gail has done millions of things wrong, you should never think of laying a hand on your own daughter. In the study of the Huxley family's mansion in St. Louis, Virgil Huxley and another man were sitting down across from one another. Virgil poured a cup of coffee and offered it to him. Why are you being so polite, Mr. Huxley? The man asked with a smile, but there was no emotion in his voice. Normally, this would make someone feel uncomfortable. However, Virgil Huxley didn't care one bit as he leisurely poured himself a strong cup of coffee. Mr. Shaw, you may not have heard the news yet, but I've confirmed that Curtis Green is now dead, thanks to the poison provided by the Stratus Group. One of Richard Swinton's own daughters unintentionally took the man's life, and she didn't realize it until it was already too late. With his death, the Swintons and the Thompsons will no longer be able to interfere with my family's plans anymore, Virgil explained. He was in an unusually good mood. Even though Curtis Green is dead, your family's crisis has yet to be fully resolved. The Radiance is still in St. Louis, and Kevin Williams has only left the city temporarily. Both of them still pose a great threat to your family. Damon Shaw cautioned him in a grim tone of voice. The smile on Virgil Huxley's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a deep frown. What if Kevin can't return to St. Louis? Can you find a way to ensure that? No one knew exactly when Kevin had become the person Virgil hated the most, but it was because of this young man that Virgil Huxley's years of painstaking effort and planning had effectively turned into dust. His power and status were still being actively held in check by both the Swinton and Thompson families. As a result, the Huxley family's influence in St. Louis was shrinking more and more every single day. "There is a way, but the price might not be that cheap." The corner of Damon Shaw's mouth rose slightly, like he was about to smile sinisterly. "Money isn't a problem. I'm willing to increase the reward that I proposed earlier by 10 times. In exchange, I'll only request one thing." Virgil stared into Damon's eyes and said, "No matter what measures you use, you must prevent him from ever returning to St. Louis." Virgil Huxley wasn't a fool, so he could naturally see the importance that the Radiants attached to Kevin. From the moment they first arrived in St. Louis until that moment, the Radiants hadn't sent a single commander other than Kevin. So as long as Kevin wasn't in St. Louis, the Radiants' members would undoubtedly become like a rudderless boat without someone to lead them. In that case, they wouldn't be able to pose much of a threat to him. With Kevin out of the way, he would only need to focus his strength to deal with the Swinton and the Thompson families. "Rest assured, Mr. Huxley, I'll immediately arrange for my men to go to Chicago," Damon suddenly vowed enthusiastically. The Alliance leader frowned when he saw the letter that the Sergeant-at-Arms King had sent him. "It seems like the major schools are in cahoots with each other. We underestimated their ability to join forces against us." The Alliance leader slowly put down the letter and sighed as he rubbed his temples. "The Alliance's army has already suffered heavy losses at the front line, and the Sergeant-at-Arms King sent me back to ask if they should keep fighting or retreat." The messenger knelt respectfully on the ground, not daring to raise his head as he spoke. "What is there to panic about? The Sergeant-at-Arms King has only run into a small problem. It's still far from the point where we should consider retreating." The Alliance leader thought for a moment and continued. "Pass along my order and tell the heads of both the administrators and the kings to come over here for a meeting." The Alliance leader continued. "In addition, I'll send 20,000 more reinforcements to the Sergeant-at-Arms King. Take all the medicine you need to treat all of our people's injuries with you as well." "Yes, Alliance leader." After the messenger received the order, he respectfully lowered his head again. Only then did he dare to quickly stand up and immediately leave the room. Soon afterwards, the head of both the administrators and the kings arrived at the same time. After the two of them bowed respectfully to the Alliance leader, the head of the administrators asked at the same time, "May we know why you have suddenly called the two of us here?" "Now that the Sergeant-at-Arms King is in an urgent need of reinforcements at the front line, who do you think can help him lead the Alliance army to victory?" The Alliance leader asked them directly. The heads of both the administrators and the kings frowned when they heard this question. The Sergeant-at-Arms King was one of the most powerful men in the Alliance. As a decorated combat expert, he had led the Alliance's army to countless victories over the years. If even he wasn't confident that he could win this time, then the two of them obviously couldn't think of anyone else at the moment. Suddenly, the head of the administrators came up with someone. "Alliance Master, there could be one person who could help the Sergeant-at-Arms King. How about Mr. Williams? He's one of the Alliance's messengers." Hearing this, the head of the king immediately replied, "I agree with her suggestion. Mr. Williams may be young, but he's highly regarded by your wife, the Alliance Director. Such a big and important battle like this would be the right place for him to showcase his talent." The Alliance Master frowned slightly. "Are you two talking about Kevin? Don't you think he's too inexperienced to lead our army?" "You were once a young heroic fighter yourself, Alliance leader. Moreover, Messenger already holds a high position. And if you don't allow him to train, how will he gain experience and learn?" The head of the kings explained respectfully. After thinking serious for a while, the Alliance leader sighed again. "But Kevin isn't in the Alliance's headquarters right now. It'll take some time to find him. Given that the situation at the front line is urgent, we don't have much time to look for him." "Sir, There's something you may not be aware of. Mr. Williams once saved me from the hands of those evil men at the Chicago branch of the Myriad, so perhaps he's still in Chicago." The head of the administrators hesitated for a moment before she continued. "I'm willing to rush over there to inform Mr. Williams and urge him to return to the Alliance's headquarters as soon as possible."
"That's good news. In that case, I'll let you handle this matter."
The Alliance master laughed and slapped the table in front of them.
"Tell Kevin that I'll give him 3 days to return here."
After cooking in the kitchen for nearly an hour, Kevin brought out a sumptuous dinner for Dorothy and Lily. "Hubby, your cooking skills have improved again," Lily complimented as she tasted the delicious meal.
"It seems that's all you can do. If a man like you can't even cook, then there's no point in you continuing to exist in this world."
Dorothy didn't give him any praise at all as she shoveled the food he'd prepared into her mouth. "Mom, come on. Kevin's cooking is really amazing," Lily told her with some annoyance. "Don't pick on his faults all day long."
"I'm not picking on his faults. I'm simply pushing him to do more for his own good."
Dorothy glanced at Kevin sternly.
"If you don't put some pressure on him, he'll never accomplish anything as a CEO."
"What Mom said is very reasonable." Kevin smiled awkwardly as he served the two of them more of the meal. After dinner, Lily followed Kevin outside for a walk. At the Salix Leaf Complex, Kevin had just served Dorothy and Lily their dinner after spending almost an hour cooking. While Lily complimented his culinary skills, Dorothy told him that cooking was the only thing that he was able to do well. And when Lily told her mother not to pick on his faults, she said that she was simply pushing him to be better for his own good, to which Kevin awkwardly agreed. After dinner, Kevin decided to go out for a walk, so Lily went along with him. At the same time, in the Anderson family's mansion, Phoebe was sitting on the sofa and staring at Kevin's picture. She'd secretly taken this photo while Kevin wasn't paying attention. Truman Anderson, who was sitting opposite her, sighed heavily when he saw his daughter acting like this.
"Phoebe, why don't you put that photo down? As your father, I have something I'd like to say to you."
Truman paused for a second before speaking again.
"You aren't getting any younger. Although it's not a problem for me to support you, I do think it's time for you to get married. After all, many of your former classmates are already married now, and soon they'll also become parents."
Truman hesitated for a moment, then continued.
"Now that the Hayes family has been destroyed, you no longer have any ties with them anymore. But even though Kevin is an outstanding young man, he's already someone else's husband. So you have to stop pining for him. You can't put off living your life for him forever, can you? Anyway, over the past 2 days, I've found a few good young men for you to consider. And like Kevin, they're all very fine people. Do you think you can find some time to meet with them?"
Phoebe's face slowly turned serious when she heard her father's sincere words. "Dad, I know you mean well, but even if it's impossible for Kevin to marry me, I won't marry anyone else. He's the only one I'll love for the rest of my life. Besides, it's not like there's a 0% chance that we'll end up together. Anything can happen, Dad."
"But he's married, Phoebe. You can't bank on what-ifs. Can't you see that you're only hurting yourself in the process?"
Truman didn't know what else to say. "I know what I'm doing, Dad. Please don't make any mention of this anymore." Phoebe took Kevin's photo and immediately got up from the sofa to go upstairs. Her father took a long breath and shook his head. Then he took out his phone to call Kevin. Meanwhile, in the dean's office of the Healing Arts School, Owen Sullivan was exaggerating his account of Kevin's actions towards him.
"Dean Ford, you can't tolerate having Kevin around here anymore. That kid is too arrogant."
Owen recalled the scene where his energy base had been sealed off because of Kevin, after which he was brutally beaten up by several bodyguards. The fury deep inside him was growing stronger and stronger. Wayne Ford glanced at him.
Did something happen between you and Kevin? As far as I know, he isn't the type to casually cause trouble.
Dean Ford, I just followed your instructions and asked him nicely to come back here with me. But as soon as he got off the plane, he immediately got some men to beat me up. And I wasn't able to defend myself because he seemed to have slipped something in my drink when we were still on the plane. Owen said angrily. Look at how badly beaten I look right now. It's simply an insult to the authority of our entire school. If word of this were to get out, how would the Healing Arts School be able to keep its reputation among the great powers after this?
Then what do you want me to do?
Wayne looked at him with interest. Send a powerful expert to bring him back immediately, then seal off his energy base permanently and imprison him in the basement until he dies, Owen demanded firmly. The office fell into silence as soon as he finished speaking. Wayne Ford just looked at him quietly. He neither objected to his request nor did he agree to it. After some time, Wayne Ford finally spoke.
You're dismissed. I'll handle this matter myself.
Then what will you do about Kevin? Did I just get beaten up for nothing? Owen stubbornly refused to leave until he got what he wanted.
Get out right now.
Wayne's voice instantly became several times louder, and his tone instantly shifted from calm to very harsh. Owen Sullivan suddenly shivered and didn't dare to disobey the dean. He quickly nodded in understanding and left the office. As he passed by the school field and looked up at the stars in the sky, Owen Sullivan clenched his fists tightly. Kevin, don't think that I'll let this matter go just because the dean is protecting you. Just wait and see, Owen thought to himself with a sour expression. Then he walked quickly towards the school library. Back in the dean's office, Wayne Ford was looking at a thick stack of documents. All of them detailed everything Kevin had done in St. Louis. Even if he'd simply said something insignificant to someone, he had recorded everything without missing a single word. Wayne stood up and sighed.
The Morris family, the Stratus Group, and even the Reaper Squad have all reached out in some form and made their presence felt. It feels like Kevin's possession of the Power Pill formula has really attracted their attention.
Then he stood by the window and gazed off into the distance.
Night King, your game has gotten too complex in such a short amount of time. With all of these different players and moving parts, can Kevin still withstand the pressure of being the chosen one?
Meanwhile, Kevin had just returned to the Salix Leaf complex. After taking a shower, he went to the study. It had been a few days since he had last had some time to himself, so he decided to spend his free time practicing some of the meditative techniques that Catherine Swinton had previously taught him. Suddenly, his phone rang. When he checked his screen, he saw that it was Truman Anderson calling. Mr. Anderson, it's quite late. Shouldn't you already be getting some rest? Kevin asked in surprise. Kevin, it seems that you're really busy these days. I actually called you more than 10 times before you finally answered my call. You could hear the dissatisfaction in Truman's tone of voice. Kevin scratched his head awkwardly as he thought of a random excuse to give him. Sorry about that. My phone battery died. The truth was that he'd been walking with Lily earlier and his phone was in the pocket of his coat. However, because it was in silent mode, he didn't notice any of Truman's phone calls. By the way, Mr. Anderson, why did you call me? Kevin asked politely. Since Truman was Phoebe's father, Kevin naturally had to be more modest when speaking with him. Why do you think I'm calling you, you little brat? Of course it's because I want to ask you something. What exactly are your intentions with my daughter? Truman's anger, which he'd been keeping inside for many years, instantly exploded. A violent temper emerged from the bottom of his heart. If you really like my daughter, then divorce Lily immediately. My daughter will never be someone else's mistress, so unless you lawfully choose to be with her over your wife, then the two of you will never be lovers. Truman continued. The Anderson family has an excellent reputation in Chicago, so it's not like my daughter is a piece of fake jewelry that no one wants. Kevin, you have to give me an explanation right now. Do you seriously like my daughter? Otherwise, if you just want to fool around with her, it would be best to leave Phoebe immediately and never contact her again. And if you don't, you'll have to face my wrath." The more Truman Anderson spoke, the more enraged he became. Ever since the time his daughter got engaged to Jared Hayes and moved to Detroit, he'd only seen Phoebe looking more and more haggard. At first, Truman thought that things would get better once she was back in Chicago, but it seemed that her love for Kevin had only increased, especially after he rescued her from the Hayes family. And as a father, there was no need to mention how much pain he felt whenever he saw Phoebe spending her days just helplessly pining over Kevin. Kevin opened his mouth to talk, but nothing came out. He wanted to say something, but his words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't spell them out. He could only silently accept Truman Anderson's questioning and his judgment. "I called you tonight just to give you a chance to explain yourself. I know that young people like you think differently about these things compared to my generation, but you also have to think about Phoebe's situation. After all, she's a single woman, and you're already a married man. If others find out that the two of you are casually seeing each other, what will they think of my daughter?" Truman tried his best to explain his sentiments to Kevin. "Kevin, I know that you're someone who does things on a large scale, and I also want Phoebe to thrive as a strong and independent woman outside of who she marries in the future. But damn it, you're all that she thinks about these days, so I just hope that you don't delay her happiness for the rest of her life by being selfish and indecisive. If my daughter means anything at all to you, come to my house tomorrow to have a good talk with her." Without waiting for Kevin's reply, Truman Anderson hung up the phone. In the back of his mind, Kevin always had an inkling of what Phoebe meant to him. It was just that he never had the chance to think about it properly. But now that Truman had forced him to face the issue, he started to feel very conflicted. Thinking about all the little things that had happened between the two of them set off a powerful wave of emotions in him. However, Kevin suddenly regained his senses when he noticed someone's aura nearby. He quickly put away the meditation book that he'd been reading. A second later, a figure appeared outside the window. "Who are you?" Kevin looked at the unfamiliar face outside the window, and the spiritual energy in his body started circulating rapidly around him. The man opened the window and jumped into the study. Then he dropped to one knee and bowed his head in front of Kevin. "Greetings, messenger. The head of the administrators is inviting you to meet with her." The head of the administrators? Kevin slightly raised his eyebrows. He knew very well that the administrators were among the highest-ranking members of the Alliance. However, he hadn't been in contact with them in a long time. Why did the group's leader suddenly come looking for him? Could it be that the Alliance director sent her here? Kevin thought to himself. After Truman Anderson called Kevin to angrily confront him about his intentions with Phoebe, he was forced to sit down and properly think about what she meant to him. However, while experiencing a wave of emotions as he recalled their previous interactions, Kevin suddenly regained his senses when he noticed someone's aura nearby. Just then, a man entered the study through the window and informed Kevin that the head of the administrators wanted to meet with him. Having had no contact with the Alliance for a long time, Kevin began wondering if the Alliance director was behind this. Kevin couldn't help but smile fondly when he thought about the Alliance director and how much she'd helped him. "Messenger, the head of the administrators is currently waiting for you." The man didn't know what Kevin was thinking about and could only do his best to help Kevin snap back to reality. "Where is she waiting for me?" Kevin tried to control his breath and calm himself down so he could regain his focus. "She's in a forest not far from here," the man answered respectfully. "Okay, let's go then." Just as Kevin was about to leave the study, he suddenly thought of another thing. He quickly took out a pen and paper and wrote some things down to hand them to the man. "By the way, this is my phone number. If the Alliance needs anything from me in the future, just call. This place is where I live, so if I catch anyone from the Alliance sneaking in here again at night in the future, don't blame me for showing them no mercy." Kevin's voice seemed to drop a couple of octaves when he gave his warning. Kevin didn't want Lily and Dorothy to be involved any longer when it came to matters of the great powers. After everything that they'd already been through because of him, he hoped that he could afford them some peace and safety from now on. The man nodded his head in understanding as they both left the Salix Leaf complex. With this person leading the way, Kevin quickly arrived at the place where the head of the administrators was waiting for him. It was actually a small forest on the edge of a graveyard. The night wind was blowing lightly and the leaves in the forest were rustling. And if it wasn't for Kevin's courage, he might not have dared to go inside. He finally saw the head of the administrators. She was wearing a long black dress, and her hair was so long that it had reached all the way down to her waist. Given the setting that she'd chosen, she looked like the female lead in a horror movie. Are you into spooky stuff or something? Choosing this place as our meeting point was quite an interesting touch. Kevin joked awkwardly and crossed his arms in front of his chest. As he scanned the area, he felt a slight chill run down his spine. Nowadays, technology has improved so much, you can never be too careful. And with surveillance cameras being installed all over the place, I've chosen this spot to avoid being picked up by the spies of the major schools. The head of the administrators explained as she turned around to face Kevin. Paired with her expressionless face, the tone of each word she spoke was quite ominous. Then she slightly waved to a few of her assistants, indicating that they should leave to give some space for her to talk to Kevin alone. They immediately obeyed, bowing their heads respectfully to the two of them. Then they disappeared into the forest in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the woman knelt down in front of Kevin. "Greetings, messenger. My name is Shannon Tate, and I'm the head of the administrators." According to the rules of the Alliance, although her rank as an administrator was very high, it still couldn't compare to a messenger like Kevin. "If there's anything you want to tell me, stand up and say it right away. Otherwise, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way back home." Kevin really didn't want to stay in this creepy place any longer than he had to. "Messenger, you really don't remember me, do you? Back then, you saved me and a few others from those evil men of the Myriads. At that time, I even thanked you personally." Shannon Tate seemed to get a little emotional thinking about it. Kevin frowned slightly as he listened to her. After thinking about it carefully for a couple of seconds, he finally remembered what the woman was referring to. When Brett Stewart had first recruited him to join the Myriads, more than 10 beautiful women were suddenly brought in to help him celebrate. After finding out that they'd been captured against their will, Kevin freed them all. It was because of that incident that he was brought over to the headquarters by the Alliance director, and soon after becoming a messenger, he was assigned to an undercover mission at the Healing Arts School, which sparked a whole chain of events that eventually led to where he was today. "I remember now. I wasn't expecting that you would be the one meeting with me today. It's been a long time since I last saw you, and now you've become the head of the administrators in the Alliance. Congratulations," Kevin said with a smile. "I remember the day we met quite deeply, and I'm forever indebted to you for saving my life, messenger. Not wanting to waste the second chance that you've afforded me, I trained day and night, working hard until I got into the Alliance Director's good graces. That's why I was lucky to be promoted to the head of the administrators." Shannon stared at Kevin and explained, "Now that I've finally seen you again, I'll never leave your side. I shall follow and serve you with my life, messenger." "What?" Kevin was completely stunned. "I'm grateful and flattered by your offer, but there's no need to react like this. After all, as head of the administrators, your status is different now. I wouldn't dare to let you be some kind of servant for me." Kevin waved his hands to show his refusal. If the Alliance leader ever found out about this, he'd definitely kill Kevin in anger. "Even if I won't serve you as my leader, I can still serve you in other ways. Don't you think I'm pretty, messenger?" Shannon suddenly sounded flirtatious. "You can rest assured that I've kept my purity intact. I only hope that one day I can thank you properly." Kevin was completely confused and flustered when he heard this. He had no idea how to respond. When did his luck with women become so good? Why was this beautiful woman practically throwing herself into his arms and offering herself to him? It had to be said that Shannon Tate was a stunning woman, with an athletic figure and outstanding looks. However, given the creepy atmosphere of their location, this all seemed to come out of left field. Wasn't this how people usually get killed in horror movies? Moreover, as tempting as her offer was, he already had enough on his plate with Lily and Phoebe at the moment, so he really couldn't afford another complication like this. Besides, if word got out within the Alliance, he would have to explain himself not only to the Alliance leader but to the director as well. And he didn't know which of the two was worse. Let's not worry about that for now. Kevin tried his best to control himself. Anyway, why did you come here all the way from the Alliance's headquarters? It can't be just to chat with me and thank me, can it? Actually, I was sent here by the Alliance leader. He ordered me to tell you to return to the headquarters within 3 days. Shannon explained as she regained her senses and remembered the reason she'd been sent in the first place. Kevin raised his eyebrows a little and asked her curiously, "Why does he suddenly want me to go back? Did something bad happen?" "It sounds like you're out of the loop. The Alliance sent an army led by the Sergeant-at-Arms King to attack the Central Alternative Healing Academy's headquarters a few days ago. However, with the other major schools sending in reinforcements, we've suffered heavy losses, and the Alliance's remaining forces now face a dilemma." Shannon roughly explained the situation. "But how does that have anything to do with me?" Kevin's heart was filled with doubt. "The Alliance leader is planning to send reinforcements, and he wants you to go to be on the front lines to help the Sergeant-at-Arms King preside over the situation. On top of that, in order to ensure victory, you must also conquer the entire Central Alternative Healing Academy." Shannon finally revealed the main reason behind their meeting. The Alliance leader wants me to lead the army? Who suggested this idea? Kevin's voice grew loud enough to wake the dead. In fact, he felt even worse when he realized how complicated things were getting. He still had to make a trip to the headquarters of the Myriads, because Brett Stewart had asked him to lead an army to attack the Union. How was he going to be in 2 places at once? Kevin couldn't really understand why an inexperienced newbie like him was entrusted by both leaders to lead their respective armies. Did the Alliance and the Myriads really have no one left? "Messenger, there's no need to be surprised. With your abilities, I believe that you're truly worthy of being called a great leader. And you'll definitely be able to lead an army to conquer all of our enemies. And while you may still be young, this battle will give you an opportunity to gain experience and make enormous contributions to the Alliance. In the future, your name will surely be spread across the world." Shannon seemed to be exaggerating things a bit as she tried her best to flatter Kevin. "I think you're overhyping my capabilities a little," Kevin replied with a fake smile. "That being said, I'm afraid I can't go back to the Alliance's headquarters right now. The Alliance director previously gave me a very important mission that hasn't been settled yet. With the next semester coming up, I still need to serve the Alliance as a spy in the Healing Arts School. If I left the school without notice, I'm afraid that I would attract Wayne Ford's suspicion. And if that were to happen, all of my previous efforts will be in vain." "You're right." Shannon clearly forgot about this before coming here, and at the moment she was caught in a dilemma herself. After all, she was the one who suggested Kevin to the Alliance leader in the first place. "Go back and tell the Alliance leader that he needs to choose another talented person. I'm sure there are countless other capable and deserving candidates in the Alliance. Once I've completed my mission for the Alliance director, I'll definitely report back to the headquarters." Kevin lightly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "Yes, Messenger." Shannon slowly raised her head to look at Kevin. "I do have one request, though. Once everything has been sorted out, I want to stay by your side to serve you." Kevin almost fainted on the spot when he heard her request. The next morning, after Kevin made breakfast for Lily, he received a message from Mitchell Cook asking him to come quickly to the hospital to check on Drake Cook's condition. Ever since Drake had been hospitalized, it seemed that his injuries wouldn't heal no matter what. Running out of solutions, even the hospital could only temporarily stabilize his condition. When he arrived at the hospital's intensive care unit ward, Kevin looked through the glass at Drake, who was lying unconscious in his bed, surrounded by all sorts of monitors and tubes. What exactly happened to Drake? Why are his injuries so severe? Kevin wondered. During his meeting with Shannon Tate, the head of the administrators, Kevin managed to get out of returning to the Alliance's headquarters to lead their army against the grade schools by explaining that he still had to complete his mission for the director as a spy of the Healing Arts School. The next morning, Kevin had just made Lily some breakfast when Mitchell Cook called, urgently asking him to come to the hospital for his son, who remained unconscious and wouldn't recover. Upon arriving at the hospital's intensive care unit and seeing Drake Cook, Kevin wondered what exactly had happened to him for him to be unable to recover from his injuries.
He was injured by a couple of mysterious people. We don't know where they came from, but Drake is actually pretty lucky to be alive. His assistants were all killed on the spot,
Mitchell Cook explained quietly.
I've been investigating the matter ever since then. However, it seems that those 5 men were extremely skilled experts. After injuring Drake, they disappeared and never showed themselves in Chicago again, so it would be very difficult to find them.
Did you say that 5 men attacked him together? Kevin frowned even more. He instantly thought of a possible culprit in this attack.
Anyway, the doctor said that Drake's condition can only be cured by a powerful medicinal pill. I've already sent people to search for one everywhere, and no matter how high the price is, I won't give up.
Mitchell Cook's tone was very firm. Although he was usually very tough and strict towards Drake, deep in his heart he still cared very much about his adopted son, despite his many shortcomings and failures. Just then, Kevin took out a reddish-brown pill and offered it to Mitch. Give this rapid recovery pill to him. As for the people who attacked him, you must continue to investigate. Inform me immediately if there's any news about who they were or who sent them. This time, Kevin was really angry. He vowed to himself that anyone who dared to harm his people in Chicago, no matter who it was, wouldn't be able to leave the city again in one piece. 10 minutes later, Kevin was walking out of the hospital along with Mitchell Cook and his bodyguards when he noticed an old man on the street. You guys go and do whatever you need to. I'll just wander around the area for a while. Kevin gently waved his hand and ordered them to leave him. Mitchell Cook took a look at the old man and nodded back at Kevin. He and his people then got into several black luxury cars and left one after the other in a convoy. Taking a deep breath, Kevin walked up to the old man unhurriedly. Dean Ford, what are you doing here on such a fine day? Apart from the dean of the Healing Arts School, who else could this old man be?
Kevin, it seems that you're a very busy man these days. You don't seem to have the time to pay us a visit or even call.
Wayne Ford took a good look at Kevin. There was some surprise in the depths of his eyes, but he hid it well enough to not get discovered. The upcoming semester hasn't started yet. Why should I be in a hurry to go back? Do you and Vice President Shepard already miss me? Kevin asked with a smile.
The weather's pretty good today. Why don't you come and walk around with me for a bit?
Wayne didn't wait for Kevin to agree before he turned around and started walking. Kevin simply shrugged his shoulders and followed after him. Now that the dean had found him, he didn't think he could escape from him anyway. As they walked along the street, Wayne suddenly asked,
Did you let Roger not go?
Kevin looked at him out of the corner of his eye and replied, If you already know the answer, then why are you still asking me?
Knowing what you did is one thing, but finding out the reason why is another.
Wayne seemed to answer casually, but he was really curious to hear what Kevin had to say. However, Kevin didn't answer in a hurry and just continued to walk along with him. And as the two of them walked together, they didn't attract much attention. They simply looked like a grandfather and his grandson taking a peaceful stroll. After about half an hour, Wayne asked him again,
Aren't you going to answer my question?
Saving a person's life comes as easy for me as breathing. There are some things that don't need to have a deep reason. Kevin placed his hands in his pockets, unconcerned about Wayne thought of what he'd done. If anyone from the great power saw Kevin treating Wayne Ford like this, they'd be so shocked that their jaws would drop. After all, he was currently the most prominent figure amongst all of the trained experts. Even if Jeffrey Bowie and the leaders of the other top schools were standing in front of him, they'd still have to treat him with respect or risk feeling his wraths, like what happened with the union's Renee Silver and Vivian Myers.
Your explanation is too crude and vague. Let me ask you more directly. Were you able to obtain the secret of consolidation from Roger Knott?
Wayne Ford immediately added,
No need to be hesitant or avoid answering my question. I already know that you're quite interested in it, but rest assured it's the only question that I'll ask about it.
If I told you that I wasn't able to get it, would you believe me? Kevin didn't doubt the dean's words. Wayne paused for a moment, then told him,
Whether I believe it or not doesn't really matter, but let me tell you something. Although you're probably aware that consolidation is an ancient technique, only those who truly understand it know that there are actually 10 parts to it, so there won't be many benefits for you if you're only able to discover one of them.
Wayne continued,
In addition, I should remind you that a man who isn't guilty of stealing a treasure is still guilty of wanting it. In other words, although the consolidation technique is good on its own, there are also many others in the great powers who want to get their hands on it too. Moreover, while you may not have realized your full potential yet, a lot of organizations recognize that you're a special talent. Because of this, you should be careful who you trust and align yourself with. With many challenges ahead, the choices you make along the way will determine your future.
Wayne Ford's tone was very calm, but the meaning behind his words of wisdom had entered deep into Kevin's heart.
The young woman who was with you in the forest last night has already left the city, hasn't she?
Wayne suddenly asked. Kevin's eyes grew wide when he heard this, and he turned around and looked at Wayne Ford in disbelief. He thought that his whereabouts the night before had been kept secret. With no surveillance cameras around, how could Wayne Ford have known? It seemed that he had eyes everywhere, and if Shannon Tate's identity was exposed, it would be very difficult for Kevin to continue staying in Chicago because of his affiliation with the Alliance. What exactly do you want to know? Kevin stopped walking and stared into Wayne Ford's eyes.
I'm just worried that you might get lost in the forest at night. After all, the path can be quite dangerous and scary, especially in the dark.
Wayne Ford smiled. Although he looked warm and kind on the outside, Kevin couldn't believe what he said. This old man was really something. But which side was Wade Ford truly on? Meanwhile, in the Salix Leaf complex, Lily had just finished her breakfast. She sat down on the sofa and took out her phone to look for a new job that would be suitable for her. Dorothy, who was walking down the stairs, asked in surprise, "Lily, why are you still at home? Why didn't Kevin take you to the Williams Company?" "Mom, I told you that I have no plans of working for the Williams Company. In fact, I'm already looking for a job right now." Lily pouted and replied unhappily, "What kind of job are you looking for then? Do you have to work for a small company under someone else instead of managing your own big company?" Dorothy's expression suddenly became sad. "Look at how many times Kevin has been away from the Williams Company, and in his absence, that huge company was left to someone else to manage. Given this, wouldn't it be better if he just let you manage it rather than handing over the responsibility to a person we don't know? Besides, what's the use of you working for thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars a month? It's not even enough for me to go out and play cards with my friends." Lily immediately stood up from the sofa when she heard this. She looked at her mother and took a deep breath. "Mom, didn't you promise not to go out and play cards anymore? Did you forget what happened the last time you were threatened by one of your so-called friends due to your gambling debt? They even asked you to pay up while you were visiting me at the hospital." "What are you so worried about? Our family's current situation can't be compared to before. Do you know how much money the Williams Company makes? Can Kevin spend that all by himself? I'm doing it for his sake." Dorothy defended herself righteously. "Let me teach you a lesson today. If you don't spend your money, what's the point in having it?" "Fine. Go out and gamble all you want. But I'm calling Kevin right now. No matter how much money in gambling debts you'll end up owing, I won't let him cover a single cent of it." Lily angrily snapped back. After talking to Wayne Ford for more than 20 minutes, Kevin suddenly remembered what he had previously promised Truman Anderson the night before. So he called a taxi to head over to the Anderson family's mansion. Truman was busy wiping a vase in the courtyard. "Kevin, you actually came. I thought you were just lying to me. If you didn't come today, I was ready to call you again. Something has to be done about Phoebe." After talking with Wayne Ford for a while, Kevin remembered that he'd promised Truman Anderson he'd stop by to talk with Phoebe and try to convince her to stop pining for him and get on with her life. He called for a ride to the Anderson family's mansion, and when he got there, he found Truman cleaning a vase in the courtyard. Phoebe's father was surprised to see Kevin, but quickly reminded him that he really had to have a serious conversation with Phoebe. Kevin scratched the back of his head and replied awkwardly, "I was just wandering around. I happened to pass by and I decided to come in and say hi." "All right. Since you're already here, come on in. Don't just stand there like a fool." Truman didn't look up at Kevin. He took a deep breath and gently wiped the vase a few times. "I'm only letting you in because of your feelings for Phoebe. It's normal for young people to like each other." Kevin raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard that. "You seem to know a lot, Truman." "I was once young myself, you know." Truman smiled and gestured at the luxurious room they were standing in. "This isn't the first time you've been to my home. Phoebe is in her room on the second floor. You can head up there yourself." Kevin looked at Truman for a moment as he thought about what he'd just said. He realized that Phoebe's father must have been quite romantic when he was a young man. But Kevin was very curious as to why he'd never heard of any of Truman's romantic affairs when he was a young businessman in Chicago. However, he didn't waste any more time thinking about it, and he headed for the stairs. When he got to the second floor, Kevin saw Phoebe holding his picture. Her eyes were filled with tears, and her face looked very worried, as if he was never coming back. "Kevin, where are you now? Do you know how much I miss you?" Phoebe was whispering as she sobbed uncontrollably. Kevin stood there in shocked silence as he heard Phoebe continue to lament. "When will I ever see you again? Are you upset by what happened to the Jones family?" He was touched by what she said next. "I really want to go on a vacation with you, just the two of us. Let's go to the seaside together to watch the sunrise and then to the mountains to watch the sunset." Kevin had always treated Phoebe like she was just a very good friend, but the time was never right to talk about their feelings. Later on, Phoebe didn't hesitate to marry into the Hayes family to get the rejuvenation pill and save his life. To be honest, Kevin was very touched by what she'd done for him. "I really want to see you now, Kevin. Everyone said that you're just a lowly son-in-law, so you must be very good at cooking, right? Well, when will you cook something for me?" Phoebe looked at Kevin's photo and seemed to be in a trance. Although what she'd said wasn't romantic and she was very down to earth, it was obvious that she had deep feelings in her heart for Kevin. Kevin finally had to break the silence. "If you want to eat, I'll cook something for you right away." Phoebe froze in her seat as Kevin's words sank in. It took a long moment before she slowly turned her head around. The photo slipped gently from her hands onto the floor. She blinked hard and rubbed her eyes. After making sure that she wasn't seeing things, she got very excited. Phoebe stood up and threw herself right into Kevin's arms. She hugged him tightly as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear again. "Why didn't you call me if you were so worried?" Kevin gently patted Phoebe's back. The two of them were so close to each other that he could feel her trembling intensely in his arms. He could even sense her heart beating against his chest. After a while, Kevin could feel Phoebe's tears dripping down his cheek. Finally, she slowly raised her head. Her eyes had become red and swollen. Why are you here? Seeing Phoebe like this, Kevin felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Of course I came to see you. After all, I snatched you back from the Hayes family. I'd have to be heartless to ignore you after something like that. Kevin's reply reached deep into Phoebe's soul. She couldn't stop herself from bursting into tears again. At the Alliance headquarters, Shannon Tate was kneeling respectfully on the ground. The Alliance leader was standing by the window with his hands behind his back looking at the scenery outside. He was dressed all in black and he was emitting a deathly aura.
Kevin really said that?
The Alliance leader asked her incredulously. Yes, sir. The messenger said he was carrying out the mission that the Night King gave him. If he left, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Shannon Tate lowered her head, not daring to look the Alliance leader directly in the eye.
What are the Night King and Kevin doing right now?
The Alliance leader asked worriedly. The Night King was the only person he respected in the entire Alliance, but at the same time, the Night King was also the person he feared the most. Now that Kevin had reappeared, an uneasy feeling suddenly arose in the Alliance leader's heart. After thinking for a long time, he made up his mind.
Pass on my order and let the Sergeant-at-Arms King bring his men back.
Shannon Tate was stunned and didn't react right away to the Alliance leader's decision. She gathered her courage and asked, Are you really going to call the Sergeant-at-Arms back here? Don't forget that the other administrators and I can also lead the troops at the headquarters and send more troops to the Central Alternative Healing Academy as soon as you give the order. Deep down inside, Shannon was filled with a desire to accomplish great things and make a difference.
Forget it. Although you and the other administrators are powerful, it would still be quite difficult for you to fight against the elites from all the major schools, including the Grand Empress. Unless we mobilize every single top member of the Alliance, I'll have to go there personally, he replied matter-of-factly. Besides, I only want to test the strength of the 10 major schools in this attack on the Central Alternative Healing Academy. Our main goal is to conserve energy and prepare for the future.
The Alliance leader was very clear about his strategy. Although Shannon didn't understand what the Alliance leader was doing, she didn't dare to ask any questions, let alone argue with him. In the main hall of the Swinton family's mansion in St. Louis, Richard was sitting on a chair with a blank look on his face. His daughter Brenda and his wife Catherine Swinton were sitting to the left of him looking worried. Gail lowered her head and knelt on the floor, and her delicate body was trembling nonstop. Father, please don't be angry. My little sister knows she made a mistake. Please let her get up. Brenda couldn't help but plead on her sister's behalf. That's right, dear. After all, Gail is our biological daughter. You've already scolded and punished her. That should be the end of it. Catherine pleaded with him as she let out a heavy sigh.
The two of you don't need to say anything else. The Thompson family has arranged for someone to come and pick her up later.
Richard waved his hand decisively to motion for them to stop talking. As soon as Richard finished speaking, the three of them all looked at him in disbelief. What was the Thompson family going to do? Everyone in St. Louis knew what was happening. It wouldn't be a good thing for them to pick up Gail right now. Catherine was the first to react. Hubby, do you really want Gail to go to jail?
She gave Curtis Green the food he ate. Although she didn't do it on purpose, she could be considered an accomplice. I can't protect her from the law.
Richard's tone was very calm, as if he was just reading the newspaper. It was like he wasn't even talking about his own daughter. No, Dad, I don't want to go to jail. I really know I screwed up. Can you please not hand me over to the Thompsons' men? Gail was still kneeling on the floor and her knees were starting to hurt. She hugged her father's legs and begged him for mercy.
Gail, you're an adult now. You should be held responsible for your actions.
Richard answered as he patted her shoulder. Gail was really starting to panic now. She never thought that her own father would actually let her go to prison. If that happened, her life would be ruined. Dad, you can't abandon your own daughter because of a country bumpkin like Kevin. Gail's tears fell like rain as she begged him for mercy. Dad, please think about it. Brenda was also becoming flustered. Honey, if Gail goes to jail, our family will never be able to show our faces in public again, Catherine said anxiously. Are you really willing to sacrifice your daughter's life just for Kevin's future? At the Swinton family mansion, Catherine and Brenda were pleading for Richard to change his mind about letting the Thompson family come to pick up Gail, so she could be taken to jail for her involvement in the Curtis Green poisoning. They couldn't believe he'd give up his own daughter just to save Kevin's future. Richard Swinton took a deep breath and turned his head to look at his wife. He appeared to be even more upset than before.
What did you say?
Did I say something wrong? Kevin said he was only your foster son. Gail is our biological daughter, our own flesh and blood. Don't you know which of them is more important? Catherine pulled Gail up from the floor and stood in front of her to protect her. As long as I still have breath left in me, I want to see who has the guts to take my daughter away. With a loud bang, Richard Swinton's fist shattered the solid oak table next to him. The loud outburst shocked his family.
You just don't get the point, do you?
Richard slowly stood up and pointed at Gail as he asked them,
How old is she? If you continue to spoil her like this, I think it won't be long before she ends up colluding with outsiders to do some real harm to our family. You said that she's our daughter? Let me tell you something right now if you insist that she avoid taking responsibility for her actions. From this day forward, she will no longer be my daughter, and I'll expel her from the Swinton mansion. She'll be out of our lives forever, and I'll even have her erased from our family tree. These cruel words struck at the hearts of his wife and daughters like a bolt of lightning. Everyone stared at Richard with their eyes wide open, not daring to believe what he'd said was true. Richard, you aren't serious, are you? Catherine's lips began to tremble uncontrollably. Do you realize what you're saying? I know what I'm talking about. If you and Brenda still want to protect her, I'll get someone else to kick her out of the house right this second, Richard declared resolutely and decisively. By his tone of voice, you could tell that there was no room for negotiation. Gail was completely dumbfounded by all of this. Her hands and feet were frozen in place and her eyes were filled with disbelief. She didn't understand how things had gotten to this point. Didn't her father love her the most ever since she was a young child? Didn't that mean anything to him? Why was he treating her like this for the sake of that hillbilly Kevin? And he even wanted to banish her from the Swinton family forever? At the Anderson family's mansion in Chicago, Phoebe was tightly hugging Kevin around the waist, and she was snuggling against him like a little kitten. Very softly, she purred to him. Kevin, I love you so much. You know, I've already given this a lot of thought. Even if you don't want a divorce, Lily, I'll stay with you and be faithful to you. I can even be your lover if you'll have me. I'm not afraid of what others might say about me, and I don't care what anybody may say about you either. In my heart, you're the best man alive. No one compares to you. Phoebe slowly closed her eyes. Her entire body seemed like it was about to melt into Kevin's. His heart trembled when he heard her confession. Phoebe, I'm just a regular guy. How can I accept your love? Do you know that everyone used to say you were just a useless son-in-law in the Jones family? When I first met you, I already could tell that you're a talented man. The more Phoebe spoke, the more her body trembled. Tears kept falling from her eyes. Especially when we went camping that time and you had to face that cougar alone, regardless of the danger. You risked your life to buy me time to leave because I was injured. While Phoebe spoke to Kevin about her feelings, she looked so lovely that anyone would have taken pity on her. Kevin, I was wondering what kind of man could do something like that. Actually, I didn't want to leave you in the woods, and there was a voice deep inside me telling me to stay.
You risked your life to give me a chance to survive. Then I had to go down to the campsite and get someone to save you. By then, I was really afraid that you'd already been killed by that horrible beast." Kevin held Phoebe's hand tightly and rubbed his cheek on her forehead. "What would have happened if I died?" Kevin asked with a smile. Before Phoebe could answer, their bodies started to shake. Actually, the bed they were lying on and the entire mansion were shaking too. "Phoebe, we're having an earthquake!" Truman anxiously shouted up to them from the backyard. "An earthquake? What's going on?" It was the first time Phoebe had experienced something like this. Kevin took Phoebe by the waist and quickly jumped out the window with her. She let out a cry of surprise as they landed steadily on the ground. By now, the earthquake had already ended. It seemed that it hadn't been a very powerful one, so it didn't cause a lot of damage. This could happen now and then in the Midwest. "Are you all right, Phoebe?" Truman rushed over to them excitedly. After pushing Kevin aside, he took a good look at his daughter to make sure she hadn't been injured. "Kevin, what were you thinking? Why did you jump out the window? What if you had hurt Phoebe?" Truman glared at Kevin as he criticized his decision. "Don't worry, Truman. Most people would have taken cover under a table or something, but I knew that it was even safer out in the yard. Not everyone would be powerful enough to do what I did, though." Kevin suddenly stopped talking as his gaze fell on Phoebe. "Besides, do you think I could ever let something happen to Phoebe?" When Phoebe heard Kevin say this, she immediately blushed and smiled a little. Suddenly, Kevin's phone rang. It was definitely bad timing for Lily to be giving Kevin a call. "Hello, honey. Where are you? You didn't get hurt in that earthquake, did you?" Lily anxiously asked as soon as the call connected. "I didn't feel much of anything. Are you all right?" Kevin looked at Phoebe, then he turned around and walked away so he could speak more freely. "I'm fine, but can you come back home? I'm a little scared to be all alone," Lily said sweetly. "Okay, I'll be right there." Kevin let out a sigh and hung up the phone. After putting his phone back in his pocket, Kevin said a few more words to Phoebe. The two of them looked deeply into each other's eyes and completely ignored Truman. At the same time, in the director's office of the Healing Arts School, Wayne Ford's face showed his disappointment. But no one knew exactly what Harley Shepard was thinking as he poured himself another cup of coffee. Harley finally came back to his senses and quickly put down the coffee pot. "That was no ordinary earthquake. I could clearly feel a very strong energy fluctuation in it."
"There's a more important thing to worry about right now. That energy came from the lake."
Wayne Ford closed his eyes to rest them as he gently rubbed his temples.
"Do you think the Pinnacle did this?"
"We don't have any confirmation yet, but we—" Harley Shepard had just finished speaking when the office door was flung open. An old man covered in blood stumbled in, choking, and fell to the floor. The two of them quickly jumped up and went over to help the man. "What's happened to you?" Shepard asked him with great concern. He carefully helped the man to the sofa so he could lie down. "The Pinnacle is coming," the man stammered in a weak voice. The more he breathed, the less air he seemed to get. He looked as if he was about to die any second. Shepard quickly reached out his hand and placed it on the old man's shoulder. Then he elevated his feet while he grabbed his first aid kit to stabilize his condition.
"What did you just say?"
Wayne Ford's eyes grew wide.
"Did the Pinnacle finally decide to attack after all these years? How is this possible?"
With the help of Harley Shepard's first aid skills, the man was obviously feeling much better than before. After a while, he'd regained enough strength to speak and explain to them. "The Pinnacle has started mobilizing their forces, and they're on their way." Right after the earthquake, Wayne Ford and Harley Shepard were trying to calm their nerves as they sat in the dean's office at the Healing Arts School. Suddenly, an old man came in with the news that the Pinnacle had made their move and they were on their way. He was badly injured, but Shepard used his skills to help stabilize him enough to be able to speak.
"What about the others?"
Wayne Ford asked anxiously. He knew that the Pinnacle had been in hiding far away from the continental U.S. for a very long time. They had set up on a large island in the Atlantic. No, it wasn't the lost continent of Atlantis, but it was large enough to support a very large population. and they had advanced technologies and scientific knowledge to keep themselves invisible to the rest of the world. The 10 grade schools kept an eye on the region even though they'd never been able to find the Pinnacle's exact location. They were so worried about the Pinnacle's return that a special group had been set up to keep watch and prevent them from ever reaching the continent. These experts were known as the Foundation Advance Team. Each of its members could be considered a top expert in the Foundation, which was really just a name that referred to anyone who opposed the Pinnacle. Pretty much the entire rest of the world. So all the schools, even if they had some petty squabbles against each other, were still on the same side when it came to protecting the planet from the Pinnacle. If all of the Foundation Advance team members were killed by the Pinnacle, it would undoubtedly be the greatest loss humanity had ever suffered. They're still fighting intensely with the first wave of the Pinnacle. I was ordered to come back and tell you the news, and gather all the schools together so we can prepare. After saying this, the elderly man slowly closed his eyes. Harley Shepard and Wayne Ford looked at each other. They could see the anxiety in each other's eyes. The Pinnacle was coming far sooner than they'd expected. In the Myriad's headquarters on Herring Island, Brett Stewart had gathered together all the higher-ups in the main hall to discuss some important matters. Since they were located off the East Coast, they knew before anyone else what the Pinnacle had been up to. The earthquake had shaken not only the Midwest, but had been felt off the coast too, hundreds of miles away. There was some visible damage to many of their buildings on the island, and unlike the Pinnacle's island, theirs was visible to anyone and everyone, friend or foe. I'm sure all of you know the reason why I called all of you here. Brett Stewart was sitting in the Supreme Commander's place of honor at the meeting. He glanced around the hall and continued. Now I want to hear if any of you have some useful suggestions. As soon as he said that, the entire hall was filled with noise. All the senior members of the Myriad started whispering to each other. The Pinnacle's aggressive approach won't be easy to deal with, one of them said anxiously. Another one swore. We'll die before we surrender. We have to fight the Pinnacle with real weapons and let them know that we can't be defeated so easily. But a lot of them were afraid that they would be no match for an enemy like the Pinnacle. The expression on Brett Stewart's face became more and more disillusioned as the discussions continued. Milton Brown, who was standing at the front of the group, walked up to Brett Stewart and spoke to him in a loud voice so everyone in the Great Hall could hear him. The Pinnacle is forcing your hand with this all-out assault. I think it's better to temporarily give up on our headquarters and move to a place that would be safer from this kind of attack. After all, we have a lot of branches throughout the country that would be a lot easier to defend. As soon as he finished speaking, many people agreed with his opinion and echoed his concerns. They figured they could return to the island later after the conflict with the Pinnacle was over. The problem was they couldn't figure out which branch of the Myriads was large enough to accommodate all of them. Brett Stewart narrowed his eyes. In fact, Milton saw the situation exactly as he did. He'd already planned to give up the headquarters, but he was too embarrassed to say it in front of the entire upper echelon of the Myriads. Milton is right. Do you have a definite place in mind where we could go? Brett Stewart asked him carefully. There are more than 50,000 people in our headquarters right now. We have to split up, but we can't give the other schools a chance to turn this against us. The room quieted down after they heard what Brett Stewart had just said. They knew he was right. They had to be careful because the relocation of their headquarters wouldn't be easy. Don't worry, Supreme Commander. I've already thought of a plan. Chicago, New York City, and Detroit. We have branches in these 3 places, and a few of the most prominent families there have already joined us. It won't be a problem for us to split up and focus our efforts on those 3 cities, Milton explained. The personnel in the headquarters will be divided into 3 groups, and they can also coordinate with each other in case they meet with any attacks from the other schools. That way, we'll be able to provide support as soon as possible. Milton Brown was indeed an old fox. In such a short period of time, he'd already planned everything out very thoroughly. Everyone, listen up. We have 3 hours to put this plan into action. Everyone needs to pack up all essential equipment and follow Milton's instructions. Go to your designated location immediately. Brett Stewart waved his hand to signal for everyone to leave. In a luxurious courtyard in Washington, D.C., an elderly man was staring out at the horizon. The glint in his eyes made him look a bit younger than his actual age.
"We've received news that the Pinnacle has begun its assault,"
a middle-aged man who was standing behind him reported respectfully.
"The people below are asking if they should begin taking action so that they can have a plan in place."
"Don't worry. Didn't the people of Healing Art School and the rest of the major schools already know about this? Let them go and play with the Pinnacle first. It's not too late for us to make preparations, but we need to evaluate the situation first."
The man's tone was calm, like he wasn't worried at all about the Pinnacle's invasion.
"If we wait too long, it might increase the number of casualties, especially along the coast. The civilians will definitely—"
The old man interrupted him and said,
"We don't need to worry about unimportant details like that. The lives of some ordinary people don't concern us. Right now, I'm wondering where the Morris family is. We should call them back here in case they're needed. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain the situation to our directors."
"Yes, sir."
The middle-aged man nodded respectfully before he disappeared in a flash. When he was gone, the elderly man let out a long sigh, shook his head, and said to himself,
"We're counting on you to bring back the Power Pill formula. The Pinnacle has already made its first move in its attack. There really isn't much time left for us."
After comforting Lily, Kevin walked over to the window and looked at the sun on the horizon. His heart was heavy because he had a bad premonition. He didn't know why, but when the earthquake happened, he began to panic. He even gasped for air, as if something monumental had just happened.
"You felt it?"
He could hear a quiet voice behind him. Kevin turned his head around and saw the Night King, who had been gone for a very long time.
"I should have known my mentor would arrive just when I needed him most,"
Kevin called out as he nodded his head respectfully. He would never have the nerve to ask why the Night King had appeared in his home. Although Kevin didn't know the exact strength level the man had reached, he could vaguely guess it. He was definitely sure that no one in the world could stop the Night King, even if they wanted. The Night King looked into his eyes and asked,
"What did you just sense? Tell me everything, no matter how insignificant it seems."
"I don't know why, but I'm unusually nervous. It seems that something strange has happened and affected my nerves, making me feel extremely uneasy." Kevin told him the truth. The Night King nodded. He looked relieved to hear Kevin's reply.
"It seems that your spiritual energy is increasing very quickly," the Night King explained to him. "To tell you the truth, the Pinnacle is fighting to get past the Foundation Advance Team, which means they've begun their assault."
Kevin's eyes immediately widened in surprise. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He knew that this would eventually happen, but he just didn't think that it would be so soon. The Night King tried to reassure Kevin.
"You don't need to be so shocked and nervous. They haven't gotten completely past them, so most of the Pinnacle is still far away from here."
Then very seriously, he told Kevin what to expect.
"If my calculations are correct, and they usually are, the Pinnacle will send their vanguard troops here in less than 10 days. When that happens, Chicago and Detroit will become the main battlefield. The members of the 10 major schools should have started to mobilize by now. In order to prevent ordinary citizens from suffering heavy casualties, they need to make special arrangements. Their only choice is to make sure that the fighting takes place out on the water, on the Great Lakes, and off the East Coast. So if you want to leave with your family, you must hurry now."
Kevin was feeling really uneasy about the earthquake, like something terrible was about to happen. As he was looking out the window, the Night King appeared in his apartment and explained to him that the Pinnacle was fighting to break away from their hidden island in the Atlantic and launch an assault on Chicago and Detroit. He believed that they would arrive within the next 10 days. Kevin opened his mouth to speak, but in the end he couldn't say anything. Although he wasn't the type of person who cared about everyday things, he was still a part of the Foundation, and he wanted to make sure that he could help save the world from the Pinnacle. But what about Lily? And Phoebe's life was in danger too. Could Kevin really ignore the two of them? And didn't his parents care about all this too? Even if Kevin escaped, where could he run to? If the major schools and righteous groups failed to defeat the Pinnacle, would they still have a future? Just as Kevin was pondering these questions, his phone suddenly rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Brett Stewart calling him back. After a brief moment of hesitation, Kevin answered the phone. "Hi, Brett." "Kevin, something big has happened. The Pinnacle is fighting to get past the Foundation advance team and attack us. You don't have to return to headquarters, though. I've decided to temporarily abandon our headquarters and move everyone to Chicago, Detroit, and New York. I'll fill you in on the rest of the details later when I get to Chicago." Brett Stewart seemed to be very busy with other preparations and he hung up the phone right away. However, Kevin had mixed feelings about the news. The Myriads were coming to New York in the Midwest? Then what would happen to the Radiants? Besides, Spencer and the others were originally from the Myriads. If anyone from the Myriads figured out what Kevin had done, would his entire organization be threatened? The Night King stared at Kevin and put things in perspective for him. "There are some issues that you don't have to worry about right now. Do you know what's the most important thing at the moment?" "To be honest, I don't know what else to do," Kevin admitted as he walked the Night King to his study. "I'm just a simple man. I have no idea what the Pinnacle even looks like. Besides, there are so many schools in the underground and the government. The Morris family, the Reaper Squad, and the Herbalist Society will surely take measures to defend against them." Kevin looked off into the distance and shared his innermost thoughts with the Night King. With so many powerful people attacking, even if the world is on the brink of collapse, there will still be someone around to defend it. "I don't understand why you're asking me what I should do. I'm just one man." The Night King wasn't in a hurry to answer his question. The two of them stood there for a long time in silence. "There are some things that you can't do without knowing how. There are also some things that can't be explained by reason," the Night King said very enigmatically. Then he turned to Kevin and said calmly, "Since you established the Radiance, it's clear that you have greater plans. You've already achieved the first step by going to St. Louis. Don't tell me you don't have a plan for the second or the third step." The Night King gently patted Kevin on the shoulder. "If you insist on having a reason, all I can tell you is that your family and friends' lives are at stake. This is something you should take into consideration." He paused for a moment and added, "Kevin, you know deep down inside what you want. It's just that you're hesitating to listen to your gut and take your next step." When the Night King finished speaking, Kevin was at a loss for words. Ever since he knew about the Pinnacle, Kevin had already started to formulate a long-range plan. Unfortunately, the Pinnacle made its move too quickly. His plan simply couldn't keep up with all the changes. There simply wasn't enough time. In the main hall of the Swinton family mansion in St. Louis, Catherine Swinton was holding her younger daughter's hand tightly, as if she was afraid that she would never see her again. Brenda looked at her little sister and sighed, but Richard Swinton just stared out the door with a blank look on his face. Not long afterward, they heard someone hurry into the room. Gail Swinton was like a frightened child, and her entire body began to tremble as her face turned extremely pale. Joseph Thompson walked in, and his gaze immediately fell on Gail. "You're late." Richard Swinton narrowed his eyes and complained. He'd agreed to meet with Joseph Thompson an hour earlier. The two men had known each other for many years, and Richard Swinton knew exactly how dependable Joseph Thompson usually was. "I don't have time to explain anything to you. You have to go with me immediately," Joseph said anxiously. "No, I won't allow this. You can't take my daughter away." Catherine Swinton spread her arms wide and stood in front of Gail to protect her. Then she pleaded, "Joseph, please don't take Gail. I'll make sure she's punished for her foolishness. But Curtis Green's death has nothing to do with Gail. She was just being used." Richard Swinton sighed and closed his eyes tightly. He didn't want to see his daughter being taken away either. "Mrs. Swinton, you didn't hear what I said. I asked Richard to come with me, but I didn't say anything about taking Gail away." Joseph replied with a confused look on his face. Richard opened his eyes as soon as he heard that. Catherine and her 2 daughters were all stunned too. I didn't have time to inform you that the cause of Curtis Green's death has been determined. It had nothing to do with Gale at all. Joseph didn't seem to want to waste any more time. So Richard, what the hell are you waiting for? Hurry up and come with me. Something huge has just happened.
Oh, okay. Then let's go.
Richard Swinton tried to recover from his surprise. He followed Joseph out the door and left in a daze. Catherine and her daughter were silent for a few seconds. Gale let out an excited shout. She felt lucky to have survived the disaster. Time passed by slowly. The news of the Pinnacle's impending invasion had spread across the entire upper echelons of the government. In a short period of time, all the armed forces had been mobilized. At the same time, the large multinational corporations in Chicago had used various channels to transfer their own funds and industries to safety. While Lily and Dorothy were sleeping soundly, Kevin took advantage of the darkness and quickly left the apartment. After running at full speed for almost an hour, he arrived at the Radiance headquarters. He couldn't risk having anyone recognize one of his fancy sports cars. Spencer had already been waiting for him at the entrance for a long time. "Mr. Williams," Spencer called out to him. He was very relieved that Kevin was finally there. "There's no need for any formalities. First, tell me about the situation. Is Dalton still here?" Kevin asked worriedly. "Yes, Mr. Steele is still here. He's recovered quite quickly. Plus, we recently recruited another 10,000 members. Roger Knott from the Myriads and Nadia Alexander from the Herbalist Society's Midwest branch are waiting for you inside." Spencer followed behind Kevin as they made their way into the building. Then Kevin gestured for Spencer to walk in front of him and lead him to where Dalton was staying. It wasn't very late, so Kevin figured that Dalton wouldn't be asleep yet. Dalton was still in the infirmary. Ever since he'd recovered from his injuries, he started training and taking all the herbal supplements he could get his hands on. With the help of the spiritual energy that Travis Adams had transferred to him, he'd reached the advanced steps of level 5. "Hubby, you're really perspiring." Miranda used a towel to wipe the sweat off Dalton's forehead.
"You've done so much for me lately, honey,"
Dalton said to her with a smile. "It was really nothing, dear. The Radiance has had people waiting on us hand and foot. If I weren't helping you, I'd be bored to death," Miranda said jokingly. Kevin pushed the door open and walked into the room with a big smile on his face. "Miranda, why don't you let Dalton wipe his own sweaty forehead?"
"Kevin, you're finally back."
Dalton jumped up from the hospital bed. The 2 brothers hadn't seen each other in a very long time, and they gave each other a big bear hug. They had a lot of news to catch up on. Kevin left Lily and Dorothy at the apartment and ran off into the night to get to the Radiance headquarters. When he arrived, Spencer led him up to the room where Dalton had been recovering from his injuries. Kevin and Dalton hadn't seen each other in a really long time, and they gave each other a huge bear hug as soon as Kevin walked into the room.
"Kevin, what have you been up to? Why did you only come back to see me now?"
Dalton punched Kevin's chest playfully. "I just had a few minor things to take care of. But aren't you full of energy? What else do I have to worry about?" Kevin said with a laugh. In fact, ever since Dalton had been rescued from the Williams family, Kevin wasn't worried about his injuries at all. As long as Dalton's head and heart were okay, he'd be able to recover all by himself no matter how serious his injuries were.
"By the way, Kevin, I heard about the Jones family. I hope you're not too sad about it. To be honest, Grandma Jones and the others never treated you very well. They're no big loss."
Dalton Steele put his arm around Kevin's shoulder and comforted him. "You shouldn't say that. After all, the dead can't speak for themselves. Even though I'm not sad because of what happened to them, they were still Lily's family," Kevin replied very casually. Then the 2 brothers sat on the sofa and chatted for a long time. "Do you want to go to another city now?" Kevin suddenly asked him. In the upcoming battle, the Pinnacle would definitely cause a lot of damage in Chicago. Kevin had already started to make plans to help Dalton since his family had already suffered so many losses.
"Brother, I won't hide anything from you. I've thought about this a lot already. My family has suffered a lot lately, and my grandfather has seen all his properties in Chicago disappear. If I leave now, I'll definitely hurt his feelings, Dalton said in a low voice.
You're also at level 5 now. Even if you go to another city to start over all by yourself, nothing will stand in your way. Listen to me and think about it carefully. Kevin wanted to say something else but stopped himself.
Has something happened in Chicago? Why do I feel like I should get out of town after hearing what you said?
Dalton finally realized that something wasn't right. Kevin patted his shoulder, and Dalton could see in his eyes how conflicted Kevin was. Actually, it wouldn't be good for you to know too much about it right now.
What happened?
Dalton was getting angry, and Kevin could tell that he wanted to break something. I can tell you, but you have to be prepared, he replied. Then Kevin looked him in the eye and said, I believe you learned about the Pinnacle from Travis Adams' will. Kevin paused for a moment to see if Dalton was following him. The Pinnacle is preparing an attack and even set off an underwater explosion over a fault line in Lake Michigan. That was the earthquake you felt earlier today. They're still not on the continent yet, but they're already struggling to get the Foundation's assault team out of the way, so they can send their forces for a final conflict. Chicago will be the first city to be affected. For your safety and your families, you should listen to me and leave Chicago as soon as possible. As Kevin stopped talking, the room fell into silence. Miranda bit her lip tightly and didn't make any sound, but her eyes showed how shocked she was by this news. Dalton took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. It took him a long time to calm himself down.
Kevin, are you going to leave town?
The smile on Dalton's face had completely disappeared and was replaced by a melancholy look. I won't leave, Kevin explained to his friend. I'm not only a member of the Myriads, but also a senior member of the Radiants. With these obligations, there's no way I can leave. There was another important reason that he didn't share with Dalton. The Night King had discussed many things with him, and Kevin had already decided to stay in Chicago and use this war to develop and increase his strength. There would definitely be casualties if the war took place. Because of that, herbal pills were going to be even more important than usual. Why shouldn't Kevin benefit from the situation?
Kevin, what makes you think I'll leave?
Dalton said firmly.
If I have to, I'll build my own organization, Dalton announced enthusiastically. I'm sure I could recruit some people with a strength of at least level 5. Then you could get me some herbal pills or something. I'll be able to gather together a pretty strong force in no time.
Kevin narrowed his eyes. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know exactly how to put it. When the two brothers stopped talking, the door of the room was suddenly flung open. They looked up and saw Spencer. Mr. Williams, Nadia Alexander and Roger Knott are waiting for you. Which one did you want to meet first? Spencer asked him respectfully. Kevin wouldn't be able to spend much time at the Radiant's headquarters during this visit, so there were a lot of things that he needed to handle as soon as possible. I'll be right there. Kevin patted his friend on the shoulder again. Dalton, I'll come back and talk with you later. The meeting room at the Healing Arts School was brightly lit. The leaders from all the major schools had gathered together for an important meeting. Even the Union had come in spite of their conflict with the Healing Arts School. The Pinnacle was the enemy of just about everyone in the civilized world. It didn't matter which school or organization you were aligned with. They were a threat to everyone, both in the Foundation and regular citizens. If the major schools wanted to be victorious, they had to unite with each other and cooperate. Otherwise, they had no chance at all of winning. Why didn't Wade and Ford send for the people from the Herbalist Society? No one from the Radiants has come to participate in the meeting either. Didn't you inform them? One of the deans asked.
This isn't the time to throw a tantrum. We're in urgent need of medicinal pills, especially power pills, now that war is imminent.
Another one responded. Then one of the other leaders complained. Herbal pills are our most basic necessity. If we can't get access to enough of them, how can we minimize our casualties? Some of them were wondering if the Radiants in the Herbalist Society hadn't shown up because they felt that the schools were beneath them. With so many powerful leaders voicing their opinions, the meeting started to get out of control. Listening to all the noise, Harley Shepard started to look worried. Is this how honorable people have a rational discussion? They sounded like a bunch of thugs quarreling and cursing in the street. Wayne Ford lightly rapped his knuckles on the table. The booming sound caused everyone to stop talking and turn to listen to him.
I asked you to come here tonight to discuss the fight against the Pinnacle, not to talk about the Herbalist Society and the Radiance.
Wayne Ford's tone of voice was very stern. Some of the weaker people in the room began to feel a little lightheaded because Wayne Ford was projecting so much energy at them. But one of the older, more respected school leaders spoke first. Sir, it's not that we don't want to talk about the fight with the Pinnacle, but without a guarantee that we'll have access to herbal meds, what will we be able to do if any of our people are injured? They were all wondering how they could fight for justice but still not send any of their people blindly into battle, risking preventable deaths. They knew what they were up against with formidable foes like the Pinnacle, especially their top people.
Quiet!
Wayne Ford shouted with a stern face. His voice echoed throughout the meeting room. Everyone immediately quieted down. No one wanted to challenge someone as powerful as Wayne. And who wanted to risk finding themselves in the same position as the Union? Then Wayne reassured them.
Of course, I'll go back and try to contact the Radiance and the Herbalist Society again. However, the most urgent matter right now is to ask everyone to send all the elite members of their organizations to Chicago to take care of the preparations. The Healing Arts School has already gathered all of our resources, including the people from our main headquarters. After that, all operations in this war will be under our command. Do any of you have objections to this?
Wayne Ford informed them harshly as his eye swept across the entire room. Soon, everyone began to talk noisily with each other as they reacted to Wayne Ford's announcement. A lot of them appreciated how forcefully he'd spoken, but they were afraid that one of the evil organizations would take advantage of the situation to make a sneak attack on one of the major schools. They wanted a chance to think things over and make sure that this was the best approach. One of them questioned the urgency of the situation. The Pinnacle isn't even here yet. They're still far away right now. Aren't you worrying about nothing? More and more of the leaders in the room began to voice their opposition to the plan. Harley Shepard and Wayne Ford looked at each other in exasperation. Wayne Ford and Harley Shepard had called the leaders of the major schools to the Healing Arts School for a meeting to discuss preparations for the imminent war with the Pinnacle. Ford planned for the Healing Arts School to take the lead in the coordination of their defense, but a lot of the school leaders didn't believe that there was enough of a threat yet. They began arguing and questioning the plan at a time when Wayne and Harley wanted everyone to unite so they could defend themselves and the entire country against the invasion. Harley sighed when he saw this reaction from the people in the room. The most important thing in the war against the Pinnacle was to unite everyone. They had just gathered together for that purpose, but their hearts and minds were completely divided. With his keen foresight, he could naturally see that the outcome of the war had already been decided. In the main hall of the Thompson family mansion in St. Louis, all the most important people of the city were assembled. Each of them was immensely important to the entire region, and their influence reached throughout the Midwest, if not further. Herman Thompson was sitting quietly in the head chair. He was looking down and seemed to be just resting with his eyes closed. Joseph Thompson was the first to speak to the crowd. I believe that you have all found out the main reason why I summoned you here this evening. Although St. Louis isn't quite as large a city as Chicago, it's the first place where I came into contact with the Pinnacle. However, we're positioned to be the last stronghold of the entire Midwest. He paused for a moment to let that sink in. If St. Louis is broken, the Pinnacle will be able to enter the country's heartland almost completely unopposed. We've been given a mission whether we like it or not, even though the war has not yet begun. There is only one goal for us to focus on in our great city, and that is to defend the entire nation. One of the community leaders decided to show their support.
Mr. Thompson, there's no need for you to say anything more. As long as you give the order, we'll definitely listen to you."
The other people in the room nodded in agreement. They knew that the arrival of the Pinnacle was a threat to all of them. From the back of the room, someone shouted,
"We aren't trained warriors, but we can still get our hands on the resources that we'll need. Every one of us will contribute something to fight back against the Pinnacle."
Then someone in the front row asked, "If you've called us all here so urgently, does that mean you've been working on a plan?" Richard Swinton looked at the richly dressed luminaries in the room. He was starting to feel a lot less discouraged, and now he had a little more hope for the outcome of the upcoming fight. Joseph Thompson explained the plan that they've come up with so far.
"Actually, what I mean to say is very simple. St. Louis doesn't have a major school or underground organization, just a lot of business people. I don't think anybody would argue with that fact. Even though some of us have been training and working with herbal meds for a long time, we've never been considered a major force. So I plan to assemble all the most powerful people from each family together. Then we'll join the Radiants and set up 2 defensive lines to protect the city. Our success won't depend on a single person. That would be unrealistic. But as long as we unite, I believe that we can defeat the Pinnacle."
Joseph looked each of the people in the eye before he continued in a very calm but stern tone of voice.
"Otherwise, if we lose this battle, our children will suffer the consequences of our failure. I don't think anybody wants to witness an outcome like that."
The dignitaries all began whispering to each other. A distinguished-looking woman in the front row was the first to offer help. "Mr. Thompson has a point. I have a pharmaceutical company that stored a lot of herbal ingredients, and I heard that there's a talented herbalist in the Radiants. I'm willing to let them have all of my stocks." Another one promised to contribute to the effort.
"Our family has 100 people who have been training in the martial arts and developing their strength. Although their power base isn't very high, they're very brave and would gladly risk their lives to protect the country."
The atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. Everyone began to show their fighting spirit. They would rather die than let the Pinnacle get an easy victory. They also knew that if they lost the battle, none of their lives would be spared. Joseph Thompson replied in a serious tone,
"Since everyone has agreed unanimously to resist the Pinnacle, I'll contact the Radiants as soon as possible and work out the rest of the details of our plan."
Kevin, who was in the Radiant's headquarters at the time, didn't know about this meeting. His foster father and Joseph Thompson had once again placed a heavy burden on his shoulders. Nadia Alexander, who was sitting opposite Kevin, was looking down slightly. She was feeling very nervous for some reason and was gripping the armrest so tightly that her knuckles were turning white. Nadia wasn't used to being in a situation where she didn't know what to do, but she just couldn't shake off her anxiety. She was usually very proud of her skills in herbalism, but compared to someone like Kevin, her accomplishments were insignificant. "Nadia, I know you've been waiting here for a long time to see me. Don't tell me you came here for just one meeting," Kevin asked with a smile. Of course not." Nadia hesitated for a long time, and that was all she could manage to say. She felt uncharacteristically awkward. Kevin raised his eyebrows and asked her, "Then why did you come to see me? Have you had time to think about my offer?" "Yes, I have." Nadia nodded her head decisively. Kevin widened his eyes slightly when he heard her answer. He'd actually thought that she'd be tempted to accept, but it was still very gratifying to hear Nadia admitting it personally. "Nadia, have you really thought this through? Joining the Radiants would be considered a betrayal of the Herbalist Society. Aren't you afraid that they'll hunt you down?" Kevin asked with some surprise. Nadia gathered her courage and slowly raised her head to look into his eyes and said seriously, "Kevin, I was hoping that since you're the one who made the suggestion, you would naturally help me deal with that problem. Can I count on you?" "Yes, you can, but why should I trust you? How can you prove that you aren't colluding with the Herbalist Society and that you don't plan to turn on me? What if you really came to the Radiance just to steal the Power Pill formula?" Kevin narrowed his eyes as he tried to read the expression on Nadia's face. Unfortunately, he couldn't see anything. Nadia's mouth felt a little dry as she replied, Well, how do you want me to prove it? This was the only thing Nadia could think of saying at the moment. Kevin smiled enigmatically as he thought about Nadia's reply. To tell you the truth, I have no idea how to prove it. I can swear a poison oath if you want. If I'm plotting with the Herbalist Society against you, I'm willing to lose all my power and my reputation, Nadia answered quietly. Even though Nadia was practically whispering, Kevin could hear her very clearly. Both of them remained silent for a couple of minutes. Finally, Kevin let out a long breath. I was just joking with you. Why do you take everything so seriously? Kevin smiled and said, I asked you to join the Radiants. Since you're sitting here with me tonight, that's proof enough for me. After that, Kevin talked with Nadia about a lot of things, but didn't mention any news about the Herbalist Society. After more than an hour, Kevin left Nadia's room. When he stepped into the hallway, he took a deep breath. Then Spencer walked over to him and led him to the room where Roger Knott was staying. It was already the middle of the night, but Roger didn't feel tired at all. He was sitting quietly in his room waiting for Kevin's arrival. Please forgive my late arrival, Mr. Knott, but I just returned to the Radiance a while ago. I'm sorry to disturb your rest. Kevin was very polite. How could he not be polite? Roger Knott was someone who knew that Kevin was a member of the Myriads. More importantly, he still had to deliver the message from Brett Stewart. Knott smiled sincerely and replied, There's no need to apologize, Deputy. When you get as old as I am, you don't need as much sleep. May I ask why you've been waiting for me so long? It can't be that you just want to chat with me. Am I right? Kevin teased him. The Supreme Commander wrote a letter and asked me to deliver it to you personally. Roger Knott wanted to tell him more, but he hesitated to continue. A letter from the Supreme Commander? Why would he write to me? I just spoke with him twice on the phone. Kevin raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't know what Brett Stewart was up to, but why couldn't he have just told him over the phone? I wouldn't pretend to know what's on the Supreme Commander's mind, and I couldn't even guess what's in the letter. Perhaps you should read it for yourself. Roger Knott took out the envelope and handed it to Kevin. There's no need for me to read the letter right away. Kevin smiled and then asked Knott. You couldn't have come here in person just to deliver a simple letter. Is there something else on your mind? Roger Knott held a very high rank in the Myriads. Brett Stewart would never have sent him over without an urgent reason to do so. After visiting Nadia at the Radiant's headquarters, Kevin went to Roger Knott's room to find out why he'd been waiting for him for so long. Knott showed Kevin the letter from Brett Stewart, but he didn't read it right away. After all, he'd just spoken to him twice on the phone. But Kevin really wanted to know if Knott had a reason of his own to want to speak with him in person. Roger Knott chuckled. He'd been an expert for many years, but he'd actually let the young man see right through his thoughts. He felt a little embarrassed. Knott recovered from his embarrassment and explained, I know that you and the Supreme Commander are brothers. The friendship between the two of you isn't something that ordinary people ever experience. Then he got an awkward look on his face as he got to the point. It's just that some people in the organization have been spreading rumors recently saying that you betrayed the Myriads and joined with the Radiants just for the herbal pills. Kevin frowned slightly and nodded. Then you've come here to visit the camp? What's your opinion now? Although he looked relaxed on the surface, Kevin's inner emotions were fluctuating wildly. When he first established the Radiants, apart from Dylan Hill and the other 5 Hill siblings, only Spencer knew his true identity. In the eyes of the rest of the Radiants, Kevin was merely a high-ranking official. As far as they knew, Kenneth Wilkinson was the real Chancellor. They had no idea that it was simply Kevin's alter ego. Although Roger Knott still didn't know that Kevin was actually Kenneth Wilkinson, what he was telling Kevin was troubling news. There were obviously spies from the Myriads hiding within the Radiants. If not, how did Roger Knott find out that he was here in the first place? Knott clenched his fists and inquired anxiously, Sir, I'd like to ask you something. Have you really joined the Radiants? Kevin didn't answer his question right away.
Instead, he raised his eyebrows and replied, "Why? Do you want me to join?" Knott replied diplomatically, "You're a talented man, Mr. Williams. No matter where you go, you'll be able to find success. Besides, you have the Myriad ID in your possession. Other than the Supreme Commander, no one else has the right to interfere with your decision." Then Roger Knott sighed deeply. "But I also have to remind you that betraying the organization would be a despicable act. You must not go down this path." To be honest, he was extremely unwilling to let Kevin join the Radiants. Putting the word betrayal aside, the previous Supreme Commander of the Myriads, Travis Adams, had passed away. Although Brett Stewart was talented, his energy base wasn't high enough to match his new rank. The person with the highest energy base in the organization was actually Milton Brown, who was at level 5. However, Brown was getting on in years. There wasn't much time left for him to protect the Myriads. Kevin was the only other member at a high enough level to help the Supreme Commander. More importantly, Kevin was still young, but he'd already reached an incredibly high level of strength and skill. Who knew how much he could advance into the future? Being so young meant he had a great deal of potential. If either organization wanted to be able to develop and grow, they had to make sure that Kevin was with them to lead the way. In Roger Knott's eyes, Kevin was the most talented person in the Myriads. "You're being too serious, Mr. Knott. Although I'm one of the higher-ups in the Radiants, I didn't really join the organization yet." Kevin looked at Roger Knott's puzzled face and said with a smile, "Kenneth Wilkinson and I are sworn brothers, just like Brett Stewart. He's also my sworn brother. That's why when Kenneth Wilkinson founded the Radiants, I only helped him manage it temporarily. When the organization is finally on the right path in the future, I won't be involved in it anymore." "So that's how it is." Roger Knott repeatedly nodded his head. "It seems that the people in the Myriads are indeed causing trouble with their gossip. They're maliciously insulting you with their accusations." "Don't worry about it, Mr. Knott." Kevin waved his hand gently. "By the way, sir, there's something you might not know. The Supreme Commander just called me. He's already given up on his plan to attack the Union. The Pinnacle has begun to prepare their invasion, and the threat of them returning is getting more and more serious. So he decided to abandon the headquarters on Herring Island. He'll arrange for the members to be sent temporarily to Chicago, New York, and Detroit." Kevin picked up the coffee pot on the table and poured a cup for Roger Knott. In the dean's office of the Healing Arts School, the results of the negotiations between the various schools had obviously not been satisfactory. Wayne Ford and Harley Shepard looked at each other as they sat on the sofa. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Although the reactions from all the schools left people feeling discouraged, what worried them even more was that their hearts weren't united, and they were each doing their own thing.
"What the hell are we going to do?"
Wayne Ford slowly leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes somewhat tiredly.
"Nearly 80 groups came here tonight. Only a dozen or so small ones agreed with your plan. Some of them were even graduates from the Healing Arts School. If this continues, what will happen to the Pinnacle?"
Harley Shepard let out a faint sigh and his face was full of worry.
"What can we do if they don't want to join us?"
Wayne Ford shook his head and remarked,
"You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Even if we force them all to join together, when we finally face the Pinnacle, they're just going to collapse like a house of cards in a strong wind."
The two of them didn't continue their conversation. The office fell into a melancholy silence. Wayne Ford closed his eyes tightly. His body wasn't moving and he looked as if he was sleeping. Harley Shepard lowered his head slightly and looked at the coffee in the mug on the table. The expression in his eyes kept changing as he considered his options, making it hard to tell exactly what he was thinking. A few minutes later, Shepard said, "They're clearly not willing to follow your plan. The most fundamental problem is the power pill. If we can manage to find an herbalist on par with the one in the Radiance or even the Herbalist Society, would everyone still be so hesitant to commit to our cause?" Wayne opened his eyes when he finished speaking. His eyes flashed as he came to a realization.
Let's not talk about whether we can find an herbalist with enough talent to pull this off. I only have one question for you. What can you use to get someone to help us?
Wayne Ford sighed as he reminded his colleague.
You need to be more practical about this whole thing.
What he said hit the nail on the head. Any decent, highly talented herbalist would have a sense of pride about this. One of them would surely be willing to help. You know, I think I may know of an apothecary who might consider joining us. Harley Shepard looked up at the ceiling deep in thought and asked, Isn't Kevin an herbalist? I've also heard that he concocted the life prolongation pill to cure Herman Thompson down in St. Louis. Wayne Ford frowned slightly when he heard this.
What you said seems to make some sense. But why on earth would Kevin agree to help us?
Everyone needs to do their part to save us from the Pinnacle. Moreover, he's still a student of the Healing Arts School. Can't we simply ask him to help us concoct the pill? Harley Shepard said with some excitement. Wayne Ford wanted to reply, but he just couldn't find the words. I'll send someone to find Kevin immediately. As long as he's willing to refine medicinal pills, he won't care that the schools aren't in complete agreement, Harley Shepard said excitedly as he walked out of the office. In the private room on the top floor of the St. Louis Garden, Jake Morris, who just hung up the phone, was going nuts, smashing almost everything that he could get his hands on in the room.
Damn it! Kevin is just a useless son-in-law. How dare he come down here and mess with me?
Jake screamed.
If I can't get the Power Pill formula, how am I going to explain it to my family?
Jake Morris was so angry that his entire body began to shake violently. The few men who were standing nearby all lowered their heads and looked at the floor, not daring to say anything to incur his wrath. They were afraid of what their boss might do next. After a long time, Jake sat down on the floor. His body was emitting terrifying energy, and his eyes looked like they were ready to shoot out flames. The only thing on his mind was getting his hands on the Power Pill formula and getting revenge on Kevin for his betrayal. Jake Morris flew into a rage when he found out what Kevin had done. Now he had to figure out how to get hold of the Power Pill formula so he wouldn't disappoint his family's elders. Even more importantly, he wanted to get even with Kevin for his betrayal.
What are you guys still doing here? Go to Chicago and find Kevin immediately. I don't care if you bring him back here dead or alive, but no matter what, you have to get the Power Pill's formula for me.
Jake Morris was panting heavily, and he was so furious. Yes, sir. Right away. The men nodded respectfully and practically ran out of the room. A few seconds later, another man stumbled into the room. Sir, your family just sent a message saying that you only have 3 days left to obtain the Power Pill formula. For Jake Morris, this was definitely not good news. He clenched his fist tightly, and the ferocious look on his face made everyone around him feel extremely terrified. Obviously, Jake Morris was flustered and exasperated by the situation. He lowered his head and roared in anger.
Contact the Stratus Group and ask them to send their most elite assassins to Chicago. After you get the Power Pill formula, you must bring Kevin's head back for me.
The night passed by quickly. Lily had just woken up and smelled the aroma of breakfast cooking in the kitchen. Looking at Kevin, who was already sitting at the dining table, she couldn't help but smile happily. Hubby, why did you wake up so early? Lily asked as she walked downstairs. I wanted to sleep in a little, but I knew that there was a lazy little piggy who would want to eat some breakfast, Kevin replied with a smile. You're the piggy? Lily walked over to the dining table, picked up a pastry, and took a bite. Hubby, I'm going to an interview with an import-export company today. Kevin paused for a moment when he heard her. You don't have to go to work. I can take care of you from now on.
Actually, even Kevin himself didn't know how much the Williams Company was worth, let alone the resources that Tyler, Dawn, and the others had at their disposal. Ever since he started training and working on his herbalism skills, Kevin thought less and less about money. Lily sat down at the table. I can't just stay at home and not contribute to our household, can I? Besides, you're so busy that I've got nothing to do at home by myself. Why do you want to go work for another company? Go apply to the Williams Company. Isn't your cousin Nicole also working there? Has she contacted you recently? Kevin asked her as he took a sip of coffee. It had to be said that Kevin had really misjudged Nicole Jones. Ever since she joined the Williams Company under Miss Wilson's care and Charity Boyer's guidance, she'd learned very quickly. She was about to become the next rising star at Williams Media, and she was being groomed for a very successful career. Kevin passed a plate of scrambled eggs to Lily and offered his help. Besides, even if you don't want to go to the Williams Company, tell me about the other companies you're interested in. I'll definitely make arrangements for you. Lily's face gradually became serious when she heard what Kevin said. Hubby, I know you don't lack money right now, but I don't want other people to see me as just another rich woman. No one in Chicago will ever again say that you're only the son-in-law of a good-for-nothing who's living off of his wife's fortune. But I hope that one day I can stand on my own. Lily's tone was very firm. Then she added quite seriously, although I don't know anything about what you've been up to lately and I can't help you with it, I want to ease your burden as much as possible. You have to understand that I'm not just arm candy. Kevin was slightly stunned when he heard that. He seemed to have never considered Lily's true feelings. Ever since their relationship had gotten better, he seemed to have really put his care and concern for Lily on the back burner. Fine, you're not arm candy, all right? How long will the interview take? I can give you a ride over there. Kevin hid his thoughts well as he gently stroked her hair. Lily recovered her emotions and said, It's a medium-sized import and export trading company. I think it's called the Blue Water Export Company. Okay, let's finish breakfast and head over there, Kevin said gently. Dorothy was still sleeping, so the two of them did their best not to disturb her and wake her up. In his office on the top floor of the Salix Leaf Hotel, Mitchell Cook looked at the constantly flashing messages on his screen and slightly narrowed his eyes. Ever since Drake Cook had been injured, their men had been searching diligently for people who injured Drake. We found him, boss, one of his assistants suddenly announced. Through our monitoring of our surveillance cameras, we found that it was at 6:20 p.m. on a road near the suburbs. The people who injured Drake all showed up, and it looks like they were carrying someone. Mitchell Cook nodded his head as he looked at the image displayed on his screen. His eyes were filled with intense anger.
Send someone up there to investigate immediately. Remember to be careful. Don't alert the enemy.
Mitchell Cook quickly gave the order. Then he called Kevin's number and told him what had happened. Kevin, who was driving at the time, got a somber look on his face after the call ended. He thought to himself, Jake Morris, what the hell are you up to? When Kevin was in the hospital a few days before, he heard Mitchell Cook say that Drake had been injured by about 5 people. The first person he thought of who could have arranged that was Jake Morris. The reason was very simple. Jake's people always worked in teams of 5. In addition, the people who came for him were from the Midwest. They also knew that Jake was the only person who wasn't afraid of Kevin seeking revenge after Drake was injured. After dropping Lily off at her interview with the Blue Water Export Company, Kevin wanted to go check out the place where Drake may have been taken. Just as he was about to put the car in gear, he sensed that someone was nearby. He looked up and Harley Shepard was standing there, knocking on the driver's side window. Oh, Dean Shepard, what are you doing off campus today? Kevin asked jokingly as he wondered what was going on. Cut the crap and open the car door. I have something urgent to tell you. Harley Shepard's tone was very serious and it didn't sound as pleasant as it used to. Did something happen at the school? Whatever it is, I'm sure it doesn't have anything to do with me. I haven't been back in a long time. Kevin replied with a disarming smile.
Harley Shepard got in the car and glanced at Kevin as he rolled up the passenger side window. I'm not in a joking mood. Something serious has happened. What does that have to do with me? Kevin asked curiously. He knew very well that Harley Shepard and Wayne Ford were cut from the same cloth. They would never come to see him for no reason. Since they'd sought him out personally, there must be an important problem that they needed his help with. I'm sure you already know about the Pinnacle. Last night, the dean and I gathered the leaders of many of the schools together, almost 80 of them, big and small, to discuss the imminent war with the Pinnacle, Harley Shepard explained calmly. Kevin immediately sized up the situation. Is that so? Fighting against the Pinnacle is a huge operation. We have to find some people with real firepower to pull it off. Somebody at my level of training would just be cannon fodder in an all-out war. Harley took a long, hard look at Kevin before getting to the point. Well, after discussing it for a long time, we realized we have a crucial problem. Whether you're talking about the Healing Arts School or any of the other schools, even the 10 major ones, nobody seems to have qualified herbalists. Harley could see that Kevin had some doubt, so he explained. Medicinal pills will play a role in the war, so the dean and I came up with a plan. We're going to let you set up an herbalism team to concoct pills for the Healing Arts School and all the other schools and organizations. What did you just say? Kevin was dumbfounded. He looked at Shepard in disbelief. You aren't joking with me, are you? Do you think I would joke with you about something as important as this? Harley suddenly reached out and gave Kevin a little dope slap on the back of his head. Fighting against the Pinnacle is a top priority. Don't tell me you don't want to help. Kevin's expression turned very serious when he heard that. He drove the car to a quiet street and pulled to the side of the road. Refining pills for all those schools? What would I get out of that? Kevin slowly turned his head to look at Harley and asked, You don't expect me to work for free, do you? Harley Shepard tracked Kevin down and met with him right after he dropped Lily off for her job interview. Harley got in Kevin's car, and as they drove along, he explained that the Herbal Arts School and all the other schools were in desperate need of talented herbalists for the upcoming war with Pinnacle. He wanted Kevin to put together a team to produce all the pills that would be needed in the fight. But Kevin wanted to know what was in it for him. What do you say? Harley Shepard couldn't believe Kevin wasn't willing to do this for free. What would I get out of it? Kevin said very frankly. When someone goes to work with a company, they receive a salary to reward them for their effort. Now, this is far more important than working in some office somewhere. Do you really expect me to make herbal medicine for all those people without any compensation? Resisting the Pinnacle and fighting for the future of our country isn't enough? Are you really looking to make a little profit from this? Kevin, please don't let me down. Harley Shepard sounded distressed, but Kevin wasn't swayed by Shepard's argument. He smiled a little and waved his hand dismissively. Dean Shepard, please don't use moral arguments to try to manipulate me. I've never been fooled by that. Then the smile left Kevin's face as he added, You said you want to fight for the future of humanity. When I was suffering because I was being treated unfairly, what did anybody do for me? Why didn't somebody stand up for me then? Then Kevin looked Shepard right in the eye and declared emphatically, Although I belong to one of the 10 major schools and I have the responsibility to resist the Pinnacle, I won't deny this fact. But at least I should be on equal footing with those people, shouldn't I? Do they expect to benefit from my services just because they think they're so important? Harley Shepard didn't interrupt Kevin when he saw how much the young man had to say. Before going to speak with Kevin, Shepard had sent some people to investigate everything about him, including the fact that he'd been kicked out of the Williams family. Harley Shepard had to admit that what Kevin had endured with his family, and with the Jones family for all those years, had certainly been heartbreaking. He wished that he'd had the money or the power to help him, but that wasn't possible because of his low status in the outside world. Kevin explained what he wanted as clearly as he could. So, Dean Shepard, you asked me to make some pills. Why don't you just admit that this is a business deal?
And since this is only a business transaction, I'm asking you, what's in it for me?
What is it that you want?
Shepard didn't really know what Kevin wanted out of this arrangement. With the Night King as Kevin's mentor, it was difficult for Harley Shepard to think of anything that he could offer that might tempt him to help. Kevin thought for a while and slowly replied, "I don't want anything." These few words stunned Harley Shepard. What can you offer to someone who has no desires? I'll resist the Pinnacle and use my own connections to contact more people to help produce herbal meds and protect the world from this threat. After saying this, Kevin suddenly put his foot down on the accelerator. He quickly cranked the steering wheel and the car shot forward like a rocket. In the corridor on the 4th floor of the Blue Water Export Company, Lily was waiting patiently in a chair. She was nervously holding onto her resume, wondering if she really was qualified for the position. There weren't many people who came for the interview. Coincidentally, Emma Larson was also there. She'd arrived ahead of Lily and already had been interviewing for more than 20 minutes. When Emma came out of the interview room in high spirits, she made sure to give Lily a snotty look. Then she walked up to her and tried to get under her skin so she'd fail the interview. "Lily, your husband is already so rich. How could he be okay with letting you look for a job? Is it because he's unable to satisfy you in other ways?" "What the hell are you talking about?" Lily frowned slightly. "Aren't you here trying to find a job too? Why? Did your husband finally dump you?" You could see the displeasure on Emma's face like she was a cat and someone had stepped on her tail. After Kevin left Dominic Archer's car dealership after the incident with the salesman, Emma's husband Timothy had been fired by the Williams Company. He blamed all of his problems on her and never wanted to see her again. Timothy took back all the houses and cars that he'd given her and kicked her out into the street. So Emma was forced to go out and look for a job. Emma responded curtly, I advise you to give up on this job. You aren't qualified to work at this company." Then she turned around abruptly and headed for the exit. A few minutes later, Emma had just walked out of the company's front door when she bumped into Kevin, the man responsible for destroying her husband's wealth. "I didn't expect to meet you here, Mr. Williams. Maybe it was fate." She didn't feel any hatred toward Kevin, but instead made an effort to be polite to him. Her body was almost touching Kevin's as she spoke. Kevin reflexively took a couple of steps back and pulled away from her. "You came here for an interview too? Did you see Lily?" "Don't worry, President Williams. Lily hasn't started her interview yet." Emma gave him a charming smile and deliberately leaned forward, trying to show off her cleavage. "It's still early. Should we find a place to talk in depth?" Emma's voice became softer. "Believe me, Mr. Williams, you didn't see me on a good day at Dominic Archer's car showroom. I could make you very happy." Emma Larson thought that if she could get close to Kevin, it would be millions of times better than staying with Timothy. Unfortunately, she'd seriously miscalculated. "I think I should go up and check on Lily." Not only did Kevin not have any interest in someone like Emma, but her behavior also filled him with disgust. Upstairs in the interview room, a gross man with mustard stains on his tie and an unshaven face, but not in a stylish GQ way, was looking at Lily with lust in his eyes. He was Sid Bramler, the manager of the Human Resources Department of the Blue Water Export Company. He was in charge of recruiting new employees, but he also used his position now and then to try to get fringe benefits. "Your resume is quite outstanding, but I need to have more to go on than just that if I'm going to hire you." Bramler was staring at Lily's chest the whole time he was talking. "Mr. Bramler, I've been involved in the import-export business before, and I have no problem starting from the bottom and working my way up. Please give me a chance, and you won't be disappointed." Lily managed to make a very good statement, even though Bramler's wandering eyes made her sick to her stomach. But she chose not to tell him off because she really needed a job.
You should keep in mind that although our company isn't as well known as the KWTD Corporation, it's not a small company either. It's not that easy to join our team. Then Bramler added, not everyone gets the chance to work here without going through me. Do you understand what I mean? Lily wasn't naive, and she immediately understood what Sid Bramler was talking about. She got a very angry look on her face. Director Bramler, I'm here for a job interview, and you're in a position of authority. Please be careful what you say. Okay. I'll watch what I say. In any case, your qualifications meet our company's needs, so you can be assured that you'll be hired. As for the scope of your work, someone will get in touch with you very soon. Bramler spoke slowly as he thought about how he could benefit from hiring Lily. In his opinion, she definitely had a quick temper, but he figured that once she'd been working there for a while, she would eventually give in to his advances and throw herself at him. Really, Director Bramler? Lily widened her eyes and then asked excitedly, have I really been hired? Yes, but you may find working here a little difficult. Sid Bramler licked his lips and then continued. Before you came in, there was a young woman who interviewed with me, and she seemed to have a better idea of how things work in an office like ours. You could really learn a lot from her. Lily's excited mood instantly vanished when she heard this. Well, now that I've passed the interview, I think I'll get going. Lily really didn't want to stay there any longer, and she headed out the door in a hurry. Sid Bramler had an evil smirk on his face as he laughed to himself. Lily, I'm not afraid of the tough act you put on. Before long, you'll learn just how powerful I am. After she left, the next job applicant walked in, but nobody noticed that someone else had appeared near the entrance to the interview room. It was Kevin, who'd been eavesdropping the whole time. Lily passed her interview at the Blue Water Export Company, but the hiring manager, Sid Bramler, was a lech who really gave her the creeps. She hurried out of there as soon as she could, leaving the man alone in the office, fantasizing about how he could seduce his newest employee. Bramler was lost in thought, so much so that he didn't even notice the next interviewee coming into the room. Suddenly, with a bang, Kevin kicked open the door of the interview room. It slammed into the wall with a loud bang and flew off its hinges. Who the hell are you? The loud noise snapped Bramler back to reality. He angrily banged his fist on the table, stood up, and pointed directly at Kevin. Unfortunately, Kevin didn't give him enough time to talk. He walked over and slapped Bramler right in the face. Kevin's strength had increased more than ever. Although he deliberately held back, his slap had more energy than an ordinary person could withstand. Sid Bramler, who wasn't very tall but was built like a fire hydrant, spun around a few times from the blow. The spinning made him so dizzy that he had to sit down on the ground to regain his balance. That's when he noticed that a couple of his teeth had fallen out, and there was blood flowing down from the corner of his mouth. The job applicant who was waiting to be interviewed by Bramler was shocked by Kevin's awesome entrance. Where did this friggin' hothead come from? He actually dared to slap the company's hiring manager. The applicant muttered to himself. He didn't want to get involved in this violent situation, so he kept his mouth shut and carefully slipped out of the room. Kevin didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he grabbed Sid Bramler's hair and lifted him up from the floor. He didn't mess around with niceties and got straight to the point. I don't have time to talk to a nobody like you. Call your company's president over here immediately. Otherwise, I'll keep slapping you until he finally shows up. Then he threw Bramler back on the floor and walked over to a chair, where he sat down and put his feet up on the table. All of this happened suddenly, and Sid Bramler was scared to death. Without thinking twice about it, he took out his phone and called the company's president. After explaining the situation, Bramler curled up on the floor in a fetal position, not daring to even look at Kevin. In less than 10 minutes, the president of the Blue Water Export Company rushed into the room. What the hell is going on? Bramler, how did you get beaten like this? Ralph Hartman asked in shock.
Bramler shook his head a few times and pointed his trembling finger at Kevin. Ralph Hartman's face became very somber as he asked, "Sir, who are you?" "You're the president of this company?" Kevin slightly raised his eyelids as he looked up at the man. "Let's sit down and have a nice chat. I'd like to buy your company. Just name your price." This unexpected request stunned Ralph Hartman. Although the Blue Water Export Company wasn't very large, its future prospects were quite impressive. To be honest, he really didn't have any intentions of selling it. When he came back to his senses, Hartman couldn't keep from chuckling. "Sir, I have no idea who you are, but do you know what kind of question you're asking me? My company is worth at least $3 billion. Can you afford to buy it?" Ralph Hartman kept looking at Kevin, trying to figure him out. Although Kevin was dressed in ordinary clothes, Hartman wasn't showing any contempt for him. A lot of wealthy people were in the habit of dressing down to avoid attracting attention. He didn't want to take a chance on accidentally offending someone like that. "I don't care how much your company is worth. I just want to ask whether you want to sell it or not. I'm not interested in hearing about anything else." Kevin took out his phone and started a video call. Then he tossed his phone on the table. Moments later, several of Chicago's most powerful business leaders felt their phones vibrate. There was nobody in the entire city who hadn't heard of them. Rachel, the vice president of the Salix Leaf Hotel, Mitchell Cook from the Whistler Hotel, Adriana Wright, the president of the West Chicago International Group, and Emo Squire, who owned a successful bodyguard service. And Miss Wilson and Gilbert Rhodes were on the video call too. Every single one of them had a solid reputation all across the Chicago region. "Director Cook, President Wright." Ralph Hartman put his phone on the table without knowing what to do. He was in complete panic mode. "Mr. Hartman, I didn't know you were so daring. What have you done to displease Mr. Williams?" Emo Squire was sitting in an enormous leather chair in his luxurious office. He seemed to be reviewing some documents. Mitchell Cook rubbed his chin and remarked, "I think you're looking for some excitement because all your success is getting too boring for you." "Mr. Williams told us why he called us. President Hartman, can you give us a price? I'll immediately send someone to your office to sign the contract," Rachel explained very firmly. As Miss Wilson was signing one of the many documents on her desk, she said, "The Williams Company will give you full market value based on a fair evaluation of your assets. I'm sure that you'll find our offer quite reasonable." Ralph Hartman took a deep breath. He was well off, but he was nothing compared to these people. He was feeling an unimaginable amount of pressure. "I'd like to ask you to wait for a moment. I want to know why you're suddenly interested in buying my company. Is it because you're impressed with our future prospects?" Ralph Hartman wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he got up the courage to ask them why they were so eager to buy him out. Gilbert Rhodes put down his coffee cup and looked straight into the camera as he remarked, "That has nothing to do with it. Your company isn't all that profitable as far as I can tell." Emo Squire sat back and took a sip of his smoothie as he clarified the situation. "It's only because Mr. Williams is interested in buying your company that we're willing to make an offer. We're only doing this for Mr. Williams, not ourselves. If you've got any brains at all, don't do anything to blow this deal, okay?" Hearing what all these powerful people had to say, Ralph Hartman's knees began to get weak. He really didn't understand what kind of influence this young man in front of him had. The most powerful and successful people in Chicago wanted to buy his export company just because Kevin had asked them to? Mitchell Cook seemed to think that saying one more word to Ralph Hartman would be a waste of time.
"Okay, I don't have anything else to tell you. Someone will arrive at your company headquarters in a few minutes to talk about the specifics. As for the shares, transfer 90% of them directly to Mr. Williams."
"That's all I need to hear. I have to get to an important meeting, so I need to hang up." Miss Wilson left the video call abruptly. When the call ended, Ralph Hartman looked at Kevin again. He had nothing but flattering words for him now. "Hello, Mr. Williams. My name is Ralph Hartman. I don't know if you need anything else, but I can help you at any time." But Kevin interrupted him with a wave of his hand. All I need right now is for you to leave the room." The smile on Ralph Hartman's face froze, but he still managed to nod sadly. He knew that Kevin was somebody he could never afford to offend. Mitchell Cook and the others were the foremost leaders in all of Chicago, and they had to be respectful to this young man. He had no choice but to do as Kevin wished. After Hartman left, only Kevin and Sid Bramler were left in the room. "Sit down. I want to talk with you." Kevin didn't even look at him. But Bramler, who was covering half of his face, didn't dare to sit down. In the span of 10 minutes, this young man had gone from an unknown intruder to his boss. Kevin rapped his knuckles on the table and asked him bluntly, "Do you know why I slapped you?" Bramler slowly shook his head. "Lily is my wife," Kevin replied simply. Bramler was shocked at first, but then he was overwhelmed. He finally understood who he was dealing with. He was Kevin Williams, the CEO of the Williams Company, and he definitely heard of him. Rumor had it that Kevin was the devil incarnate. The destruction of several powerful Chicago families had been linked to him. He'd even taken over Vito Booker's Booker Phoenix Corporation. In a flash, Sid Bramler was on his knees in front of Kevin. He begged him for forgiveness. "President Williams, I was just blinded by greed and lust. Please forgive me. I promise to change my ways." Kevin had just arranged with Mitchell Cook, Adriana Wright, and the others to buy the Blue Water Export Company. When Sid Bramler realized who Kevin was, and that he'd made the mistake of trying to seduce his wife Lily in exchange for company favors, he started begging him for forgiveness. "To tell you the truth, I didn't mean to injure you that much, but I was pretty pissed off. But you have to remember one thing. Don't ever let me hear my Lily complain about being bullied in your company. Otherwise..." Kevin didn't finish his sentence. He put his hand on the table and tapped it lightly. As Bramler watched in astonishment, the entire table broke into 1,000 pieces. "Do you know what I'm saying?" Kevin asked menacingly. "I understand. When she comes into work at the company tomorrow, I'll arrange a better position for her immediately. If there's any problem at all, I'll help solve it." Bramler stammered as he practically choked on his words. "Absolutely not." Kevin waved his hand to stop him. Bramler was confused again. He didn't understand what Kevin was trying to do. After all, Kevin had just bought the entire company. He wouldn't even mind putting Lily in charge of the whole operation. How could Kevin not want him to promote her? "What I mean is that you can't promote her openly. You need to change the company regulations to keep all this confidential. Do you see what I mean?" Kevin replied with some apprehension. "I understand, President Williams. Don't worry. Leave it to me." Bramler nodded anxiously several times to show that he understood. Kevin felt a little relieved. Soon, Mitchell Cook's men arrived at the Blue Water Export Company and signed a series of contracts to transfer ownership. After dealing with the transaction, Kevin went to visit Drake Cook in his hospital room. He had a plan in his mind that hadn't been fully realized. Since the major schools were about to send people over to him, there was a big storm on the horizon for the city of Chicago. So if Kevin wanted to carry out his overall plan, just a few measly resources and several small companies were far from enough to do the job. He was aware that he couldn't pull it off alone.
"Kevin, how are you, sir?"
Drake Cook, who was lying on the hospital bed, immediately tried to get up when he saw who was visiting him. "No need for formalities. Stay where you are. Your body hasn't fully recovered from your injuries yet." Kevin casually pulled a chair over and sat down next to him. "Drake, do you have anything on your mind after this recent attack?" Drake was obviously stunned when he heard Kevin's question. He didn't know how to express the emotions he was feeling deep inside. "You don't need to be too cautious, just say what you're thinking," Kevin reassured him with a smile. Drake Cook clenched his fists and replied,
"Well, Kevin, actually, I do have an idea. It's mainly because I'm still not strong enough. I haven't established my reputation yet, even though I've always tried to make others fear me. I think that's why those people decided to attack me."
He would never forget the night he was attacked. He had a despondent look on his face as he described the scene. A few of his trusted assistants had been killed right in front of his eyes just like that. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He could only watch helplessly as his trusted aides were crushed. Drake still couldn't forget the powerlessness he felt at that moment. Kevin nodded in understanding and asked him, "Do you want to become stronger?" Drake looked up at Kevin and answered without hesitation, "Yes, I do." Kevin patted his shoulder and said, "A strong attitude is more important than anything else, Drake. Just make the best use of your time to recover and take control of things in Chicago. When the time comes, I'll give you a chance to really grow." In the dean's office at the Healing Arts School, Harley Shepard told Wayne Ford everything that he'd said to Kevin about helping set up a team to make herbal meds for all the schools that were going to be fighting against the Pinnacle. "Do you think that Kevin will agree to help us?" Shepard asked. He wasn't feeling confident about this idea at all.
"Why would he agree?"
Wayne Ford retorted sharply.
"I think Kevin was right. You were wrong to even ask him in the first place."
"I was wrong? How could I be wrong?" Shepard was confused by Wayne's comment. He was ready to dye the battlefield red with blood in order to resist the Pinnacle, and he thought that any person with a shred of decency should be willing to make herbal pills without any compensation at all. Wayne Ford looked him in the eyes and sighed.
"Have you noticed that in recent years the major schools have started to change?"
Shepard was stunned by his colleague's question. He slowly put down his coffee mug and began to seriously think about the implication of Wayne Ford's question.
"Don't you think the school's actions are no longer virtuous?"
Wayne Ford asked him probingly. Then he sighed again and continued to share his opinion.
"They use their school's name just to scheme against each other and try to get more and more resources and power. Think about it. If the 10 major schools are really united, why didn't anyone stand up and protest when I threatened the union?"
Wayne Ford walked over to the window and looked thoughtfully into the distance.
"Paul Vaughn and the others captured Kevin's mother-in-law and tried to force him to hand over the power pill formula. They were only listening to the Williams family side of the story because they didn't bother to look into the matter any further. They kept looking for a fight with Kevin, and they resorted to despicable actions to get their way. Wouldn't you call that bullying the weak?"
Harley Shepard listened to him intently, and he seemed more and more somber as Wayne continued to talk. With an embarrassed look on his face, he asked, "Everything that you just said is right, but fighting against the Pinnacle is our top priority right now. In my opinion, Kevin is ignoring our true problem. Are you trying to tell me that he isn't wrong at all?"
"Even if he's made countless mistakes in the past, it's because of the power struggle between the so-called righteous schools. It's really because of them that Kevin has become like this."
Wayne Ford let out a long sigh. In the meeting room of the Central Alternative Healing Academy in Chicago, Paul Vaughn was sitting in a large velvet chair with a dejected look on his face. Jeffrey Bowie and the others didn't seem too happy either. Although Central Alternative Healing Academy had won the battle this time, they'd also paid a terrible price. Everyone started discussing how to deal with the Pinnacle's attack. They thought that the Healing Arts School's plan was unrealistic and they wanted to use all their resources to fight the Pinnacle. They knew that Wayne Ford had good intentions, but the problem was there simply weren't enough people available to fight against the Pinnacle. What they needed was more power pills so they could train a lot of fighters in a short period of time. Paul Vaughn took a deep breath and finally spoke to them.
"I think we need to focus on Kevin again. As long as I can get the power pill formula, all our problems will be solved."
The room fell silent and everyone looked at him.
"Why are you all looking at me?"
Paul Vaughn asked in surprise.
"In order to train someone quickly enough to face the Pinnacle, the only solution is the power pill. And right now, the only herbalist we know is Kevin Williams."
No one could argue at that point. You could hear a pin drop in the room. But at the same time, no one stepped forward to agree with him either. They all remembered how impressive the Radiants had been when they showed up to rescue Dorothy. They'd seen their power with their own eyes. Jeffrey Bowie suddenly stood up and announced loudly, "I agree with Paul. That old bastard Wayne Ford simply doesn't care about us. If we don't find a way out of this, we're finished." "But what about the Radiants? Isn't Kevin a member of the Radiants?" one of the people from a minor school asked worriedly. Then another school's representative commented, "Even though Kenneth Wilkinson hasn't made any moves recently, the Radiants has been busy recruiting people. Lots of them." Wayne Ford scanned the crowd and said,
"The Radiants won't actually be that difficult to deal with. I don't think Kenneth Wilkinson would risk offending so many of us just because of Kevin. Don't you agree?"
They all still couldn't agree on what to do next. Paul Vaughn and the other leaders of the top schools were feeling dejected after suffering heavy losses despite winning the battle against the Alliance's army. Now that they had to deal with the Pinnacle's attempts to invade the continent, they knew that they needed Kevin's power pill formula in order to train as many experts as they could in a short amount of time. However, they couldn't come to an agreement because some were too afraid of facing the Radiants. Then Wayne Ford spoke up, suggesting that Kenneth Wilkinson wouldn't attack them again just because of Kevin. They were all surprised to hear this, but what Wayne Ford said made sense. While Kevin was supposedly one of the Radiance's higher-ranking members, why would Kenneth Wilkinson risk offending everyone just for him? Within the Great Powers, how many schools were there? Collectively, they believed that they vastly outnumbered the Radiants. "I have another question. How are we going to make Kevin give us the pill formula willingly?" someone suddenly asked. Wayne Ford, Paul Vaughn, and the others couldn't help but frown when they heard this. After all, this was the most important and practical question for them to consider. And many people started whispering to each other again. "Kevin's mother-in-law is obviously not an option anymore." One of the usually quiet leaders shook his head. "My God, don't even mention that woman. Despite being held captive for so long, Kevin didn't even bother to save her himself. He only sent the members of the Radiants to do it for him." Another one added, "If he didn't dare to show his face to his own mother-in-law, why don't we look for his wife or his parents? He can't be that ruthless, can he?" a third one suggested. Paul Vaughn and the others looked at each other as they thought about this option. It wasn't only a matter of who they should target to draw Kevin out, but more importantly, which of them would be willing to do it. The top schools and their leaders had been famous among the Great Powers for many years. If they failed again because of Kevin's preparedness, and if the word were to spread about their actions, their reputation would certainly be ruined. Meanwhile, Kevin had just walked out of the hospital after visiting Drake Cook and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A strong sense of danger made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. What could it be now? Kevin was puzzled by the sensation. At the same time, he kept looking around cautiously. Suddenly, his phone rang. The caller ID indicated that it was Scott Whitney. "What's the matter, Mr. Whitney?" Kevin asked with a solemn expression. "Listen up. The Reaper Squad has received some news about the people from the Morris family. It seems that they've decided to hire the services of the Stratus Group. In turn, their leader sent a lot of elite assassins to infiltrate Chicago. Their goal is obviously to kill you," Scott Whitney reported, sounding dead serious. "Do they really think so highly of me?" Kevin couldn't help but be stunned. The Morris family and the Stratus Group were now working together. That was an interesting plot twist. "Don't underestimate them, Kevin. Even though Jake Morris may just seem like a spoiled rich kid with a bad temper, the family behind him is truly powerful." Scott Whitney couldn't help but warn him. "I think it's a little too late for that. Looks like they've already found me." A strange smile appeared at the corner of Kevin's mouth. He raised his right hand and slowly waved it in the air. At the same time, at the entrance of a shopping mall 100 yards away, 5 men suddenly shuddered. They were the Tanner brothers, Jake Morris's loyal subordinates. From the eldest to the youngest brother, the 5 of them worked together as a team. "Why do I feel like that kid saw us spying on him?"
Yale Tanner, the youngest brother, gulped in amazement.
Does he have heightened senses or something? And so what if he does? It would be impossible for him to attack us from that far away, no matter how fast he is. It's impossible to jump more than 100 yards, isn't it?
While Sage Tanner, the second brother, didn't usually have much confidence in himself, he relied on the fact that all his brothers were there with him at the moment, so he arrogantly vented his anger. While the two of them were talking, Tyson Tanner, the third brother, suddenly called out,
Hey, kid!
Then he turned to his siblings and said,
See? He can't see or hear us.
What's wrong with you, Tyson? Felix Tanner, the fourth brother, turned around in shock and scolded him in a low voice.
What? I'm just proving a point to you guys.
Tyson Tanner smirked as he turned his attention back to the entrance of the hospital. Suddenly, Tyson's voice was filled with fear.
Wait, that kid is gone. How could he have disappeared? Where did he go?
The eldest brother, Elijah Tanner, who'd been standing in the middle and was ready to make a move at any moment, couldn't help but change his expression when he heard his brother's warning. When the four brothers followed Tyson's gaze and looked over, they couldn't help but scratch their heads. Kevin, who was standing at the entrance of the hospital just a few seconds before, had really disappeared. Elijah was the first one to recover his senses. He called out to his brothers to leave immediately.
This isn't good. Everyone retreat.
The other four men gradually got a hold of themselves too and followed their eldest brother inside the mall. In just a few moments, they quickly disappeared into the crowd. Half an hour later, at the foot of a large hill to the north of Chicago, Elijah Tanner and the others stopped and gasped for breath. At the same time, the five of them kept looking around to check if they'd been followed. Elijah, do you really think that kid really saw us earlier? Yale Tanner asked as he gasped for breath. Yale, why are you so afraid? Even if he did, we've already run pretty far away from both the hospital and the mall. Given the distance and our speed, it would be impossible for him to find us, Sage said in a somewhat restless tone, as if he were trying to reassure himself.
I definitely wouldn't worry about it too much.
Elijah's entire face looked extremely serious. Elijah's power base was the highest among the five of them, and he was just a half step away from becoming a level 5 expert. However, half an hour earlier, when he discovered that Kevin had disappeared, he could clearly feel an invisible pressure rapidly approaching them from afar. This was why he quickly urged his brothers to retreat. Tyson, who was leaning against a big tree, remarked,
This is a pretty safe place. I can't think of any problems that we might encounter now that we're here. Still, that kid is certainly quite bold for daring to fight our boss head on. Why don't we go back to our station and report to Mr. Morris about the situation? As for our next step, we'll have to discuss it afterwards,
Tyson added in a loud voice. The rest of them nodded their heads slightly, but just as they were about to leave, the five Tanner brothers suddenly stopped in their tracks. A chill that made their hearts grow cold had unknowingly filled their surroundings. Where are you going? Did I say that I'd let you leave? The sharp voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. Not only was it cold and emotionless, but it also shook the souls of these five men. A few seconds later, they heard the voice again. Since I've come all the way here to visit with you men, I think it would be better for you to stay and entertain your guests for a little while. Elijah Tanner and the others quickly reacted as the five of them gathered together and kept scanning their surroundings, looking back and forth for a sign of who was speaking to them. Elijah's body tensed up as he asked loudly in all directions,
I wonder who came here to joke around with us.
Why would I be joking around with you guys? Didn't you come to Chicago to find me? Kevin's voice replied. Suddenly, the trunk of a tall tree moved. A second later, it came crashing towards Elijah and his brothers. Fortunately, they caught sight of this just in time and managed to strike back, splintering the enormous tree trunk. This caused wood splinters to fly in all directions, stirring up a large cloud of dust as the rest of the tree fell to the ground with a loud crash. You're pretty strong. It's such a shame that you've chosen to follow such an awful leader. Kevin's voice suddenly came from behind them. The five Tanner brothers turned around and were shocked to see Kevin standing right in front of them. When they got a good look at him, they began to break into a cold sweat. "Tell me who you are. Did that spoiled brat Jake Morris send you here? Or were you sent by those reckless people from the Stratus Group?" Kevin crossed his arms in front of his chest. He kept staring at them as he asked for an explanation. Elijah and the others were speechless. They'd never heard anyone say something like that about Jake Morris. After all, the Morris family was like a huge mountain that towered above everyone else. And anyone who dared to disrespect any of their family members would surely be crushed to death. Judging by the looks on your faces, I've already guessed which one it is. Jake Morris is really a stupid boss. How dare he send only a few poor guys like you to cause trouble for me?" Kevin said teasingly with a slight frown. "How dare you insult the people of the Morris family?" Tyson Tanner couldn't hold it in any longer. "Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. Just give us the pill formula while you can and nothing bad will happen to you. Otherwise, don't blame us for what happens to you. And if I don't hand it over, what can you possibly do to me?" Kevin didn't care about Tyson's threat at all. "I can see that you're already close to becoming level 5 experts. In that case, then why are you guys so willing to work for a jackass like Jake Morris?"
Just as the Tanner brothers had reached the foot of a hill to the north of Chicago and thought that they'd escaped from Kevin, a voice suddenly called out to them as a huge tree trunk crashed down. After thwarting this surprise attack, they found themselves face to face with Kevin. He could tell that they were Jake Morris's henchmen. And when Tyson Tanner threatened to harm Kevin if he didn't hand over the power pill formula, he asked them why they were willing to work for such a terrible boss when they were already close to becoming level 5 experts. Kevin took a few steps forward and said, "Men like you should choose a better leader to follow. Jake Morris is like the captain of a sinking ship who's willing to drown all of his crew just to survive. Why don't you want to find someone who actually values your talent and will treat you with respect?" To be honest, he really wanted to recruit them for the Radiance. His organization's combat strength would increase a lot if these 5 brothers joined him. "Are you saying all of this because you're trying to recruit us? We're not stupid enough to fall for your tricks. Who do you think you are?" Felix Tanner snorted at him.
Let's finish him off and take the pill formula. That way we can go back and report to our boss as soon as possible.
Elijah swiftly took out a dagger from his waist. Yale Tanner, who couldn't wait any longer, instantly rushed towards Kevin. However, a terrifying pressure suddenly burst outward from Kevin's body, slowing his attack. A second later, Kevin moved with lightning speed, punching Yale right in the chest. Caught off guard, Yale spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned pale. But before he could get up, Kevin stepped right on his chest with powerful force, pinning him to the ground. The sight of this scared the remaining 4 brothers. After all, they knew just how strong Yale was. Among the 5 of them, the one with the highest power base was none other than Elijah Tanner. However, because they trained in different combat techniques, each brother had a certain specialty. And in terms of explosive strength, Yale was definitely the strongest of the bunch. So how had he been so easily thrown to the ground by Kevin with just a single punch? Yale Tanner stared at Kevin with his eyes wide open. His heart was filled with shock. "Are you surprised?" Kevin shrugged his shoulders slightly. Then he pulled Yale up and punched him in the chest one more time, sending him flying and crashing into 2 thick trees. Yale Tanner instantly passed out from the impact and dropped to the ground. This instantly ignited the anger in the hearts of Elijah Tanner and his brothers. It seemed that Kevin was provoking and insulting them on purpose. "If I didn't have the strength and ability, why would I dare to fight the Morris family head-on?" Kevin remarked in a flat tone as if he'd done nothing out of the ordinary.
"How dare you hurt my brother? You're going to pay with your life."
Elijah Tanner's expression turned extremely nasty, and the energy inside his body instantly burst out. I see you're already close to breaking through as a level 5 expert. Let's see if you can withstand what I'm about to do." The corners of Kevin's mouth curled into a smile. A moment later, both Elijah and Kevin threw punches at each other at the same time. The tremendous force caused waves of energy to ripple across their surroundings. Both of them then retracted their right hands and quickly kicked out their right legs as if they were completely in sync. This collision produced a deafening sound, which was loud enough to make an ordinary person's eardrums explode.
"Should we go and help Elijah?"
Sage asked his two other brothers as he stared in disbelief at Kevin and Elijah. Felix shook his head and rejected his idea.
"Save your strength. If we go up there and try to help, won't we just distract him? I mean, look at the two of them."
Meanwhile, Tyson simply stood there without saying a word. His eyes were fixed on Kevin and Elijah. From time to time, he got a thoughtful look on his face. With the two individuals matching each other's movements one after another, this kind of battle was rare and valuable to them. If they could learn something from it, it would bring unimaginable benefits to their future training. As time passed, the two of them shifted from fighting on the ground to the trees as they slowly made their way up the trail. Countless trees and stones were cracked and broken wherever they passed by. The more Elijah fought, the more shocked he became. Although Kevin's strikes weren't very powerful for him, he felt like their battle would never end. And up until now, he hadn't even touched Kevin's body, not even the edges of his clothes. Suddenly, Kevin seized an opportunity and managed to kick Elijah right in the chest. This instantly turned the momentum of their battle in his favor, and as Elijah violently crashed into a rock, he coughed up another mouthful of blood.
"Elijah, are you okay?"
Sage Tanner was the first to run over to check on him.
"You weren't injured, were you? Don't scare us like that."
Tyson worriedly checked Elijah to see if he was injured. Felix Tanner, who'd been carrying Yale on his back, didn't say anything. He just looked at Kevin as if he was ready to risk his life against him at any moment. Kevin wiped the dust from his shoulder and said casually, "Don't worry, guys, he won't die from what I did to him. I just wanted to teach him a lesson, but I don't have any intention of gravely injuring your brother." When they heard this, the four brothers became very worried. Deep down, they really wanted to ask Kevin,
"Are you joking with us? My brothers haven't even woken up yet."
"You guys should know very well that if I really wanted to kill any of you, you'd already be dead. So I'm giving you one last chance. Think about what I said before," Kevin said roughly in a booming voice. Sage, Tyson, and Felix Tanner all looked at each other. Clearly, they were feeling conflicted. How did Jake Morris treat them? The Tanner brothers knew in their hearts that, aside from their fancy clothes and their reputation as the Morris family's trusted warriors, even a pet dog was treated more humanely than they were. It wasn't that they hadn't thought about following another leader, but it was just that they hadn't found a better opportunity. But now that they heard what Kevin said, the seeds of resentment buried deep in their hearts had already started to take root and germinate. Back in Chicago, Dominic Archer had just finished a training session in the Archer family's mansion. He was lying on the sofa and listening to his assistant give his report. "Boss, we just received news that Drake Cook has called a lot of his men to the hospital. It seems like they're discussing something important." Dominic Archer's aide informed him respectfully.
"Haha, what trick is Drake Cook trying to pull? The only reason he's still alive today is he has a powerful father," Dominic sneered.
"You're right, boss. Right now, the Steele family barely has any influence in Chicago, and it looks like pretty soon they'll lose the rest. On top of that, Drake Cook was just attacked and hospitalized. You're potentially the last man standing, which gives you an opening to set yourself up as the sole kingpin in the city." Dominic's assistant added, "Boss, I suggest we use a forceful approach tonight. We should grab all the remaining properties the Steele family has left so we can further increase our strength. Plus, we can't wait until Drake Cook is fully recovered. Otherwise, it will take even longer for us to crush him."
"If we succeed, then Chicago will become yours."
A few of Dominic Archer's other trusted subordinates proudly encouraged him. However, Dominic Archer wasn't celebrating. In fact, he didn't even say a word about the plan. Dominic put down the report in his hand and asked, "Has there been any activity from the Williams Company recently?" "Why are you asking about the Williams Company?" His assistant wondered out loud. The Archer family and the Williams Company are obviously on different paths, and although the Williams Company is strong, they've never interfered in our matters. Are they planning on causing trouble for us all of a sudden? He didn't expect Dominic Archer to ask such a question. He and the others were in a daze for a moment, unsure how to reply. "As long as there's nothing happening on their end, that's a good thing," Dominic remarked faintly. He had no intention of explaining this to any of them. However, his question only made his people even more confused. "You guys go and make the arrangements. Tomorrow night I'm inviting the president of the Williams Company for dinner at the hotel. When the time comes, I don't want anything to go wrong," Dominic said with a mysterious smile on his face. At the Salix Leaf complex, Dorothy was furious when she heard that her daughter had gone out for a job interview. "Why do you think I'm upset with you? Didn't you hear a word of what I said earlier? That piece of trash Kevin obviously has a big company already in his hands, and yet you still insist on choosing some lousy company to work for? Tell me what you're thinking. I'm really curious about what you have to say for yourself." Dorothy was so angry that her lips started to quiver. "Mom, the Williams Company still belongs to Kevin. I've already told you that I'll never work there. I don't want him to have any ideas about me stealing the company away from him in the future," Lily explained very seriously. "Does Kevin even know about your interview?" Dorothy suddenly asked. "Yes. In fact, he was actually the one who drove me there this morning." Although Lily's eyes looked a little dull, she was very happy. After all, she finally had a job that she applied for on her own. And although there was still a big gap between her and Kevin, she was willing to work hard in order to make him proud of her. "I think you must be crazy to be passing up such a golden opportunity. You're driving me nuts, Lily." Dorothy pointed at her. Her hand was trembling. "I won't stand for this nonsense. Call Kevin right now. I must make him hand over the Williams Company to you today. Otherwise, no matter what either of you says, you must get a divorce." Lily instantly became incensed. She stood up and replied loudly, "Mom, I already said that I won't take the Williams Company. How many times do I have to repeat myself?" "Why don't you want the Williams Company? With such wealth, you wouldn't even need to work hard to live comfortably. When Kevin drove you to your interview, didn't he say anything about it?" Dorothy asked loudly. "With his current status as the president of the Williams Company, did you even need an interview? Why isn't he helping you? Doesn't he want you to succeed? What a useless husband." Lily suddenly felt dejected when she heard this. Actually, Kevin really hadn't helped her much. From the end of her interview until now, Kevin hadn't even called her to ask how things went. Compared to her, Kevin had done a lot of things for Phoebe Anderson. Not only did he appraise antiques for her family business time and time again, but he even went all the way to Detroit just to snatch her back from the Hayes family. Everyone in Chicago knew about that. It was rumored that the CEO of the Williams Company had a relationship with the Anderson family's only daughter. Meanwhile, his wife from the Jones family was in danger of being divorced and kicked out at any time. Did you hear me when I asked you to call your good-for-nothing husband? It doesn't matter if you don't want to talk to him, but at least let me help you avoid a decision that you'll regret," Dorothy said indignantly. "I didn't know that this problem was up to me to solve. Why did I give birth to such a silly daughter?" After waking up and recovering from his injuries, Elijah Tanner was looking at Kevin, who was sitting on a rock in front of him. He couldn't relax for a long time, but he knew that there were some things that he really couldn't say out loud or else things would quickly get out of hand. Meanwhile, Sage Tanner and his other brothers were sitting quietly with their heads bowed, struggling to figure out what to do. If you choose to leave the Morris family and follow me, then you can become the guardians of one of the Radiance's branches. Why are you so unwilling to leave them? What's holding you back? Kevin asked. Since the Morris family can't guarantee your future and obviously sees you as expendable, why don't you think about yourselves for a change? Kevin wasn't in a hurry to convince them. He could tell that he'd reached them on some level, but he knew that this was similar to what had happened with both the Hill siblings and the Dixon brothers. Kevin just had to be patient in order to show them that he sincerely wanted to recruit them. At the same time, Kevin had to be ready. With the Pinnacle already close to arriving on the continent, he didn't have much time left to prepare. And if he wasn't able to recruit more powerful warriors, he wouldn't have enough combat strength to fight them, and the Radiance would be unable to gain a foothold in Chicago and Detroit once the war broke out. And while the Radiance already had a presence in St. Louis, it could only serve as their last stronghold in case they had to pull back their forces from the other two cities.
If we choose to follow you, what other benefits can you give us?
Elijah Tanner asked him. Sage Tanner and the others were all stunned to hear this. They gave their big brother a puzzled look. If you're willing to be under my command, I can immediately let you break through as a level 5 expert, and the rest of you should also get there within a short period of time, Kevin guaranteed them in a calm and composed voice. Kevin patiently continued to try to convince Elijah Tanner and his brothers to leave the Morris family and follow him instead as guardians of one of the Radiance's branches. He needed to recruit more powerful warriors to increase the Radiance's combat strength in time to fight against the Pinnacle. Still conflicted by their decision, Elijah Tanner then asked Kevin what else he had to offer. Kevin then guaranteed him that he would immediately help him to break through as a level 5 expert, while the rest of his brothers would also get there very soon. Tyson Tanner looked at him with disdain and asked,
"Is that a joke? Do you know what you're talking about? Breaking through from one level to another can't be accomplished overnight. Do you know how much time and effort we spent just to get where we are now? It wasn't easy for us to reach our current power base. But for all our hard work, the Morris family rewarded us handsomely," Sage Tanner commented. "Could you at least be more realistic when you're bragging about what you can do?"
"You don't believe me, do you?" Kevin smiled faintly. Felix Tanner scoffed at him.
"Of course not."
But before Felix could finish what he was saying, Kevin suddenly took out a large number of herbal pills from his pocket. When they saw this, Elijah and the others were stunned, unable to move. They just stared at the pills in Kevin's hands and gulped in amazement. They'd been working for the Morris family for so many years, so they naturally had a keen eye for herbal meds. So they could instantly tell that the pills in Kevin's hands were sparkling and translucent. They were definitely high-grade pills.
"Why are you showing us those meds, Mr. Williams?"
Elijah had finally managed to get up the nerve to speak. Faced with a situation like this, it would be pure nonsense to say that he wasn't feeling greedy. Given how much Kevin had so openly shown them the herbal meds, he naturally felt tempted to just snatch them all out of his hand. But at the same time, Elijah was aware that none of them was a match for Kevin, and if they attacked him, it was very likely that they would lose their lives in an instant. However, because he really wanted to get his hands on those coveted pills, he automatically changed the way he addressed Kevin. "Don't you see? I'm trying to prove a point." The smile on Kevin's face gradually became wider and wider. "As long as the 5 of you are willing to switch sides and pledge your loyalty to me, it won't just be these pills in my hands that'll end up in yours. In the future, there will be a lot more good things in store for you than the Morris family can ever offer." Hearing this, Elijah and the others' bodies began to tremble with excitement, and their hearts were pounding from the thought of achieving exponential gains in their strength with Kevin's help. "So, have you thought about it? Do you wish to continue to be blindly loyal to the Morris family? Or will you abandon the darkness and join forces with the Radiance? Kevin calmly asked them. He was certain that the 5 of them would be tempted by the herbal meds he was showing them. After a few moments of silence, Sage slowly closed his eyes and sighed. What kind of training ground can you provide us with? Also, if you're alone and there are no other powers behind you, how can you protect us? Mr. Williams, since you're also a businessman, don't we also have bargaining chips to negotiate with you? After all, it seems like you're in need of our services as well. Even while saying this, Tyson's eyes told a totally different story. He couldn't take his eyes off the pills in Kevin's hands. On that note, how can you show us that you're being sincere with us, Mr. Williams? With just your power base and pills alone, it'll be hard for us to accept you wholeheartedly as our leader. We need more assurance than that. Felix tried his best to negotiate, but he was obviously heavily tempted by the pills alone as well. Kevin didn't dwell too much on their conditions, but at the same time he was certain that there was some validity to what they'd said. The Morris family was definitely a powerful force, so if Kevin didn't have an organization with comparable strength and was just a commander without any legitimate support, who would be stupid enough to risk their lives just to play around with them? If the Radiance is willing to be your umbrella, wouldn't that be enough? Kevin asked with a smile. When he said that, Elijah and the others were stunned for a moment, then they slowly began to frown. Looking at their expressions, Kevin didn't have much confidence that he'd be able to convince them. The problem was that the Radiance was really the only other thing Kevin could entice them with, and they hadn't been interested in it when he offered it earlier. As expected, I still don't have enough power, Kevin thought to himself as he shook his head and sighed. After thinking for a few minutes, Elijah's frown slowly relaxed and he asked, Mr. Williams, I have a question and I hope you can answer me honestly. I'm sure it wouldn't factor into your decision, but go ahead, Kevin replied as he put the pills back in his pocket. His actions caused Sage and the others to change their expressions. Elijah also couldn't help but have a strange look in his eyes. Elijah hesitated for a moment and asked, You already mentioned the Radiance earlier, but may I ask what exactly is the nature of your relationship with them? And if the Radiance will serve as our umbrella of protection, do we have to listen to the orders of the Radiance or will we answer directly to you? He already had some level of understanding of the Radiance. As a new organization, the Radiance could definitely be considered a dark horse among the great powers. Their effective offer of handing power pills to new recruits made a lot of the other schools and organizations jealous. If it wasn't for the fact that the prestige of the Herbalist Society was too great in their hearts of other trained warriors, who knew how many of them who were either close to breaking through or already level 5 experts would join the Radiance? Because of this, even Elijah was also tempted by the Radiance. However, he still felt that the Radiance's current level of strength hadn't fully grown enough to match the scale of the top schools. After thinking about what to tell them for a few minutes, a mysterious smile suddenly emerged on Kevin's face. Obedience to the Radiance is equivalent to proving your loyalty to me, so don't worry. As long as you're under my command, I'll make sure that all of you will become among the most distinguished and powerful members of the Radiance. Meanwhile, on the roof of the Central Alternative Healing Academy's branch in Chicago, Paul Vaughn, Jeffrey Bowie, and Wayne Ford were sitting in their chairs, leisurely drinking some coffee with sad expressions on their faces. The Alliance's attack had caused severe losses to the Central Alternative Healing Academy's forces, and with heavy damage to its headquarters as well, the school was currently in the midst of rebuilding itself from the ground up. That was why Paul Vaughn had brought his remaining people there to Chicago. Paul, what are your thoughts about Wayne Ford's suggestion? Jeffrey Bowie asked as he took a sip of coffee. Paul Vaughn raised his eyebrows slightly and looked casually at Wayne Ford. After that, he slowly sighed. What else do you want me to say? The Central Alternative Healing Academy has already suffered a great loss in this war. We'll need to protect the Healing Arts School in the future. He sounded completely exhausted. Jeffrey Bowie and Wayne Ford exchanged glances and saw some surprise in each other's eyes. This was Paul Vaughn, after all, and both he and Wayne didn't exactly see eye to eye all the time. However, they also knew that Paul Vaughn wasn't lying. The Central Alternative Healing Academy didn't just lose a significant chunk of its resources, but the backbone of its younger generation as well. If the Central Alternative Healing Academy wanted to prosper again in the future, it would be absolutely impossible without the younger generation. So protecting the students of the Healing Arts School became the most important priority for them. At the end of the day, they represented the future hope of any school.
But Paul, haven't you ever considered training your own crop of elite students?
Jeffrey asked again.
Jeffrey, are you kidding me? You and I both know that the most important aspect of nurturing the next generation is ensuring that they have a good education. Which school in the Great Powers would dare to say has better teaching skills than the Healing Arts School? Furthermore, the pills that were stored in the Central Alternative Healing Academy were also very powerful, and my hands are already tied as it is with managing that problem alone.
Paul seemed to be extremely wary of the entire situation. The Central Alternative Healing Academy was the fruit of his life's hard work. So it would be strange if he were in a good mood after witnessing it being ruined by the Alliance.
Why are you so troubled, Paul? Instead of waiting for the younger generation to take over someday, we should look for another way to find and bolster reinforcements today,
Wayne said cautiously.
Resisting the Pinnacle is our top priority right now. The Central Alternative Healing Academy strength must definitely be restored as soon as possible.
What do you mean, Wayne? Paul asked with a frown. How are we going to do that?
Doesn't Kevin have access to the Power Pills formula?
Wayne reminded him bluntly. Jeffrey Bowie and Paul Vaughn couldn't help feeling frustrated when they heard this. Of course they knew that Kevin had the Power Pills formula and they'd always wanted to get it from him. Wayne smiled charmingly and asked his colleagues,
Given that there are so many schools in the Great Powers, the existing supply of ready-made power pills definitely won't be enough. If we can get access to the Power Pills formula first, won't we be able to use it to control all the other schools?
That's a great idea.
Jeffrey suddenly slammed his palm on the table and his expression gradually became excited.
How are we going to go about this, Wayne?
Paul asked thoughtfully. No one wanted the Power Pills formula more than he did, and only this approach could allow the Central Alternative Healing Academy to recover its strength within a short period of time.
I know a way to draw Kevin out alone to meet the three of us. When the time comes, we'll force him to hand over the Power Pills formula,
Wayne said boldly. Paul Vaughn, Jeffrey Bowie, and Wayne Ford had gathered together at the Central Alternative Healing Academy's branch in Chicago. Still reeling from the Alliance's attack, Paul conceded that they had to protect the Healing Arts School's students in order to rebuild for the future. However, Wayne told him to focus instead on recovering his school's strength as soon as possible to resist the Pinnacle. After suggesting that they should be the first to obtain the Power Pills formula in order to gain control over all the other schools, Wayne thought of a way that would force Kevin into handing it over to the three of them. Jeffrey Bowie and Paul Vaughn gently nodded their heads in agreement. At this point, they were willing to do anything in order to get their hands on the Power Pills formula. After all, this was the only way to ensure the prosperity of their respective schools, while getting the others to join forces in the upcoming war against the Pinnacle. As for the potential loss of Kevin, they believed that it was a small price to pay for the greater good. Meanwhile, Kevin was unaware of their discussion as he sat on a rock in the forest and looked at Yale Tanner, who was now in the middle of a heated discussion with his brothers. "Elijah, have you really made up your mind?" After recovering from his injuries, Yale Tanner didn't express any objections. He was only asking cautiously to make sure that all five of them had come to an agreement.
This may finally be the turning point for us. I support Elijah's decision,
Tyson remarked resolutely.
The Morris family has never treated us like human beings. Even their pet dog has more than us. And look at the strength of their immediate family members. How about we compare our achievements with theirs?"
The more Sage Tanner spoke, the more convinced he became of his resentment towards the Morris family.
"What Mr. Williams said is true. Jake Morris has never rewarded us enough for all of our contributions. In fact, he usually took the credit and reaped most of the benefits. Plus, we've even had to endure his temper tantrums from time to time, getting punished for no good reason. Actually, deep down, I've wanted to teach him a lesson for a long time. It's just that I'm too embarrassed to hit him out of respect for my brothers."
Felix's eyes were filled with hostility as he spoke.
"Since none of us have any objections, I can agree to your conditions on behalf of all 5 of us, Mr. Williams,"
Elijah announced as he nodded his head. He didn't want to waste this golden opportunity. After all, there weren't many instances in one's life that could change one's fate like this. "Are you sure that you've discussed it enough with all your brothers?" Kevin asked anxiously.
"Our decision is final, Mr. Williams. We're wholeheartedly pledging our allegiance to you, boss."
Elijah was the first to kneel down in front of Kevin. The other 4 men bowed their heads slightly and followed Elijah's lead as they all knelt down beside him. Since they'd made their decision after some careful consideration, there wasn't anything for them to regret. "Everyone, I can assure you that your decision to follow me today will be the turning point of your lives." Kevin raised his hand happily and released his spiritual energy around the 5 Tanner brothers as he called them to stand up. Then he took 5 pills from his pocket and handed them one by one to each of the Tanner brothers. They noticed that the pills were giving off a strong medicinal fragrance.
"Boss, is this the legendary Energy Ascension pill?"
The 5 of them couldn't help but open their eyes wide as they looked at the medicinal pill in front of them. While they'd never seen one in person, they were very aware of the medicinal properties of the Energy Ascension pill. It could increase the quality of the spiritual energy in an expert's body. Its greatest function was to double the probability of someone on the cusp of becoming a level 5 expert finally breaking through to the next level. It was definitely something that could only be made by a grandmaster of herbalism and couldn't easily be bought by just anyone.
"Thank you, boss."
The 5 of them expressed their gratitude in unison. If they had doubted Kevin's words before, now they were completely convinced. Using the herbal ingredients from the Swinton family's pill room back in St. Louis, Kevin had refined the Energy Ascension pills at the same time he was concocting the System Cleansing pill for Catherine Swinton. He'd initially thought about giving them to Dylan Hill and his siblings, but now that he'd given them to Elijah Tanner and his brothers, it wouldn't be wasted. The 5 of them would be able to become level 5 experts in no time. In doing so would contribute to increasing the combat strength of the Radiance as a whole. Besides, since Kevin knew how to concoct pills, he could always just refine more in the future if Dylan Hill and the others needed them. Soon after, Kevin took the 5 brothers over to his penthouse apartment in Corwin Tower. "This is the place that I usually use for my training. You guys can stay here for now. I'll take you guys to the Radiance's headquarters once I finish sorting some things out." Kevin casually sat on the sofa and pointed at everything in the apartment. "The study on the 2nd floor is where I store some precious herbs. You guys need to pay special attention to it. Apart from that, you can use the other rooms as you wish."
"Understood, boss."
The Tanner brothers nodded their heads in unison as they looked around the apartment in awe. They could train here at any time. Although they got a glimpse of the upper-class lifestyle when they were with the Morris family, their training resources weren't as good as Kevin's. Moreover, being guests at Kevin's penthouse apartment, for once they could actually experience the good food and luxurious accommodations that their former bosses enjoyed all the time. "One more thing. You guys don't have to call me boss anymore. It sounds awkward. You just need to call me Mr. Williams," Kevin said with a smile.
"Understood, Mr. Williams."
They all looked very happy about this. The Tanner brothers felt relieved that there wasn't really much of a difference in status between them and Kevin.
Unlike Jake Morris and his family, he didn't look down on them just because the 5 of them were his subordinates. Anyway, it's almost time for me to leave. You guys can go familiarize yourselves with all of the rooms and amenities in the apartment. I still have to go back home and cook for my wife." Kevin stood up and was about to walk out. When the 5 of them heard this, they immediately burst into laughter. Being able to follow such a relatable leader, Elijah and his brothers didn't feel like they were at a disadvantage at all compared to their previous situation. When Kevin returned to the Salix Leaf Complex, he wondered why Lily and Dorothy weren't home. Just as he entered the living room, he saw a piece of paper on the table. "If you want them to live, bring the Power Pills formula to the forest at 11 o'clock tonight," the note read. Looking at the scrawled handwriting, Kevin suddenly became dead silent as he clenched his fists. However, after taking a few deep breaths, he managed to calm down enough to control his anger. At the moment, Kevin couldn't guess who had taken Lily and Dorothy. There were too many people who wanted the Power Pills formula. Time passed slowly. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Kevin arrived at the forest right on time. Because it was almost winter, the temperature in the forest had dropped a lot. In fact, if an ordinary person went there wearing casual clothes, they'd be freezing. Kevin put his hands in his pockets and walked into the forest. "It's 11 o'clock already. Why haven't you shown yourself yet?"
"I didn't expect you to be on time."
A voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the forest. After a few seconds, 3 tall figures surrounded Kevin. "I didn't expect it to be you guys." Kevin's eyes swept across the 3 of them. They were Paul Vaughn, Jeffrey Bowie, and Wayne Ford. Inside a private room at the Whistler Hotel, Mitchell Cook was leaning on the sofa listening intently to his son Drake's thoughts.
"Dad, I've decided to follow Mr. Williams. He told me he would help me become stronger and give me a chance to soar."
With the help of Kevin's rapid recovery pill, Drake's body had already recovered by 80 to 99%. After a few moments of silence, Mitchell Cook let out a long sigh and nodded.
"Good men should be ambitious, and Kevin's plans go far beyond the city limits of Chicago. But for now, what you need to do next is to trample Dominic Archer under your feet. Only then will you prove that you're qualified to work for Kevin."
Mitchell continued,
"If there's anything you want to accomplish, you must do it boldly. That way, if you succeed, it will surely increase your horizons by another level. And if you fall short, you can rest assured that Kevin and I will find a way to save your life."
Drake shivered when he heard this, but he nodded his head firmly in agreement. At the same time, in the Archer family's mansion, Dominic Archer had gathered together more than 10 of his trusted aides right after learning that Drake Cook had been discharged from the hospital. "Boss, do you think Drake Cook was just teasing us this whole time? How was he discharged so quickly after suffering such a serious injury?" One of his aides was in disbelief. "There's no scientific explanation for this." "Now that he's been discharged from the hospital, it'll definitely have a serious impact on our future actions." Another one shook his head. "Boss, there's no time to lose. When are we going to attack what's left of the Steele family?" A third one urgently asked. Hearing his trusted aides, Dominic Archer's expression became sadder and sadder. While the Steele family had lost its momentum, he wasn't in a hurry to devour its remaining properties just yet. This was because Dominic wanted to meet with Kevin first. Everyone knew that Dalton Steele and Kevin were like brothers. But ever since the Steele family had suffered a great disaster, Dalton had yet to reappear in Chicago. At the same time, Kevin had yet to talk about the incident. So Dominic Archer was unable to figure out what was going on. Were Dalton Steele and Kevin still on brotherly terms? And was either of them working behind the scenes to reestablish the Steele family strength? "I asked you to make arrangements for a dinner with the Williams Company CEO. How's it going?" Dominic suddenly asked. Because Dominic and Gwen Archer were hoping to gain Kevin's support, he first wanted to know Kevin's thoughts on the matter before he would dare to act against the Steele family, or even Drake Cook, who'd just been discharged from the hospital. "Boss, I don't understand. Why are you being so polite to the president of the Williams Company?" One of his trusted aides was puzzled.
As far as I know, we don't have any business dealings with them, do we?
Boss, don't tell me that Drake Cook is the new president of the Williams Company. Another wondered, confusing all of the other aides even more. What are you talking about? I'm just asking if any of you've managed to contact him. Dominic sounded very displeased with them. One of his aides scratched his head as he reported. We've already tried to contact him, boss. It's just that we were only able to reach Miss Wilson as chief of staff. She simply said that she would do her best to pass on the message to him. But without any confirmation from her, it's hard to say whether he'll come tomorrow night or not. Go and find my sister right away. Dominic sighed in frustration. It was obvious that Miss Wilson wasn't enough to reach Kevin. Fortunately, he remembered that Gwen had Kevin's phone number. Meanwhile, in the study of the Swinton family's mansion in St. Louis, Richard Swinton put down the report in his hand and rubbed his temples tiredly. Hubby, it's already so late. Don't you plan to rest? Catherine Swinton placed a glass of water on the table. Richard had been busy for the past several days, staying up late at night until he fell asleep. He would then wake up early in the morning and continue to work. Seeing him like this, Catherine Swinton felt bad for him. She was afraid that his body would eventually give up on him if he kept this up much longer. However, she didn't know how to help him either.
I'm just dealing with something important. Why aren't you asleep yet?
Richard looked at his wife dotingly. I was too worried about you. Catherine hesitated for a while before she continued. It's been many years since I've seen you work so hard. You need to look out for your health.
I know. It's just that I have to pave the road as smoothly as possible for Kevin's return while I'm still healthy enough. I don't know why he suddenly went back to Chicago and left such a big mess in St. Louis,
Richard said with a sigh.
If it wasn't for the Pinnacle trying to invade the continent and posing a huge threat to everyone, the Huxley family would have already used this opportunity to rekindle itself.
You really think so highly of Kevin, Catherine complained resentfully. I've never seen you care so much about Gail or Brenda. Richard sighed again.
Catherine, I'm doing all of this not just for Kevin, but for the sake of our entire family. After all, we don't know when the Pinnacle will try to break through again. If they succeed, they'll definitely cause mayhem, so we have to be prepared. Besides, think about it. We only have 2 daughters. If both of them get married someday, who will we hand over the future of the Swinton family to? Kevin isn't just the son of Alan Williams, but he's also our adopted son. So he has every right to inherit what I've built. With his potential, he'll surely do great things someday. And when that happens, the Swinton family's reputation will naturally rise along with him. And even if our daughters don't marry, Gail and Brenda will need Kevin to take care of them. Richard patiently explained. Although Catherine Swinton understood the reasoning behind it, it still bothered her. Gail and Kevin seem to have a very cold and unfriendly relationship. And although Kevin is a young man with infinite potential, he's already married. So obviously he cannot become Brenda's husband, Catherine said sadly. If anything happens to the 2 of us, how can we be certain that Kevin will protect our daughters from harm? You don't have to worry about that. At the end of the day, I believe that he wouldn't dare to mistreat either of our daughters. But I'll make sure to talk to Kevin about taking care of his sisters when the time comes.
Richard patted the back of his wife's hand to comfort her. Back in Chicago, Kevin was alone in the forest facing Paul Vaughn, Jeffrey Bowie, and Wayne Ford. The powerful aura that emitted from the 4 of them collided intensely in an almost invisible way as waves of energy rippled through their surroundings. This was so strong that even the temperature in the forest was affected, causing it to become piercingly cold as if winter had already arrived. The three of you are distinguished and respected experts who have been famous in the great powers for many years. I never thought that you would do such a dirty thing, Kevin remarked grimly. This is a very critical time, and you've left us with no choice but to resort to these methods in order to protect the future of our respective schools. Paul Vaughn narrowed his eyes as he stared at Kevin. Paul is right. Actually, we never intended for things to turn out like this. We'd already asked you politely about it before, but you chose to ignore and disrespect us instead. Jeffrey Bowie clenched his fist so hard that you could hear his knuckles cracking. If you don't cooperate with us, then you better brace yourself for a lot of pain. In the face of their threatening words, Kevin's face didn't change at all. There was only a hint of disdain in his eyes. What gives you the right to threaten me like that? Kevin asked indignantly. Similarly, Paul Vaughn and the other two didn't have any change in expression either. Kevin's reaction wasn't surprising to them. After all, the outcome of their confrontation had already been decided. At the moment, they clearly felt that they had the upper hand with Lily and Dorothy being held captive. And if Kevin still didn't cooperate with them, the forest would definitely be stained with his blood since he was surely outmatched and outnumbered. Actually, this matter hasn't reached an irreparable stage just yet. As long as you're willing to hand over the Power Pills formula, we can forget that any of this ever happened. Moreover, the three of us will even gratefully become your allies in the future. Wayne Ford tried to offer an olive branch to Kevin with a smile. Why don't we just bury the hatchet, Kevin? We're all from the great powers, and we don't need to fight each other over this. All we want is the formula to protect the future of our schools. Wayne Ford added, You're still young and filled with potential, Kevin. What you want is to live the rest of your life without worries, so I hope you make the right decision. Paul Vaughn raised an eyebrow as he glanced at Wayne Ford. Although he said these words very calmly, he couldn't hide the violent intent in his eyes. What is there to think about? Mr. Ford, you're already an old man. I don't think there's a need for you to speak so arrogantly. After all, you should be setting a good example to an impressionable young man like me, Kevin replied with a sneer. Besides, even after giving you the pill formula, how can I be so sure that I'll still be alive after tonight? Kevin wasn't a fool. He wouldn't believe such lies from any of these three old men. Did they think he was a 3-year-old child that they could easily coax? Kevin, since you're being so stubborn, then you can't blame us for what we're about to do, Wayne Ford said with a hint of pity in his voice. Be careful what you wish for. Paul Vaughn quickly drew his sword from behind his back and it gave off a cold light in the dark forest. Why do you keep rambling on about such nonsense? If you want to challenge us, then stop yapping and start fighting right now. Jeffrey Bowie pounded his chest with both of his fists and let out a roar towards the evening sky. His body was emitting a fiery aura as the spiritual energy coming from within was obviously much stronger than it had been the last time he fought Kevin back in Detroit. I see that now he's just a few notches away from becoming a level 6 expert, Kevin thought to himself. It seems that he's gained a lot of motivation to improve his power base after the outcome of our previous battle. Just as the thought flashed through Kevin's mind, Paul Vaughn was already making the first move. He pushed off like an Olympic sprinter and rushed towards Kevin at an extremely fast speed, seemingly going from one point to the next in the blink of an eye. Although Kevin was able to react in time, the tip of Paul Vaughn's sword whizzed past, tearing his shirt. Mr. Vaughn, your power base is really good. A sword attack like that isn't something an ordinary person's reflexes can avoid. And the impact of your strike isn't easy to withstand either. Kevin steadied his body as he praised him. You should be more concerned about yourself first. Jeffrey Bowie bellowed arrogantly as he jumped high up into the air and landed with fists of fury as he aimed directly at Kevin's head.
A second later, a loud bang could be heard as waves of energy rippled across the entire forest, filling the evening sky with clouds of dust. Before heading to the forest with Paul Vaughn and Jeffrey Bowie, Wayne Ford was standing on the roof of the tallest building of the Healing Arts School along with Harley Shepard. From there, they could see half of Chicago laid out before them.
Greed is a force that can't be underestimated,
Wayne Ford remarked as he stood with his hands behind his back, gazing out at the dark horizon. Perhaps what you're saying is true. The current state of the great powers is like a pool of dead water. Many schools have broken the rules that everyone originally established and agreed upon. We need someone who can stand up and break away from this situation. After saying that, Harley Shepard suddenly sighed and added, "It's just that the timing isn't right. With the Pinnacle about to attack the continent, we can't afford to waste our strength on fighting with each other right now."
Are you feeling sorry for the schools, or are you speaking up for Kevin?
Wayne Ford asked somberly as he turned his gaze from the horizon and looked Harley Shepard in the eyes. Harley Shepard frowned slightly when he heard him. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't find the words. The roof suddenly fell silent. As the night wind blew on their clothes, it filled the void with rustling sounds. After a few moments, Harley slowly answered Wayne's question. "Is there any difference between the two?"
Allow me to rephrase my question then. Which is more important, for the schools to be prepared against the Pinnacle or for Kevin to come to our aid?
Wayne's expression didn't change much while he said this. "Although Kevin is a rare talent that can eventually be molded, he hasn't developed to his full potential yet, so he might not be much more useful than the major schools when it comes to resisting the Pinnacle." Harley Shepard conceded as he looked at Wayne with a serious look on his face. Wayne Ford was an old friend that he'd known for many years. However, he didn't understand why Wayne thought so highly of Kevin, but at the same time, had no problem scheming with the other leaders to obtain the Power Pills formula at all costs. In Harley Shepard's eyes, the reason why they both valued Kevin was because his talent stood out quite prominently among the younger generation. If he continued to train well, he would definitely become a great master someday. But more importantly, the mentor behind Kevin had also left a deep impression on both Wayne Ford and Harley Shepard. And having a powerful person like that on their side would greatly benefit them for the rest of their lives. In light of all of this, why was Wayne Ford willing to throw everything away?
Harley, with the looming threat of the Pinnacle, every second counts. And in the end, we still have to keep our eyes on the greater good.
Wayne Ford patted his shoulder and sighed.
I'm sure Kevin will eventually understand why I have to do this.
The battle in the forest was getting more and more intense as it was headed towards its final moments. The four of them kept moving throughout different sections of the forest. Their swords were overflowing with powerful auras, and the strong spiritual energy waves generated from all of their strikes had already caused severe damage to their surroundings. At the moment, Paul Vaughn, Jeffrey Bowie, and Wayne Ford were getting more and more concerned as it seemed that Kevin had concealed his abilities too deeply. From the beginning of their battle until now, he had yet to reveal any flaws. For someone who could be killed at any possible moment, he was fighting all three of them in a very calm and composed manner. Looks like we underestimated this kid. But regardless of the situation, we must get the pill formula from Kevin tonight no matter what. Paul Vaughn stomped on the ground forcefully. The spiritual energy in his body suddenly circulated around him intensely as he began to project a terrifying aura.
Is that the secret technique of the Central Alternative Healing Academy?
Wayne Ford exclaimed in surprise. Paul is about to unleash his full strength on Kevin. We can't fall behind and let him down. Jeffrey Bowie took a deep breath as his body instantly tensed up, and he drew on all of his spiritual energy as well. When Kevin noticed the changes in the two of them, he was very concerned. As expected, he too had underestimated the strength of his opponents. While he knew that anyone who was able to establish themselves in both the great powers and the top schools was certainly no slouch, the true extent of their power couldn't be evaluated during ordinary interactions. Suddenly, Jeffrey Bowie and Paul Vaughn opened their eyes at the same time as they looked at Kevin with violent intent. In just a few seconds, they were both emitting a vast amount of energy. What is this secret technique? It looks so powerful. Kevin's eyes suddenly grew wide in amazement.
Kevin, this is the secret technique of the Central Alternative Healing Academy. Because it requires so much strength, it can only be used once a month, Paul Vaughn explained. At the end of the day, you're just a young student who doesn't know any better. So I'm giving you one last chance. It's not too late for you to surrender now, Kevin. After all, we don't really have any desire to hurt you. That is, unless you force us to.
The battle in the forest was about to reach its peak. When the three leaders realized that they had underestimated Kevin's abilities, Paul Vaughn no longer held back and decided to unleash his full strength on him. With Jeffrey Bowie following suit, Kevin began to understand the true strength of these leaders as well. Paul Vaughn gave Kevin one last chance to surrender as he found himself faced with the Central Alternative Healing Academy's secret technique. Otherwise, Kevin would face dire consequences. Is all of this really necessary just for a power pill? Kevin narrowed his eyes slightly and wondered why they were all fighting. He had some experience with experts using special skills against him, such as when he battled against one of Paul Vaughn's top students, Clarissa Pratt. She used the Halo technique on him during the martial arts competition. So Kevin knew that the stronger the technique, the more serious the injuries it would cause, either to someone's body or power base. Some techniques could even result in permanent damage. Still, Kevin was curious to find out what the Central Alternative Healing Academy's secret technique would be like.
Kevin, we're asking you for the last time. Are you going to peacefully hand over the formula to us or not?
Jeffrey Bowie's voice became unusually loud as his words echoed throughout the surrounding space. And what will happen if I still refuse to give it to you? Kevin asked with a smile on his face.
Then I'll have to kill you right now and take it away from you by force,
Paul Vaughn responded indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, Paul Vaughn gently waved the sword in his hand and quickly rushed to the side. This caused the ground under Kevin's feet to shake as if there was an earthquake. At the same time, Vaughn's sword slashed several times in different directions as he circled around Kevin. It seemed that he could do whatever he wanted. Luckily, Kevin was able to react just quickly enough to avoid all of Vaughn's sword strikes. But after he stabilized his position, he heard the sound of a sword whizzing through the air. This made the hairs on the back of Kevin's neck suddenly stand up. How can he move faster than the speed of sound? Kevin was dumbfounded. He never thought that an old man like Paul Vaughn had such strength and agility.
You may have dodged my first couple of strikes, but can you still do the same with the next ones?
Paul Vaughn sneered as his whole body was enveloped in his spiritual energy.
I don't believe that you can last that long.
Then Paul Vaughn launched another swift attack and shredded Kevin's shirt and jacket. This was followed by a series of slashing sounds. Fortunately, Kevin was still wearing his body armor, which protected him from any harm.
Paul, don't be so selfish. Let me take a few shots myself.
Jeffrey Bowie smirked as he pushed off the ground and shot forward like a cannonball. He threw a powerful punch at Kevin's head, and as it approached closer and closer to his target, a series of tiny ripples could be seen around it. When Kevin saw the punch coming, it was obvious to him how terrifyingly powerful it was. However, since he also had to be on guard against Paul Vaughn's sword strikes, Kevin didn't dare to act rashly. He only had time to duck down and punch back fearlessly. As their fists collided, the sound of a muffled explosion of energy could be heard throughout the forest. When the dust settled,
The three leaders could see that while Kevin had maintained his posture after throwing the punch, the impact had made him slide back more than 30 feet. His legs had sunk deep into the ground, and he even knocked over several thick trees that were in his path. So strong, Kevin thought to himself in surprise. Jeffrey Bowie's strength had certainly increased since their previous encounter back in Detroit. He'd never really regarded any of the major school's leaders that highly. Only now did he realize that what he previously saw on the surface didn't necessarily paint the whole picture. "Kevin, hand over the Power Pills formula," Paul Vaughn demanded as he tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot. A second later, he disappeared from where he was standing. Kevin took a deep breath, turned around, and threw another punch with all his momentum to hit Paul Vaughn's sword. Again, his body armor protected his skin, and the sword generated intense sparks when it struck him.
"I didn't expect him to have such a powerful treasure on him,"
Wayne Ford remarked. Just then, a greedy look flashed over Wayne Ford's eyes as he kept running circles around everyone while subtly throwing some powder onto the three of them. Because of his movements, the space where the four of them were fighting suddenly became strange, and the ground under them started to sway uncontrollably. It was as if they were on a small boat that was being subjected to the harsh and unpredictable waves of a stormy sea. Kevin, who was about to get up, was suddenly stunned as he struggled to balance himself. How could this be? Kevin widened his eyes and quickly looked around. There was no change in the environment, but he felt like he was floating in the air, and he couldn't use any of his strength at all. A second later, Kevin felt as if he'd been transported into a muddy swamp, and his feet kept sinking into the ground no matter where he stepped. "Damn, Wayne Ford, why didn't you tell us in advance that you'd be playing this trick?" Jeffrey Bowie couldn't help but swear at him. "Looks like Kevin can't move at all. Let's see what he can do to get out of this situation." Paul Vaughn slowly closed his eyes as he drew his spiritual energy into his sword.
"Kevin, you've greatly offended all of us with your blatant arrogance and disrespect. For that you shall pay a heavy price. But don't worry, we'll take care of your family for you once you've been dealt with," Wayne Ford said quietly. To Kevin, Wayne Ford's voice seemed to have descended from the sky, and the sound penetrated through Kevin's skull as if the old man was yelling at the top of his lungs right into his ears. "Stop it!" Kevin hugged his head and cried out in pain. His face began to distort in agony. Suddenly, Jeffrey Bowie appeared behind Kevin's back and hit him with a vicious punch. Not seeing where it came from, the result was obvious as Kevin was sent flying through the air. He then crashed into several trees before falling to the ground. And as he tried to gasp for air, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. "Jeffrey, what the hell are you doing? You should have let him be stuck in the mirage that I created. When he won't be able to hold on any longer, he'll beg for mercy and obediently hand over the Power Pills formula." A raging flame of fury instantly rose in Wayne Ford's heart. "By punching him out of his trance, you've practically ruined our chances." "Don't think that I don't know what you're planning. When you threw that powder over all of us, you probably wanted to place Paul and me inside your mirage as well, right? Were you really just trying to attack Kevin? Or did you want to get rid of the two of us as well so that you can have the Power Pills formula all to yourself?" Jeffrey Bowie snorted as he accused him. "Stop talking nonsense, Jeffrey. I was only doing my part to help you guys. If it wasn't for the two of you holding Kevin back and keeping him distracted, how could I have set up this mirage? Are you using your brain or not?" The more Wayne Ford spoke, the more furious he became. Paul Vaughn shot a nasty glance at Wayne Ford. A mirage caused a trance-like state filled with endless illusions that subverted reality. Anyone who was enveloped by this would experience a powerful attack on their senses because of it. Only those who were both powerful and quick enough could escape its effects. Paul Vaughn closed his eyes once again to adjust his state of mind.
He wanted to ensure that he wouldn't be affected by Wayne Ford's strategy. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that all three leaders had shown their best hand just to obtain the Power Pills formula. But whether they were truly working together or just using each other was a weakness in their plan that Kevin felt he could exploit once he heard them arguing. The three of you claim to be righteous leaders of your schools, but at the end of the day, you're all just fishing for more fame and status. Your distinguished reputation in the great powers is quite undeserved, to be honest. Despite being injured so badly, Kevin endured all the pain and slowly stood up from the ground. His legs continued to tremble slightly, and a bit of blood still oozed out of his mouth and nose as he faced them.
Kevin, how can you blame us? We told you that we didn't want to do this. It was you who refused to listen to my advice and stubbornly forced us to attack you.
Paul Vaughn turned around and looked at him as he tried to justify his actions. At the moment, he had to admit that no one in the younger generation could compare with Kevin, at least not in the Central Alternative Healing Academy. You just want the pill formula, isn't that true? Just walk up to me and I'll gladly give it to you, Kevin said with a smile. Paul Vaughn was obviously stunned when he heard this. He naively thought that this meant that Kevin had finally admitted defeat, so he started walking towards Kevin.
Hold on, Paul. You just can't go to him alone. I'm coming too.
Jeffrey Bowie couldn't help but remind Paul Vaughn as he immediately rushed over to walk beside him.
If Kevin was willing to cooperate after all, then why did he have to start a fight with us?
Wayne Ford thought to himself as his facial expression brightened up instantly. Then he started to walk towards Kevin as well. Hold your horses. Just choose wisely amongst yourselves who will come forward. I will only give the pill formula to one person, and then he'll be the one to share it with the others. That is, if he wants to, Kevin slowly told them as he gasped for breath. Still feeling the effects of the mirage, he was so dizzy that his head felt like it was going to explode. Upon hearing this, the three old men stopped walking and their faces suddenly became serious.
Kevin, are you doing this for your pure enjoyment? This is no laughing matter.
Wayne Ford narrowed his eyes slightly.
Besides, this is such a clumsy way to do things. Do you think we're 3-year-old children? Just give us the pill formula all at once.
Based on his reaction, it would be nonsense to think that he wasn't interested in the pill formula. Mr. Vaughn, are you still not coming? The Alliance's attack must have caused heavy losses to your school, didn't it? Once you have the Power Pills formula, it will allow you to rebuild within a short period of time. Beyond that, I'll also give you the augmentation pill formula. With both pills, I guarantee that the Central Alternative Healing Academy will surpass all the other schools in the future. Kevin ignored Wayne Ford as he tried his best to overcome the discomfort in his head. His lips were trembling as he spoke.
Are there any conditions?
Paul Vaughn asked uncertainly. Out of all of them, Paul Vaughn was the one who wanted to get the pill formula the most after losing almost his entire school to the Alliance's attack. It was because of this desperation that Kevin decided to talk to him instead of the other two. Kevin's test for the three leaders was the same as giving candy to children. If there were 3 children and only 1 piece of candy, then how would the other 2 who didn't get the candy react? At the moment, Paul Vaughn's spiritual energy had already eased up, but the excitement in his heart couldn't be contained much longer. However, he'd just taken 2 steps forward when he was stopped by Wayne Ford, who rushed up and stepped in front of him.
Paul, don't be careless. Don't you see the poisonous trap that Kevin has set for us?
Wayne Ford asked cautiously. Before Paul Vaughn could say anything, Kevin suddenly remarked loudly, "Mr. Ford, what's wrong? Are you afraid of something?"
Paul, don't be fooled by his hypocrisy. After all, we've been friends for so many years. Don't you know what kind of person I am?
Wayne Ford tried to reason with Paul Vaughn. "Mr. Vaughn, it seems to me that Mr. Ford is afraid that after you obtain the pill formula,
The Central Alternative Healing Academy will surpass the Healing Arts School and threaten his reputation among the great powers. You must not be fooled by his words, Kevin warned. Wayne Ford's facial expression changed instantly when he heard this. He didn't expect that his innermost thoughts would be exposed so casually by Kevin. This briefly left him stunned. It was true that Paul Vaughn had known Wayne Ford for a long time, so he already knew about this and had seen through his antics. He immediately turned sideways and continued walking towards Kevin.
Jeffrey, what are you still standing there for? Why aren't you stopping him? If Kevin succeeds in fooling Paul and lands a sneak attack on him, all our efforts to obtain the pill formula will be in vain, Wayne Ford shouted in desperation. Mr. Ford, with all due respect, what you just said is a load of crap. Look at me now. Do you think I still have the strength to fight? Kevin said weakly. Right now, Kevin looked really miserable. His clothes were all torn and tattered, and blood was flowing out of his mouth and nose. Moreover, his breath was so weak that it seemed like he was about to faint. Kevin overheard Jeffrey Bowie accusing Wayne Ford of wanting the Power Pills formula for himself, so he decided to offer the pill formula to only one of the leaders but left it up to them to choose who it would be. When Wayne Ford refused to agree to this stipulation, Kevin called Paul Vaughn to come forward. Afraid of being left out of the deal, Wayne tried to convince both Paul and Jeffrey not to let Kevin fool them with his poisonous scheme. However, neither of them believed him, and Jeffrey trusted that Paul would share the pill formula with him. As Paul walked closer towards Kevin, Wayne roared angrily in defiance as he shook with anger. Wayne wanted Jeffrey to support him. Paul Vaughn looked straight at Jeffrey Bowie and reassured him.
Jeffrey, just stand there and don't move. When I get the Power Pills formula, I'll definitely share it with you. After all, we've been through so much together over the years, you don't doubt our relationship, do you? Of course, Paul. You don't need to worry about me. I believe you.
Jeffrey Bowie wasn't as simple-minded as he appeared to be. He clearly trusted Paul Vaughn's words over Wayne Ford's. Seeing Paul Vaughn approaching Kevin step by step, it was as if Wayne Ford had been stabbed in the heart by thousands of sharp blades.
No!
Wayne Ford roared angrily. Suddenly, his body started to shake violently as if he'd reached a state of madness.
I already warned you. Now you've left me with no choice.
This was the final straw for Wayne Ford, and he couldn't control his rage any longer. Then he drew all of the spiritual energy in his body and seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Paul Vaughn felt a gust of wind coming from behind. He didn't even have time to turn around before he was struck in the face. Blood gushed out of his mouth as he was forced to stagger back a few feet. Did Wayne Ford actually hit him with his palm? This was something that no one had expected. Even Kevin, the person who had tried to pit them against each other, was caught off guard by Wayne's actions. While he knew that the three leaders would get into a heated argument because of the condition he'd set, he never thought that the usually mild-mannered and composed Wayne Ford would actually have such a violent temper and start fighting with his colleagues.
I told you not to go over there. Why didn't you listen to me?
Wayne Ford asked as he looked at his right palm. In the heat of the moment, he was agitated and annoyed, but now he seemed to immediately regret what he'd done, and he couldn't bear the sudden pang of guilt that he was feeling. Paul Vaughn leaned on a large tree as he slowly stood up from the ground. His face was extremely pale.
Wayne, how dare you hurt me?
Paul Vaughn coughed violently a few times as he spat out some blood.
I don't know. Something came over me. I didn't do it on purpose.
Wayne Ford's right palm was trembling. He couldn't believe what he'd just done.
You didn't do it on purpose. Bullshit. Just admit it. You were afraid that I'd forget about you after sharing the Power Pills formula with Jeffrey. In the future, when both the Central Alternative Healing Academy and the Southeast School for Natural Medicine ascend with the help of the Power Pill, you're afraid that it would threaten your position as leader of the top 10 schools. That's why you hit me, isn't it?
After Paul Vaughn finished speaking, he gasped for breath as he struggled to recover his strength.
Wayne, I didn't expect you to have so many devious tricks up your sleeve,
Jeffrey Bowie said with anger burning in his heart.
Why can't the Southeast School for Natural Medicine and Central Alternative Healing Academy rise to power? With the Pinnacle about to attack us, is it wrong for us to want to increase the strength of our members?
No, you've got the wrong idea about me. I really didn't do it on purpose.
Wayne Ford's face was filled with shame as he adamantly shook his head. However, in the current atmosphere, the more he explained his actions, the more it seemed he was simply trying to cover it up. It was a really difficult position for Wayne to be in. Seeing the three old men arguing, Kevin looked at them with a bewildered look on his face. He'd never thought that things would escalate to such an extent. With just a few words, the internal strife between them was on the edge of getting out of control. Paul Vaughn held back the urge to cough out a mouthful of blood as he growled.
Wayne, listen up. I don't care if you did it on purpose or not. In any case, after getting the pill formula tonight, the two of us will sever all ties with each other. This means that the Central Alternatives Healing Academy will no longer have any relationship with the Healing Arts School.
After being severely injured by Wayne Ford's sneak attack and losing the ability to fight, Paul was angry at how he was taken out of contention for obtaining the pill formula from Kevin. Moreover, he also felt ashamed for letting down his school.
Paul, we don't have to resort to that. I'll prove myself to you.
Wayne Ford, who had nothing more to say, suddenly slapped his own chest hard with all his might. Just as had happened to Paul Vaughn, this made him spit out a mouthful of blood. And as the spiritual energy in his body quickly weakened, it was obvious that he too had lost his ability to fight.
Now that I've taken myself out of contention for obtaining the pill formula, you should all believe me now, shouldn't you?
Wayne Ford asked helplessly. With every word he spoke, more blood would drip out of the gaps between his teeth. Just as Paul Vaughn and Jeffrey Bowie's expressions began to change, Kevin suddenly remarked loudly, Wayne Ford, you've really put on a good show tonight. But to inflict such serious damage onto yourself, aren't you taking things a little too far just to convince them of your innocence? But I commend your commitment to playing the innocent victim. Paul Vaughn and Jeffrey Bowie were upset when they heard this. They didn't completely believe Kevin's words, but at the same time, they couldn't also completely rule out the possibility of what he had said.
What are you talking about?
Wayne Ford's expression changed. Forget it. I won't argue with you any further. Besides, I'm not the target of your trick anyway. Kevin continued to endure the discomfort in his head as he looked at him indifferently. Then he waved his hand at Jeffrey Bowie and continued. Mr. Bowie, now that things have already gotten to this point, it seems that you're the most suitable person to share the Power Pills formula with. After all, you are the last one standing. Come over here quickly, and I'll whisper the contents of the pill formula in your ear. All three of them were stunned to hear this. Paul Vaughn was the first to recover from his shock and instantly got a ferocious look on his face at the sudden turn of events. He didn't expect that after all their arguing with Wayne Ford, it would be Jeffrey Bowie who ended up benefiting from it. As soon as Jeffrey Bowie regained his senses, his face immediately looked joyful.
I guess you still have some insight, kid. You aren't as stupid as I thought.
When he passed by Paul Vaughn, he didn't forget to pat him on the shoulder a few times.
Don't worry, Paul. When I get the Power Pills formula, I won't forget to share it with you. After all, we've always had each other's backs throughout the years. I believe you, Jeffrey. Don't worry about me. Since I can't walk over to Kevin myself, the only other person I trust here right now is you. In the future, I'll also help you defend your school if someone decides to launch a sneak attack against you."
Paul Vaughn had no other choice but to place his hopes on Jeffrey Bowie.
"If I'd known that Kevin would hand over the pill formula earlier, I wouldn't have let any of this happen tonight. Look at the two of you. You're both seriously injured for no good reason."
Jeffrey Bowie chided him in a carefree manner. Right now, he was in an exceptionally good mood, as if he'd already seen the day when the Southeast School for Natural Medicine would become the best among the top 10 schools, effectively placing the great powers under his leadership.
"What Mr. Bowie said is right," Kevin remarked timidly.
"Mr. Bowie, please listen carefully to me. The pill formula is of great importance, so you can't let anyone eavesdrop." Looking at the two people whispering to each other, Paul Vaughn felt very uncomfortable. If it wasn't for Wayne Ford's sneak attack, he would have been the one who had gotten the pill formula firsthand from Kevin. But now all he could do was watch and wait, with the future of the Central Alternative Healing Academy hanging in the balance and depending upon his relationship with Jeffrey Bowie. As he thought about this, Paul Vaughn's fury began to grow as he gave Wayne Ford a fierce look. If it wasn't for the fact that he was seriously injured, Paul Vaughn would have rushed forward and beaten him to death. "Have you already memorized the pill formula, Mr. Bowie? Refining pills according to the method that I've told you should be very simple." Kevin's voice suddenly grew stronger.
"Can you speak louder, kid? I didn't hear anything of what you said just now."
Jeffrey Bowie cupped his hand over his ear and said,
"Say it again."
"Mr. Bowie, you—" Kevin was suddenly stunned, and then he pretended to express a look of realization. "I understand what you're trying to do, Mr. Bowie. Your plan was really brilliant. Now you're blaming me for not saying the pill formula clearly." Hearing their conversation, Paul Vaughn suddenly got a bad feeling.
"What are you talking about? I just asked you to tell me the formula again. I really didn't hear it clearly,"
Jeffrey Bowie said very impatiently.
"Mr. Bowie, don't worry. I know what you're doing and I'll go along with your little game."
After saying that, Kevin brushed the dust off his shoulders. Then he decisively pushed off the ground and jumped high up into the air.
"Hey kid, we're not done here yet. Where do you think you're going?"
Jeffrey Bowie quickly stretched out his hand and tried to grab Kevin. However, he wasn't even able to touch the edge of Kevin's torn jacket. Just as Jeffrey Bowie was about to try grabbing him again, the three leaders heard the sound of some footsteps in the forest. A second later, 5 people appeared in front of Kevin as he landed back on the ground. Upon seeing them, Jeffrey Bowie's pupils grew wide while Paul Vaughn and Wayne Ford both got an astonished look at the same time. Although they didn't know where these 5 men came from, they could tell that they were all giving off a powerful aura. And the weakest one was a level 5 expert who had almost the same power base as Jeffrey Bowie. None of them had expected Kevin to have such powerful warriors by his side. These 5 men were none other than Kevin's latest recruits, the Tanner brothers. "Mr. Bowie, please use the pill formula carefully. Don't be deceived by other people with ulterior motives," Kevin advised him with a mischievous smile. "I wish you a lot of success in improving your power base, and the strength of the Southeast School for Natural Medicine will surely increase dramatically to become the best among the top 10 schools. Anyway, I don't want to keep bothering the 3 of you anymore, so enjoy the rest of your night." With the help of Elijah Tanner and his brothers, Kevin quickly rushed out of the forest. Within a few seconds, they disappeared without a trace. With both Paul Vaughn and Wayne Ford too injured to fight over the right to obtain the Power Pills formula, Jeffrey Bowie excitedly approached Kevin, who then whispered some words to him. However, when Jeffrey didn't hear a word of what he said, Kevin made it seem that he was just pretending to not have heard anything in front of Paul and Wayne. Just as Jeffrey was about to confront him, the Tanner brothers suddenly arrived at the scene. Sensing that all 5 men were powerful warriors, the 3 leaders were surprised. With that, Kevin mischievously wished Jeffrey luck with the pill formula before quickly rushing out of the forest.
Don't chase after them, Jeffrey.
Paul Vaughn hurriedly stopped Jeffrey Bowie, who was about to chase after Kevin and the Tanner brothers.
Just as I had gotten my hands on that elusive pill formula, it suddenly slipped through my fingers.
Jeffrey Bowie murmured to himself as he furiously punched a tree. His punch snapped the tree trunk and it immediately toppled to the ground, stirring up an enormous cloud of dust. After hesitating for a moment, Paul Vaughn couldn't help but ask,
Jeffrey, now that Kevin has told you the Power Pills formula, do you mind sharing it with me?
Jeffrey, our 3 schools have always had a strong relationship. You can't be biased toward me and just leave me hanging.
Wayne Ford immediately asked.
I...
Jeffrey didn't know what to say in the face of their questions.
What's wrong, Jeffrey? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and tell us.
Paul Vaughn was getting impatient and riled up.
The 3 of us worked together to get the pill formula from Kevin tonight. Now that it's already in your hands, don't tell me that you plan to selfishly keep it all to yourself.
Right now, Wayne Ford didn't care about his own injuries anymore. He just wanted to get the pill formula and call it a night.
It's not that. The problem is I still don't know what it is either. Kevin's voice was too soft just now, so I didn't hear what he said clearly. I only heard the words Power Pills formula and nothing else.
Jeffrey Bowie's face turned red.
Are you kidding me?
Wayne Ford got a discouraged look on his face. Jeffrey Bowie just lowered his head in silence. Despite being more than 6 feet tall, he looked like a little kid who'd made an embarrassing mistake.
Jeffrey, why don't you want to share it with us? The Power Pills formula is extraordinary. It's not something that you should be benefiting from alone, especially with the Pinnacle coming soon to threaten us all.
Wayne Ford was so angry that he started to clench his teeth. Thinking back to what Kevin had said earlier, he and Paul Vaughn were certain that Kevin had actually told Jeffrey Bowie the pill formula.
Jeffrey, think about the consequences carefully. After all, this is a matter of great importance, so you can't afford to be so reckless.
Paul Vaughn was so anxious that he coughed up another mouthful of blood.
I really didn't hear him clearly.
Jeffrey Bowie wanted to cry so hard, but he couldn't even shed a single tear at the moment. Although it was already late at night, the Archer family's mansion was still brightly lit as Dominic sat on the sofa with a dejected expression on his face. More than 10 of his trusted aides were standing in the room with him, and all of them had mean looks on their faces.
Boss, Drake Cook attacked some of our properties the night after he came out of the hospital. As of half an hour ago, 5 or 6 places were destroyed.
One of his trusted aides reported quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the rest of his aides immediately became indignant.
Damn that Drake Cook. We can't let him get away with this. Even though he's just been released from the hospital, we must send him back there as soon as possible.
One of them sneered.
I can't believe he has the nerve to attack us when he hasn't even fully recovered yet. Perhaps he's deliberately looking for trouble this time around.
Another one shook his head in disbelief.
Boss, I'll personally drag Drake Cook back here immediately. We must get back at him.
A third one volunteered. At this point, Dominic's aides started discussing the problem with each other, making the whole room become quite noisy. A few of them even rolled up their sleeves as if they were ready for a fight at any time. After they had calmed down, Dominic slowly raised his head and looked at them all.
Can't you see that Drake Cook is just doing this on behalf of someone else? Why else would he dare to make such a big move given his current condition?
There was no anger in Dominic's voice. Instead, it sounded unusually calm. Given his ruthless reputation, it didn't make sense at all.
Boss, do you mean someone ordered Drake Cook to do this?
One of his aides quickly reacted and exclaimed loudly. Everyone was stunned at first, then they slowly came back to their senses as well.
What the hell? Is there somebody that powerful in Chicago?
Another aide wondered.
What the boss just said makes sense, but who would Drake Cook listen to?
A third one tried to think of someone. Could it be Mitchell Cook? It can't be. He's never bothered to take an interest in our line of business over the years. For a moment, this was all everyone was talking about as they tried to make sense of things. However, without having enough information, everything was mostly left to speculation, as none of them understood the true implications of the situation. Meanwhile, Dominic Archer continued to just sit on the sofa and didn't say another word. He didn't feel a need to explain this further with his aides. The truth was that there really was such a person in Chicago. Not only could he command Drake Cook, but even Mitchell Cook, Adriana Wright, and many other influential figures would listen to his orders. Still, Dominic Archer's aides couldn't connect the dots between this person and the one he had instructed to act on his behalf. Dominic let out a long breath and asked, "What's the latest update on the dinner meeting that I've asked you to arrange? Did the CEO of the Williams Company already confirm his attendance?" "No, not exactly, but Miss Wilson from the Williams Company said that she'll call me tomorrow morning," Nathan Porter answered in a low voice. Nathan Porter had been following Dominic Archer for almost 5 years, and he was different from Dominic's other trusted aides. While they were mostly fixated on fiercely attacking their opponents, he played the role of a steady right-hand man who provided wise counsel to Dominic Archer and had been assigned many special tasks, especially during the past 2 years as his empire grew. "This matter is very important. You should pay more attention to it," Dominic Archer remarked solemnly. Hearing this, the other aides were puzzled. They couldn't figure out why Dominic Archer was so concerned about the president of the Williams Company. Could it be that he had plans to enter the entertainment industry? Back in Corwin Tower, Kevin sat down heavily on the sofa. The throbbing pain inside his head caused by Wayne Ford's mirage had yet to disappear. At the same time, the 5 Tanner brothers were standing by his side guarding him.
"Mr. Williams, did you suffer some sort of mental attack?"
Elijah Tanner asked with some concern. His keen eyes had already seen through Kevin's difficulties. "Yes, Wayne Ford did this to me. I heard that it was the Healing Arts School's secret technique, the Mirage." It was very painful for Kevin to speak. Every time he said something, his brain would immediately start hurting.
"Mr. Williams, have you ever paid attention to training your mental strength before?"
Elijah asked with curiosity. Kevin's face turned slightly red after being asked this question. He'd never really paid attention to this aspect in his training beyond some of the meditative techniques that Catherine Swinton had taught him. Elijah braced himself and asked,
"Mr. Williams, I'd like to ask you another question. Have you ever explored the depths of the great powers?"
Kevin slowly shook his head. He'd always heard about the great powers as a general term encompassing all of the schools and organizations associated with increasing one's power base through herbalism and strength training. However, Kevin never really had much exposure beyond what was going on at the Healing Arts School and the Top 10 schools, as well as the underground organizations that they were opponents with.
"Although I don't know how you got on bad terms with the Top 10 schools, judging from what happened earlier, they didn't take you seriously at all and heavily underestimated your strength. As such, it seems that they weren't expecting to use drastic measures and unleash the full extent of their power against you,"
Elijah explained carefully. "Where are you going with all of this?" Kevin narrowed his eyes, not understanding what he meant.
"Mr. Williams, when we were still working for the Morris family, we carefully studied your past."
A pensive look appeared in Elijah's eyes as he recalled this.
"You only started dabbling in herbalism and enhancing your power base very recently, and you've only come into contact with the Top 10 schools as a student of the Healing Arts School for just 1 semester. As a result, even though you're already immensely powerful, you've barely scratched the surface of your talent as a fairly new expert. In fact, there's a lot that you don't know about the true situation regarding how the rest of the great powers operate."
Elijah continued.
"The Top 10 schools have been very limited about their ways of thinking over the years, so it'll be hard for you to fully nurture your gifts if you don't expand your horizons beyond their teachings. There are a lot more things that you can learn and discover outside of that bubble."
After listening to his words, Kevin suddenly forgot about the pain inside his head and began to think about what Elijah had said about the top 10 schools in the Great Powers. The top 10 schools had existed for a very long time. Moreover, didn't the Healing Arts School always train its students for them? If trained experts didn't eventually end up being a member of the top 10 schools, how else could they be of use within the Great Powers?
Given the looming threat of the Pinnacle, I really urge you to dive deep into the endless possibilities once you explore what the rest of the Great Powers have to offer. Only then can you unlock your true potential and lead the charge against the forces of the Pinnacle.
Elijah took a deep breath and looked at Kevin to see his reaction. I don't doubt anything of what you just said, Elijah, but I'm very curious about one thing. How do you know all of these things? Kevin raised his eyebrows slightly. All this time, Kevin had thought that Elijah Tanner and his brothers were merely subordinates of the Morris family. If that was the case, then how could he be privy to so many secrets about the top 10 schools and the Great Powers?
Mr. Williams, to tell you the truth, although we used to work for the Morris family, we were previously trained as experts by another organization.
Elijah's facial expression didn't change, but his eyes suddenly sparkled as he revealed this secret to him. After returning to Corwin Tower, Kevin's head was still throbbing in pain from Wayne Ford's Mirage attack. Seeing this, Elijah Tanner told him that he knew how Kevin was still a fairly new expert. Given the top 10 schools' narrow ways of thinking, he then urged Kevin to expand his horizons and explore what the rest of the Great Powers had to offer. By doing so, he would be able to unlock his true potential and lead the charge against the Pinnacle. When Kevin asked how he knew so much, Elijah revealed that the Tanner brothers had previously been trained by another organization before working for the Morris family. This answer shook Kevin to the core. From what Jake Morris had told him, the Pinnacle was so powerful that it posed a deadly threat to all of mankind. Moreover, although Jake Morris was just a representative of the Morris family, he'd been surrounded by more than 20 powerful assistants, among whom were level 5 experts like Elijah Tanner and his brothers. That made Kevin wonder how many experts were actually employed by the Morris family as a whole. Looking at Kevin, who was deep in thought, Elijah decided to share a little more insight.
Beyond the top 10 schools, there are countless other organizations within the Great Powers. In fact, the strength of the most powerful experts trained by these other groups is in a different league compared to anyone you've encountered from the top 10 schools so far. The real reason why the top 10 schools are considered as the most prominent among the Great Powers is that they chose to pursue fame and status over excellence.
Elijah paused for a moment before continuing.
Given the federal government's laws that aim to protect ordinary citizens from the affairs of the Great Powers, they strictly monitor and limit any organization whose collective strength exceeds the expectations of the capital. Since this can severely inhibit schools from training experts to become as powerful as possible, many of them have opted to stay away from the public eye in order to hide their true strength.
Elijah added,
So, Mr. Williams, if you're wondering why those leaders from the top 10 schools were so willing to negotiate with you earlier, it's because they recognize that you're a special talent. And should you decide to align yourselves with any of them in the future, it'll automatically raise their school's reputation exponentially. But at the end of the day, none of them have your best interests in mind when it comes to helping you reach your true potential.
Kevin gently nodded his head as he tried to process all this information. Didn't you just say that you were trained by a different organization? What is it called?
Its name is the Hidden Summit Training Institute, a school whose standards are far above those of the top 10 schools. Its location is a secret to outsiders, and no one knows exactly who founded the school or how long it has existed. While it is a part of the Great Powers, the school tends to operate independently and steers clear of internal politics and affairs.
Elijah revealed to him candidly.
In our case, we really just stumbled upon it almost by chance when we were approached by a mysterious figure, who then recruited us to join. But even though we trained in the Hidden Summit Training Institute for 10 years, a lot of things about it remain a mystery, even to us.
Elijah Tanner had a thoughtful look in his eyes.
Sometimes, because it's so secretive, I also suspect that the school is actually run by the federal government itself. It's just that we have no conclusive evidence of it.
Elijah Tanner's revelation gave Kevin a completely new perspective on the great powers. At the bottom of it all, his understanding of it was still too narrow, and he was intrigued by the possibility of realizing his full potential one day. If I have the chance, I'll definitely take the time to explore the great powers and challenge myself, Kevin thought to himself. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, the noisy phone ringing woke Kevin up from his sleep. "President Williams, it's me," Miss Wilson said apologetically. "I'm so sorry to disturb your rest." "Why did you call me so early in the morning? Did something happen in the company?" Kevin asked worriedly. His tone was filled with annoyance that he'd been disturbed at the crack of dawn. "Actually, there are no problems with the company. It's just that the Archer family's men keep calling to ask you to have dinner with their boss tonight." Miss Wilson immediately added, "I was so busy handling some documents all night that I didn't pay attention to the time and completely forgot about this matter. I'm sorry again, sir." "It's all right, Miss Wilson. I understand that there are many matters in the company that you have to attend to. You also need to take care of yourself and get some rest." Kevin then casually asked, "Is it Dominic Archer or Gwen Archer who wants to treat me to a meal?" "It's Dominic Archer," Miss Wilson replied respectfully. "Okay, I got it. Tell Dominic Archer that I'll wait for him in the Salix Leaf Hotel tonight at 7 o'clock. Kevin hung up the phone, got up from his bed, and walked towards the window. As he looked at the scenery outside, his eyes gradually narrowed as he wondered what Dominic wanted to see him for. This meal was obviously not just an ordinary dinner. After all, he'd already instructed Drake Cook to help him take control of Chicago, and Dominic Archer currently remained the greatest obstacle to reaching that goal. Given that the Archer family had been a powerful influence in Chicago for many years, should he get rid of them or use them to further his own plans in the future? As far as Kevin was concerned, this was definitely a question worth thinking about. In the Radiance's branch in St. Louis, Dylan Hill warmly invited Richard Swinton to sit down on a chair. In order to ease the tension with St. Louis's citizens, Alfred Dixon and his brothers had quietly left the city and transferred over to the Radiance's headquarters under the lead of Julia Hill, leaving Dylan Hill and his other 3 siblings in charge of guarding the newly constructed branch. "Mr. Swinton, I'm really flattered that you came here so early in the morning." Dylan Hill immediately ordered his men to serve them some coffee. Because of all the help that Richard Swinton provided to the Radiance since they entered St. Louis, as well as his personal relationship with Kevin, he had earned Dylan Hill's respect.
"Mr. Hill, you're too polite. Since Kevin is a member of the Radiance and also my adopted son, I consider you all a part of my extended family."
Richard Swinton took a sip of coffee, hesitated for a moment, then continued.
"Actually, I came here today because I have a bold request. I heard that the Radiance has a way to concoct the power pill. Given this, I was wondering if you can provide the Swinton family with some of them to allow the people of our family to improve their strength. In the future, we can be even more useful in helping you fight against the Pinnacle."
Dylan Hill's facial expression changed slightly when he heard this, but the smile on his face didn't go away. "Mr. Swinton, you might not know this, but Mr. Williams is actually the one in charge of the pill planning and allocation for the Radiance. Moreover, he and the Chancellor are sworn friends, so if you want some power pills, just ask him," Dylan explained in a low voice. Aside from being a big guy with a muscular frame, Dylan was also a smart guy. On the one hand, he knew that the power pill served as the foundation of the Radiance's strength. On the other hand, he was aware that Richard Swinton wasn't someone whom he could offend. In this case, he might as well hand the entire matter over to Kevin, and whether he would decide to give Richard Swinton some power pills or not would be up to him to decide.
I see.
Although Richard Swinton had an enlightened look on his face, he was still deeply shocked. Although he knew that Kevin was a member of the Radiants, Richard Swinton had previously thought that his position was only slightly higher than Dylan Hill and his siblings. Who knew that Kevin was actually the one who managed the distribution of all the pills throughout the whole organization? From Dylan Hill's tone, Richard Swinton could even conclude that Kevin's position to the Radiants was probably second only to the Chancellor himself, Kenneth Wilkinson. In the parking lot of the Blue Water Export Company in Chicago, Lily had just parked her car and gotten out. Looking at the brand new pink Bugatti that Kevin had bought for her, she was suddenly reminded of something. Although Kevin had become rich now and was able to buy her anything she wanted, the number of times he returned home was also gradually decreasing as time went on. At the same time, she felt that the two of them were increasingly growing apart as well. Compared to their current situation, part of Lily preferred that Kevin would go back to being the useless piece of trash he was before. At least that way he could always stay by her side. After shaking off this thought and composing herself, Lily finally walked towards the company building. Given that this was the first day of her new job, she couldn't afford to make any mistakes. However, as soon as she entered, someone immediately walked over to her. "You're our new intern, aren't you? Go and tidy this place up right away. I'll arrange some other tasks for you shortly." Lily was stunned when she heard this. She wasn't expecting to work there as someone's intern. "What are you still standing there for? Didn't you understand a word of what I said?" The woman seemed disappointed. "If you don't want to work for this company, just quit your job and leave the building immediately." The woman's outburst attracted the attention of many people, but none of them stood up to defend Lily, and they all pretended to be busy with other work-related matters. Who was this cold and arrogant woman? She was none other than Lori Bramler, Director Sid Bramler's sister, who also happened to be the assistant manager of the Human Resources Department. Because she was known to have a very bad temper, very few people in the company dared to provoke her. "Is there a mistake? I wasn't hired as an intern. I actually applied for the project design manager position," Lily insisted timidly. Since she'd just joined the company, she made sure not to offend Lori Bramler, so she chose her words carefully. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would make a bad impression on her fellow coworkers. "Who told you that the project design department was recruiting people? Don't you know who I am? I'm the HR department's assistant manager, and as far as I'm concerned, our company is only hiring interns at the moment. So if you want the job, get to work immediately. If not, then get the hell out of this office." Lori Bramler got a nasty look on her face as she put her hands on her hips. At the moment, she didn't seem like a company manager at all. With the sour expression on her face, she looked more like the Wicked Witch of the West. As soon as Lily entered the Blue Water Export Company, a woman immediately walked over to her. Her identity was revealed to be Sid Bramler's sister, Lori, an assistant manager in the Human Resources Department who was known for her bad temper. Thinking that Lily was the company's new intern, she ordered her to tidy the place up. Stunned by this, Lily carefully explained that she wasn't an intern and that she'd applied as a project design manager. However, Lori stated that the company was only hiring interns at the moment. Then she angrily told Lily she should quit if she didn't want the job. "Are you going to clean this place or not?" Lori Bramler demanded harshly. "Yes." Lily's face was slightly red as she lowered her head and replied. Even if she felt that being an intern was completely beneath her, she really needed a job, not for anything else but to be able to prove her worth to Kevin. Despite her current position, she decided to keep her head down and slowly work her way to the top. And when the time came, she would be able to stand in front of Kevin as a successful person in her own right. With that, it took her more than an hour to clean up the office area with a broom and a mop. However, as soon as she had finished, a series of endless menial tasks followed.
Hey, new girl, would you get me a glass of water? I'm currently tied up in an online Zoom meeting,
someone ordered.
I have a document here that I need to print right away. I'm in a hurry, so don't waste my precious time,
another employee demanded. One by one, the other employees continued to come up with small excuses just to disturb Lily. All of this suddenly made her think of Kevin. When had he ever been willing to let her do these kinds of things? Didn't he usually volunteer to do all the cooking and cleaning at home? As her heart became filled with resentment, Lily's eyes gradually turned red. She came here to work on actual projects that would help the Blue Water Expert Company's business, not to be bullied and ordered around by the other employees. Suddenly, Sid Bramler walked over to her carrying his briefcase. His swollen face immediately attracted everyone's attention.
Director Bramler, what happened to your face? Who would dare to do such a thing to you?
One of the employees asked with some concern. A flash of awkwardness appeared on Sid Bramler's face.
This is nothing. I just walked into some trouble last night. You don't have to worry about it.
Everyone speculated on what he meant. Was Sid Bramler mugged by some robbers? Did he drunkenly start a bar fight? Could his wife have caught him having an affair? Suddenly, Sid Bramler noticed Lily, who was standing beside the water cooler and filling several glasses of water.
Mrs. Williams, why are you getting water for everyone?
Sid's heart skipped a beat. Isn't this the job you hired me for? Someone told me that the project design department wasn't recruiting managers after all. Lily sounded very dejected. Sid Bramler suddenly remembered that during the interview he dangled the project design manager position because he thought it would entice her enough to do anything just to get the job. And when she didn't fall for his tricks, he still hired her with plans to seduce her at some point. However, the reality was that their company really had no openings aside from interns.
Wait, all right then. Keep up the good work.
Sid stammered in reply, then he quickly walked into his office. As he was doing so, he secretly observed Lily's every move through the small crack in the door, which he'd left ajar. He soon found that she'd been ordered around and bullied by several other employees.
I'm screwed. What should I do?
Sid anxiously paced back and forth in his office.
If she goes home and complains about this to Mr. Williams later tonight, I'm a dead man.
All of a sudden, Sid Bramler heard a noise. He quickly leaned against the door once again and saw that Lily had just accidentally dropped a pile of documents. A male employee who was leaning back in his chair shook his head and scolded her.
What did you just do, you stupid intern? Do you know how important these documents are? The finance department still has to process all these bills. If you delay them any further, they'll deduct their overtime pay from your paycheck.
I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Lily hurriedly bent down and picked up the documents. Tears were starting to well up in her eyes. Before the other employee could say anything, Sid Bramler rushed out of the door almost immediately and slammed his hands on the man's desk.
Shane Dawkins, what the hell do you think you're doing? How many times have I told you? This company is a family and everyone should treat each other with the utmost respect. How can you bully your coworker like this?
Everyone was caught off guard by this, including Lily. Was this the same Sid Bramler that they all knew?
Mr. Dawkins, based on your actions just now, I can tell that I've greatly misjudged your character. Because of this, I can't allow you to stay employed in this company any longer, so get out of here right now. We don't need a bad influence like you around here.
Sid quickly made the decision to fire him and gestured towards the exit.
Director Bramler, how could you fire me just like that?
Shane Dawkins didn't have time to react.
You're asking me why? Don't you see how hardworking and responsible Mrs. Williams has been? Look at how clean the office is, as well as how neatly printed and arranged these documents are.
Sid Bramler then pointed to the water cooler and said,
I even noticed how focused and careful she was when she was filling all those glasses of water for everyone. She may have only been given small tasks to do on her first day as an intern, but all of her actions fully prove that Mrs. Williams is an excellent addition to the company. And now that you've been fired, I'm going to let her take over your position.
These words made everyone feel dizzy. What the hell was going on? Weren't Sid Bramler's reasons too shallow and far-fetched? Why was he suddenly acting like such a morally righteous person today? However, some of the older employees seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly voiced their agreement. Someone stood up from her seat and praised her performance. "I think what Director Bramler said is right. The new intern has indeed been very diligent with the work that she's been assigned. I just can't bear to step on the floor with my shoes on for fear of messing up the great cleaning job she just did," another employee added as he took off his shoes and put them inside his desk drawer.
No matter what task she was given, she never complained. By setting such a good example for everyone here, we must tell the Human Resources Department to use her as a standard for hiring future employees.
A third one gave her his seal of approval. Just then, Lori Bramler, who'd heard all the commotion, came over to see what was going on. After finding out what had happened, she was stunned and didn't know how to react.
"Mr. Dawkins, take your belongings and turn your desk over to Mrs. Williams immediately."
Sid thought for a while and then waved his hand at his sister Lori.
"Come with me to my office."
When she heard this, Lily was very excited. She didn't expect to get promoted so quickly. Inside his office, Sid Bramler was sitting on the sofa as he rubbed his forehead hard. After what he had just done, he felt relieved to have salvaged the situation. However, Lori Bramler was very confused. "Sid, why are you being so partial to our new intern? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to her."
"Shut up, sis. Don't speak such nonsense."
Sid lightly scolded her as he quickly jumped up from the sofa. Then he walked over to the door and looked around cautiously. After making sure that no one was nearby, he quietly closed the door. "What's going on, Sid?" Lori asked again. Given her notorious temper, Lori Bramler specialized in making the lives of the new hires a living hell, so that they knew their place and would be disciplined employees in the future.
"Well, since you're the assistant manager of our Human Resources Department, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth," Sid sighed deeply. "You know that our company was recently acquired by someone, right?"
"I heard about some—" Lori was halfway through her sentence when she seemed to have thought of something and opened her eyes wide in surprise. "Wait, was she the reason why you got beaten up so badly?"
"That's right. Mrs. Williams is the wife of our new boss, and now that she started working here, you have to keep your eyes on her. You can't treat her like your other new hire, so make sure that she doesn't file any grievances with the company. Otherwise, both of us will have to suffer the consequences," Sid warned her earnestly. "If you provoke her anger, don't blame me for not helping you when the time comes. After all, our new boss is none other than the CEO of the Williams Company."
Hearing this, Lori Bramler felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. Recalling her previous attitude towards Lily, she gulped nervously, and her hands and feet started to turn cold. Before her brother had time to say anything else to her, Lori Bramler immediately turned around and ran out of his office. She went straight over to Lily, who was starting to familiarize herself with the particulars of her new job. When the other employees saw Lori Bramler quickly approaching, they wanted to call Lily's attention to give her a heads up, but they held back and opted not to say anything for fear of drawing Lori's anger. "Mrs. Williams, I'm so sorry." Lori stood in front of Lily and bowed her head. "I would like to apologize for my snippy attitude towards you earlier. I was just having a bad day and I didn't mean to disrespect you at all. I hope you can forgive me for my blunder." The office suddenly quieted down. Knowing Lori Bramler's reputation as a hothead within the company, did she actually just apologize to this new hire? As everyone gawked at her in disbelief, they all felt that they were stuck in a dream. I'm not angry with you at all." Lily didn't understand Lori Bramler's actions in the least. "Okay, I was just making sure that I didn't offend you, Mrs. Williams. Anyway, if you need anything, just tell the others. And if there's anything you don't understand about your new job, you can just call me and I'll gladly answer all of your questions." Lori secretly exhaled, then turned to the other employees and sternly warned them. "Mrs. Williams is a very outstanding employee. If any of you dare to bully her, be careful. Director Bramler and I won't let you off the hook." Let Mr. Dawkins's firing serve as an example to you all." For a moment, no one could understand what had just happened. First, it was Sid Bramler who seemed to be out of character, and now even Lori Bramler was acting strange as well.
After Sid Bramler revealed to his sister that the Blue Water Export Company had just been acquired by the CEO of the Williams Company and that he also happened to be Lily's husband, Lori Bramler immediately ran out of his office to apologize to Lily. Relieved that Lily wasn't angry with her, Lori then gave a stern warning to everyone, telling them that they would have to deal with her and Sid Bramler if they were caught bullying Lily. This left the other employees in disbelief as they wondered why both siblings were suddenly acting so out of character because of Lily. Everyone who worked at the Blue Water Export Company knew very well what kind of person Lori Bramler was. She wasn't afraid of anyone, and there were times when even President Hartman wasn't spared from her wrath. So why did she suddenly feel a need to apologize to a new employee? This was certainly a first. By now, some of the smarter employees had begun to connect the dots. From the way Sid Bramler had treated Lily with special concern earlier, they could already tell that something was different about her. And Lori Bramler's actions just now had fully confirmed that there must be someone powerful backing Lily. Whoever it was, they were pretty sure that the person had a very high position in the company. "Mrs. Williams, don't worry. I'll take care of you in the future. If you need anything from now on, just let me know and I'll handle it for you," one of her coworkers offered. "Mrs. Williams, are you free at noon? Let's have lunch together. I'll introduce you to everyone to ensure that you have a warm welcome," another employee said very graciously. Almost all the employees in the office suddenly went over to Lily and profusely showered her with warm greetings and compliments. On the top floor of the Whistler Hotel, Mitchell Cook was sitting on a sofa with a sunken face. Meanwhile, Drake Cook was standing in front of him timidly, looking like a child who just broke in a vase and was waiting to be scolded by one of his parents.
"You're very brave, son. As soon as you were discharged from the hospital, you already dared to make such a daring move against Dominic Archer by destroying several of his properties. Why didn't you run this idea by me first? Do you think you're old and strong enough to make decisions without your father's approval?"
Mitchell Cook said very gravely. His tone was so cold that it instantly made Drake shudder.
"Dad, it was an urgent situation. I didn't have enough time to inform you."
Drake Cook lowered his head and stared at the floor, not daring to look his father in the eye. Mitchell Cook closed his eyes for a moment, and his eyebrows furrowed as he angrily pondered the current situation in Chicago. Ever since the Steele family had suffered a great loss in their strength, only Drake Cook and Dominic Archer were left standing. However, both of them usually kept their fights private and on a smaller scale to avoid causing alarm to ordinary citizens, as well as to not disrupt any big businesses. Given that this was the first time that Drake Cook had instigated such a huge public disturbance, several of Chicago's influential figures immediately called Mitchell Cook to ask why they hadn't discussed this with them before the incident took place.
"How could you do such a reckless thing? Do you know how big of an impact your actions could potentially cause for the entire city if Dominic Archer decided to wage an all-out war with you?"
Mitchell took a deep breath and sighed disapprovingly.
"I don't think you realize what's at stake here."
Although Drake Cook was a very notorious and feared public figure, he still had to answer to Mitchell Cook behind closed doors. After all, he was the one who supported his son all these years. And if he was unhappy with something that Drake did, he could easily push him down and tear him apart.
It wasn't my idea. I was just following Mr. Williams' orders. He came to the hospital to see me shortly before I was discharged. He promised that if I could unify Chicago's underground scene for him, he'd give me a chance to become stronger and help me achieve great things in the future.
Drake sucked it up and admitted the truth.
"This was Kevin's order?"
Mitchell was slightly stunned and immediately asked him,
"How can I be sure that you're not lying to me, son?"
Drake Cook's eyes grew wide when he heard that. He quickly knelt on the floor and answered,
Dad, you know me. I'd never have the guts to lie to you, especially about something like this.
Mitchell Cook looked at him seriously for a few seconds. Then he took out his phone and called Kevin's number. In his penthouse at Corwin Tower, Kevin had just finished refining a batch of pills and was about to give some to the Tanner brothers when his phone suddenly rang. "What's wrong, Mitchell?" Kevin asked curiously.
Kevin, you finally answered.
Mitchell Cook had called him more than a dozen times, but Kevin had left his phone on silent while he was busy concocting the pills. "Did something happen?" Kevin asked worriedly.
Kevin, I just want to ask you something. Did you order Drake to do this?
Mitchell Cook asked straightforwardly. There was no need for them to hide anything from each other. "I'm assuming he told you about it. Anyway, what happened? Did he run into any trouble?" Kevin asked with some concern. In the future, Chicago wouldn't be his only territory. After dealing with the Pinnacle, he planned to explore the rest of the Great Power sooner or later, which meant that he would be away from the city even more than he had already been lately. But before embarking on that journey, he wanted to ensure that both Chicago and Detroit would solidly be under his control. While there was no way that anything could happen to the Radiants in Detroit with both the Hill and Hayes families gone, he still needed to leave Chicago in the hands of someone he could trust. And with the likes of Mitchell Cook, Adriana Wright, and his other allies already being deeply rooted in the hearts of the people as influential business leaders, there was only one person that he could choose. But if Drake Cook failed to carry out his plans, Kevin might really have to make a move against Dominic Archer himself.
No, he didn't fail. In fact, Drake is full of energy after destroying 7 or 8 of Dominic Archer's properties in one night,
Mitchell Cook explained candidly.
But Kevin, if you're planning to do something of similar magnitude again in the future, can you let me know first? That way I can at least be mentally prepared for what's about to come, especially if our businesses will be potentially affected.
Mitchell, were you really scared by such a small spectacle? All right, I admit I was a bit too rash and reckless. I'll definitely inform you guys ahead of time in the future. Kevin couldn't help but laugh.
Kevin, let us take care of this matter first. After that, you can give us any instructions on what to do next.
Mitchell Cook cut off the call more abruptly than usual. Kevin put away the phone and his eyes lit up. He'd really misjudged Drake Cook. Perhaps he could really be trusted after all. He finally figured out why Dominic Archer wanted to have dinner with him. He must have known for some time now that Drake Cook was acting on his behalf. Time passed quickly. At 6:30 in the evening, Kevin brought both Elijah and Yale Tanner along with him as they left Corwin Tower. After driving for half an hour, they finally arrived at the Salix Leaf Hotel, and when they were about to enter, no one came to cause trouble for him this time. By then, Kevin's previous incident with security had already spread throughout the upper class of Chicago. As a result, Rachel Collins made sure that everyone who worked at the hotel knew who their owner was and what he looked like. Under the warm and respectful welcome of 2 hotel staff members, Kevin was escorted to a private room on the 8th floor. In order to show how serious he was, Dominic Archer had generously booked the entire floor, and the corridor was filled with his men. It was normal for him to be extra vigilant whenever he went out in public for special occasions. "Dominic, it's been a while." Kevin pushed the door open and greeted him with a smile.
President Williams, I'm sorry that I suddenly invited you on such short notice. Thank you for finding the time to have dinner with me.
Dominic Archer waved his hand and signaled the other people in the room to leave immediately.
"And these 2 are?"
Dominic's gaze fell on Elijah and Yale Tanner. He instinctively felt a bit concerned because he could sense a powerful aura coming from the 2 of them. "They're with me. I hope you don't mind," Kevin said casually. "Anyway, I know you're a very busy man, so I was surprised when I found out that you wanted to treat me to a meal. Is it really just to have a drink with me?"
Kevin didn't wait for Dominic Archer to respond and sat down at the table. Then he poured himself a glass of red wine and took a sip. A 2009 Chateau Haut-Brion. You have good taste, Dominic, Kevin exclaimed. Elijah and Yale Tanner didn't sit down beside Kevin and just stood behind him instead. At the moment, their eyes were locked on Dominic Archer, as if to silently warn him to not have any harmful thoughts. Otherwise, all of his henchmen waiting outside wouldn't provide enough protection against the two brothers. President Williams, I can sense that you want me to get straight to the point, so I won't keep you waiting anymore. Besides, I think you already know why I wanted to meet with you tonight, so I just want to hear your answer, Dominic said as he lit a cigar for himself. He didn't want to waste much time dancing around the matter either. Kevin glanced at him and inquired, Is my response really that important? Dominic took a deep breath and then told Kevin exactly what he had on his mind. It's not good for you to bully us like this, don't you think? If you really want to be partners with me, you just need to say the word and I can immediately share with you all the resources I have. I'll even round up some of my men and we can leave Chicago to help you with your future plans outside of this city. You don't have to use these underhanded tactics behind the scenes to get my attention. How can it be considered a dirty trick? While Drake Cook is a notorious and feared figure, at least I can be assured that he won't stab me in the back. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for you, Kevin replied indifferently. President Williams, if your mind has already been made up, then there's no need for us to talk any further about it tonight. That being said, my men have been curious to see your fighting skills. Dominic's face gradually darkened. Seeing himself as the king of Chicago's underworld for many years, Dominic Archer wasn't accustomed to having anyone show such disdain for him. And despite all his efforts tonight just to get into Kevin's good graces and secure a mutually beneficial partnership with him, he didn't see Kevin offering him the same courtesy. Dominic's patience was wearing thin because of this insulting behavior. Is that so? Are you calling me out to a fight then? Kevin asked him with a mischievous smile. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became tense. To be honest, if they fought, Dominic Archer wasn't sure if he could hold a candle to Kevin. However, he was also not a pushover who could easily be bullied. President Williams, is there really no room for negotiation? Dominic couldn't help but break the silence. Don't you still have your own underworld organization to run? I heard you've been acquiring several properties that the Steele family lost. Kevin asked very directly. While I'm not looking to be partners with anyone, I wonder if you're interested in joining me for an interesting venture. I'm used to the freedom of being my own boss. I can't stand following someone else's rules and being ordered around. Dominic took a puff of his cigar and deliberately blew the smoke in Kevin's direction. When he saw this, Elijah Tanner slightly narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. But just as he was about to make a move, Kevin stopped him. Dominic, are you sure about that? A golden opportunity like this doesn't come around every day. There are some things that you have to consider first before giving me your final answer. Kevin replied in a very cool and calculating tone of voice. When he met with Kevin at the Salix Leaf Hotel, Dominic wanted to know if he was interested in a mutually beneficial partnership, and he offered to share all his men and resources with him. But since Kevin already had Drake Cook as a trusted aide, he didn't see any need for Dominic, who he felt would just stab him in the back. When Dominic asked whether there was still any room for negotiation, Kevin offered him the opportunity to work under him as his subordinate. However, Dominic refused because he valued his freedom and didn't want to have to answer to anyone. Kevin then advised him to carefully consider his offer before making his final decision. The meaning behind Kevin's words was very clear. On the one hand, it was almost impossible for Kevin to convince Dominic Archer to be his subordinate. However, he understood that this was also part of human nature. As long as a person had already reached the top of something, he would never give up the view from above. Because of this, it was rare for someone like Dominic to swallow their pride and willingly stoop down to listen to someone else's orders. And even then, there would have to be a very compelling reason for them to agree. For example, Alfred Dixon, Dylan Hill, and all their siblings had only followed Kevin because they had nowhere else to go. Meanwhile, Elijah Tanner and his brothers were only tempted to switch sides because they were seeking a better future for themselves. However, Dominic Archer's situation was very different. As a casual expert with a low power base, he had no desire to become a powerful warrior. On top of that, with his current status, prestige, and wealth in Chicago, he had all that he could ever ask for. So as long as he didn't do anything that would bring about his own downfall, he could spend the rest of his life freely as his own boss. If you're at peace with your decision, then I have nothing else to say to you. Kevin gently swirled his glass of red wine. As for the final outcome after tonight, it shall be decided when you and Drake face each other head on.
President Williams, why don't you stay a little longer in Chicago so that we can have a chance to meet again? That way, when I'm done dealing with Drake Cook, we won't have to waste any time or resources just to find one another since we'll both be in the city. There's no need to play hide and seek.
Dominic Archer's face had turned sour and his breathing started to become more rapid. Be careful what you wish for, Dominic. It's not like I didn't give you a chance to be on my side. I guess you don't cherish your life as much as I thought you did. Kevin's tone was filled with pity.
If that's the case, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to leave this room alive tonight? After all, those people waiting outside the door are all my men.
Dominic leaned back on the sofa, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. His body became extremely tense all of a sudden. Even though Dominic Archer hadn't intended to start a conflict with Kevin, the outcome of their meeting was already quite obvious. Neither side was willing to give way to the other's absolute conditions, and it was hopeless to continue talking about the matter. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room had suddenly dropped to its coldest level, along with a hint of murderous intent that was gradually growing in intensity. And as they stared each other down in silence, life and death could only be decided by a single thought or move from either of them. After a minute or so, Kevin gently put the wine glass back on the table, and there was a mischievous smile on his face. If that's the way you want to settle this issue, be my guest. Give it a try. Let's see if you can really keep me here for long. With that, Elijah and Yale Tanner took a step forward at the same time, ready to kill Dominic Archer as soon as Kevin gave them the signal. Given their strength as level 5 experts, dealing with Dominic Archer would be a piece of cake for them. As for all of those big strong men outside the room, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them either.
Are you really not afraid, President Williams?
Dominic's pupils suddenly widened. He at least wanted to see a trace of fear in Kevin's eyes. However, Kevin remained as calm and composed as ever. Why would I be afraid? Just hit me with your best shot. Kevin stood up from his chair and tidied his clothes. No matter what tricks you have up your sleeve, I'm confident that the three of us will leave this room unharmed tonight. Suddenly, Dominic Archer let out a deep sigh.
President Williams, why do you need to do this? Can't you leave me a way out?
You've guessed correctly that my ambitions go far beyond Chicago, but I still need it as a stable base that I can keep coming back to. After all, I consider this city to be my home, Kevin explained frankly without changing his expression. I already gave you a way out, and if you had taken that opportunity, it would have allowed you to live a better life. But because you rejected my offer, you must now pay the price.
President Williams, you're forcing me to do this.
Dominic Archer suddenly took out the gun from his waist and pointed it directly at Kevin. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became incredibly tense as the two of them stared each other down. At the same time, Elijah and Yale Tanner bravely stepped in front of Kevin, as if to give a final warning to Dominic Archer not to do anything reckless. With all of his men outside the door, it was too late for Dominic Archer to back down and call for reinforcements.
Because he was unwilling to swallow his pride no matter what, he decided to commit one last act of defiance. And as he pulled the trigger, Kevin simply closed his eyes while Elijah Tanner swiftly protected him. Dominic Archer's fate was in the hands of Yale Tanner, who decisively finished him off. In the Huxley family's mansion in St. Louis, the study was still brightly lit even though it was already late at night. Virgil Huxley sat on his chair and browsed through the report in his hand. If Kevin had been there, he would definitely have found out that over the course of just a few days, Virgil Huxley seemed to have aged more than 10 years, with deep bags under his eyes, as well as bright white hair covering the top of his head.
Richard Swinton, Joseph Thompson. I've really underestimated the abilities of your two families.
Virgil Huxley rubbed his forehead tiredly. With the Thompson and Swinton families working together to thwart his plans, it had become extremely difficult for the Huxley family to keep holding on to their power, as both their resources and funds were shrinking rapidly by the day. Just as Virgil Huxley was going through the motions over his family's current situation, the window of the study suddenly opened. A second later, a shadowy figure quickly jumped inside.
Why are you here?
Virgil Huxley was stunned at first, then quickly stood up from his chair. He seemed to be at a loss for what to do next.
The Huxley family has been backed into a corner and is about to be crushed. As an ally, I naturally had to come and visit you.
The mysterious figure's tone would have made an ordinary person feel extremely uncomfortable.
With the Swinton and Thompson families joining forces, my family no longer has the strength and resources to reverse the situation,
Virgil Huxley admitted dejectedly.
As long as the Huxley family hasn't been completely destroyed, there's still some hope.
The mysterious figure reassured him.
This all starts and ends with Kevin Williams. As long as he dies, you'll have nothing to worry about. I've already sent some people to Chicago, and they'll make sure that he disappears without a trace.
The night passed by quickly. The next morning, the citizens of Chicago had just woken up from their sleep when they heard the shocking news. An intense battle had taken place at the Salix Leaf Hotel the night before, and witnesses had heard several gunshots. But no one knew the final outcome because the entire hotel had been placed into lockdown. However, those people with a bit of power knew a little bit more about the tragic situation. More than 100 people had died miserably from the clash. Moreover, there were also reports that Drake Cook had suddenly attacked Dominic Archer's forces, and in just a day's time he had already taken over a significant portion of the Archer's family's properties. Because of this, everyone could vaguely feel that something big was happening behind the scenes in Chicago.
Kevin, from the moment we met, I already guessed that you're definitely not as ordinary as you appear to be. As expected, you were hiding something from us.
Brett Stewart sat on the sofa and said with a loud laugh, "Brett, you're flattering me too much. Compared to you, this is just a small matter that isn't really worth your attention," Kevin answered as he poured a cup of coffee for Brett Stewart. Earlier that morning, Brett Stewart had brought 2 guards with him to Corwin Tower. Despite the surprise visit, Kevin didn't find it strange at all.
Dalton is really an elusive guy. It wasn't easy for me to come all the way to Chicago, but that brother of ours is still nowhere to be found. Is he deliberately hiding from me or something?
Brett mentioned casually. When Brett said that, Kevin's hand suddenly trembled ever so subtly as he poured his friend a cup of coffee. Dalton Steele was still in the Radiance's headquarters, and Kevin was keeping him there as the safest place for him to recover from his injuries. Dalton was injured a while back, so I asked someone to save him and send him to the Radiance's headquarters to recuperate, Kevin replied bluntly. He knew that Brett Stewart was just pretending not to know about this. As the Supreme Commander of the Myriads, it would be a piece of cake for him to investigate something as simple as this. As expected, after hearing these words, Brett Stewart gave Kevin a deep look and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
I was just joking around, Kevin. Of course I heard that Dalton was badly injured.
and the Williams family in New York was behind it. Brett Stewart took a sip of his coffee and said, "Kevin, I know that you were also ostracized from the Williams family, but since you're still related to them, I understand that it's a weird situation for you. Since you're like a brother to me, let me handle the problem. I promise I'll definitely seek justice for the both of you." Kevin was a little confused. He couldn't figure out what exactly Brett Stewart meant by this. At the same time, in the Williams family's mansion in New York, almost all the family elders were currently standing in the main hall. Thomas Williams, the family patriarch, was looking at Viola Garcia and Alan Baker with a proud smile on his face. The Williams family had joined the Myriads, and Thomas Williams had even offered to help set up one of their secret branches in New York City. Brett Stewart had paid Kevin a surprise visit at Corwin Tower. After briefly pretending not to know what had happened to Dalton Steele, Brett told Kevin that he knew that the Williams family was at fault for his friend's injuries, and since he was aware that Kevin had been expelled from the Williams family, Brett volunteered to handle the matter and seek justice for both of them. At the same time, in the Williams family's mansion, almost all of the family's elders were gathered in the main hall. Having previously joined the Myriads, Thomas Williams had a smile on his face as he looked at Viola Garcia and Alan Baker. While the Williams family had been discussing plans to set up a branch in New York, they told no one about their affiliation with the Myriads. However, the Myriads had never sent any of their higher-ups to New York, and now that two of their envoys had suddenly arrived so early in the morning, it was unknown whether the Williams family was fortunate or unlucky to be graced by their presence. "Thomas Williams, as the patriarch of the Williams family, do you realize what error you've committed?" Viola Garcia asked quietly. With her power base at the level 5 stage, she didn't really think much of the people in the Williams family. In fact, she thought they were just a bunch of ants who were unworthy of her time. Upon hearing this, Thomas Williams' entire body suddenly trembled.
I don't know. Please enlighten me, envoy."
"Do you really not realize what you and your family did wrong?" Viola's tone turned harsh. Along with her terrifying aura, the atmosphere in the entire hall became extremely tense. This was the difference between a true expert and a mere wannabe from the Williams family. While this was obviously the Williams family's territory, the aura that its family members collectively put out couldn't be compared to that of Viola Garcia and Alan Baker.
"I really didn't know what our family has done wrong. Please, tell me."
Thomas's body kept trembling. He seemed to be on the verge of having a breakdown. At the same time, Laura Williams's face had also turned pale. No matter how ambitious and outspoken she usually was, she didn't have the courage to speak this time. She didn't dare to offend these two people out of fear. "You guys are familiar with Dalton Steele, aren't you?" Viola looked at each of the Williams family members one by one.
"Yes, I do know him."
Thomas's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously thought that something bad was about to happen. "Not too long ago, the Steele family was attacked, and several of their members were captured and severely injured here in your mansion. Because of your collusion with the Union, the entire Steele family was humiliated. Now let me ask you again, do you really know who Dalton Steele is?" Viola asked him coldly. There was no need for her to mince words and play nice with the Williams family. After all, they weren't the only influential family in New York. If the Supreme Commander didn't want to keep them as members, he could just replace them with someone else. Thomas tried to answer as best as he could.
"The Steele family is based in Chicago.
Dalton Steele is the only person who was ever mentored by the previous Supreme Commander." Alan Baker forcefully interrupted Thomas before he could finish. "Although he hasn't officially entered the Myriads yet, his status in the organization is not something an ordinary member like you can compare with. Even the two of us have to be respectful when we see him, and we hold the rank of envoy."
Hearing Alan Baker's explanation, Thomas Williams started to shake again, so much so that he fell to his knees with a thud as sweat started dripping down from his forehead.
I absolutely didn't know anything about this. In fact, the truth is that it was actually the Union who forced us to take hostages into our homes. Because our family couldn't defeat the Union, we had no choice but to submit to them temporarily. Furthermore, they were the ones who humiliated the Steele family. No one in the Williams family ever participated in any of that,
Thomas replied hastily. With their family patriarch kneeling on the ground, how could the rest of the Williams family's members remain standing? They all quickly followed suit and knelt down with their heads bowed as well. Your family is really good at covering up your lies. On top of all that, Dalton Steele and the current Supreme Commander are also like brothers to one another. How dare you offend your superiors so blatantly? Viola shook her head in annoyance.
Tell me, how does your family want to die?
Alan didn't want to waste any more time talking nonsense with them. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the Blue Water Export Company, the monthly company meeting was currently being held. Ralph Hartman would often make a big deal out of it, which usually made the meetings very tense. But today, the atmosphere was somehow different. Ralph Hartman was continuously praising Lily nonstop. When the other employees realized that he'd been talking for almost 2 hours, they were all puzzled. However, there were some employees who were more discerning. The day before, both Sid and Lori Bramler's actions had seemed very unusual. And now Ralph Hartman's actions definitely proved one thing. Lily was definitely someone with serious connections. Why else would they act like this with her?
Everyone, look at how carefully this document was prepared. Clearly it was made by someone who's too overqualified to be stuck in the role of an ordinary employee. Therefore, I've decided to promote Lily to the position of manager of the project design department in order to create a brighter future for the company.
Ralph Hartman heaved a huge sigh of relief now that he'd figured out how to promote Lily openly.
I knew she'd be a great asset to the company after I interviewed her. I firmly agree with your decision.
Sid Bramler was the first to stand up and show his support. The night before, the two of them had spent a long time discussing the situation before they finally thought of this approach to deal with Kevin's order, that Lily had better not complain to him about her new job at the company. On that note, the 3-hour meeting finally ended, and the other employees couldn't help but secretly sigh in relief. Ralph Hartman had rambled on for hours before finally returning to what he said at the very beginning of the meeting. At the same time, Lily finally came back to her senses after being fawned over by her bosses. It was as if all of this was a dream.
Good luck in your new position, Director Williams,
one of the employees exclaimed. Director Williams, I'll be your assistant from now on. If you need anything, feel free to ask me for help. Her new assistant smiled at her.
Director Williams, I'm also a member of the project design department. With you in charge, I have nothing to be afraid of.
One of her teammates gushed. A large group of coworkers scrambled to speak as they all tried to make a good impression on Lily. Meanwhile, while staying behind in the meeting room, Ralph Hartman and Sid Bramler wiped the sweat off their foreheads at the same time.
We now have another problem in front of us. The KWTD Corporation has an upcoming project in Chicago, and I think our company can secure the winning bid for it, Sid said hesitantly. Such an important project should be discussed with the manager of the project design department, but Mrs. Williams... You're worried that she isn't capable enough, right?
Ralph read his thoughts at first glance.
Mrs. Williams may have a good family background, but this is an important business matter. But also, you and I are both very clear that if there's anything that makes her unhappy, she'll surely complain about it to Mr. Williams when she gets home.
Sid had a very unpleasant look on his face. While the two of them weren't necessarily afraid of Lily, they were worried that Kevin would punish them as soon as he found out that his wife had been wronged.
President Hartman, if we don't let Lily handle this, it could make it seem that we think she isn't good enough to be the project design department's manager, Sid added. Then I think we should let her give it a try, no matter what the outcome is.
After all, Mr. Williams owns the company now. As long as it doesn't affect our interests, that's fine with me. If she fails to win the bid for the project, we should just let him deal with it."
Ralph was quite satisfied with his decision. Although the company wasn't his anymore, he still wanted to prove to Kevin that Lily wasn't suited to handle important business matters. And if Kevin wanted the Blue Water Export Company to be managed well, he would have to entrust Ralph Hartman to do it rather than his wife. Back in Corwin Tower, Kevin and Brett Stewart were sitting on the sofa as they continued their chat. Then their conversation turned serious.
"Kevin, tell me the truth. Are you really the one who refines all the power pills for the Radiants?"
Although Brett Stewart already had a feeling this was true, he still wanted to hear Kevin admit it. "Brett, the two of us are like brothers, so I have nothing to hide from you. You're right. I'm definitely the one who refines all of the Radiance's power pills. However, it's up to the Chancellor to decide who the power pills are for," Kevin replied straightforwardly. When he heard this, Brett nodded his head in understanding. He didn't doubt Kevin's reply. Then he thought of another thing.
"Kevin, I know that you have plans to take control of Chicago, and I didn't come here to fight over it with you. But now that you've dealt with Dominic Archer, we must get rid of the Alliance next."
"Why?" Kevin asked a little anxiously. The Alliance wasn't an organization that could easily be destroyed. If they were to make a move against them, it might cause an all-out war between the two groups, and this would have severe consequences for everyone concerned. Brett suddenly became serious. He lowered his voice and said,
"I've received news that the Alliance has aligned itself with the Pinnacle."
"What?" Kevin widened his eyes and stood up from the sofa.
"I know it's surprising, but it's true. I've verified this information over and over."
Brett sighed. Obviously, he didn't want to believe that this was true either. As they continued to chat in Corwin Tower, Brett Stewart asked Kevin if he was the one who refined all the power pills for the Radiants, wanting to hear him admit it himself. Kevin did, but maintained that the Chancellor was in charge of deciding who would be given the pills. When he heard this, Brett nodded his head and then shifted the topic to talk about how they must get rid of the Alliance. Knowing that this wouldn't be an easy task and would have severe consequences, Brett revealed that the Alliance had aligned itself with the Pinnacle. Kevin was shocked to hear this news. In its current state, the Pinnacle was already very powerful. If more forces joined their side, the chances of the Foundation successfully defending the continent against their attempts to return would even be slimmer. After closing his eyes for a few moments, Kevin suddenly thought of something as he slowly raised his head and looked at Brett Stewart. The Myriads is also a big organization with many enemies in the Great Powers. Did you ever consider aligning yourself with the Pinnacle as well? Kevin asked him with a peculiar look on his face.
"You don't have to worry about that happening. While it's true that the Myriads don't see eye to eye with the top 10 schools and the rest of the others, you know I highly value the contents of the will that was left behind by Travis Adams. So I'll never do anything that would betray the Foundation. After all, there's no greater enemy than the Pinnacle at the moment."
Brett Stewart reassured him very honestly. "That's good, Brett. I just worry that there may be others within the Great Powers who are thinking of joining forces with the Pinnacle as well." Kevin sighed.
"I know what you mean, Kevin. Actually, the reason why I decided to temporarily abandon our headquarters was that we discovered a couple of rogue experts spying nearby on behalf of the Pinnacle. However, as soon as they were caught, they immediately killed themselves. And when I sent people to investigate the matter, the spies no longer had any surviving family members that we could use to gather more information."
Kevin was very concerned about this. According to what Stewart had just told him, the trail of clues that could lead to finding out the Pinnacle's plans had been abruptly cut off. Just how many experts and schools in total had switched sides and joined the Pinnacle? This was a very fatal problem. Without having a clear picture of what they were up against, it was like the Great Powers had poisonous snakes lurking in the shadows, ready to bite without warning.
"Kevin, you can't worry too much about this right now. While we can know for certain who our allies and enemies are within the Great Powers, we have to trust that there will always be a path of victory ahead for the Foundation. Besides, I believe that those who have decided to seek refuge in the Pinnacle must be in the minority. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to resort to using such underhanded methods. Brett seemed to have seen through Kevin's thoughts and comforted him gently. As Kevin nodded his head in understanding, a cold stream of air suddenly swept across his body, causing the hairs all over his body to stand up. "What's wrong?" Brett asked as he got up from the sofa. The entire penthouse became quiet as Kevin started looking around vigilantly. "I can sense someone's violent aura nearby. Prepare yourselves." Kevin called out to the Tanner brothers who were standing guard outside the door. However, when no one replied to him even after a few minutes, Kevin was puzzled. Given the strength of the Tanner brothers, it was obvious that something must have happened to them. "Something's not right," Brett Stewart urged Kevin to check on them. The two of them walked out of the hall one after the other, and when Brett opened the door, he and Kevin were shocked at what they saw. The 5 Tanner brothers, along with the 2 guards that Brett Stewart brought with him, had all fallen unconscious in the corridor. "Who's there? Come out if you have the guts to face us," Kevin shouted. However, he was met with silence, and no one showed himself in front of them. Brett Stewart's body tensed up as the spiritual energy in his body circulated at high speed. He slowly walked over to his guards and checked their condition. After that, he quickly checked the injuries of the Tanner brothers. "This is strange. There are no external injuries and no signs of fighting. Whoever did this must have attacked very quickly. Their attackers knocked them out almost all at the same time," Brett concluded with a worried expression. Kevin prudently pulled out the night dagger from his pocket as his body emitted a powerful aura. "May I know which experts have arrived to pay me a visit? Why don't you show yourselves? Let me greet my guests properly. You would be mistaken to think that I don't have any manners," Kevin said sternly. The result was still the same. No one answered him. A few more minutes passed. After they confirmed that there was no one around, Kevin and Brett decided to carry their men into the penthouse one after another. Just then, as the two of them were about to turn around, they heard a series of whooshing sounds as 9 knives suddenly flew through the air in their direction. Being able to react quickly, Kevin immediately threw Yale Tanner over to Brett Stewart. Then he turned around and released a wave of spiritual energy that protected his body. At the same time, he held the night dagger tightly in his hand. Less than a second later, Kevin managed to cut all the flying knives in half, making a crisp sound that echoed through the apartment. Immediately afterward, a dark green smoke started to fill the corridor. "Kevin, be careful!" Brett quickly waved his hand and released a wave of energy to protect Elijah Tanner and the others. "What's this green fog? It looks poisonous." Kevin's expression instantly became extremely uneasy. He quickly retreated and struck out with his palm at the same time. He tried to use his strength to create a gust of wind that would blow away the poisonous fog, but it had hardly any effect at all as the fog continued to approach them. "We must go inside quickly," Kevin shouted. Before the fog could penetrate into the penthouse, he had to make sure that everyone was inside before it reached the door. Kevin and Brett Stewart had already brought Yale Tanner and one of the 2 guards inside. However, they had to keep defending themselves against a continuous stream of flying knives that were aimed in their direction. As the entire corridor was about to be filled with the green fog, Kevin and Brett could barely see the faces of Elijah Tanner and the others anymore. "Brett, use your spiritual energy to keep creating gusts of wind with your palms. You must not let the knives and poisonous fog enter the penthouse," Kevin instructed as he held his breath and rushed out to save the other men. As soon as he found Elijah Tanner and the others amidst the green fog, he quickly patted their clothes before carrying each one of them into the penthouse. When all of their men were finally inside, Kevin called Brett to retreat quickly and he finally closed the door. By then, their clothes had almost been completely eaten away by the green fog. What a powerful poison! Brett's pupils suddenly widened. Until now, I've only heard about the scariness of the green snake poison, but I see that it's really potent and unusual. Kevin didn't have time to reply. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and circulated his spiritual energy around his body to quickly expel the poison that had invaded his body. When Brett saw this, he didn't say a word and followed suit. After 5 or 6 minutes, the floor that they were sitting on was covered with a layer of green dust. Brett, do you know which family or organization uses this kind of poison? A strong murderous intent burst out from Kevin's eyes. To be able to find his hiding place and knock out his men using such a terrifying poison while remaining undetected, whoever was behind this was definitely not just some common person. Brett Stewart narrowed his eyes. After thinking for a long time, he slowly raised his head and looked up at the ceiling. The legendary green snake poison is the most lethal poison known to the great powers, and there are probably just a handful of organizations that could potentially produce it, but halfway through his words, Brett Stewart suddenly realized something. Come to think of it, I remember being told that many years ago there was a certain organization in the Great Powers that used to be notorious for making that very poison. I can't remember what it was called, but one night, for some reason, its founding family suddenly left and vanished without a trace from the Great Powers. Rumor has it that they still have a relatively prominent presence in society among ordinary citizens, but without any evidence, no one can know for sure. Kevin tried to make him dig deeper and asked, "Then do you know what the name of that family is?" If I remember correctly, it was Zucker or something like that. Brett scratched his head and spoke slowly as he tried to recall. Does it ring any bells? Kevin's eyes widened when he heard this. Was this the same Zucker family that resided in St. Louis? He suddenly remembered that Catherine Swinton had been poisoned not long ago, and Frida Zucker had even paid her a visit at the hospital. Has something bad happened in St. Louis? Kevin thought to himself. He quickly took out his phone so he could call Richard Swinton, but he found that there was no signal. Someone must have installed a signal jammer nearby. Brett immediately determined the problem. It seems that there are still people lurking outside, and someone is deliberately trying to trap us inside this place. Kevin suddenly slammed his right fist on the table, instantly shattering it into pieces. In the Archer's family's mansion, Dominic Archer was lying unconscious on the bed while 2 doctors in white coats were busy treating his wounds. Gwen Archer hurriedly walked inside the room and asked, "How's my brother?" "Miss Archer," 5 or 6 big, burly men respectfully greeted her. The previous night, the Archer family had suffered heavy losses after a bloody encounter in the Salix Leaf Hotel. Not only were most of their men either killed or seriously injured, but Dominic Archer had been ruthlessly pushed out of the window by one of Kevin's men, all the way from the private room on the 8th floor. Fortunately, although Dominic Archer's power base wasn't that high, the fall wasn't enough to take his life, and he was able to survive, but just barely. "Don't worry, Miss Archer. We've managed to stabilize your brother's condition, so all his vitals are fine now," one of the doctors reported to her respectfully. "With Mr. Archer still in a coma, we'll just have to be patient and wait for him to wake up and recover from his injuries," the second doctor added. Both of them were doctors from the Archer family's private hospital, so Dominic was in good hands. In the Archer family's mansion, Dominic Archer was lying unconscious on his bed and being treated by 2 doctors. Despite having a low power base as a casual expert, he had enough strength to survive after being pushed out of the Salix Leaf Hotel's 8th floor window by Yale Tanner. However, most of his men were either killed or seriously injured in the brawl. When Gwen Archer hurried into the room to check on him, the doctors reassured her that while he remained in a coma, his condition had already stabilized, so they just had to patiently wait for him to wake up and recover from his injuries. Was my brother really injured because of Kevin? Gwen's eyes flashed with doubt. Yes, it's true, Miss Archer. We overheard their conversation while waiting outside the private room. Last night's dinner meeting was a huge failure, and Mr. Archer wound up disagreeing with Kevin. During our battle, more than 100 of our men died at the hands of Mr. Williams' 2 guards. The man's voice was trembling as he recalled the horrific events. He would never forget what happened that night. Then why are some of you still alive? Gwen asked with a sad face. My brother was seriously injured. Since you were there with him, why didn't you fight them to the death? Aren't you willing to sacrifice your lives for your boss? Facing Gwen Archer's questioning, the remaining survivors, who were some of Dominic's trusted aides, didn't know what to say. They could only silently lower their heads in embarrassment. Contact Kevin immediately. I want to meet him, Gwen ordered sharply as her violent aura instantly enveloped the entire room. Miss Archer, I advise you to not push through with your plan. The CEO of the Williams Company is very dangerous. It's too risky for you. One of the trusted aides tried to stop her. Please forgive me for sounding disrespectful, Miss Archer. We're only concerned about your safety. Right now, Drake Cook is also pressing us to make a move, so we should prioritize dealing with him first. With Mr. Archer unconscious, we need you to take charge of the situation. Another one added. Besides, Kevin is obviously the mastermind behind Drake Cook, and if we don't defend ourselves against their attacks soon, it won't be long before the Archer family's empire will collapse. Dominic's trusted aides kept begging her to listen to them. They ignored their plan and blocked the door. They were so afraid that something would happen to Gwen Archer if she left and went after Kevin. If that was the case, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape Dominic Archer's wrath as soon as he woke up and found out about it. In the Central Alternative Healing Academy's branch in Chicago, Paul Vaughn and Jeffrey Bowie were standing in front of the window, looking at the bustling and resplendent view of the city. After their battle in the forest with Kevin, Wayne Ford found it hard to explain his actions to the two of them. So he briefly agreed to take the people from the Central Alternative Healing Academy's headquarters with him before abruptly leaving. Last night's events were beyond our control. Now we can only rely on each other to continue pursuing the power pill formula for our schools. Paul Vaughn violently coughed a few times. He still needed some time to recover from the injuries he'd suffered because of Wayne Ford. No one would have thought that Wayne would be so bold. He even made us think that we were allies by coming up with this plan. But in the end, we wasted our time by trusting him. How dare he launch a sneak attack on us? Clearly, he was only using us to obtain the pill formula for himself. Jeffrey Bowie waved his arms in the air angrily. What's done is done. There's no need for us to hold a grudge against Wayne anymore. Besides, even if what you said was true, the Healing Art School has always been stronger than the other top schools, and our 2 schools can't resist them right now. Paul cautioned him. Even after our misunderstanding, we have to remain civil. It's best if we don't allow things to further deteriorate. Besides, the people from the Central Alternative Healing Academy's headquarters are staying with him now, so let's just focus our energies on getting our hands on the pill formula. At that moment, Paul Vaughn was feeling nervous. After the Central Alternative Healing Academy's strength had been greatly weakened by the Alliance's army, they'd fallen to the bottom rank of the top 10 schools. Because of this, the gap between them was starting to get to his head. If he didn't act on the situation soon, he was afraid that his school might be kicked out of the top 10 schools and replaced by another. And if that happened, the Central Alternative Healing Academy would truly become the laughingstock amongst the great powers. Paul Vaughn couldn't bear to imagine how humiliating that would be for him. So the pressure was on for him to find another solution to rebuild the strength of his school and save himself from embarrassment. Then what do you think we should do? Wasn't Kevin also seriously injured last night? In that case, it wouldn't be impossible for us to seize him by force, Jeffrey suggested. Although you're probably right about his current condition, He still has 5 powerful experts with him. Paul's words hit the nail on the head. I never thought that the Radiants would have such a strong foundation. They're all level 5 warriors. Within the Great Powers, anyone who was at least a level 5 expert could be considered to be quite powerful compared to everyone else. We can't just do nothing, can we? Jeffrey protested angrily. He still couldn't get over failing to hear the contents of the Power Pill's formula after being so close to obtaining it. He felt that he'd been outsmarted by Kevin, so it was hard to describe all his unpleasant emotions. There's always another way. Paul suddenly thought of something while trying to reassure Jeffrey. Actually, come to think of it, there is something that we can do, but I'm afraid that you might not be up for it. How come? What did you have in mind? Jeffrey asked him curiously. The 2 of us will have to avoid the eyes and ears of other schools. We must find Kevin and pay him a visit. Then we'll try our best to build a good relationship with him, Paul explained craftily. Knowing that Kevin wasn't alone and had the support of the entire Radiance behind him, this was the most acceptable approach Paul Vaughn could think of. He figured that what the Central Alternative Healing Academy needed the most wasn't actually the Power Pill's formula, but sufficient time for them to recuperate. So if they could become allies with the Radiants, he would no longer have to worry about this school losing its position as one of the top 10 schools. You mean to say that you want us to submit to Kevin like cowards? Jeffrey Bowie touched the back of his head in surprise. We aren't admitting defeat, Jeffrey. We're just making peace with each other. Besides, as long as we can establish a good relationship with Kevin, we don't have to worry about obtaining the pill formula anymore, as we should be able to get a steady supply of medicinal pills from him in the future. That way, raising the strength of both our schools will be as easy as pie. Paul patiently explained the plan that he'd come up with. After thinking about this for a few minutes, Jeffrey let out a long sigh and nodded seriously. All right, let's try it your way this time. I'll send someone to find Kevin immediately. After saying that, Jeffrey Bowie turned around and left. Paul had a proud look in his eyes as he thought about his solution. In the dean's office of the Healing Arts School, Harley Shepard was sitting on the sofa deep in thought. He'd been more worried since the previous night than at any time during the past 10 years combined. Wayne Ford gently waved his hand, gesturing for some members to leave the 2 of them alone. After that, he found someone to make arrangements for the people of the Central Alternative Healing Academy's headquarters. There was no lack of rooms to stay in at the Healing Arts School, so this wasn't an issue for him. Besides, he figured it was the least that he could do after losing his temper and causing a huge misunderstanding with Paul Vaughn. While the 3 of you managed to successfully lure Kevin by making him think that his wife and mother-in-law had been kidnapped, how could you fall for that kid's scheme to drive you apart? Harley Shepard asked quietly.
You can't blame Kevin. After all, none of the top 10 schools have proven to be trustworthy in his eyes. They all claim to be honest, but the truth is that they only care about their own interests.
Wayne Ford had a thorough understanding of the situation. Looks like this kid is quite smart, Harley acknowledged with praise in his eyes.
Do you think this is a good thing?
Wayne looked at him and sighed deeply. He stood up and walked to the window to look at the view of the city in the distance. When he, along with Paul Vaughn and Jeffrey Bowie, willingly engaged in a battle with Kevin just to obtain the Power Pills formula from him, it seemed like they didn't care about their status. But in truth, how many people had actually thought about doing the same thing before but just didn't dare to do it for one reason or another? So Wayne Ford knew that the news of what had happened in the forest would soon spread like wildfire to the other schools. Now that they'd opened up the possibility, this would surely give others the courage to try their luck. At the moment, Kevin was already treading on thin ice, and danger lurked in every corner. And part of the reason why Wayne wanted to obtain the Power Pills formula from Kevin himself was to protect him from these other parties. However, with his plan backfiring on him, it seemed that he had only increased the burden for Kevin. How many more people would attempt to find Kevin now? And how much more ruthless were they going to be just to satisfy their selfish interests?
Should we send some people to secretly keep an eye on him?
Harley suggested.
With that kid's current power base, how many people could keep an eye on him without being detected?
Wayne remarked regretfully.
The golden pill has improved his senses beyond the limits of even someone as powerful as you and me.
Actually, if it wasn't for the Night King endorsing Kevin as our only hope in the fight against the Pinnacle, I wouldn't have had second thoughts about helping you and the others obtain the power pill formula.
Harley sighed.
It's a pity.
Wayne wanted to say something but stopped himself. This made Harley frown.
What do you mean?
Harley asked, puzzled by his comment.
The relationship between the top 10 schools is worsening day by day because of Kevin. Previously, we'd already cut ties with Renee Silver while Stephen Walker chose to distance himself from us. And now I've been gravely misunderstood by both Jeffrey Bowie and Paul Vaughn.
Wayne looked up at the sky outside the window. His old face was full of fatigue.
The war against Pinnacle hasn't even started yet, but our ship is already taking on water. Is there any hope left for us?
Why don't I go and have a good talk with the kid?
Harley stopped halfway through a sentence. Deep down, even he knew that it was impossible to succeed. At the end of the day, only Kevin could decide whether he would be willing to cooperate with them or not. Back in Corwin Tower, Brett Stewart had remained relatively calm despite their desperate situation. However, Kevin was getting quite anxious. After spending an hour in the study, Kevin was able to refine some poison resistance pills using the exact recipe that he'd found in his collection of books on herbalism. And after giving them to Elijah Tanner and the others, he started pacing back and forth as he waited for the pill's effect to kick in. But so far, there were still no changes.
Kevin, don't be so anxious. We'll eventually be able to find a way to solve this problem. You just have to be a bit more patient. After all, what you've refined isn't some miracle pill, so it's impossible for them to be cured of the poison immediately after taking it.
Brett comforted him and gave him a couple of pats on the shoulder.
Brett, I can't afford to take my time. You're the Supreme Commander of the Myriads. I'm sure many of your subordinates know that you've come to my place today, right? If they don't hear from you soon, I'm sure the rest of the Myriads will think that I've done something to harm you.
Kevin explained with a solemn expression. Besides, if the two of us are really trapped, how many people who harbor evil intentions against you or me will rush over to attack us as soon as they learn about this? So we should exhaust all our efforts to get out of here as soon as possible.
That makes sense.
Brett nodded in agreement. Kevin had refined some poison resistance pills for the Tanner brothers and Brett's guards, but after some time they were all still unconscious. Kevin became worried that if he and Brett remained trapped inside his apartment for too long, the Myriads would misunderstand and think that there was an internal conflict between the two of them. On top of that, this also left them vulnerable to attack from anyone who was interested in obtaining the Power Pill's formula. Kevin's words had very serious implications. While the Supreme Commander and the Deputy Leader of the Myriads had both been attacked, those who didn't know the inside story might wrongly conclude that there was an internal conflict in the Myriads. Based on that assumption, anyone who was quick to judge would suspect Kevin of trying to seize power and rebel against Brett Stewart. Moreover, anyone interested in obtaining the Power Pill's formula would see this as an opportunity to take advantage of Kevin's vulnerable position and strike. With all of their men still unconscious, would Kevin and Brett be able to withstand multiple forces attacking them at the same time?
But at the same time, we can't afford to make any reckless decisions.
Brett looked out the window. His face was also full of seriousness.
If they don't wake up soon, there might not be another way.
Kevin kept turning to check on their men.
If the poison resistance pill doesn't work,
How else can we cure them of the green snake poison? Kevin began to scratch his head as he tried his best to think of an alternative solution. As Kevin continued to pace back and forth, he kept murmuring ideas to himself as Brett Stewart helplessly looked on. Suddenly, he thought of something very important. There were many herbs that he'd previously harvested from the Alliance's headquarters. Forgetting to keep them in his study, he remembered storing them somewhere else in the apartment. The green snake poison was no ordinary poison. As the most lethal kind known to the Great Powers, it was very potent and debilitating. And since the Tanner brothers and Brett Stewart's guards had been exposed to it for a long period of time, he had to come up with a concoction of herbs with strong medicinal properties in order to counter the poison's venomous effects. Brett, just hang in there for a while. I have to go upstairs to look for something. After saying this, Kevin quickly ran to the second floor of the apartment. This wasn't just a question of their own survival, but also the stability of both the Myriads and the Radiants. Time was of the essence, and they couldn't make any mistakes. Meanwhile, inside the Williams family's mansion in New York, Thomas Williams and several of the family's elders were still kneeling on the floor in the main hall. At the same time, Viola Garcia and Alan Baker were sitting comfortably in armchairs and drinking coffee, without paying any attention to the scene in front of them. "Have you made up your mind yet, Thomas? How do you want to die?" There was a cruel smile on Viola Garcia's face as if she was talking about something funny.
Envoy, is there really no room for negotiation?
Thomas Williams buried his head deep into the ground with sweat dripping down his forehead.
It seems like the Williams family is still unfamiliar with the rules of the Myriads.
Alan Baker put down his cup of coffee and stood up with his hands behind his back.
Those who have offended their superiors are guilty of committing serious crimes against the organization. Consequently, the Supreme Commander considers death to be the only acceptable form of punishment.
Alan snidely looked at the members of the Williams family who were at their mercy and growled.
But there's really one thing that we need to know right now. Perhaps we can give your family an opportunity to atone for your crime and redeem yourselves in the Supreme Commander's eyes. I wonder if you're willing to accept this offer.
Yes, Envoy. We'll do anything to make it up to the Supreme Commander. Please let us know what we can do.
Thomas uttered quickly. After all, who would pass up a chance to live? I heard that the Union stayed in your mansion for a considerable amount of time, so you should have a good relationship with them, right? Viola asked carefully. The Supreme Commander has already declared that he wants to attack the Union. However, he still lacks a spy that could gather information for him in secret. So I wonder if the Williams family is willing to play such a role. Thomas Williams became very anxious when he heard her offer, and the faces of the other Williams family members changed as well. They knew that it wasn't easy to be a spy. Caught in between an imminent battle between these two organizations, it might really just be a matter of time before the entire Williams family would be destroyed by one of them.
Thomas, are you willing to do it or not?
Alan looked down at him from above.
If you agree to our offer, the Williams family will serve as the #1 catalyst to the destruction of the Union. Now, the Supreme Commander is a man who clearly knows the difference between kindness and hatred. So if we succeed thanks to your contributions, your family shall be rewarded handsomely when the time comes.
Without waiting for Thomas Williams' reply, Viola immediately added, On the other hand, if you refuse to help the Myriads, the two of us will have no choice but to annihilate your entire family right now. Both of them had made themselves very clear. The offer was pretty much one-sided, given Alan Baker's enticement and Viola Garcia's threat. As the Williams family's patriarch, did Thomas Williams really have much of a choice?
I'm willing to become your spy.
Thomas braced himself and gritted his teeth as he reluctantly agreed. As Laura Williams knelt on the floor silently, she painfully closed her eyes when she heard her husband's decision. In the Radiance's branch in St. Louis, Dylan Hill was listening to his subordinates, who were updating him on the current situation.
Sir, the Huxley family is in a precarious position right now. Given that the Radiance has very few enemies left in St. Louis, why don't we take advantage of the support of the Thompson and Swinton families and finish off the Huxley family in one fell swoop? One of his assistants reported respectfully. A thought occurred to Dylan as he wondered when Kevin would return. This matter is of great importance. I think it's better to report this to the Chancellor to let him make the decision. Just then, another subordinate ran over quickly and announced, "Sir, I just received news that the Huxley family has hired a lot of powerful experts to go to Chicago. It's very likely that they have plans to harm Mr. Williams." What? How long has it been since they left? Why did you only come to report this now? Dylan quickly stood up from the sofa. "I'm sorry, sir, I only heard about this matter just now. And according to my calculations, the Huxley family's hired experts should already have arrived in Chicago by now." The messenger lowered his head in shame. Dylan Hill took a deep breath and waved his hand to signal the two aides to leave him alone. After that, he immediately took out his phone and called Spencer's number. After learning about this matter, the members who were at the Radiance's headquarters started to mobilize. A large number of their experts secretly infiltrated Detroit and Chicago, while Spencer personally brought some people with him to St. Louis. Back in Corwin Tower, the rest of the day passed by quickly. The next morning, with the sun shining brightly through the windows, the door of the study finally reopened. When Kevin emerged, his clothes were torn and tattered, his hair was messy, and his face was covered in ash. Despite this, he happily ran downstairs. Elijah Tanner and the others had only woken up 2 hours before. Since then, they'd been staying on the first floor using their own spiritual energy to protect the doors and windows, to make sure that the green snake poison wouldn't drift inside the apartment. However, while the poison resistance pills had helped them regain their consciousness and some of their strength, they were still feeling some residual effects from inhaling so much of the venomous poison. "I finally got it." Kevin ran down the stairs so quickly that he almost tripped and fell on the floor. Seeing his disheveled appearance, Elijah Tanner and his brothers reflexively took a step back. At the same time, the two guards from the Myriads hurriedly moved to protect Brett Stewart. "Kevin, is that you? What the hell happened to you up there? Why are you such a mess?" Even Brett Stewart couldn't help but be surprised at his appearance. "Mr. Williams, are you all right?" Elijah Tanner asked with a strange expression as he furrowed his brows. Actually, none of them could be blamed for having such a bewildered reaction. After all, Kevin was almost unrecognizable, looking no different from someone who had just escaped after being trapped for weeks inside a coal mine. "Of course, I'm fine." Kevin smiled as he placed a few pills on the table. "Let's take one poison immunity pill each. After taking them, we can finally leave this apartment and go outside." "Go outside? Mr. Williams, what do you mean?" Yale Tanner's eyes widened. "I hope you were just joking, Mr. Williams. Although we're practically trapped here right now, we're not crazy enough to senselessly kill ourselves out there." Sage Tanner waved his arms in the air. "Mr. Williams, why don't you give your plan some more thought? Don't do anything reckless." Tyson Tanner cautioned him. "Mr. Williams, did you work all night on these pills just to try and get poisoned again?" Felix Tanner scratched his head. Elijah Tanner and the others had their doubts as they discussed whether or not to try the pills. As for the two guards from the Myriads, they were simply staring at Kevin as if they were looking at a fool. "Why don't any of you believe that these poison immunity pills will work? It took me a lot of effort to concoct these medicinal pills, and I made several attempts before I was able to finally produce a successful batch. These will not only cure us of any residual effects from yesterday's exposure, but they'll also give us complete immunity against the green snake poison altogether." Kevin tried to convince them that he knew what he was doing.
In order to concoct these medicinal pills, Kevin had tried and failed several times. Knowing that their survival was at stake, he didn't give up no matter how difficult it was to come up with the perfect concoction. Fortunately, he discovered it in time. Otherwise, now that Corwin Tower had been compromised, it wouldn't have been easy for them to stay alive inside his apartment for much longer.
It's not that I don't believe you, but how are you sure that your pills won't kill us? Didn't you come up with your own recipe for them?
Brett looked at the table with a strange expression and pointed at the shiny black pills that Kevin had made for them. Don't worry, I'm sure we won't die from taking them. But if any of you do actually die, then you can come and complain to me about it later, Kevin promised them sarcastically. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be puzzled. They silently thought to themselves, how can we find you if we're already dead? Don't tell me that we'll haunt you in your sleep like ghosts. In the end, although Brett Stewart and the others were unwilling, none of them wanted to offend Kevin, so they all begrudgingly took the poison immunity pills at the same time and hoped for the best. Then Kevin opened the door and led the way as everyone left his apartment. 2 hours later, Kevin and the others finally managed to exit the main entrance of the building. When they got to the sidewalk, they discovered that the entire Corwin Tower was covered in green smoke.
It seems that poisonous fog isn't about to disperse anytime soon. On the contrary, it's getting thicker and thicker.
A light flashed in Brett Stewart's eyes as if he had realized something.
The building is covered by some kind of semi-invisible barrier. It's trapping all the fog inside of it,
Elijah Tanner noted as he touched the transparent wall. Even the most technological advanced barriers have a weakness that we can exploit, Yale Tanner said as he tried to think of a solution. Find it, Kevin ordered them, and everyone immediately started looking. Meanwhile, at the Salix Leaf Complex, Dorothy had just woken up when she heard the doorbell ringing.
Who is it? What are you doing at my home so early in the morning?
When she went downstairs and opened the door, she was stunned when she saw Paul Vaughn and Jeffrey Bowie standing side by side in the doorway. Both of them were holding a huge number of gifts in their hands.
Long time no see, Mrs. Jones. We're sorry for offending you the last time we saw each other. In order to make up for it, the two of us brought something special for you today as an apology.
Paul Vaughn greeted her with a smile.
What are the two of you doing here?
Dorothy had yet to recover from her shock.
He told you that we're here to apologize. Why don't you understand what he said? Is there something wrong with your hearing?
Jeffrey Bowie's expression changed slightly as he scolded her. Just as he finished speaking, Paul Vaughn casually nudged him with his elbow.
Mrs. Jones, please don't take offense at my brother. He's just too cranky and frank sometimes, so his words can be a little unpleasant to hear. Please don't take anything he said to heart.
Paul was much more polite than Jeffrey as he tried to quickly smooth things out between them.
You mean you're really here to apologize to me?
Dorothy was stunned for a moment, then she immediately came back to her senses. Her face was suddenly full of smiles as she looked at all the gifts that they were carrying.
Of course.
Paul gently raised his hands.
We even brought you some gifts as a peace offering. I hope you can accept them, Mrs. Jones.
At the Salix Leaf Complex, Dorothy had just woken up when she heard the doorbell ringing. When she opened the door, she was stunned to see Paul Vaughn and Jeffrey Bowie waiting outside. Paul then explained that the two of them had come over to apologize for offending her the last time they saw her. At first, Dorothy was too shocked to absorb what was happening, so Jeffrey began to impatiently scold her before Paul stepped in to break the tension. Once Dorothy regained her senses, her face was suddenly full of smiles upon noticing all the gifts that they'd brought for her as a peace offering.
Come inside. Dorothy immediately forgot everything that had previously happened between them. The two of you came so early in the morning. I'm assuming neither of you has eaten breakfast yet, right? Dorothy then pointed them over to the sofa in the living room. You guys can have a seat. I'll go make some coffee for both of you.
That's okay, Mrs. Jones. There's no need for you to do all that.
Paul Vaughn tried to stop her. Nonsense! After all, you've come all the way here just to see me. The least I can do is to make my guests feel welcome. Dorothy's mouth couldn't contain her laughter as she fumbled around the kitchen to bring out the most expensive coffee and food that she had. Anyway, what gifts did you bring for me? Dorothy knew that Paul Vaughn and Jeffrey Bowie were both deans from the top 10 schools. As such, they were definitely not short of money. Because of this, she expected that the gifts they brought weren't just ordinary and inexpensive items. Seeing Dorothy in such a state, Paul Vaughn and Jeffrey Bowie looked at each other at the same time. It seemed that the information they gathered about her was correct. Kevin's mother-in-law was a person who loved money as much as her life.
About that, Mrs. Jones, may I ask if Kevin is home?
Paul asked impatiently. That piece of trash hasn't returned for a long time. Why do you care about him? Didn't you come here to see me? Dorothy replied without even raising her head. By now, she couldn't take her eyes off the gifts.
Since Kevin isn't home, we don't want to disturb you. We'll just come back to see you another day.
Paul stood up with a smile.
When he returns, you must inform us immediately.
Paul Vaughn put his business card on the table.
Don't worry, Mrs. Jones. We'll reward you handsomely when the time comes.
I can tell that you really know how to apologize to a woman. Dorothy almost laughed out loud. Then she opened one of the gift boxes and was instantly excited by the gold bracelet inside. Oh, this is lovely. No matter what Paul Vaughn was saying, she was too distracted to listen. Jeffrey Bowie took advantage of the opportunity and quickly attached a tiny listening device under the coffee table. The Tanner brothers threw 5 or 6 people off of the rooftop of Corwin Tower, causing them to instantly fall to their deaths. Kevin's face darkened as he stepped on a man's chest and asked, "Did you see what just happened to them? I'll give you one last chance to save yourself. Tell me who sent you here." About 10 minutes earlier, they found the weak point of the semi-invisible barrier. Then they traced the trail of the green snake poison to see where it was coming from and discovered 7 assassins in a hiding place. They were subsequently beaten up then by the Tanner brothers and taken up to the rooftop of Corwin Tower for questioning. "Don't try my patience," Kevin said callously. "Otherwise you'll die a horrible death like your fellow assassins." The man's lips moved slightly. When Brett Stewart saw this, he quickly reached out with his hand and grabbed the man's jaw. Then he pulled out a green tooth from the man's mouth.
"Planning to poison yourself, were you? You won't get off that easily."
Brett tossed the poisonous tooth over his shoulder. "Speak up," Kevin growled as he exerted a little more force on the man's chest. The man seemed to be unable to withstand Kevin's strength and spat out a mouthful of blood.
"Kevin, don't bother. There's no need for you to do anything to him."
Brett shook his head and sighed. "What do you mean?" Kevin asked in confusion.
"This group of men has been trained to sacrifice themselves for their leader. You can tell from their ability to conceal poison. If they fail their mission, they must swiftly end their own lives. That means that this man is already prepared to die at all costs, so you won't be able to get anything out of him."
Brett acknowledged with regret.
"However, it seems that whoever is behind this really wants us to die."
Kevin stomped on the man's chest forcefully. The pressure was so great that the man's chest caved in, rendering him unconscious.
"Kevin, I plan to stay in Chicago for a while. We'll meet again soon."
Brett patted Kevin's shoulder and added,
"Also, the Pinnacle will inevitably come back here sooner or later, so we have to prepare ourselves accordingly."
After saying this, Brett Stewart quickly left.
As Kevin thought about what Brett had said, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Things were becoming a mess, and the whole situation was even more complicated than he'd ever imagined. The Alliance had already rebelled against the Great Powers to join forces with the Pinnacle. On the other hand, the Myriads had temporarily abandoned their headquarters and already mobilized their forces across Chicago and Detroit to defend the city as part of the Foundation advance team. At the same time, the top 10 schools had also gathered their forces in Chicago for the upcoming war. Under the calm surface of the waters, undercurrents had started to surge, and in just a few days, an all-out war between the forces of good and evil was set to begin. Where did this leave Kevin? He had to carefully consider his next move. Seems like I have a lot of planning to do. Kevin sighed deeply and thought to himself. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Miss Wilson calling. When Kevin accepted the call, Miss Wilson was the first to speak. President Williams, Gwen Archer is looking for you here. She's currently in your office. Okay, I got it. Tell her that she doesn't need to wait for me at the Williams Company. Tonight we'll meet at 10 o'clock in the Salix Leaf Hotel. Kevin hung up the phone and put it back in his pocket. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the scenery in the distance. His face gradually became more and more serious. In the Huxley family's mansion in St. Louis, Spencer suddenly kicked the door open and walked in aggressively with a group of men. Although the Huxley family's guards had some combat training, they were used to living a comfortable life in the mansion. So even if they did try to fight back, how could they be a match for the experts from the Radiance?
Who are you?
Virgil Huxley shouted under the support of several guards and family members.
How dare you trespass into my family's mansion without permission?
You really are quite arrogant. You must be Virgil Huxley, the current patriarch of the Huxley family, right? Spencer waved the cold blade in his hand and took a few steps forward.
And who the hell are you?
Virgil's chest heaved up and down violently. His face was as gloomy as the weather before a storm. At the moment, he wasn't the only one who was angry. The rest of the members of the Huxley family were also furious. After all, their family had dominated St. Louis for so many years. When had they ever suffered this kind of injustice? Now that someone had rudely barged in through their door in broad daylight, how would the Huxley family continue to maintain their foothold in St. Louis in the future if news of this got out? It doesn't matter who we are. The main purpose of our visit today is to seek justice from the Huxley family's patriarch. I wonder if you still remember the matter of sending some men to Chicago? Spencer asked angrily. Virgil Huxley's facial expression changed completely when he heard this. In an instant, his face turned pale. He was the only one who knew about this matter in the Huxley family. So how did these people find out?
Could it be that someone leaked the information?
Virgil thought with uncertainty in his heart. Do you remember now, Mr. Huxley? Don't tell me you forgot about the matter because you've already done this to so many people. The murderous intent in Spencer's body became stronger along with his words. The violent aura that his body was emitting was enough to make all the people of the Huxley family tremble in fear.
You're just slandering me. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Virgil Huxley was trembling slightly as well. However, after so many years of experience dealing with enemies in the business world, he was able to hide his emotions relatively well. Although his power base wasn't as high as Spencer's, he still considered himself to be a master in scheming and manipulation. You really don't know, or are you just playing dumb? Spencer sniffed and said. Regardless of whether you admit it or not, your family will pay for what you've done, and they'll pay with their blood. After that, Spencer didn't want to waste any more time with him. He turned his wrist slightly, and a piercing cold light burst out from his blade. When they saw this, the members of the Radiance who were standing behind him understood what he meant, and they all rushed forward. In an undisclosed location, there were dozens of structures that had been built near a huge waterfall that flowed down from the top of a mountain. This place was the Union's headquarters. Halfway up the mountain, Renee Silver stood with her hands behind her back. As she looked out at the beautiful scenery, her eyes were filled with complex emotions that couldn't be described with words. "Why are you so anxious and restless? What are you worried about?" Vivian Myers slowly walked over from a distance. "Are you still thinking about the Williams family?" "Enchantress, you might not know this, but before he passed away, I promised Randall Williams that I would fulfill his dying wish and kill that thief Kevin for him. But now..." Renee Silver let out a long sigh. Kevin's power base kept exponentially increasing with every encounter, and he'd even established a connection with the Radiants. Because of that, it was definitely easier said than done for Renee Silver to deal with him. In her heart, this small favor eventually turned into a huge problem, and it would only get bigger and more impossible if she didn't find a way to get rid of him soon. Vivian glanced at her and asked, "Do you really want to take Kevin's life?" At the Union's headquarters, Renee Silver had a restless and complicated look in her eyes. Seeing this, Vivian Myers asked whether she was still thinking about the Williams family, and Renee sighed. Then she shared with Vivian that Randall Williams' dying wish was for her to kill Kevin Williams, which was a small favor that had turned into a huge problem for her given his increasing strength. In light of this, Vivian asked her if she really wanted to take Kevin's life. Renee Silver was stunned for a moment before she quickly came back to her senses and gave Vivian Myers a puzzled look. Although they were both from the Union, the two of them had very different responsibilities. As the Union's director, Renee Silver was in charge of managing the organization's day-to-day affairs and was based in the city more often. On the other hand, as the Union's enchantress, Vivian Myers helped to oversee the organization's overall plans and was usually based at the headquarters. Still, Vivian Myers had also been the Union's director for many years in the past. Because of that, her experience and seniority over Renee Silver were also reflected in the difference in their power base. After seriously mulling over the question for a while, Renee Silver nodded heavily and clenched her fists tightly together. "Randall Williams was a dear friend of mine. Since I already promised him that I would kill Kevin for him, I must keep my word and dedicate the rest of my life to fulfilling his dying wish." After hearing her answer, Vivian Myers suddenly sighed and shook her head. There was a strong sense of pity in her eyes. "I'm sorry, but I can't let you do this. Instead, you have to cut your ties with the Williams family." Vivian Myers spoke emotionally, but her expression didn't change much. Renee immediately became anxious and quickly asked, "Why?" "I don't need to give you a reason. This was a direct order given by the Grand Empress after she came out of seclusion and found out about your activities in Chicago and New York." Vivian replied in a flat tone. "The Grand Empress really said that?" Renee was completely stunned and felt extremely shocked to hear this. The Grand Empress of the Union was a distinguished figure whose reputation within the great powers could be compared with that of Wayne Ford. An extremely mysterious figure, very few people within the organization had actually seen her with their own eyes. And even after staying in the Union for so many years, even Renee Silver had only seen her 3 times. And since the Grand Empress was usually in seclusion, she hadn't asked or interfered with the matters of the organization for many years. Renee was very nervous as she asked, "Does the Grand Empress know about Kevin?" "I don't know, but since the Grand Empress said that you can't lay a finger on him, you must abide by her order. Otherwise, if you resist, you'll be expelled not just from your position as director, but from the Union altogether."
Vivian's expression gradually became serious. I can't believe this. This is unacceptable. Renee shook her head boldly in defiance. It can't be like this. Kevin is such a despicable scum. Why does he deserve to be spared and favored by the Grand Empress? Is it because he's in possession of the Power Pills formula? The Grand Empress's thoughts cannot be rashly guessed. She only told me that it wasn't easy for the Union to achieve its status today, taking generations' worth of hard work from our predecessors. And if you act impulsively, you could destroy the entire foundation that the Union was built upon. Vivian spoke in a solemn tone. If you know what's best for you, I advise you to stand down and put the Union's interests above your own. Vivian Meyer's words were like a sudden clap of thunder in the clear blue sky that rang in Renee Silver's ears, followed by a bolt of lightning that struck her right in the heart. Back in Corwin Tower, the Tanner brothers were already asleep after carrying out the exhausting task of destroying the semi-invisible barrier and making sure that all traces of the green snake poison had dispersed out of the building. Just then, the elusive Night King once again appeared and went to find Kevin. As the two of them sat on the sofa in the main hall and looked at each other, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Kevin pointed at Elijah Tanner and the others, who were sleeping soundly, and asked, "What are you doing here, Night King? They might wake up if they hear you." "I should ask you the same question. Do you know what you're doing?" The Night King's expression was extremely serious. His tone of voice was filled with anger. "Me?" Kevin was puzzled. "Did I do something wrong? Do you think you're so powerful now that you don't need my guidance anymore? How dare you mess around with the Herbalist Society and the Morris family? On top of that, how could you agree to join the Reaper Squad without my permission?" The Night King was very familiar with Kevin's activities and recalled everything that had happened to him since their last encounter. "Have you been spying on me?" Kevin was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. "Kevin, if it wasn't for me, you would have been long dead by now. Don't you remember how many times I've saved your life?" The Night King scolded with a stern voice. "That being said, you better listen to me. Pull all of your forces out of St. Louis immediately. Don't turn your focus away from the center of gravity. If you want to increase your strength and that of the Radiants, do it in Chicago." Kevin was speechless when he heard this. His lips started to move, but he didn't say a word. At that moment, his heart was filled with a doubt. While Chicago was the bigger city in terms of size and population, the opportunities for him there versus St. Louis were like comparing a small lake to a vast ocean. Moreover, why did the Night King say that Chicago was the center of gravity? Even if he managed to take over Chicago and have the entire city under his control, how long would it last? Once the Pinnacle broke through the continent and launched an attack there, all of his hard work could be wiped out in an instant. Kevin braced himself and asked, "Why do I have to do this? I need an answer." "What right do you have to question your mentor? The things I've given to you, as well as to your family and friends, have made all of your lives better so far. Isn't that enough? Anyway, your current power base still isn't enough, so you only have two choices right now. Either you do as I say or you don't." The anger in the Night King's tone became more and more obvious. There was a possibility that he would lash out at any moment. However, it was because of what he said about his strength that Kevin began to have even more doubts. Because of this, he urgently wanted to find out everything that the Night King was hiding from him. Was his current power base really that low? Kevin was very confident that if he unleashed his full strength, Paul Vaughn and the other leaders of the top 10 schools wouldn't be able to defeat him, even if they all attacked him together. "What if I refuse to do as you say?" Kevin asked hesitantly.
Then I'll break your legs and take away all your strength. After that, I'll destroy the Radiants and annihilate the Swinton family," the Night King said with a straight face, as if he was casually talking about some simple matter. "Never get involved in any fight that you can't handle. You may be my student, Kevin, but don't you dare test my patience. You don't want to feel my wrath." "I can promise you that I won't participate in the affairs down in St. Louis for now. However, I won't withdraw the Radiance from there." Kevin tried to bargain as he fought for his last glimmer of hope to keep a foundation in St. Louis. After all, it hadn't been easy for him to get things in St. Louis to the state that they were in today. Consequently, he definitely couldn't give up everything that he'd worked hard for just like that. "This can be allowed, but you must prioritize protecting Chicago against the Pinnacle. Make sure that the Radiance gains a firm foothold here in the shortest time possible. Remember, you don't have much time left," the Night King said sternly once again. In the KWTD Corporation Chicago branch, Lily was sitting inside an office. She kept double-checking all the documents in front of her, afraid that there would be some errors that she had overlooked. Today, she was representing the Blue Water Export Company in hopes of securing the winning bid for the KWTD Corporation's upcoming project and getting their representatives to sign the contract. The amount of money involved in the project was quite large, so the Blue Water Export Company's success was riding on Lily. For that reason, she couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise, if she failed, she wouldn't be able to face her bosses and coworkers. At 11 o'clock sharp, the office door was pushed open as Tyler Dawn walked in quickly with two other people. As soon as they entered, the 5 people who had come to represent the Blue Water Export Company, along with Lily, all stood up almost immediately. They weren't expecting that the potential partnership would make the man at the top of the company ladder, Tyler Dawn, show up in person. "I'm sorry I made my sister-in-law wait for such a long time. It's all my secretary's fault for informing me late that you were coming here. But don't worry, it won't happen again in the future because I've already fired her." Tyler Dawn laughed as he walked up to Lily and enthusiastically shook hands with her. "Sister-in-law?" The way he addressed her shocked his two colleagues from the KWTD Corporation. They would never have thought that the person they were meeting had such a close relationship with him. "Sister-in-law? Mr. Dawn? Could I have misheard you? Perhaps you've mistaken me for someone else." Lily stammered as she tried to react. Although they'd already met twice before in the Jones family's mansion, she couldn't think of any other connection between them at all. "Sister-in-law, how could there be a misunderstanding? But regarding the matter of making you wait for so long, please don't tell Mr. Williams about it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to show myself to him." As Tyler spoke, he took out his pen. Even before hearing their pitch, he signed his name on the contract in a very flamboyant manner. For the rest of the meeting, he didn't have a single criticism of Lily's project proposal and was only curious to find out more. Originally, the other Blue Water Export Company's representatives had already carefully prepared a large number of excuses to give to Ralph Hartman on why they failed to land the project. But now it seemed that they had no reason to doubt their chances, especially with the way Tyler Dawn addressed Lily as his sister-in-law throughout the meeting. After half an hour, Tyler Dawn personally walked Lily and her colleagues out of the KWTD Corporation's main entrance. "Wow, Mrs. Williams, I didn't think you would have such a close relationship with Tyler Dawn," one of her team members exclaimed. "He's quite an influential figure in the business world." "Mrs. Williams, I really admire you. From now on, please be my work mentor so that I can have a career like yours someday," another one praised her. While her co-workers from the Blue Water Export Company continued to excitedly celebrate their successful meeting, Lily didn't feel the slightest bit of pleasure or pride. This was because she knew that Tyler Dawn had only agreed to do the project with them because of Kevin. Just as she and her coworkers turned around to leave, a group of people suddenly blocked their way. They were led by none other than Emma Larson.
Lily, are you also here to pitch your company's project proposal? Did they even let you in the door? Emma Larson spoke in a childish tone as soon as she came face to face with Lily. She even deliberately lifted her chin and sneered at Lily and the others with a look of contempt. In the KWTD Corporation Chicago branch, Tyler Dawn apologized to Lily for making her wait, addressing her as his sister-in-law. This shocked everyone in the room, including Lily. Tyler then asked her not to tell Kevin about this. Without even taking the time to hear Lily's proposal, he quickly signed the contract to award the project to the Blue Water Export Company. Listening to all the praise from her coworkers after the meeting, Lily knew deep down that Tyler had only agreed to the partnership due to Kevin. Just as they were about to leave, a group led by Emma Larson suddenly blocked their way and started mocking her childishly and contemptuously. "Emma Larson, what are you doing here?" Lily asked in surprise. When Lily first came to the Blue Water Export Company for her interview, there were actually more than a dozen other people who had been interviewed one after another before her. But in the end, she was the only one who ended up being hired. Lily still didn't know why. "What else would I be doing here? Of course I'm representing our company to discuss a partnership with the KWTD Corporation. You guys probably can't even get through the company's door, am I right?" Emma crossed her arms in front of her chest and bragged. After leaving Corwin Tower, the Night King frowned and looked at the sky. His eyes flashed with the image of someone that he hadn't thought about for many years. "It seems like it's time to talk to him," the Night King uttered with a sigh. Then he took one last look at Corwin Tower before turning his head and instantly disappearing from where he stood as if he'd never even been there. After Kevin checked on Elijah Tanner and his brothers, he went over to the window and looked out at the city. He had a thoughtful look in his eyes as he replayed in his head what the Night King had said to him just moments before. Why did the Night King act so coldly and angrily all of a sudden? What is he hiding from me? Kevin thought to himself. At the moment, his mind was flooded with questions on top of questions, and without any answers, this made him feel very uneasy. About 10 minutes later, the Tanner brothers slowly opened their eyes. In an instant, the 5 of them jumped up vigilantly, searching for any danger in the surroundings. After a few seconds, they saw Kevin by the window. "Mr. Williams!" The 5 of them called out to him in shame. In the past 24 hours, the Tanner brothers had already fallen asleep twice without warning, and they felt embarrassed for not being able to guard and protect Kevin on both occasions. The first time was because of poisoning, so it was still reasonable. But the second time, they were simply exhausted. Was it really just because they were tired from destroying the semi-invisible barriers and dispersing all traces of the green snake poison from Corwin Tower? Moments before they fell asleep, they felt a powerful presence nearby. Had someone attacked them from behind again? The 5 of them had agreed to follow Kevin so they could help him resolve his troubles, not to have him protect their lives instead. Given this, how could they explain their incompetence to him? Don't blame yourselves for what just happened. The person who came by isn't someone that you can fight against. Kevin understood their guilt and confusion.
"Mr. Williams, are you all right?"
Elijah Tanner's face couldn't help but turn red. "I'm fine, but I have something that I need you guys to do for me." Kevin turned around and looked at the 5 of them with a serious expression.
"Mr. Williams, feel free to tell us what to do."
Elijah replied as all the Tanner brothers straightened their backs and listened attentively to what Kevin was about to tell them. "I want to formally bring you guys into the Radiance. From now on, Elijah and Felix, the 2 of you will stay by my side. As for Sage, Tyson, and Yale, the 3 of you will select 300 elite experts from the Radiance. Then you'll divide them into 3 groups, with each one under the command of one of you as their team leader. Use the fastest and most effective method you know to train them into becoming the most powerful warriors that they can be. In 2 months' time, I'll check each group's progress.
Kevin instructed. After pausing for a moment, Kevin added, I know it won't be easy, but there's one thing that I can promise you. I know that you'll be needing all kinds of herbal pills to help you and your respective teams get stronger, and I'll make sure to provide an abundant supply to you. I don't care about the cost, but I want to see results, so do your best.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Elijah and Felix Tanner bowed their heads while Sage Tanner and the other two knelt on one knee as a sign of acceptance. In Ottawa County, a rural county in Michigan that was almost 200 miles away from Chicago, Alan and Susan Williams leisurely strolled along the road near their home. 3 female bodyguards silently followed behind the couple.
The countryside is still better. The air is much fresher than in the city.
Alan Williams looked at the scenery in the distance and declared with a satisfied look on his face. I wonder how Kevin has been recently. We didn't even call him when we left. Susan Williams remarked worriedly.
Don't worry about him. Our son is a very capable young man. Besides, I believe he already knows where we are.
Alan laughed and tried to comfort her. Suddenly, a gentle breeze hit his face. With that, the smile on Alan Williams's face immediately froze.
The 3 of you can head back home with my wife. I'll just go and check something out up ahead.
Alan instructed the 3 bodyguards as he let go of Susan's hand and hurriedly walked forward with big steps. At the entrance of the KWTD Corporation, Emma Larson gazed disdainfully at the people from the Blue Water Export Company. In truth, she was only targeting Lily. I don't have time to waste with you, Emma. I still have to bring my team back to the company headquarters. Lily's temper had also risen. Look at you, working so hard to go up the corporate ladder. But Kevin is so rich. How can he bear to let you go to work? Could it be that the CEO of the Williams Company no longer wants to support you? Emma Larson asked in a daring tone. The people who passed by and Lily's co-workers from the Blue Water Export Company were all stunned to hear this. No one had expected Lily to be the wife of the president of the Williams Company.
No wonder Tyler Dawn was being so polite to her,
the people from the Blue Water Export Company thought to themselves. Now they finally understood why Ralph Hartman and Sid Bramler had been taking extra care of Lily as well. If your husband truly loves you, then you can just stay at home every day and be pampered. But since you're out here working, is it because he no longer likes you? The more Emma spoke, the more condescending she became. You don't need to know about my personal life. Lily's face became angrier and angrier. I understand. It must be Kevin who dumped you, right? Emma suddenly laughed. Lily, I thought you were really good at catching men, especially since you married the CEO of the Williams Company. And after he bought the Blue Water Export Company, I assumed that he did it for you. But now that he dumped you, I wonder what you did to make your husband dislike you so much. What did you just say? Lily was suddenly stunned. Didn't you know? Kevin now owns the Blue Water Export Company. But if he really loves you, then why would he let you be hired as a lowly employee? Emma said with a sneer. In fact, after Emma Larson left the Blue Water Export Company that day, she kept her promise to Sid Bramler, and the 2 of them found a hotel room to fool around in later that night. After fulfilling her end of the deal, Sid Bramler told her to bear with things for a while. Given that Kevin had just bought the company, he had no choice but to hire Lily at the time. However, he promised to recruit Emma Larson as soon as he found a way to get Lily fired from the Blue Water Export Company. Upon hearing Emma Larson's words, Lily was completely stunned and dropped the contract in her hand. While one of her teammates behind her quickly bent down to pick it up, Emma Larson suddenly caught a glimpse of Tyler Dawn's signature on the paper. The smile on her face instantly froze. You actually managed to land the contract with the KWTD Corporation? Emma Larson exclaimed in disbelief. She knew that no one had the courage to forge Tyler Dawn's name. Moreover, they were standing at the entrance of the KWTD Corporation.
However, Lily didn't care about all of this at the moment. Kevin was the only one in her mind as tears kept falling from her eyes. Now she finally understood that Kevin didn't care if she had the courage to stand in front of him as a successful woman or not. And yet he had silently gone to great lengths just to make her feel important and valued at her new job. Because of this, her heart was now filled with regret and guilt for resenting him earlier. "Hubby," Lily began to sob. She covered her mouth with both hands and pushed Emma Larson away with her elbows. Then she quickly ran in the direction of the Salix Leaf Complex. Unfortunately, as she was crossing the road, she was too distracted to notice that a white BMW was heading towards her and got hit. As she fell to the ground, Lily felt that her world was spinning, and the pain was so intense that it made her brain go numb. With wounds all over her head and body, she soon fell unconscious in a pool of blood. "Director Williams!" The people from the Blue Water Export Company immediately panicked and called for an ambulance. Inside the Huxley's family's mansion in St. Louis, there were multiple bloodstains all over the floor, and the ground was filled with the dead bodies of the Huxley family's members. At the moment, Virgil Huxley was keeping his son Thornton behind his back, slowly inching back step by step. His eyes were wide open and his body was trembling nonstop. His face was pale and expressionless, and the panic in his heart had made him forget all other thoughts. You would have had to be there personally in order to understand Virgil Huxley's current feelings as he watched all his family members die one after another at the hands of Spencer and the Radiants. Their once joyful laughs had turned into sounds of wailing and begging, but as the head of the Huxley family, he could only stand there and watch helplessly. This feeling of powerlessness and heart-wrenching pain made Virgil Huxley, who had usually been in high spirits in the company of his relatives, feel extreme grief. "Perhaps this is a good time to take a break and have a chat with you, Mr. Huxley." Spencer wiped the blood off his face with his hands and smiled cruelly. "You bastard! You're a bunch of heartless animals." Thornton Huxley's eyes turned red. If his father hadn't tried his best to stop him, he would have rushed forward and fought with Spencer and the others without hesitation. "You call us heartless bastards. You're certainly the one to talk, Mr. Huxley. We may be the ones wielding blades right now, but we live by a code of ethics, and we're only out here to seek justice for what you've done. So if you still don't want to tell the truth, I wouldn't mind wiping your family from the face of the earth right in front of you." After Spencer said this, he raised the cold blade in his hand and pointed it directly at Thornton Huxley. "No, you can't hurt my son." Virgil was completely flustered. The current situation was very clear. The future of the Huxley family was at the mercy of Spencer and his men. And with all of the other Huxley family members already dead, only father and son remained. Virgil Huxley was already old, but Thornton was still young, and as long as Thornton didn't die, the Huxley family would still have a chance to rise again in the future. Now that Thornton Huxley was his family's only hope, Virgil couldn't let his only son get hurt no matter what, even if it meant that he had to die in his place instead. "If you really don't want anything to happen to your son, you'd better answer my next question honestly." Spencer said each word with a cold smile as a violent aura emitted from his body. "All right. What do you want to know?" Virgil sounded defeated at the moment. He had long lost his usual bravado. "Tell me, who are you working with to harm Mr. Williams in Chicago?" Spencer asked sternly. "Wait, are you people from the Radiants?" Virgil's pupils grew wide. He had only suspected this earlier. After all, Kevin was the only one who had a conflict with him in Chicago. However, when he heard Spencer mention his name just now, his heart was still filled with shock once his suspicions had been confirmed. How could Kevin have such an elite expert on his side? Why didn't he receive any information about it before this?
That's not the answer I wanted to hear, Spencer coldly replied. This is your last chance to save what's left of the Huxley family. I won't ask you again, so answer my question now.
Don't bother wasting your time. I'm sure Kevin's already dead by now.
Virgil suddenly burst into laughter. When he heard this, Spencer frowned slightly. Then he quickly took 2 steps forward and kicked Virgil Huxley in the chest, sending him flying 10 feet away. As Virgil fell to the ground with a heavy thud, he spurted out a mouthful of blood.
Dad!
Thornton Huxley was completely enraged. With his spiritual energy revolving around him, he shouted,
You must pay for this!
As he lunged frantically at Spencer, Thornton Huxley acted as if he didn't care about his life anymore. He just wanted all these people to die. Virgil Huxley had just watched helplessly as Spencer and the members of the Radiants killed all of his family, leaving only him and Thornton alive. With the future of the Huxley family depending on Thornton's survival, Spencer threatened to kill him if Virgil didn't reveal who had attacked Kevin in Chicago. Confirming his suspicions that Spencer and his men belonged to the Radiants, Virgil replied that Kevin was probably dead already, which led to Spencer kicking him in the chest. When Thornton saw his father spurting a mouthful of blood, he angrily sought revenge and lunged at Spencer, no longer caring if he died as long as everyone else there perished too. But with only a lower power base and no combat training experience, how could he compare to Spencer, who was wielding a sharp blade and was used to fighting every single day of the year? Before he could even throw a punch, Thornton was sent flying by a simple slap from Spencer's palm. When he crashed heavily onto the ground, no one knew whether he was dead or alive.
Thornton!
Virgil Huxley forcefully endured the pain in his chest as he tried to get back up. Tears flowed from his eyes continuously as regret filled his heart. Faced with the devastating loss of the entire Huxley family, Virgil knew that all this bloodshed could have been avoided, and instead of being blinded by his greed back then, he should have sincerely supported Kevin and the Radiants when they wanted to move into St. Louis, as the Swinton and Thompson families had done.
Mr. Huxley, are you going to answer my question or not? I don't want to waste any more time.
Holding the cold blade in his hand, Spencer slowly walked towards Thornton Huxley. Each step that Spencer took as he inched closer to Thornton made Virgil Huxley's heart beat faster and faster.
It's the Zucker family,
Virgil shouted anxiously.
Thank you.
A strange smile appeared on Spencer's face.
See? Was that so difficult to do?
As Spencer withdrew his blade, Virgil Huxley's face seemed frozen as he rushed over to check on his son. Just then, the sound of several footsteps could be heard from outside, and when Spencer turned around, he saw Richard Swinton, Joseph Thompson, Dylan Hill, and a few others running over to them in a hurry. Seeing all the corpses and blood on the floor, some of the more faint-hearted people couldn't help but throw up.
Spencer, what have you done? You've caused such a huge disaster.
Dylan Hill walked up to him and chewed him out.
Virgil Huxley colluded with the Zucker family in an attempt to murder Mr. Williams in Chicago. For his actions, he had to pay a price, so it was justifiable for the Radiants to kill his entire family.
Spencer seemed very calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter.
But
Dylan Hill wanted to say something, but in the end he couldn't find the words. With that, he simply let out a long sigh. Richard Swinton and Joseph Thompson looked at each other at the same time. They could see deep regret and anxiety in each other's eyes. Back in Ottawa County, Alan Williams seemed to be walking aimlessly through a cornfield. However, compared to before, his body's aura had changed drastically, and his eyes were vigilantly scanning his surroundings from left to right.
Since I already know you're here, what's the point of hiding? My wife should already be home by now, so no one's watching.
Alan Williams stopped in his tracks as soon as he stepped out of the cornfield.
It seems like you're not that senile yet.
An aged voice sounded from all directions at the same time. Suddenly, the Night King appeared next to Alan Williams, seemingly out of thin air. "I may be old, but my senses are as sharp as ever." Alan crossed his arms behind his back and didn't even look at him. "If you're old, then what am I?" The Night King lightly shook his head and continued. "Besides, isn't age just a number? And with all that fierce strength in you, will a stubborn man like you ever submit to Father Time?" Alan Williams didn't answer this question. He just quietly looked at the scenery in the distance. For a while, the Night King was also silent. "After all these years, you suddenly came all the way here just to see me. Are you here because of Kevin?" Alan Williams was the first to break the silence. "Your son is overly ambitious and has involved himself in too many affairs in just a short amount of time. As his mentor, I'm concerned that he's not just spreading himself too thin, but he's also come into contact with forces that he isn't strong enough to handle at the moment." The Night King shared in a benevolent tone, compared to the overbearing manner he had when he scolded Kevin. "Are you talking about the Morris family and the Herbalist Society?" Alan asked with a faint smile. "For Kevin, those two major powers may indeed be a little difficult to deal with, but they're far from a threat to his life. Kevin has grown in status and power way too fast. With all the enemies that he's picked up along the way, isn't he digging his own grave at this point? At this rate, he can easily die with one wrong move." The Night King replied with great concern. "I understand that there are risks, but I also think that you're underestimating what my son is capable of. Besides, if Kevin can defeat these two forces to further establish his prestige among the great powers, wouldn't that be a good thing for him?" Alan remarked very calmly. If anyone else had heard him say this, they would certainly think that Alan Williams had gone crazy. Given how powerful the Morris family and the Herbalist Society were, how could he let Kevin go up against them? Back in Corwin Tower, Kevin was just about to take the Tanner brothers back to the Radiance's headquarters when he suddenly received a phone call from the hospital.
"Is this Mr. Williams? Your wife Lily is currently undergoing surgery in the operating room,"
a man informed him. What happened? Kevin suddenly jumped up from his chair, his face full of shock.
"Mr. Williams will explain the situation when you get here. Please come to the hospital immediately."
Right after the man said this, he abruptly hung up the phone on Kevin. "Just wait for me here. There's been an emergency." Kevin didn't have time to explain the details to Elijah Tanner and the others. He picked up his car keys and ran out of the apartment. In the corridor of the hospital, Ralph Hartman and Sid Bramler were anxiously pacing back and forth. They kept staring at the door of the operating room from time to time as they waited for any updates on Lily's condition.
"It's over. Mr. Williams will definitely kill us this time."
Sid Bramler scratched the back of his head with both hands. "I hope Mrs. Williams makes it out of surgery alive. She wasn't hurt too badly, was she?" Ralph Hartman kept muttering the same thing as he tried to calm down his nerves. A few minutes later, Kevin hurriedly rushed in and came over to them. "What happened?" "Mr. Williams." Ralph Hartman and Sid Bramler greeted him respectfully at the same time. As soon as they saw him, Lily's other co-workers from the Blue Water Export Company immediately stopped whatever they were doing and looked at Kevin with a hint of envy in their eyes. After all, this was the CEO of the Williams Company, arguably the most powerful business figure in all of Chicago. He wasn't someone that lowly employees like them could meet on a daily basis. "How's Lily doing now?" Kevin asked anxiously. "Mr. Williams, please calm yourself down. Your wife is currently in the operating room." Ralph Hartman braced himself and replied in a low voice. "I already know that. Now can someone explain to me what the hell is going on? How did this happen to her?" A hint of anger was simmering inside of Kevin when he asked this. Inside a mansion in the suburbs of Chicago, Brett Stewart, Roger Knott, and Milton Brown were sitting around a table in the main hall. The smell of sandalwood surrounded them while an incense stick was quietly burning at the center of the table. "Did you find out what happened? Who did this to Kevin and me?" Brett Stewart slowly fiddled with his cup of coffee.
Our men have received news that only the people from the Zucker family in St. Louis still use the green snake poison these days.
Our men have received news that only the people from the Zucker family in St. Louis still use the green snake poison these days. Milton Brown replied respectfully. The Zucker family? I have no grudges against them. Why would they attack me? Brett furrowed his brows as he placed his cup of coffee on the table. The people from the Zucker family must have been after Kevin. It just so happened that you came by to meet with him, Supreme Commander. Roger Knott replied with a troubled expression. And what kind of conflict does Kevin have with them? Brett asked as he courteously poured a cup of coffee each for Roger Knott and Milton Brown. When he finished speaking, neither of them answered. They'd already investigated Kevin's activities in St. Louis, and he never appeared to have any contact with the Zucker family. And without any clear source of conflict, they didn't understand why the Zucker family would send anyone to assassinate him in Chicago either. Supreme Commander, do you want to teach the Zucker family a lesson? Milton asked with a solemn expression. Investigate the Zucker family's activities as soon as possible. I want to know their every move, Brett Stewart said with a thoughtful smile. Didn't Kevin want to help the Radiants expand their strength in St. Louis? As his brother, it's only natural for me to help him as well. Roger Knott and Milton Brown looked at each other after hearing what Brett Stewart said. At the moment, both of them were quite angry in their hearts. Brett Stewart was the Supreme Commander of the Myriads, and Kevin was their deputy leader. Given this, the members of the Zucker family were very bold to have actually dared to launch a sneak attack on their leaders. In all the years since the Myriads had been established, this was the first time they'd ever been faced with a provocation like that. And if the Zucker family had succeeded in poisoning either of them, who would continue to view the Myriads as a powerful organization in the future? In a secluded room in the hospital, the driver who had injured Lily was brought over by Mitchell Cook. He knelt in front of Kevin with a pale face. Did you think that you could just run away after a stunt like that? Kevin had a distressed look on his face. He looked down at the man as he questioned him. I was wrong. I won't do it again. The man kept his head lowered before Kevin as his entire body trembled in fear. Mitchell Cook looked at Kevin and said respectfully,
We've already investigated the matter thoroughly, and you're not going to like what you hear.
When Kevin got the news that Lily was in the hospital, he grabbed his car keys and rushed over. After he arrived in the hospital room, Mitchell Cook told him that he'd investigated the accident and he brought the driver of the car that had hit Lily. The man was shaking in fear and begging for forgiveness. Mitchell filled Kevin in on what he'd uncovered about the accident.
After Lily came out of the KWTD Corporation building, she was crossing the street at a green light at the intersection. This is the man who ran the red light. After hitting her, he took advantage of the delay while the people from the Blue Water Export Company were calling an ambulance and drove away in a panic.
With the resources Mitchell had, it was easy for him to find all the information he needed on anyone in Chicago whenever he wanted to. A hit and run? In broad daylight? Kevin looked like he wanted to kill someone. He suddenly kicked the man, sending him flying through the air and crashing into the wall. Take him outside and show him what we do to hit-and-run drivers. Kevin shouted at his aides to handle the guy. Kevin would absolutely not show this man any mercy after what he did to Lily, nor would he give him a chance to explain himself. Mitchell Cook didn't say anything. He waved his hand at the people who were standing next to him. A few men tacitly understood what he meant and stepped forward. They grabbed the man and dragged him outside. This kind of swift and decisive action made the people from the Blue Water Export Company who were watching the scene gasp in horror. However, they didn't dare to make any sound, fearing that they would anger Kevin. especially Ralph Hartman and Sid Bramler. When they recalled what Kevin had done to them, they couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Compared to what he'd done to the hit-and-run driver, Kevin had actually treated them with kid gloves. Lily was still in surgery, so there was nothing more Kevin could do at the moment. He patted Mitchell Cook on the shoulder as he walked over to the window. More than 10 men in black were standing around them in a circle to prevent anyone from disturbing their conversation. "Mitch, I want you to help me look into some things. See how many companies in Chicago have been secretly purchased recently. There are also some residential buildings, especially a few that were previously unsold. Now someone's suddenly living there," Kevin said thoughtfully.
No problem, Kevin.
Mitchell Cook rubbed his chin and added,
"But what's the use of investigating these things?"
He didn't understand why Kevin was suddenly interested in following these leads. The Williams Company and the Salix Leaf Hotel had become the biggest real estate holders in Chicago. If Kevin really wanted to invest in some property, he should set his sights on the empty land that had been developed for construction. "There are some things that you haven't found out about yet, but don't worry. I'll tell you everything one of these days," Kevin reassured him sincerely. He didn't want to spread any news about the Pinnacle, not yet anyway. However, since the Night King had already said that a large number of people had already made their way to Chicago, then the most likely sign would be a change in property values. The way Kevin saw it, the people from the major schools had to find some place to sleep. They couldn't have their meetings out in the street, could they? In the meeting room of the Radiance's St. Louis branch, many influential people had gathered together and were whispering quietly to each other. Joseph Thompson and Richard Swinton were sitting patiently, looking like they were deep in thought. It was difficult for anyone in St. Louis to keep a secret anymore. The news about the Huxley family had spread across the entire city, especially after they found out that it was the Radiance who had done it. Many people started to feel very worried about what was going on. Even if it had been a good idea to wipe out the entire Huxley family, the proper moment hadn't come yet. Spencer had acted a little too hastily. The group of dignitaries began to get more and more excited as time went by. They'd let the Radiance and the Huxley family fight with each other in secret. To interfere could have been bad for business, and that's how they'd operated for many years. "The Radiance has gone too far this time. Obviously, St. Louis isn't a priority for them," one of them commented. "The Huxley family is one of the most powerful families in the world. How could they have been destroyed just like that?" Another one asked worriedly. "If they don't have a reasonable explanation, I think the Radiance really ought to leave St. Louis," someone else demanded. They were all used to seeing families and companies fighting for resources, but the sudden extermination of an entire family was too much to bear. There was a feeling of impending doom in the large room. A few minutes later, the door to the conference room was pushed open from the outside. Spencer came in, walking side by side with Dylan Hill. He looked around the room. Wherever Spencer turned his head, people lowered their heads to avoid making eye contact with him. He wasn't bothered by all the talking, but the confrontational attitude was another thing. "I think you all have some sympathy for what happened to the Huxley family, but it's my responsibility to tell you that Virgil Huxley brought all of it on himself," Spencer explained loudly enough for everyone in the room to hear him. Without mincing his words, he got straight to the point and accused the Huxley family of causing their own downfall. Many people couldn't help but be nervous when they heard what Spencer had to say. Now that Virgil Huxley was dead, no matter what Spencer said, there was nobody there who could defend the man. "I know you all have grudges, but I have a recording here. Please listen to it quietly." Spencer took out a recorder pen and hit the play button. They could clearly hear Virgil Huxley's voice. Of course, they could also hear the Huxley family members begging for their lives as they were wiped out. It made everyone's hair stand on end. Some of the more timid ones turned pale and felt like they were going to puke. On a country road in Michigan, Alan Williams and the Night King were standing side by side. The wild wind was whistling through their clothes. You don't have to worry too much about that problem with Kevin, and you don't have to mention my issues in front of him. All you need to do is protect his life," Alan Williams said sadly. His face was expressionless.
"You're thinking very calmly."
The Night King turned his head slightly and looked at him out of the corner of his eye. "Well, since you've chosen to stir things up, let's see how powerful Kevin really is." Alan smiled and told him candidly, "It's late, and I have to head home for dinner. Otherwise, my wife will start to get worried." Alan Williams didn't stay for long. He turned around and walked towards his home.
"Alan,
Aren't you worried about the Pinnacle?" The Night King couldn't resist asking him. "We can't avoid our destiny. Some things can't be changed. Night King, can't you see where the hope of the foundation of humanity itself lies?" Alan said without turning his head. "And tell those two old men in the Herbalist Society and the people in the Morris family that they'd better not do anything to Kevin. If they do, I'll personally go to the capital and tear down their little nest. They'll pay with their lives." A smile suddenly appeared on Night King's lips when he heard that. He understood that Alan Williams, who had been hiding his strength and biding his time for many years, still had some fire left inside. It was just that he didn't let anybody see that side of him. But Kevin could definitely trigger him to reveal his true power. Another gust of wild wind blew by, but the Night King had already disappeared and only a few branches were left, swaying in the breeze. In the headquarters of the Herbalist Society in Washington, D.C., a middle-aged man angrily threw his coffee mug across the room, smashing it into pieces. A few of the Society's senior members hurriedly bowed their heads as sweat poured down from their foreheads.
what an arrogant and suicidal path he's chosen. Kenneth Wilkinson has already sapped all the strength of our society in the Midwest area?"
The man gave a hard kick to his office chair and threw it onto the floor. The senior members trembled in fear as they heard the loud crash. The news of the Midwest branch betraying the Herbalist Society had spread throughout all of Washington, D.C. While many were shocked by the news, a lot of them almost laughed out loud.
"Nadia Alexander is extremely audacious, and Kenneth Wilkinson deserves to die. How dare she plot against the Herbalist Society?"
The middle-aged man complained while gnashing his teeth in anger. His body was giving off a frightening and deadly aura.
"Don't you want to settle the matter of the power pill with the Radiants? Do you really think that the Herbalist Society is so weak?"
The man was seething with anger. "Chairman, please calm down." Several of the senior members pleaded at the same time. They had no idea what to do, and this wasn't a joking matter. At the Herbalist Society's headquarters in Washington, D.C., a middle-aged man was throwing a fit in response to what Nadia Alexander and Kenneth Wilkinson had done. The senior members in the room with him had no idea what to do. They were so frightened by his frustrated outburst. The middle-aged man was the chairman of the Herbalist Society, and he was known as the #1 herbalist in the entire world. Although he hadn't fought in many years, no one in the world dared to doubt his level of power and training. The chairman had held his office for many years, a mighty figure who had led the Herbalist Society to a reputation as the leader in herbalism. Who would dare to doubt his ability?
"Calm down? How can I calm down? Now our entire Midwest branch has joined the Radiants. How can I calm down after being slapped in the face like this?"
The chairman roared furiously. His words were mixed with a fit of powerful anger and seemingly limitless spiritual energy. All the items in the room were rattling as his voice thundered. One of the senior members gathered the courage to speak to him.
"The most important thing for you to do is to send someone to clean up the mess in the Midwest while there's still a chance. It's true that the mess in the Midwest needs someone to straighten it out, but the Radiants must pay the price for what they've done. Otherwise, every group out there will think they can poach our members without any consequences,"
the chairman replied in a stern voice. The vicious look in his eyes became stronger and stronger, and along with the adrenaline running through his body, you could tell what his state of mind was.
Pass along my order. Team 3, Team 4, and Team 5 go down south immediately and find the exact whereabouts of Kenneth Wilkinson,"
he shouted. The chairman waved his arms and bellowed,
"Do as you're told, and kill anyone who dares to get in your way."
The surgery at the hospital had been going on for 3 hours. Kevin was standing like a statue in front of the window. The vibes he was giving off made people shrink back. Ralph Hartman and the others didn't dare to make a sound. They just stood along the wall, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, they could hear hurried footsteps coming from down the hall. Tyler Dawn ran up to Kevin with a pained expression on his face.
Kevin? Kevin?
Tyler Dawn stammered as he tried to get his attention. He'd been in a company meeting, so he just found out about the accident. Lily was only a member of the Blue Water Export Company after all, and very few people knew about Tyler's relationship with Kevin, so they hadn't bothered to interrupt the meeting to tell him what had happened. That was why it was only after the meeting ended that Tyler Dawn heard about the news of Lily's accident. "What's wrong, Tyler?" Kevin asked as he gave him a puzzled look.
"I'm sorry, Kevin. I'm responsible for this."
Tyler Dawn bowed his head and looked down at the floor as he spoke to Kevin. Tyler obviously felt guilty about Lily's accident because it happened on KWTD property. "No need to apologize. I know this had nothing to do with you," Kevin said in an understanding tone. "But thanks for coming down here." While they were talking, the door of the operating theater suddenly opened. A large group of people came out one after another. Everyone looked exhausted. Kevin quickly walked up and asked, "Doctor, how is my wife doing?"
"The surgery was successful. The patient is out of danger now, but she needs to rest for a while."
After the surgeon quickly updated Kevin on Lily's condition, he left to get some rest. A little while later, in the most advanced room available in the hospital, Kevin looked at Lily, who was lying on the bed looking very pale. His heart was aching for her. "You can all head home now," Kevin said quietly. "You've been in the hospital for a long time, and I'm sure you need to get some sleep."
"Then we'll leave, President Williams, but you don't need to worry anymore. After all, Lily is out of danger now,"
Ralph Hartman said with a friendly smile.
"Take care of yourself, sir,"
Sid Bramler mumbled vaguely, unsure what else to say. Soon, only Tyler Dawn remained in the room with Kevin and Lily. He remained silent as he stood there with his hands behind his back and his head lowered like a child who'd made a mistake and was waiting to be punished. Kevin stayed with Lily and kept talking to her. He didn't care if she could hear him or not as he spoke to her continuously with tears streaming down his cheeks. "You have to be more careful, honey. You got into a car accident when I wasn't around to watch you." Kevin brushed a hair off of Lily's face. "You're so silly. What would you do if I weren't around?" After a while, he said, "Lily, you deserve a good rest, but I need to tell you the truth." He paused for a moment and whispered, "Actually, I don't care what anyone thinks. We should stand together as equals. We're husband and wife, and what's mine is yours. But the Williams Company is too conspicuous and draws a lot of attention." Kevin brushed Lily's cheek again and then told her, "There are a lot of things that I don't know how to explain to you. The only thing I can say is you need to trust me, okay? After I've settled everything, I'll take you with me away from Chicago, to a place where no one can find us." To be honest, Kevin didn't want to live such a tiring life. If it weren't for all the people coercing him to do all these things, he really just wanted to live an ordinary life with Lily. But the Williams family was also a member of the foundation, and they were forcing him to take on a role he wasn't sure that he wanted. After a long time, Kevin finally finished telling Lily everything he was thinking, even though he wasn't sure if she was aware that he was even there. He gently straightened out Lily's blanket, turned around, and gave Tyler Dawn a sad look. Kevin found a quiet place to talk with Tyler. "You've been waiting for me for a long time. What important matter did you have to tell me?"
"By the way, Kevin, when I was in the room just now, I couldn't hear anything you were saying."
Tyler Dawn wasn't in a hurry to talk about his problem, but started to blabber a little. "Go on. If you have something to say, say it. If not, then you should leave," Kevin warned his friend. "Well, Kevin, I really have something to talk to you about." Tyler seemed to be very concerned, and Kevin was a little surprised to see him like this. "Several groups of people have gotten in touch with me lately. They want to form partnerships with the Williams Company through the KWTD Corporation. They want me to take the refining method of the power pill from your mobile phone," Tyler explained to him anxiously. "You know what I'm worth right now. Obviously, the people who came looking for me are all working secretly for some powerful families." Kevin was upset when he heard this. He understood that the major schools weren't behind this problem. For the Central Alternative Healing Academy to be able to make it into the top 10 schools, it had to improve its reputation. The truly powerful people were from families that worked behind the scenes, hidden from prying eyes. However, these people were usually untraceable. It was surprising that they'd come looking for him. "Do you know where they came from?" Kevin asked with a solemn expression on his face. "I'm not sure. They must have a lot of resources and training to be able to remain off the grid like that. It's tough to do anything privately these days without someone finding out," Tyler replied candidly. "Tomorrow afternoon, I'll visit your office. When the time comes, call someone over to meet with you. If there's anything to say, we can talk about it face to face." Kevin smiled knowingly at Tyler. In the Radiance branch of St. Louis, after Spencer turned off the recording of Virgil Huxley's voice, the meeting room fell into silence. Did the Huxley family really collude with the Zucker family to plot against Kevin? This news was completely unexpected. Everyone there knew that Kevin was one of the higher-ups of the Radiance. Virgil Huxley's actions were outrageous and could easily lead to his demise. Based on this news, nobody would blame the Radiance for launching a large-scale attack in retaliation. "I wonder if any of you have any other opinions. If anyone else thinks that Virgil Huxley's crime isn't enough to warrant death, please stand up and explain your reasoning, but don't ask me why I didn't explain it to you in advance. The Radiance doesn't need your permission to do anything." Spencer lightly slapped the table, causing a loud bang that startled many people in the room. Joseph Thompson suddenly gave Richard Swinton a strange look. The Zucker family of St. Louis had close ties with the Swinton family.
"Why are you looking at me?"
Richard asked him with an unhappy expression. Joseph Thompson looked around to make sure that nobody was paying any attention to the two of them. He turned his head to the side and whispered, "Aren't you going to ask Frida Zucker?"
"What does this have to do with her? Why don't you go and ask her yourself?"
Richard Swinton's heart started pounding in his chest. "This has nothing to do with me." Joseph Thompson had a puzzled look on his face.
"I'll find her and ask her about it. I really hope she didn't participate in this whole mess,"
Richard said hesitantly. In his eyes, you could see a deep sadness emerging. At the Radiance's meeting in St. Louis, Spencer had just finished playing the recording of Virgil Huxley's voice that proved the Huxley and Zucker families had plotted against Kevin. Everyone was stunned. Joseph Thompson knew that the Swinton family had close ties with the Zucker family. Richard promised Joseph that he'd contact Frida Zucker to find out the truth. There was a lot of painful history between him and Frida Zucker, even though they were no longer the ignorant youths that they were back in the day. However, there were some things that happened that they would remember for the rest of their lives. If Richard Swinton could do anything about it, he really hoped that nothing would happen to Frida Zucker or to Kevin. However, the Zucker family was like a moth flying too close to a flame, and they were bound to get burned. The best that he could do would be to show Frida Zucker the way back to the right path. Back in Chicago, Kevin was standing in a hospital room looking at Adriana Wright, Emos Squire, and Gilbert Rhodes. They were all lying in hospital beds recovering from their injuries. He slowly clenched his fists. No one could imagine the fury in Kevin's heart at that moment. The three of them had been attacked at the same time, and the only obvious thing that they had in common was that they knew Kevin. However, Kevin still had no idea what possible benefit the attackers wanted to get out of this horrible crime. But it was clear that the person wanted to get Kevin's attention, and what better way than to hurt three of his closest friends? "Have you found out what happened?" Kevin asked sternly.
President Wright and the others were attacked in their own offices. The attackers seem to have been their most trusted employees.
Mitchell Cook's face was also very glum.
The culprits are in custody now, but...
But what? Kevin suddenly had a bad feeling.
The police have intervened in this matter. After all, although President Wright has the pills you gave her for her training, your friends really have nothing to do with the major schools or powers. And because they're all well-known figures in the Chicago region, the police have stated that they want to investigate this matter thoroughly.
Mitchell Cook said very apprehensively. Although the three of them were rich and influential, they didn't have any real power beyond their wealth, and everyone had to avoid breaking any laws or attracting the attention of the Justice Department, no matter which school or organization they belonged to. When Kevin heard this, an indescribable worry appeared in his eyes. He vaguely felt that the person who was behind this attack wasn't an ordinary opponent. "I'm not bound by the rules of the major schools, so which technique should I use to handle this?" Kevin thought to himself. He'd been busy lately with some matters related to the major powers. Because of that, he'd forgotten about the rules he had to follow in the everyday world, state and federal law, for one thing. "Who could be out to get me?" Kevin muttered to himself as he ran through the list of people who might want to get even with him. The Herbalist Society and the Morris family would show more self-control than this. Are the attackers from St. Louis? That's impossible. Kevin racked his brain to figure out who would commit a crime like this. Then it suddenly dawned on him. He thought of someone who held real power in Chicago and also had a personal grudge against him. It was Commissioner Campbell, one of the six-man group. Just as he was considering the implications of this, Kevin's phone suddenly rang. It was Dylan Hill calling him. Kevin walked to the window and answered the call. "What's wrong? Has something happened in St. Louis?" "Mr. Williams, you might need to be mentally prepared for what I have to tell you." Dylan Hill didn't know exactly what to say. "Don't worry about that. Just tell me what's going on." Kevin's expression became more and more fearsome. Even though the Night King told him not to get involved in the problems down in St. Louis, he'd already played half of the game. He couldn't quit now, could he? "Spencer took his men to eliminate the Huxley family, and he killed Virgil Huxley with his own hands. Right now, Thornton Huxley is the only member of the family still alive." Dylan Hill briefly explained what had happened. "Now, Richard Swinton wants to take Thornton Huxley away." "When did this happen? Why are you only reporting it to me now?" Kevin raised his voice in frustration. "I heard that you'd been attacked, so Spencer brought his men directly here," Dylan Hill told him helplessly. "But he did a good job. He recorded Virgil Huxley admitting that he'd colluded with the Zucker family. He really wanted to murder you. Now the officials down in St. Louis have finally calmed down a little." "Who asked him to do that? That was foolish," Kevin said angrily. Everyone knew that the major powers didn't pay attention to St. Louis, but this would definitely change their minds. Kevin could totally predict that many people among the major powers would turn their attention to St. Louis now. In the past, they would have been able to obtain their final victory through business and finance channels, but now Spencer had turned the whole situation into a mess. The wind was about to blow in the opposite direction. "Tell Spencer to leave St. Louis and bring his men here. They are to return to the Radiance immediately. Then you need to sit back and watch the situation carefully. Also, you have to pay close attention to the changes down in St. Louis. Don't let any clue slip by you, no matter how small. Don't do anything else without clearing it directly with me." After Kevin barked these orders, he abruptly hung up the phone. However, before he could catch his breath, his phone rang again. This time it was Scott Whitney from the Reaper Squad. "Scott Whitney?" Kevin said as he quickly picked up the call. Whitney skipped the small talk and listed Kevin's problems one after the other.
Kid, you have to leave Chicago immediately. The Radiance has gone too far this time. The Herbalist Society sent people to the south seeking revenge, but they've also resorted to other means through more conventional channels. You're surrounded by enemies.
This was depressing news for Kevin. He didn't think that the Herbalist Society would have done something like this.
Also, you need to inform the Radiants that they have to reclaim the Midwest branch of the Herbalist Society. I don't know who made that decision, but it's obvious that they're stupid. The Radiants can't afford to get involved in this mess. I have no choice but to tell them about the whereabouts of the Reaper Squad. Since you're the second highest ranking official, I may be able to save your life.
Whitney seemed to be in a hurry. After he was done speaking, he ended the call without even saying goodbye. Kevin looked out the window at the horizon. He could feel ominous clouds pressing down on the entire city. And he could clearly feel that an invisible hand was reaching out toward Chicago. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Officer Emmett quickly walked into the room with a few police officers.
Kevin Williams, you're under arrest for committing murder at the Salix Leaf Hotel. Please come with us,
one of the officers announced in a very official tone of voice. Officer Emmett, who was standing in the back of the group, stared at Kevin with mixed feelings. It wasn't difficult to see the struggle going on inside her at that moment, considerable guilt, but also some excitement.
Are you guys for real? President Williams is the CEO of the Williams Company. How could he hurt someone?
Mitchell Cook quickly said.
Let me call your superior right now and ask what's going on.
Mitchell Cook, I advise you to not waste your time. The cameras at the Salix Leaf Hotel captured everything that happened that night,
the police officer said confidently.
We have enough evidence to arrest Kevin Williams.
Mitchell Cook began to protest. Mitch, it's okay. Kevin put a hand on his friend's shoulder. Don't be impulsive. Take care of Adriana Wright and the others. I'll go with these officers. I won't resist. After saying that, Kevin sauntered out of the room. He didn't even look at Officer Emmett as he brushed past her. Although the two of them used to have a close relationship, that was all in the past. Officer Emmett's recent actions had really disappointed him. In a quiet mansion in St. Louis, Richard Swinton was sitting on the sofa with a disappointed look on his face. One of the family's household staff poured him a fresh cup of coffee. This was Frida Zucker's family residence, and it was also a place that Richard Swinton had often visited many years before. Richard heard a charming and elegant voice from across the room. The last time you came here was 8 years ago. I thought you'd never take the initiative to come see me again in this lifetime. Richard Swinton's heart skipped a beat, and a hint of pain appeared in his eyes. Frida Zucker, who was wearing a blood-red jacket, walked over to a chair across from Richard and sat down in a somewhat flirtatious manner. As she crossed her legs, she was giving off a very positive vibe. Richard, just get to the point. What do you want from me? Frida's voice was stern, but the expression in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. After a long pause, Richard finally came back to his senses. He took a deep breath and looked at the woman in front of him who used to mean so much in his life.
Why did I come to see you today? You should know very well why I'm here.
Richard hesitated for a moment and continued.
You shouldn't have cooperated with the Huxley family.
Cooperate? Are you joking with me? Everyone in St. Louis already knows about this. The ones who collaborated with the Huxley family are the Zucker family. That has absolutely nothing to do with me. A trace of panic flashed across Frida's face as she defended herself. Although she hadn't left her house in the last few days, she clearly knew what had been going on in St. Louis.
You may be able to deceive others, but you can't deceive me.
Richard stared at her seriously and said with a solemn expression.
With Sean Zucker's cowardly character, he wouldn't dare to make a move against the Radiants.
The Zucker family had a bit of influence in St. Louis, but Richard understood the situation completely.
The current head of the Zucker family, Sean Zucker, was a coward who never accomplished anything. Whenever there was a challenge, he would only back away from it. If he had bothered to develop himself over the years, the Zucker family wouldn't have lost so much of its power and even lost its rank among the great families of the city. If the Zucker family's previous head hadn't worked so hard to earn the fortune that his descendants foolishly squandered, the Zucker family would have disappeared a long time ago. When Richard mentioned Sean, Frida's eyes clearly reflected the hostility that she felt towards him. The smile on her face quickly disappeared. "If you're just here to denounce me, you can leave now." Then Frida declared, "But I am going to take Kevin's life. The Swinton family is already powerful enough, and a lot of people don't want you to grow any stronger."
Frida, don't be silly. The Radiance is standing behind Kevin. You can't defeat him with your current level of strength,
Richard replied anxiously. "Then I'd like to ask you something. What if you had to make a choice between me and Kevin one day?" Frida suddenly felt nervous. She looked him right in the eyes and asked, "You? Who would you choose to live or die?" This question seemed to hurt Richard's feelings.
Why would you ask me something like that? Richard retorted, answering her question with a question.
"Do I still have a place in your heart?" Frida asked him bluntly. For a moment, the atmosphere in the living room became very tense. Thousands of emotions rose up in their hearts, but neither of them could find a way to break the silence. After a long time, Richard let out a long breath and looked deeply into Frida's eyes. Then he turned around and walked towards the door.
Frida, I know that you used to love me deeply. Until now, I couldn't let you out of my heart. But Kevin is my adopted son, and I can't bear to see him get hurt.
Then he finally answered her question.
If I ever had to choose between you and Kevin, I think I would choose to die myself and let the two of you live.
After Richard finished speaking, he didn't look back and just continued out the door. Frida finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She collapsed on the sofa and started crying. With tears streaming down her face, she lamented, "Richard, do you know why I never married?" Then she sobbed. "I also love you deeply, but Kevin is not someone you can protect. The person who wants to take his life is too powerful. If that day ever comes, I'll choose to die without any hesitation. I only hope that I can die in your arms." Naturally, nobody was there to hear Frida Zucker's sad words. They disappeared into thin air. When Richard Swinton left Frida Zucker's home after asking her if she'd been behind the attack on Kevin, she began to cry. With no one there to hear her, she admitted how much she loved him and how much she wished she could die in Richard's arms. After just a few hours, all the most powerful people in St. Louis had their eyes focused on the Radiance, especially those who had a deep relationship with the Huxley family, or even those people who had gotten their start with the help of the Huxleys. If even the mighty Huxley family could be destroyed, what if the Radiance wanted to attack one of them? Defeating the rest of the most powerful families in St. Louis would be a piece of cake. Fortunately, after a large number of men from the Radiance were mobilized, Spencer and the others left St. Louis at lightning speed and didn't disturb anyone. This outcome made everyone heave a sigh of relief, but at the same time they were very sure of one thing. The Radiance obviously had the power to kill them all, but they hadn't done it. The destruction of the Huxley family was really a warning to everyone in St. Louis. In the Swinton family's mansion, Thornton Huxley was lying on a bed, still in a coma. There was a shocking slap mark still on his face. "Thornton Huxley looks so pitiful. Uncle Virgil has been killed, and the rest of the Huxley family was also destroyed by the Radiance. What should Thornton do now?" Gail Swinton, who was wearing a light purple dress, was sitting on a stool and looking at Thornton. Her face was full of worry and heartache. "Sis, do you think Thornton will ever wake up?" Brenda Swinton only shook her head silently when she heard that. She didn't know how to explain it to her little sister. "Well,
Then next time I see Kevin, that country bumpkin, I'll definitely help Thornton to vent his anger. I also want Dad to chase the Radiants out of St. Louis." Gail waved her little fist and shouted excitedly, "Gail, you can't talk like that." Brenda lightly patted her younger sister's shoulder and looked at her seriously. "There are some things that we can't interfere in. Some people won't listen to you because you're so young. They won't take what you say seriously. And don't forget what happened to Curtis Green." Gail pouted when her sister mentioned this. It was because of Curtis Green that she hadn't been able to leave the house for an entire year. "Dad is biased. You and I are his daughters, but he only has Kevin in his heart," Gail said very discontentedly. "I swear if I get the opportunity, I'll make Kevin pay the price for what he's done." Brenda sighed weakly. She really wanted to tell her sister how dangerous her idea was, but after thinking about the current situation, she decided to just forget about it. However, an image of Kevin gradually appeared in her mind. He was still that simple and honest young man she'd met in Penny Sutherland's mansion. That seemed like it was so long ago, and now Kevin had reached a position that most people could only dream of. Brenda had often thought about something. Maybe it wasn't so unrealistic for her father to make her get married. Perhaps that was what she wanted, deep in her heart. In a police station in Chicago, Kevin was sitting on a cold chair while a police officer stood in front of him and interrogated him. Officer Emmett didn't say a word from the beginning to the end of the questioning. She just stared at Kevin in a daze. As for what she was thinking in her heart, there was no way to know.
Kevin, you better tell me honestly. Why did you commit that murder in the Salix Leaf Hotel? Do you know what the consequences will be for that? We have sufficient evidence of your crimes in our hands right now. It's best that you tell us everything in detail. Otherwise, what awaits you will only be a speedy trial.
The police officer spoke to Kevin very harshly. In fact, he was actually the precinct captain and his name was Arthur Pearson. However, Kevin had never opened his mouth ever since he entered the room. He answered the officer's question with just a shake of his head.
Kevin, you'd better straighten out your attitude. This is the police station and you're currently our prime suspect, not the CEO of the Williams Company. Put your arrogant attitude aside for now.
Captain Pearson was starting to get angry. He'd been in his position for almost 5 years and he'd seen a lot of criminals, but he'd never seen anybody like Kevin. He was as calm as could be and gave people the feeling that he was just sitting by a river with a fishing pole. After almost an hour, Captain Pearson took out a document and placed it in front of Kevin.
"Sign it,"
he insisted. Glancing at the contents of the document, a smile appeared on Kevin's lips. "What kind of instructions did Commissioner Campbell give you?" "I haven't said anything yet, but you're so impatient to convict me."
"Do I need you to say anything? The surveillance cameras in the Salix Leaf Hotel captured everything clearly. A murderous gang caused the deaths of more than 90 people and more than 10 others were seriously injured. This was a vicious, unforgivable crime."
Then Captain Pearson smiled menacingly and sneered.
"The evidence is conclusive. You won't be able to get out of this. Nobody will be able to come and save you."
Hearing this, a trace of panic flashed across Officer Emmett's eyes. She quickly stood up from her chair and declared, "Captain Pearson, this matter hasn't been thoroughly investigated. You cannot draw such a wild conclusion. What if Kevin has really been wrongly accused?"
"Officer Emmett, I know what I'm doing. Kevin is a criminal who committed murder and you're supposed to be an impartial police officer. We absolutely cannot tolerate people like this. Do you understand?"
Captain Pearson was obviously unhappy with Officer Emmett's protest. "Well said, Captain." Kevin gave him a slow clap, but he still didn't look over at Officer Emmett. "Except, before you convict me, you better check with your superior. See what he has to say about this."
"Kevin, I know that the Williams Company has a lot of clout in this town, but the court system isn't a place where a businessman like you has any influence. Nobody's above the law. Do you understand?"
Captain Pearson banged his fist on the table hard.
"Sign the document immediately. Do you get the picture?"
Just then, the door of the interrogation room suddenly opened and Terrence Price walked in.
He spoke very calmly and assuredly. "Captain Pearson, I've been told that you're in charge here."
Mr. Price!
Officer Emmett and Captain Pearson hurried over and greeted him politely.
"What are you doing here, sir?"
Captain Pearson asked sheepishly. Captain Pearson had been ordered by Commissioner Campbell to keep Kevin in the precinct lockup. Of course, he would never disobey a direct order from the commissioner. "With all due respect for your rank, Captain Pearson, this is out of your jurisdiction. Kevin has a high-ranking position in the federal government. He belongs to a special government special ops team, and he's the second in command of the Reaper Squad. He has the authority to kill first and report later." Terrence Price looked at him and remarked, "Captain Pearson even dared to interrogate Mr. Williams? Do you know he's the highest-ranked federal employee in Chicago?" As soon as he finished speaking, Captain Pearson immediately stood at attention. Beads of sweat started to form on his forehead. The only federal employees with a higher rank than Kevin were in Washington, D.C. After receiving Commissioner Campbell's order, the captain specially investigated Kevin's background. He knew that Kevin had been kicked out by the Williams family and didn't have any special career or military training. There's no way he was second in command of the Reaper Squad.
Please forgive me, sir. I really didn't know anything about this. Furthermore, the Salix Leaf.
Terrence Price quickly interrupted Officer Pearson. "Mr. Williams didn't do anything in the Salix Leaf Hotel. Even if you want to investigate the issue, it has nothing to do with him." Then he looked the captain in the eyes and said, "You should know very well who Dominic Archer is. Even if Mr. Williams really wants to take action against him, it's considered a confidential operation. It's not something that you can interfere in. Do you understand?"
"I understand," Captain Pearson replied in frustration.
"Release him immediately." Terrence Price looked over at Kevin, then added, "Captain Pearson, you're a smart man, but unfortunately you've made a serious mistake. There are some things that you can't get involved in. If you value your life, you should stay out of this." Captain Pearson began to shiver when he heard Terrence Price's threat. When Officer Emmett, who was standing off to the side, found out that Kevin was going to be okay, she broke into a smile. "Mr. Williams, I'm sorry. Because of my late arrival, you were forced to deal with this humiliating experience." Terrence apologized sincerely and offered him a warm handshake. Kevin smiled and nodded back. Why hadn't he been worried throughout the whole ordeal? The reason was simple. When he left the hospital, he sent a message to Scott Whitney. As long as he was a member of the Reaper Squad, he might as well take advantage of his position, right? It felt good for Kevin to use his position of authority to teach some people a lesson. While Kevin was being interrogated at the police station, Captain Pearson tried to get him to sign a confession for committing murders at the Salix Leaf Hotel. Kevin was sure that Commissioner Campbell was behind the setup. Officer Emmett was there and finally objected to the captain's treatment of Kevin. Just when the situation looked hopeless, Terrence Price showed up to explain that Kevin was a highly ranked member of the federal government attached to the Reaper Squad. They had to release Kevin from custody and drop their charges. Kevin didn't say anything. He just showed Terrence his hands, which were still handcuffed. Terrence Price immediately understood what Kevin meant. He walked up to Kevin to help him remove the restraints. In fact, he was full of respect for Kevin's rank. However, any government official with his seniority would be respected no matter where they went. It wasn't easy to get an official rank, and it was even more difficult to climb up the chain of command. Terrence Price had been a civil court judge for many years. He'd always been conscientious, but he'd never had a chance to get promoted. How old was Kevin now? He'd already become second in command of the Reaper Squad. Apart from his outstanding contributions to the federal government, the most important thing was that he had a strong background. Just as Terrence Price was about to touch the handcuffs, Kevin suddenly pulled back his hands. "There are some things that you shouldn't touch. Find whoever put these on me and ask him to remove them for me himself," Kevin said with a smile. Terrence Price was stunned for a moment.
Then he immediately came back to his senses and pulled Captain Pearson by the arm. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and help Mr. Williams out of his cuffs."
Yes, sir."
Captain Pearson hurriedly wiped the sweat from his forehead and took out the key to unlock Kevin's handcuffs. "I'll call the person behind all this later. I don't like to be a pain in the butt, but I'm also not a pushover who can be kicked around by a minor official," Kevin announced to Captain Pearson and the others as he rubbed his wrists. "And I'll remember what happened here today. One of these days, I'll definitely return the favor." Kevin patted Captain Pearson on the shoulder and left the interrogation room with Terrence Price. Officer Emmett quietly followed him as he left. Only Captain Pearson was left standing in the middle of the room, gasping for breath. His uniform was soaked with sweat. After finally coming back to his senses, he quickly took out his phone and called Commissioner Campbell. Kevin exchanged a few words with Terrence Price and then strolled out the main doors of the police station. He noticed that Officer Emmett was still walking behind him. "Why are you following me?" Kevin asked her with an unpleasant look on his face. "Kevin, I have something to tell you." Officer Emmett looked down at the ground and shuffled her feet uncomfortably. "What is there to talk about between us? The Blair family matter is certainly related to this mess, but I had nothing to do with it," Kevin said with a touch of pity in his voice. "I don't care about Sherwin Blair's problems." Officer Emmett wanted to say something else but stopped herself. She started to open her mouth but didn't know exactly what to say. "Are you free tonight? Can we find a place to talk?" To be honest, Kevin wanted to reject her immediately, but he couldn't get himself to say it. "We'll talk about that some other time." Kevin was beginning to feel uncomfortable. He turned around and left the government office quickly. He still had to rush back to the hospital because he didn't know if Lily had woken up yet. On the other side of town, Terrence Price had just returned to his office and was staring at the information he'd found out about Kevin on his computer screen. Suddenly, his phone rang. Although there was no name on the caller ID, Terrence knew very well who would be calling him at this time.
"Mr. Price, don't you think you owe me an explanation?"
The moment the call connected, Commissioner Campbell's deep voice boomed out of the phone as if he was trying his best to control his fury. "Commissioner Campbell, what kind of explanation do you want?" Terrence Price wasn't a fool. He knew very well that this was a time for them to stand on the same side. If he played his cards right, it could lead to a meteoric rise in wealth and glory. On the other hand, if he made the wrong step, there would be nothing left of him. He could disappear without a trace.
"Why did you let Kevin leave?"
Commissioner Campbell asked him gruffly. "Commissioner, before you come here to condemn us, you better investigate who Kevin really is first," Terrence Price replied bluntly. Since he'd gotten Kevin out of custody, it was clear where he stood on the matter. "Kevin is second in command of an elite team. His rank is higher than either yours or mine. I advise you to not cause too much trouble because of a minor disagreement you have with him. If you go too far, it won't be easy for anyone to help you out of it." After Terrence finished speaking, Commissioner Campbell remained silent. He didn't hear a peep from the other end of the line. It was obvious that what Terrence had said had unnerved the commissioner, which was something he hadn't expected. In the Archer family mansion, Dominic was sitting on the living room sofa looking very pale. Opposite him sat a man in his 20s, and there was nobody else with them in the enormous room. Dominic kept looking at the person who just arrived. He could clearly feel that the young man's aura was as deep as an abyss, and it gave him an unusual sense of impending doom.
"May I know your name? Could you please explain the reason for your visit?"
Dominic Archer was very cautious, but he still had a lot of money, and he could afford to be very generous. "It doesn't matter who I am, but I've come to visit you to ease your worries and troubles," the man said sharply. His voice was very raspy, full of loneliness and desolation.
"What difficulties do you think I have?"
Dominic Archer asked with a puzzled look in his eyes.
"For example, who injured you? Your strength seems to be decreasing quite a lot,"
the man said with a smile. He was totally unaware of the powerful vibe that Dominic Archer was putting out.
"Who the hell are you?
Dominic looked very unhappy with what the man was saying. "Why should I believe you?" "It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. The important thing is that I have the ability to help you. More importantly, after I help you, you'll owe me a favor in return," the man explained cryptically. When he heard this, Dominic didn't say anything else. He just sat there deep in thought. As for what he was thinking about, no one could guess. "It looks like you don't believe what I'm saying." The man calmly took out his phone and typed a text message. "But I don't mind showing you some sincerity." The moment he finished speaking, Dominic Archer's phone suddenly vibrated. The contents of the 2 text messages made his eyes widen in shock. The first message showed that Adriana Wright, Emos Square, Gilbert Rhodes, and the others had been attacked. They were currently in the hospital, and no one knew whether they were going to live or die. The following day, Kevin had been brought to the police station. The outcome of his arrest had not yet been made public. "Do you believe me now?" the man smiled and asked. "Is this enough proof for you?" Dominic Archer was so shocked that he couldn't say anything in response. As one of the foremost underground leaders in Chicago, he naturally knew how powerful Emos Squire and the other 2 people were. It wasn't a coincidence that they were attacked at the same time. "I said I can help you solve your problem." The man leaned back on the sofa and put his hands together behind his head. He sat there with a diabolical smile, waiting for Dominic to reply. "What do you need me to do?" Dominic obviously understood what the man was doing. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The other guy must have come for a purpose. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Jake Morris. I've come here from the South to take Kevin's life." It was clear to Dominic that Jake Morris meant business and intended to follow through on his plan. "The Morris family?" Dominic's voice was several times louder than before as he replied in shock. Chicago was just a small city compared to the vastness of the rest of the country. No matter how successful Dominic Archer was, he could only be considered a big fish in a small pond. However, no matter how relatively small the city was, Dominic Archer still had a lot of connections across the country. He'd also heard of some large organizations such as the Herbalist Society and the 10 major schools. The Morris family, which had always been legendary in the Midwest, was the one that made such a strong impression on him. "It seems that you've heard about my family," Jake Morris smiled as he straightened his tie. "Since that's the case, I don't need to waste my time giving you my resume. I wonder what you'd like me to do, Mr. Morris." Dominic Archer's attitude instantly became far more respectful than earlier. There was no way that he could reach the same level as the Morris family. They were so far out of his league. So if he couldn't fight them, he might as well join them. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to move up in the world. "You have half a day to find out everything you can related to Kevin Williams. Also, don't tell anyone about my existence or my visit. If you do, there will be very grave consequences." When Jake Morris mentioned Kevin, you could see the indescribable hatred in his eyes. Dominic Archer's visitor turned out to be Jake Morris. He revealed that he'd come from St. Louis to find and kill Kevin, and he wanted Dominic's help. Dominic saw this as a chance to move up in the world, so he was willing to join forces with Jake. But Jake warned him that he couldn't tell anyone about his plan, or even that he existed. "Understood, sir." Dominic Archer nodded very excitedly. Dominic hadn't run into this kind of situation in many years, but the Morris family was still a formidable opponent, no matter who they were facing. The Morris family was like a huge weight on their chest that was crushing them to the point where they couldn't breathe or even offer any resistance. Even the families over in Washington, D.C. had to follow his orders. It was even worse for Dominic Archer, who was just a minor player from Chicago. Lily hadn't woken up yet from her operation after being hit by a car. Kevin thought carefully about it and decided that she needed someone to take care of her, especially since he still had a lot of obligations, and he obviously couldn't leave her alone while she continued her recovery. So he made a call to Phoebe Anderson and asked her to come over to stay with Lily. Then he went to visit Gilbert Rhodes and the others in the intensive care unit. Emos Squire was the first to wake up, but he hadn't said anything to Mitchell Cook yet.
He just stared up at the ceiling expressionlessly, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking about. Shouldn't he be happy after surviving a disaster like that? Why is he so lifeless? Kevin pulled over a chair and sat down next to Emo's hospital bed.
Mr. Williams, I really didn't expect this,
Emo Squire said to him so quietly that Kevin had to lean in to hear him.
It was the person I trusted the most in the entire company.
When they heard this, Kevin and Mitchell looked at each other at the same time. They had already guessed it was an inside job, but now they had their confirmation. It definitely wasn't easy to be betrayed by your confidants. It's too bad that the situation came to this. Don't worry about it. Kevin patted the back of Emo's hand to comfort him.
Mr. Williams, I feel that this matter isn't that simple. If I'd been attacked alone, I could only blame myself for turning a blind eye. But since Gilbert Rhodes and President Wright were also attacked, it proves that there must be someone behind all this.
Emo Squire's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he spoke to Kevin.
To be able to take control of all our trusted aides without anyone knowing about it, our enemy must have a lot of money and influence. Mr. Williams, you have to be careful.
Kevin nodded his head in agreement as soon as Emo Squire finished speaking. What Emo thought had happened was exactly the same thing that Kevin had expected. However, he didn't have any solid evidence to prove who was behind the attack. How are the others doing right now? Kevin calmed himself down and tried to get more information. If he was going to find an answer, the three of them had to be able to provide him with as many clues as possible. Even though it was just the beginning of the investigation, Kevin had to get to the bottom of things as soon as he could. By now, Kevin had gotten rid of all the hidden dangers in Chicago, so the force behind this was still a mystery.
They're being held outside of town. Should we go over right now or wait a while?
Mitchell Cook asked him knowingly. There's no need to trouble our friends here any longer. They need their rest. Kevin got up and walked out of the room with Mitchell. Then the two of them left the hospital. Half an hour later, they arrived at a logistics warehouse in the northern suburbs of Chicago. This place was the Whistler Hotel used for material storage. It was also the place that Drake Cook used to solve some problems that couldn't be handled in the public eye. There was a dim light illuminating the area in the basement where a man and two women were curled up on the ground with their hands and feet bound. The three of them had been selected by Emo Squire for previous missions. In the bodyguard field, they were considered to be top-notch experts. So after they were caught, they didn't seem very upset at all. In fact, they remained pretty calm. Kevin's gaze swept across the three of them one by one. I don't like to waste time, and I also don't like to waste my breath on my enemies. Just tell me who ordered you to do it and we can be done with this. I can guarantee that you'll be able to leave as soon as possible, Kevin added sternly. His voice was calm, but his words were filled with fury. Adriana Wright and the others had a close relationship with Kevin. How could he have let them be attacked right under his nose? And it was very likely that the person behind the assault was coming for him next. How could Kevin not be angry at this? The man in the group, whose name was Alvin Preston, spoke first and admitted,
We were paid to do it. It was nothing personal, just business. From the moment we made our decision to take the job, I had a suspicion that something like this would happen.
One of the other two attackers, a woman named Megan Kinzer, didn't even blink an eye.
You're not going to get any information out of us, she said flatly.
Mr. Squire has already trained us very well. Mitchell Cook should know about that. The last of the culprits, Alyssa Roach, said confidently. I know who you are. You're the CEO of the Williams Company and the leader behind President Wright and the others. When he heard her say this, Mitchell Cook's eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, he also knew that what Alyssa said was correct. Emo Squire's method of training his employees was comparable to what was used by elite teams in the military. It wasn't going to be easy to get any information from them. A cruel smile appeared on Kevin's lips. In spite of what you said, I'd still like to give it a try. You've injured some people who are very dear to me. In the next second, he reached out his right hand and squeezed one of Alvin Preston's ribs. As he pulled, you could hear a cracking sound. The intense pain made Preston gasp for breath. However, he gritted his teeth and didn't make another sound. "Solid bones." Kevin gave him an approving look. "That's okay. I like a challenge." After saying that, Kevin kicked him in the knee, shattering it instantly. Preston's face immediately turned pale and his eyes looked like they were going to pop out. He began to sweat. "The show's just begun, but don't close your eyes or you might miss it," Kevin said mockingly. Alyssa Roach and Megan Kinzer looked at Kevin in a daze. They'd all been interrogated before, but none of them had ever experienced anything like this. In fact, in their profession, they'd faced death many times before. Suddenly, Alvin Preston let out a loud scream. Kevin had bent one of the man's fingers back and dislocated it. The intense pain caused his entire face to contort, and his teeth began to chatter. "I have all the time in the world. We can stay here all night." Kevin sneered as he stared coldly into the man's eyes.
"You're not going to get anything out of me, even if you have to kill me," Preston retorted in a trembling voice as he tried to control the pain.
"Why are you in such a hurry to die?" Kevin asked him bluntly. "I told you that the show's just begun. You still have 9 fingers and 10 toes left." Even Mitchell Cook couldn't help but be shocked when he heard Kevin say this. Kevin's interrogation method was utterly devastating. No one would have thought that someone who looked so kind and gentle could be so ruthless. But these people had asked for it when they tried to kill his friends. Still not saying anything? Kevin reached for Preston's hand again. The man almost fainted from the pain as Kevin twisted another one of his fingers. "If you faint, I have countless ways to wake you up," Kevin said lightly as if he was doing something casual.
"I really don't know anything. All I can tell you is that someone contacted me and gave me $3 million for the job."
Preston took a deep breath and continued.
"The person also said that he didn't need me to take Mr. Squire's life, just put him in the hospital. I really don't know anything else."
He wasn't afraid of death, but that didn't mean that he could endure any more of the pain. "When did the person contact you? Did he give you cash or a bank card?" Kevin asked him angrily.
"It was 5 days ago. I didn't touch a single cent of the $3 million in cash."
Alvin Preston's face was getting paler and paler, and he was starting to look extremely weak. Kevin looked into Preston's eyes and growled, "You'll have a hard time spending it in a coffin." They were all afraid of what Kevin was going to do next.